Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Summer Suns, despite having all 5 recent draft picks, fell to the Kings last night, 94-76. But Ryan Dunn continued showing signs of some offensive growth. Last night, the Phoenix Mercury beat the Golden State Valkyries 78-77 thanks to Alyssa Thomas's free throw. With 1 second left, the Mercury are now 15-6, which is good for the WNBA's second best record. In the home run derby, Seattle Mariner and catcher and home run leader Cal Raleigh outdueled Tampa Bay Ray third baseman Junior Caminero and is your 2025 home run derby champion. And tonight, the MLB All-Star game will take place in Atlanta. Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal will be on the mound. Ketel Marte will bat third for the National League, and Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez from your Snakes will also see some action tonight. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword is Red Mountain.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work.
Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday, or as we call it, Dog Day.
We also call it Vinny's birthday.
Oh,
Oh!
How did you blow this one, by the way? You had all last week you took off instead of this week. Was it just the timing of you and Dan who got it in first?
Yeah.
Because this is the week.
He stole my birthday
Yeah.
week, and he took vacation first.
You would have had the slowest week and your birthday off.
It worked out because I was able to back end. We had the third and
You
fourth
had the
off.
2 extra days.
So
That's
I had
true.
an extra long break, but yeah.
Plus, when you get Vinny's age, you don't celebrate.
I was
birthdays
thinking about
anymore.
that because I am not a
You
big.
dread them.
I'm not a big deal out of my birthday kind of guy. You know, if people want to do stuff. People want to send over free food, right, Jared?
Oh, if you're listening out there, please.
This isn't Jared's birthday.
But I was really thinking about it, and like maybe I should start making a bigger deal of my birthday because I only have a few left.
Oh, come on now.
And the way I felt last night, just hanging out at home, watching Summer League basketball and home run derby, I felt absolutely awful around bedtime. And I was like, am I even going to make it today?
You know, Vinny, if you're getting sick of the summer heat in Phoenix, you only got about 15 more summers.
15 sounds optimistic.
Oh, come on now. Even on your big birthdays throughout your life, were you not up for celebrating? 21, 40, 50.
No, the big ones for me celebration-wise, 21 was a blowout. That was fun because I had a cousin who was 2.5 months older than me, and we have sisters who are the same age. So our sisters they rented a limo for us.
Wow.
We went bar hopping on the 21st birthday. That was a lot of fun. 35, I had surprise party that got ruined thrown for me. 40 was semi-big. 50 was okay.
There's your social studies question, Sammy. What did you do on your 21st birthday? I watched the Bulls-Knicks in a buddy's apartment in Chicago.
You crazy man.
January 21st. January 21st, what would it be, 1990, I guess?
Who won the game?
I'm sure the Bulls.
The
did,
Bulls.
The Bulls. They wouldn't have let me down on my birthday.
You remember your 21st? No, I'm just kidding.
I actually surprisingly do. It was a debacle.
I've had
Sammy. When is your birthday?
When is your 21st birthday, Sammy?
Yeah, no. But what month is your birthday?
I'm November 6th.
Okay, so were you able to celebrate it? Because it'd be 2020, right?
Yeah.
So it was the sort of.
It was right. So
the things were coming out of.
Yeah, it was the beginning of the. Everyone's doing what they want.
Yeah,
type of thing.
I mean that.
The vaccine was out by then. I think
everything shut down around St. Patrick's Day,
right?
And by mid-May in Phoenix, people were like, "All right, we're over this."
Yeah,
we didn't treat it like California treated.
No, that's true.
So.
But there still wasn't.
It was still
like,
weird, probably. Like by November.
Yeah, but I'm like a year older than all my friends.
Okay,
and so it was really kind of.
And they didn't have fake IDs, so you were.
I mean, it was the University of Arizona. We found something to do, right? But no, it was kind of like I was the first one to turn 21 out of all my friends.
Have you guys had surprise parties thrown for you? You mentioned one,
just
right?
the one, but it didn't.
Did you like it?
I found out about it
beforehand.
I didn't like it because I had to pretend that I didn't know.
It was leaked. It was leaked.
Yeah.
Gambo broke it.
Look, I got sources telling me there will be a surprise party.
I expect there to be a surprise party for Vince Marotta
in the next 24 to 48 hours.
It's not my opinion.
I've had one. I thought it was fun.
Yeah?
I liked it. Yeah.
I don't like
you were truly surprised?
I was. I had no idea. Yeah,
I don't like surprises of any kind, so I would not like a surprise party.
Really?
Yeah, I do not like being surprised. That's why I don't like being pranked. I don't like anything like that.
Oh.
I like to know what's going on.
Well, then I hate to tell you, we have to have a talk after the show. Jared, start this thing.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The Midsummer Classic, this year's Major League Baseball All-Star Game, on tap for tonight at Truist Park in Atlanta. Diamondbacks well represented in tonight's game. 3 All-Stars. Ketel Marte starting at second base for the second straight year. We have received confirmation he will be in the lineup.
He's not resting.
He's not resting. He's in the starting lineup for the National League for the second straight season. Outfielder Corbin Carroll, third baseman Eugenio Suarez will be available off the bench for the National League Stars. It's just the 6th time in franchise history that the Diamondbacks have had at least 3 All-Stars. The other years being 1999, 2001, 2002, 2017, and 2023. Seems like when they have a lot of All-Stars, it leads to good things.
Every year but once, they made the playoffs.
Yes.
Every year.
And that was
probably all those other years, though, there was a pitcher involved in their All-Stars, which it's not this year. And that's part of the reason that they're not doing well.
Yeah. Paul Skeens of the Pirates gets the start for the National League. Detroit's Tarek Skubal will be on the hill for the American League. AL has won 10 of the last 11 games with the only NL breakthrough in the 2023 game in Seattle. First pitch just after 5 o'clock. You can see it on Fox. You can hear the action in its entirety on ESPN 620 or here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Joined in progress after Burns and Gambo. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper of the Seattle Mariners, is the 2025 Home Run Derby champion. He outlasted Tampa Bay's Junior Caminero in the finals by a score of 18-15. Raleigh barely squeaked past Brent Rooker of the Athletics in the pull round. Each had 17 home runs, but the tiebreaker came down to the longest home run. Rooker's traveled 470.54 feet. Raleigh's 470.62. So 0.08 of an inch.
And I'm not sure how accurate those distances
that accurate.
Rooker Rooker wasn't mad about it, but after he was a little perturbed.
It's $1 million on the line.
Right.
And that field, by the way, $1 million represented a boost in yearly pay for a lot of those guys.
Most of those guys, yeah.
Like, it actually surpassed what they're making.
By the way, is it still going on? Because I needed a nap in the middle of it. Jeez, 3 hours of that stuff? Come on.
Raleigh wins, but Pittsburgh's O'Neal Cruz tied a non-Coors Field home run derby record with a 513-foot blast. That was somewhat fun to watch. He was killing the ball.
Yeah, all 6'7", 240 of them.
MLB draft concluded on Monday. Diamondbacks drafted 17 more players in rounds 4 through 20. In all, the D-backs selected 6 position players and 14 pitchers. In the 8th round, they took Arizona State right-hander Jack Martinez, 243rd overall. In the 10th round, Kansas shortstop Brady Counsell, the son of former Diamondback and current Chicago Cubs manager Craig Counsell. That's the second time Brady Counsell has been mentioned on this show. 303rd overall, and in the 18th round, they got Arizona Wildcats right-hander Raul Garizar. I practiced that name, and I still messed it up. 543rd overall. The Summer Suns had a full complement of players available in their Monday night contest against Sacramento, but the Kings, not impressed. They rolled to a 94-76 win at the Pavilion. Sacramento led by as many as 37 points. Suns made it look more respectable with a fourth quarter in which they outscored the Kings 33-18. Ryan Dunn had 18. He was the only player in double figures. Kamen Malawach, 8 points, 5 rebounds. Oso Ighodaro had just 3 points, and second-round pick Brashear Fleming made his summer debut, 7 points and 2 boards in just under 14 minutes.
Let me recycle the joke. Is Scott Perry still talking on the broadcast, the Kings GM? I mean, do we need 30 minutes of him and Mark Jones, bro hugging? Come on.
Was basically what it was. It was a commercial for the Kings there for a while. Suns will have their final regularly scheduled summer league game on Wednesday afternoon against the Timberwolves. 76ers forward Paul George, arthroscopic surgery in his left knee to treat an injury suffered during a recent workout. He will be reevaluated in training camp in September. Sixers fans probably pulling their hair out, saying, "Here we go again." He was limited to 41 games last year with a number of injuries, and there's no word on how this will affect his podcasting schedule. Mercury squeaked past the Golden State Valkyries 78-77 on Monday night. Alyssa Thomas made 1 of 2 free throws with 1 second left, lifting the Merc to the win. Janelle Salon had tied the game with a jumper with 6 seconds left, but Thomas came up big on the line at the other end. She had 17 points, 11 assists. DeWanna Bonner led the way with 22 points and 11 boards in only her second game back with the Mercury. Phoenix won despite once again not having Satu Sabali or Kalia Copper available. They're healthy in the playoffs. They could win the championship, Tim.
I think they're 15-6 now.
Yeah.
Lynx have the best record in the league.
And they get the Lynx next on Wednesday, a morning game before they head off to the WNBA All-Star break. In the NFL, Garrett Wilson of the Jets agrees to a 4-year, $110 million contract extension. That includes $90 million in guaranteed money. Keeps him in New York through the 2030 season. Wilson had 101 catches last year. Since 2022, and Wilson's span in the league is 279 catches, the 7th most in the league. And another wide receiver, Jawan Jennings of the San Francisco 49ers, reportedly wants a new contract from the team or a trade. He had 77 catches last year for just under 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns. He's scheduled to count for just over $4.25 million on the salary cap this season, which is the last year on his deal.
Death, taxes, and 49er wide receivers being unhappy.
Yeah.
My God, it's every year. Every
Debo,
single one of them. Ayuk.
There you go. There's your splash for Tuesday, July 15th. Coming up, despite a big performance by the Big Dumper, the Home Run Derby. Was it a big dud? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't want him to sell all 4 guys. I understand if there are guys you can't bring back, you can't just let them all walk for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, if you knew, hey, we can't bring back Gallen or Kelly or Naylor or Gino, you can't just let all 4 of them walk for nothing if you're 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. I understand that. I mean, you have to deal in reality a little bit.
The numbers that are mounting right now, the 6-12 in the last 18 games, boy, that looms, that hangs in the air. Because you know the guys inside that clubhouse knew exactly what was at stake.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Cattell Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Helping your money do more means putting yourself in the financial driver's seat.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no better or more literal way to do that than with a low-rate auto loan from America First Credit Union. Plus, for a limited time, when you finance your new vehicle with America First, you'll enjoy no payments for 90 days. And that means getting more mileage out of every cent you spend. So make your money move. Head to AmericaFirst.com to apply for pre-approval of your low-rate auto loan today. Eligibility, terms, conditions, and creditworthiness apply. Subject to change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
Do you feel strapped financially? Credit card debt growing, car payments looming, and 25 years of mortgage payments left? Then the Life Changer loan may be the answer you're looking for. 5 years is the average time it takes our clients to not only pay off their home, but all of their debt. With an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau and nothing but 5-star reviews on Google, maybe you should check out what all the buzz is about. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes. You both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com. Viking.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Diamondbacks All-Star are you most interested to see play in the Midsummer Classic? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I'm the home run derby champ.
Oh.
Say in the pavement, weapon champ. I'm the home run derby champ.
I wasn't in a contest, was he?
You are going Pete. What'd you say? What'd you say? I'm the man. I'm the man. Oh, yeah. Oh,
That's Cal Raleigh as a kid celebrating a home run derby championship. And last night, as an adult, with his dad pitching to him and his brother catching, he won the home run derby at the All-Star game.
His 15-year-old brother catching, his dad throwing the pitches. He barely, you mentioned it in the splash, he barely got out of the first round. He got there by 0.1 inches, I guess, to advance. But I guess going in, Vinny, like he was kind of the name. I think the nickname kind of helps, and the fact that, leads the majors in home runs obviously also helps. I think overall it was an event that lacked star power. Major League Baseball tried to combat that and placate Gen Z by having Pat McAfee do the introductions.
Of course, because he's everywhere.
I guess Stephen A. Smith was busy.
He's got to be shoehorned into everything.
I mean, and it was he's out there with his sleeveless shirt, and say what you want about Pat McAfee. And I Twitter searched it to see what the reaction was, and it was about what you would think. Like, really, this is the guy you have doing this. He almost called the Pittsburgh Pirates the Pittsburgh Steelers. He had to stop himself. And then the thing just went on forever and ever and ever. But overall, your thoughts on just the event as a whole? I mean, did it work?
No. Look, Major League Baseball created this. They've been doing it every year since the mid-'80s. It's picked up, obviously, as time has gone on. It's become more of a spectacle. I agree with you. I mean, there was good talent. Wasn't a group of household names. Cal Raleigh winning, I think, is actually a good result for Major League Baseball, because one of the first half storylines that I don't think people are talking about enough outside of Seattle, Washington, is the fact that Cal Raleigh has the second most home runs at the All-Star break ever. And it's pretty close to record pace. Barry Bonds has the record with 39 before the All-Star break. Cal Raleigh as a catcher, a switch-hitting catcher, has 38. He's ridiculous.
He's first catcher to win the home run derby.
He hit home runs from both sides, which was kind of cool. He's only the second person to do that.
He actually did the first round from the right side, then he did the semis and the finals from the left side.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, yeah, you're right. Not a lot of household names. I joked about it earlier. I thought it went on far too long. I mean, 3 hours.
It's way too long.
3 hours for a home run derby. I mean, it's like 11 o'clock at night in Atlanta. Mike DeFabo, this funny line real quick. Mike DeFabo is a writer for The Athletic, and he tweeted this out last night. Home run derby announcers in 2025. With a launch angle of 46 degrees and a bat speed of 103, he hit that ball approximately 476 feet. Home run derby announcers of my youth. Back.
Gone! Look, I prefer it the new way. Trust me, because every time home run derby rolls around, you have Chris Berman PTSD for that very reason.
Although I will say the Josh Hamilton performance in, what was it, 07, 08, maybe 08, might be the pinnacle of the entire event.
Yes, but people don't remember he didn't win.
No, he didn't win.
You know who won that year?
Because he was tired.
Yeah.
But who won? I forget.
Nobody remembers. Justin Morneau won.
Justin Morneau.
And last night was kind of a similar thing. Cal Raleigh will get credit for winning, and maybe it's a little bit different because he is the home run leader. People are going to be talking about O'Neal Cruz hitting a ball 513 feet.
Yeah, that was...
And O'Neal Cruz is a StatCast darling because he hits the ball harder than anybody in Major League Baseball right now.
Actually, I will say this. I think the most memorable moment from the event was when the kid robbed Caminero of a home run.
Jarrett, we should get that kid on. Our audience loves home run thieves.
That might be the moment of last night's event that people will be talking about in 10 years.
I just want to give the kid his side of the story. I want to hear it. What?
I mean, he was like...
Has he been banned from Truist Park for the rest of the year?
Does he have any books to sell? But the thing is, like, they wound up counting the home run. So I don't know that people will even remember that.
It's an outrage.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, people still talk about Jeffrey Mayer, if you know that name.
Jeffrey Mayer was in a playoff game.
I'm just saying.
And by the way, the Orioles got absolutely hosed on
that started the Yankee dynasty.
I mean,
those were good Orioles teams.
That 15-year-old kid legitimately went up and over the fence. Not that it was a high fence at that part of the field, but still.
Yesterday we talked about this from a local standpoint. Gino Suarez wanted to do the home run derby. He's had a great first half of the season. He wasn't even asked. And I went back. The Diamondbacks have been around since 1998. They've had a home run derby every time there's been an All-Star game in that stretch. They've only had 2 participants in the event ever. That's ridiculous.
Wait.
A ridiculous amount or disrespect of participation.
I want to see if I can get. Do you know who they are?
I do.
do.
If I had a guess, and I don't know.
It's completely unmemorable
This
because
is Vinny Joe trivia at its finest.
This person who participated in the Diamondbacks uniform finished last in the year that he participated and hit 1 home run.
Oh, no. One home run?
One.
Less than Jazz Chisholm last night?
Yes.
Was Richie Sexton one of them?
No.
Okay.
Well, Gonzo won it.
Gonzo won it in
Gonzo?
2001.
That was going to be my guess. Oh,
The other year was 2010.
10.
Mark Reynolds?
That was gonna be
Nope.
my guess, too.
Upton?
Outfielder. Not Upton.
Chris Young.
Chris Young.
Chris Young.
I have zero memory of Chris
Well,
Young.
there would only be one memory. It would be the 1 home run. So it's not that.
Was that the year? Was that the year we had it here?
No. That was the other thing.
Yeah,
2011 was the next year, and the Diamondbacks didn't have representation that year. Remember, that's the year they had the draft, and captains picked who was going to pick. And Prince Fielder was the captain of the National League, and he snubbed Justin Upton and got booed every time he came to bat during the All-Star festivities by the Diamondbacks fans.
Picked the participants in the home run derby?
Yes.
Back when they couldn't say no.
I mean,
most times, it's not every year, but most times the host city will get a participant.
As they should.
Yeah. But the Diamondbacks didn't even get that in 2011.
Prince Fielder.
And then, of course, he
Well,
went
yeah,
on to
you
win
hate
the
all the-
All-Star MVP.
Yesterday you were going after Cecil Fielder and now Prince Fielder.
Yeah. Who's next? Prince, you got a kid?
I'm trying to think of somebody else named Fielder. I got nothing.
But it feels like with these home run derby events, and even like in the NBA with the All-Star game and the slam dunk contest, we've come to expect the least now when it just in All-Star events in general, and it really sucks because I'm a huge fan of getting the best players in like really fun spots, but if we haven't had a good All-Star moment in a long time, not like one that I'm like, oh, I remember that.
No, I would agree with you. And look, we had the talk yesterday. Has this sunk to the depths of the slam dunk contest and NBA All-Star weekend? I don't think it's close to that, but that's more watchable because it doesn't take a day and a half to do. The format, they've tweaked it a million times. It's still entirely too long.
Oh, and before we hit the break, the split screen, highly disturbing and almost
disturbing.
Well, it's distracting. You can't get perspective on.
You have no perspective on what balls are actually off of what bat. I mean, because when it starts getting going pretty quick,
And the way they follow the ball with the camera angle too, if it's a highly elevated shot, you're like, wow, that's a monster shot. And sometimes it'll land 10 feet in front of the fence.
And sometimes they actually can't find the ball.
Yeah, it's a hard watch. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the D-backs take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Just text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. That's half to 620-620. Coming up next, Summer Suns had a full roster last night, and it did not go well. We'll give you our reactions and, of course, our overreactions next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards Can. In 1 week. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and having and maintaining a grass lawn can be very hard to do in Arizona and very costly. I tried it once and it was an unmitigated disaster, and this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters can give you a great alternative. Turf Monsters is a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means they can give you that beautiful sparkling lawn without the seeding, the mess, the hassles, and the water bills. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. They look fantastic. And Turf Monsters can also take care of the maintenance, making sure the turf is always looking great, smelling great, and free of debris. Remember, Remember, Turf Monster's a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, and their customers rave about their dedication, their professionalism, and their finished products. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Every day, helping. Caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Summer Suns, despite having all 5 recent draft picks, fell to the Kings last night, 94-76, but Ryan Dunn continued showing signs of some offensive growth. The Phoenix Mercury beat the Golden State Valkyries 78-77 Monday night, thanks to Alyssa Thomas's free throw with 1 second remaining. The Mercury are now 15-6, which is good for the WNBA's second best record. In the home run derby, Seattle Mariner catcher and home run leader Cal Raleigh outdueled Tampa Bay Ray third baseman Junior Caminero and is your 2025 home run derby champion. And tonight, the MLB All-Star game will take place in Atlanta. Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal will be on the mound. Ketel Marte will bat third and start at second base for the National League. And Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez from your Snakes will also see some action tonight. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure you call Parker.
Hey, it's Wolf. How can Jaylen Green grow as a member of the Phoenix Suns? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Oh, watch out. Oh, so
with the bear kind of throwdown. Whoa. He made some nice passes, but here he brings the thunder and the pain.
Hey, a Suns highlight from Summer League play last night. Oso Ighodaro, that was his basket.
He was 1 for 8.
It did not go well last night for the Phoenix Suns Summer League team in Sacramento. And to hold it up against what we just talked about in the previous segment, Tim, home run derby, the Suns Summer League game was a much more difficult watch. That was disgusting basketball. And I know it's Summer League, and I know most of these guys aren't going to be on the team, and the ones that are, maybe they're rotation players, maybe they're not. Holy goodness, was that terrible.
It started about 40 minutes late.
Yes.
And by the end of it, I wish it had never started.
And the point guards on this team, God bless them.
Oh, man.
A prerequisite for point guard play is the ability to dribble. That was a challenge last night for the Suns.
I mean, at one point late in the third quarter, it was 71-39. I thought Earl Watson was back coaching.
And in theory, the disappointing thing is, in theory, the Suns have one of the stronger Summer League teams, right? Because they have 5 players that some people think could be in rotation of the actual team.
Yeah, I mean, you're led to believe that.
Right.
But certainly that's not the case. They're 1 and 2, and they had their full complement of players. We kind of had fun with it.
That's the thing.
You know, they played the day before on Sunday. They sat Ryan Dunn. They didn't have Rasheer Fleming back. Common Malowacz didn't play. Everybody played last night, and it didn't look good. Again, it's Summer League play, but you know we can give you some of our observations. We'll start with Common Malowacz, who played 23 minutes and 51 seconds. 3 for 9 from the floor, missed both of his 3-pointers, missed 4 of his 6 free throws, 5 rebounds, 3 turnovers, committed 4 fouls. He had 8 points in the game. He looked very much last night like a project.
Looked very much, I think you called his performance in the opener, which is uneven, a little bit like that again last night. And I think the same observations from game 1 held true in game 3. The skill set is there. He does some nice things. He rolls to the basket. He can finish. But his, outside, away from the basketball needs a whole lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, first of all, the three-point shooting, 0 for 2. I know they're encouraging him to take those threes. From what I've seen through 2 Summer League games, unless that vastly improves, if he does get run in the regular season, he can't be shooting threes.
No.
Now.
But, I mean, there's still benefit to shooting the threes, even if you're not making them. You have to make some.
I guess, but I don't. Yeah, you have. I mean,
the stretching of the floor helps.
Of course.
And the other 5s that they have on this team are not going to stretch the floor.
But I don't think he's ready to knock those down when it matters. I'm just looking at the form. He's got to get stronger with the ball, too. I mean, he has the ball taken away from him a lot in the open court, and that's why you end up with the 3 turnovers in 24 minutes.
But do you want a 7-1 center initiating? He's got that ability and that athleticism, but right now it's a learning process.
I feel like that option and him shooting a lot of threes is kind of, it is. It's throwing a lot at a guy that you mentioned yesterday didn't start playing basketball until his late teenage years, and now he's expected to initiate. Again, it's the Summer League, but he's expected to initiate NBA offense and shoot from beyond the arc. Like, that's a lot for a guy.
But, guys, I'm not even really talking about initiating. Like, I'm just talking about when he gets the ball in the post, he tries to put it on the deck, and he's a little loose with it like that. Not that you want him dribbling all that much, but it is a part of the game. He does come out on the perimeter and get the basketball. He's always looking kind of to hand it off or maybe drive to the basket, but he gets it taken away a lot. Again, I think this is just experience and strength in terms of trying to be effective at the quasi NBA level. And I think there's a ways to go here. I think that's that's my biggest takeaway. This is not a referendum on him as a player or his future in the league. Just like what have we seen through 2 games in terms of just isoing on the player and looking at his skill set and his strength and his potential readiness to play in October. Now he get a lot better in October. I mean, a lot of players say that. Like by the time training camp rolls around, they're like, I'm a lot better than I was in Vegas at Summer League.
Yeah.
So that might be the case for him as well.
We saw our first sampling of Rasheer Fleming, the 2nd-round pick. He got off the bench for almost 14 minutes, 3 of 6, finished with 7 points. Looked okay. I think it was a mixed bag with him, too. It was hard for anybody to stand out last night. The Suns just didn't play well individually or as a team.
No, they didn't defend, and the game got away from them. And when it was somewhat of a game in the second quarter, it was kind of tough to dive into the broadcast because, as I joked about in the opening segment, the Kings GM, Scott Perry, was just on there yapping for a full quarter. So
I believe we call it filibustering.
I mean, it was just kind of a bizarre game. They didn't defend well. But I thought Fleming in 14 minutes, he knocked down a 3 in the first half. He had 7 points. I thought the stroke looked pretty good. Kobe Brea came way back down to earth after two fantastic games.
But that's the nature of being a shooter. You're going to have, and we see it with teams too. What did we talk about all regular season was Boston and their ability to shoot threes. Now they'll just rain down threes on you. When it doesn't happen, and they have those nights as a team where it doesn't happen, you saw it in the playoffs, the first 2 games of the Knicks series. They shot 25% in those 2 games. They lost both of them. It happens. It happens to individuals as well. He struggled 1 for 9. That's just the nature of being a shooter.
I thought Oso, after having 2 really good games, I don't want to say came back down to earth as well, but he shot 1 for 8.
I thought he did some good things defensively early in the game, and he was active on the boards early in the game. And as things got sideways, I thought he got a little sideways. It's a struggle. I mean, offensively, there was a couple of, a couple of attempts that he took with the left hand, and the left hand needs to be developed near the basket a little bit more or a lot more for Oso for him to be an effective offensive player. It was a struggle for him, no doubt.
It was, and again, I can't stress enough. Like if the Suns would have won by 30, I would not put a whole lot of stock in that. So you got to hold true. If they lose by 30, you can't put a whole lot of stock in that as well. Ryan Dunn played well. Definitely continues to look like a cut above. Getting to the basket, shooting the ball with confidence. 2 for 3 from beyond the arc. Played only 22 minutes, but had 18 points.
It's also, that's exactly what you want to see because being in the Summer League your second year, especially if you're a rotation player, especially if you're started games, you should be a level above most of the people in the Summer League. And he's looked that way this year.
He continues to show that,
My Oso Iguodaro take / overreaction from just the stuff that I watched last night, and sure, the stats don't look great. He should be all summer long watching Draymond Green film. I think if he wants to continue to have an impact in the league, he's going to have to be a guy like, and Draymond isn't like an exception. He's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the best to ever do like that type of work. But I think that's what he's going to have to do. He has the ability to pass the ball. He has good vision. I think his handle's gotten a lot better, but that's the type of guy that he's going to have to be, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I think it's a lofty comparison because for Draymond Green, all the criticisms about him, and he's not well liked outside of Golden State, he's one of the highest IQ players that's ever stepped on a floor in the NBA.
Very cerebral player.
Yes.
Very good defensive player, understands the game. He's got 4 rings. He's a big reason why they have 4 rings.
But hey, if you're going to shoot big, right?
Well, that's exactly. And for him, he has to kind of come to the realization, the jump shot, I mean, you can work on it as much as you want, but we talked about it yesterday. He's got the push shot down, but he's going to have to change his form if he's ever going to want to shoot at a high level. Like, those are the types of players Oso should be kind of aspiring to be.
And to further the Draymond Green comparison, Oso's shot is never going to look smooth, but Draymond Green, to this point in his career, and he's been in the league forever, he still looks like he's shooting outside shots with a backpack full of rocks, and sometimes it goes in.
Sometimes it does go in, though. Like, you as an opponent, you want him shooting threes, but I'll be damned, over the course of his career,
he's gotten better.
He's hit some big ones.
Yes, he has. Have you subscribed to the Bickley and Murata Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. Never miss any of the show. It's the Bickley and Murata Show podcast, brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, today is my birthday, yes. Will the Bradley Beal situation be resolved before my next birthday? We'll get into that straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, He has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options. End quote. So it continues to be up in the air. And when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on arizonasports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a great price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. My friends at Chapman BMW will check every one of those boxes for you. Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. This family-run business for 58 years. Chapman BMW, different in the very best of ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and proof that the Chapman family cares as much about their people as they do their clients. And at Chapman BMW, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He ensures that every one of our listeners will get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Best data rates may apply.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Arizona sports.
Basically, what's going on with Beal is I think that obviously if they have their preference, they'd like to find him a new home. But that's more difficult said than done because he's got the no trade clause.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
It was the Beal deal, and this is without me saying, oh, Beal's going to be... I love Beal. I think he's a great player. But you look at your roster, you say, I got a scoring 2-guard, and I got a scoring 3. Why do I need another scoring 2-guard? Yes, I get who he is, But that's not good basketball to create that. And that's the part where a front office tells its owner, hey, I know it's shiny, but it's not for us. And not only that, but acquiring Beal puts us in this place where we're at now with the second apron and all the restrictions. So I think that's the part where a front office has to be more forceful in explaining there are repercussions to this decision. The upside is limited. The downside is humongous. And they didn't do that. And so I wasn't surprised. Obviously, I didn't think like last year would happen, but kind of 2 years ago, it's kind of where I thought it would end up, which is a good team, playoff team, but not good enough.
So Amin Hassan, who joined Bickley and Murata Mornings last week, talking about when everything went downhill for the Suns, and he marked the Bradley Beal deal. I mean, and we're still waiting for some resolution. There seems to be people in the know that are following this from contract minutia and basketball business related standpoint that it makes more sense for this to happen July 15th. Whether or not Bradley Beal is waiting to find his next destination, being able to work that out, and that's got to be the first step before he agrees to the pay cut leading to the buyout from the Suns, remains to be seen. So today could be the day. It might not be. This thing has lasted way longer than we thought it would. But going back to it, it's impossible to think, and I know there's a lot of Suns fans that will point at the Kevin Durant trade as the death knell for that version of the Suns. And that was the final nail in the coffin, was making a deal of that magnitude. We don't have much proof that that was actually the case, quite honestly. Even if you're down on Kevin Durant's time, and it's hard not to be here because of the results or lack thereof of his time in a Phoenix Suns uniform, you got 8 games of Kevin Durant without Bradley Beal in the regular season, and then you got 2 playoff series. And they looked formidable in the 8 regular season games and those 2 playoff series until injuries happened. And then the Suns followed that up by using Amin Hassan's terminology, getting the shiny object in Bradley Beal. And that's where we are.
It's easy to say now, and a lot of what he said there was right, but some of that is also hindsight.
Absolutely.
Again, like when you say like, hey, you made this deal and the upside was limited and the downside was tremendous. Well, the Suns didn't think the upside was limited. And a lot of people didn't think the upside was limited. Everybody knew that he played the same position as Book, but a lot of people were just convinced that Booker could play the 1, and you're adding a 27-point per game score in an offseason where you had really no opportunities to add a player of that caliber. They had to work a Bartlestein relationship and a no-trade clause on Beal's end and an expiring Chris Paul contract to bring in a 4-time All-Star. So the Suns at the time were looking like, hey, this is an opportunity to add another great player. Mm-hmm. Not the best positional fit, but Book can play the 1, and away we go with our big 3.
Yeah.
So now, obviously it failed miserably.
Although
I
the
understand
question,
that.
Even if so yesterday we were saying like all the things they ignored, the injury history, the positional fit, the no trade clause, the contract, all that stuff. Just the general idea is, did the Suns need to take that big a swing at that point and bring in another superstar? Or were they that close enough to just make some tweaks?
Well, they weren't. I don't think they were close enough because you talk about a top-heavy team. You had Booker and Durant. Ayton was in limbo. Chris Paul was on his way out the door. They didn't trust him anymore, especially come playoff time. They pretty much figured he was beyond the twilight of his career in terms of being a high-productive all-NBA caliber point guard.
And again, using your term, hindsight, and I don't mean to cut you off,
Yeah,
but
okay.
what I can't get past in all of that in the pursuit now when I really look back is I was in favor of the deal, and mostly it was based on the Chris Paul factor. They had lost trust in him, his ability to stay healthy in a postseason run. But then you trade him for a player with a much more vast injury history than Chris Paul had at double the salary, more than double the salary.
Yeah.
That was obviously a gigantic misstep.
And Jared has brought this up multiple times, and he's dead right. Like, they just never thought of the downside. What if this doesn't work?
No.
You could look back and say, well, maybe you try it, but you get him to waive that no-trade clause before you do it because we need a parachute here in case this doesn't work. I think in the minds of Matt Ishbia and Josh Bartlestein, this not working
was not a possibility. No.
We may not win the championship, but we're going to be hell on wheels to beat in the playoffs.
Matt Ishbia started off after the Beal acquisition and they made the trade to send Ayton to Portland and they got Grayson Allen and they got Yusuf Nurkic, that media day was started by him saying, we have the best team in the NBA. There was an extreme confidence coming off of that team after that deal. Frank Vogel was the head coach, was asked at media day about handling personalities and talent. And his response was, I've done this before. I know what I'm doing. That season didn't go well, and they won 49 games.
Looking back, that was obviously far better than the second crack at it.
And we don't know. I mean, I guess we have some idea what this buyout is going to look like when it does happen. I think people are getting a little bit antsy now because it is taking this long. And, Bradley Beal's fit obviously didn't work in Phoenix. And that's another learning lesson to NBA teams who wanted to lean into positionless basketball. And you may still buy into that theory, but skill set basketball still matters. And when you have that level of overlap and we're paying a player like Bradley Beal that kind of money, he's going to get playing time. And that overlap derailed everything you were trying to do. I agree with Amin Elhassan. I think Bradley Beal is a good basketball player. I don't think he's worth the contract he got, but credit to him and his agent for getting that from the Washington Wizards once upon a time. But now moving forward, people are asking, well, where does he fit? Just as recently as yesterday, Jason McIntyre on Colin Cowherd's national show said the words out loud, if Bradley Beal ends up on the Lakers, that makes them the favorites to win a title.
Well, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about anything. So let's start. Let's start with that.
There is that.
Beal's. There's the positional overlap that was a big issue here in Phoenix, but also now you go back to Washington. To me, I agree. I think Bradley Beal, when he's on the court, is a pretty good basketball player.
He's better than Jaylen Green, who they're essentially replacing him with this season.
I don't know.
I don't know if he is.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's a matter of opinion. I don't know. I don't know if I totally agree with that. But again, let's just say this, though, Jared. Beal's biggest problem is he doesn't play. He misses 30 games a year. And sometimes there's big chunks, and sometimes there's small chunks. But I've heard Kellen Olson talk about this, and I totally agree. It's the small chunks can be just as detrimental to the team and to him as missing the big chunks, because you just never get into a rhythm. You never get into a flow, and that is so important in the sport of basketball.
12 or 13 separate occasions last year he missed time. 12, it was that many times. And, Jarrett's asking the question or bringing up the point, is he as good as Jaylen Green? Well, Jaylen Green is available. He's played in 82 games in 2 straight years. And, yes, there's still a ton of positional overlap between Green and Booker, but the skill sets are more different, a little bit more vast. Jaylen Green gives you, an explosiveness and an athleticism that Bradley Beal didn't.
And also, Beal is who he is by now. Jaylen Green's ceiling is still up there. So
I would agree. So we're still waiting. We're on Beal watch.
Day a zillion.
Coming up next, I believe it was late 90s philosopher Steve Harwell who once said, hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. The MLB All-Stars will go and play tonight. Was that dramatic enough for you, Jared?
It was pretty good.
We'll give you our thoughts on All-Star 2025 next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
And on God!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. No waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It is the best possible way to do this. It's so much less stressful than the other way. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on the schedule of a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, and they're going to make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation, figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 1.99% financing for up to 72 months on a new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1876 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 1.99% with 1475 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Summer Suns, despite having all 5 recent draft picks, fell to the Kings last night, 94-76 in Vegas, but Ryan Dunn continued showing signs of some offensive growth, and the Phoenix Mercury beat the Golden State Valkyries 78-77 Monday night, thanks to Alyssa Thomas's free throw with 1 second remaining. The Mercury are now 15-6, which is good for the WNBA's second best record. In the home run derby last night, Seattle Mariner catcher and home run leader Cal Raleigh outdueled Tampa Bay Rays third baseman Junior Caminero and is your 2025 home run derby champion. And tonight, the MLB All-Star game will take place in Atlanta. Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal will be on the mound. Ketel Marte will bat third and start at second for the National League. And Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez from your Snakes will also see some action tonight. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Diamondbacks All-Star are you most interested to see play in the Midsummer Classic? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Like our belief in our team that everybody has to believe in. It's a hard time right now. You know, we've been dealing with a lot of injury, but still believe in our team, still believe in what we can do. We show up then. They know how hard we've been playing. They know how good we are. They just have to believe in us.
Gino Suarez of the Diamondbacks before the team broke up for the All-Star break, and he went to Atlanta to represent the D-backs in the All-Star game, talking about what the message coming out of the break is. We will see 3 Diamondbacks players tonight play in the All-Star game. Ketel Marte getting the start for the second straight year for the National League at second base. Corbin Carroll and Suarez available off the bench. That's always a cool thing, too. When you have pitchers in the All-Star game, you don't know if they're going to play or not. Position players are likely going to play.
They're likely going to play, certainly get an at-bat. And the other side of it is, it kind of sucks when you have a starter in the game that you really, really like, and they're in and out within like 2 innings. You're like, oh, he got one at-bat.
Well, there used to be a time, we're old enough to remember All-Star games where the starting pitchers went 2-3 innings. I was looking back at some All-Star game history. Back in the 50s, the starters were going like 6 innings. It actually meant something. And now you very rarely see a pitcher throw. In the innings pitched column, there's very, very rarely a number higher than 1.0.
Could you imagine if they drag somebody out there for 4 innings?
Which I also think, I mean, the constant substitution, I think also lends to the quality or lack thereof of the game. Nobody can get into a flow anymore because you're getting 1 at bat, maybe 2, then you're out of the game.
Right.
I think there's been a lack of recent All-Star memories. Would you agree?
I would agree. I mean, has the game lost a little bit of its luster? I mean, you know, I don't know. It's yes, it has.
I think it has. It entirely has to do with interleague play.
Interleague play. I also think the saturation of the sport, and I'm probably showing my age here a little bit because the younger generation is going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not feeling that. But there was a time where you didn't see these players. You didn't see them play ever. You didn't see highlights outside of Mel Allen's This Week in Baseball.
How about that?
Exactly. But there was no Sports Center. There was no games on ESPN. You got the Braves, the Cubs, and your local team. So
yeah, the NBC game of the week.
And the NBC game of the week,
or
right?
Maybe Monday Night Baseball.
That was a thing for a little for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then you got the NBC game of the week. But by and large, like, you just didn't get to see these guys. And if you were a kid, you had baseball cards, so you saw them on your baseball cards. So the All-Star game, really, from that standpoint, was an opportunity to see players play that you never got to see play. And then for them playing together was always really, really cool and something to see.
Well, like the idea of, okay, we could see Paul Skeens pitch against Aaron Judge. That'd be like something that you could only do in fantasy in your head, or if they ever made the World Series.
Also a great point.
Watered down now by interleague play and the balanced schedule, which you see there's benefits to it. One of the drawbacks is it takes away a little bit of the luster of the All-Star game.
Well, and the MLB All-Star game used to actually mean something in terms of...
But that was ridiculous.
That's
meant something.
See, I think,
that's how young
they
he
should
is.
go back to that. Yes.
No, the All-Star. I mean, I couldn't disagree with you more, and I'll make the same arguments I made at the time back in the early 2000s.
Again, Vinny, he's so young.
Yes.
That's how he grew up.
Right. Yes.
He grew up with it.
It used to mean something.
Right. They started that in 2003.
Isn't that crazy?
That the All-Star game winner, that team's champion, would have home field advantage in the World Series because of the tie game in 2002. the way the All-Star game works is you have players at the end of the bench who are getting into the game.
Who decide home field advantage.
You're having a guy from the
Sure.
Kansas City Royals deciding home field advantage for somebody.
Who's the guy
they
that
weren't
hit-
even going to make the playoffs.
Who's the guy that hit the home run to win the game the very first year they did this in 2003? I even forget his name. I know what you're saying. They are still all All-Stars, though, but those players that were in the game late. It's just not the premier guys deciding.
Well, but now, again, this is recency bias as well. Especially when the Diamondbacks went to the World Series and the expansion of the playoffs, like now that those players that are playing in the All-Star game, you don't know if you're going to make it into the playoffs, and it could mean a little more. I'm just in the camp of wanting to see the All-Star game actually mean
But it's an exhibition, so the thought is it shouldn't mean anything.
Yeah, and these players don't treat it like it means anything either. I mean, they'll play for their one inning or so, and that's about. How many guys tap out that don't want to play at all?
By the way, Hank Blaylock in 2003.
Texas Rangers
was the guy who hit the
That's
game-winning
right.
homer to give the American League a 7-6 win and secure. This is the first year Bud Selig did this now. A home field advantage in the 2003 World Series. So Hank Blaylock.
All right, that's a juicy bit of All-Star trivia.
It is. You got some more?
Yeah.
All right.
Because it is the middle of July.
Babe Ruth.
I got some trivia for you guys,
Yeah.
okay?
Go.
We'll start off with some Diamondbacks All-Star trivia. In Diamondbacks history, they've had 5 different left-handed pitchers named All-Stars. Can you name all 5?
Randy Johnson.
Yes.
Robbie Ray.
Yes.
I'm not.
Mad Bum wasn't.
Nope.
Oh, boy, after that.
This is some dead air.
Yeah. You give up already?
What years? Do you have the years?
I don't have the years in front of me.
No worries.
Wade Miley.
Ah, yes.
Patrick Corbin.
Yep.
And how'd you guys forget Joe Mantiply?
Oh, that's right.
He just
That
got
year he was-
Mantiplied.
Right. Wow.
All right, who are the only 2 Diamondbacks catchers to be named All-Stars?
Miggy.
Yep.
Damian Miller.
Correct. Let's see what else we got here. What player has the most all-time hits in All-Star competition with 23?
For the Diamondbacks or just All-Star?
No.
Obviously all time.
All time.
Pete Rose.
Willie Mays.
Willie Mays is the correct answer.
Bam!
Because he went every year and he probably played 6 or 7 innings.
Played in 38 All-Star
There was a
games.
4 or 5 year stretch in the late 50s and early 60s where they had 2 All-Star games per year.
Whoa.
So Hank Aaron actually had 25 All-Star appearances in 23 seasons.
Yes.
That's a record that will never be touched.
Never be broken. What player became the youngest All-Star MVP when he won the honor at 22 years, 119 days old at the game played in Denver in 2021?
Juan Soto? No.
Nope.
2021.
Yes.
Oh. I don't know.
Vlad Guerrero.
Oh.
Vlad Jr.
I got more for you later on.
All right. Stay tuned.
Yeah. I had some time on my
Just
hands.
give me one more. Come on, just
One more?
Yeah, give me one more quick.
Name the only 4 catchers to start 10 or more All-Star games.
A lot of catcher trivia in honor of Cal Raleigh.
Johnny Bench.
Johnny Bench is one.
Pudge Rodriguez.
Pudge Rodriguez.
Yachty.
No.
Oh.
Mike Piazza.
Mike Piazza.
What's the number
Salvador
again?
Perez.
How many?
10 or more. This particular catcher started 11.
Yogi Berra.
Yogi Berra is
Bam!
correct. You guys got your caps on today. I love it. More All-Star trivia to come. Coming up, what is Rob Manfred's biggest regret as a commissioner? Jeez, how much time do we have here, Jarrett? And what big change could he soon be bringing to Major League Baseball? We'll tell you what the commish said about it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. sounds like it smells amazing.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Cattell Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez represent the Diamondbacks in tonight's All-Star game. Will all of them represent the Diamondbacks after the month of July? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
I think if you got one chance to turn the clock back and undo something, that would probably be the thing that I would undo. I did learn a couple of things from it. Number one, you know, I'm a lawyer by training. You know, you say things to defend a position. In this case, it was, you know, what we had decided to do with respect to the Astros and that whole situation. You say things to defend your decision. And one of the things I've learned, you know, at some point, you put your decision out there and let people think what they think, and you're better off.
Yeah.
You know, you really are better off, because the guy who thinks you're wrong, the chances you're turning them around ain't
Never.
that good.
Yeah, especially in this world. Yeah.
Just not that good, you know? And so, yeah, I really did learn something from it. I think it made me better at the job as time has gone on.
That is Rob Manfred, the commissioner of Major League Baseball, yucking it up with the McAfee show.
Yucking it up.
At the All-Star game at Atlanta, talking about what he regrets the most. Revisiting the Astros cheating scandal, says he wish he could handle that. He did mishandle that pretty badly.
Allowing them all immunity
Yeah.
to speak.
And basically the immunity allowed the members of the Astros to thumb their nose at the rest of the baseball world and get away with it. And the Astros will forever be tainted by that because of the way they handled it and the reaction to Rob Manfred's reaction. But, yeah, the immunity that was granted in that was just a gigantic misstep.
Yeah, it's the classic velvet hammer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it didn't sit well. They cheated the game. They cheated their
And
opponents,
benefited to the ultimate degree by winning a World Series.
benefited to the ultimate degree. And then you remember the whole World Series trophy?
Calling it a hunk of metal?
Right. Now, what was interesting to me about that, and this is where he kind of just references being a lawyer and trying to defend. I think what he was saying was at the time, and it was a giant miss. Let me not bury the lead. It was a giant miss, and it did not land the way he intended it to land. But somebody asked him. He was asked the question, "Will you take away their trophy?" And I think what Manfred was thinking was they've already had the celebration. They've already had that feeling of winning the World Series. They've already had those celebrations, those memories like that. You can't take that away.
Mm-hmm.
So if I physically take away the trophy, I'm only taking away a hunk of metal because they have all those experiences and I can't take those away.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is it landed like the World Series trophy is just a hunk of metal. It doesn't mean anything. And man, did that not sit well with players and with fans, and it really buried him. For the likes of which he's still kind of trying to recover.
I agree.
In the court of public opinion as a commissioner.
And I think in a large way, and I've not been a fan of what he's done as commissioner. I think he's mishandled a lot of things, and I don't think he's a smooth communicator, and that was one of the examples. I get what he was trying to say there. Used college football as the example. Player gets impermissible benefits after he won the Heisman Trophy. Had that season. Everybody remembers the great season that player had. Oh, slap on the wrist. We're taking away your trophy, and there's an asterisk by your name, or you have to vacate that trophy. The vacation of things in sports after they've occurred is the most useless penalty ever.
And that's the thing. Like, did anybody really not consider Reggie Bush a Heisman Trophy winner?
No.
Did he not have that season? Does he not have those memories?
Yes.
Does he not have his place in history as a Heisman Trophy winner? So, yes, you take away the trophy, you're just taking away a physical object. And that's what Manfred was trying to say.
Yeah.
It was just...
It was sloppily done, clumsily done.
And you shouldn't have said it.
Yeah.
Because for the players and the fans, the trophy has meaning beyond that.
And I think a lot of what Rob Manfred has done in the years following that particularly, getting back on the field in 2020 during COVID, that was a mess. There's been some missteps, but with the rule changes that have come into play, the pitch clock being most notable, baseball's, I think, on an upswing. I think he's done a lot to repair his image among baseball fans. But there's something looming in the future, and that is the end of the CBA. And everybody looks at a looming work stoppage, and it's already being talked about. Salary cap in Major League Baseball. Rob Manfred reportedly is pushing the Players Association to get on board with a salary cap. They've said historically, no, that's one thing we will never agree to. Here's Rob Manfred talking with the McAfee Show on that subject.
We begin on every issue by listening to our fans. I think it is undeniable. If you're denying it, you're not being honest, that we have fans in markets who believe they don't have a fair opportunity to compete. You can blame the owner or whatever. It's the system. It is the system that produces that. And at the end of the day, what we sell is competition. And so anything that undermines competition, which I believe the issue you're raising does, sooner or later we're going to have to come to grips with that issue, 100%.
Do you agree with that? I think there are what Rob Manfred described there are teams, the Colorado Rockies, the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Athletics, wherever they call home now. They are not equipped. And the Athletics, the A's historically have been a team that has risen above. The Tampa Bay Rays are a team that has risen above. Not a free spending team. They find a way to compete. They're really good at playing their game within the rules of the bigger picture in Major League Baseball. I don't necessarily agree. As much as I'm turned off by what the Dodgers are doing, and not by spending, that's the system that's in place now. The deferred payments, I think, needs to be reined in for Major League Baseball if they want this to continue. I don't necessarily agree that they need a salary cap. I think there are ways to compete in the sport under the current system with some tweaks.
Let me think about this for a second, because I don't want to flat out disagree with you, although I have no problem doing that. But
look, Murata, you're an idiot.
Because I do agree with you that smart teams with not the biggest payrolls in the league can draft well, develop well, catch lightning in a bottle, and have a really good season, and maybe even win a championship. Totally agree with that. I just wonder if those situations, though, are becoming more and more an outlier when the lavish spending of the big market teams continue to escalate. Now, you look at the Pittsburgh Pirates, not great ownership, not great player development.
The fact that they've got Paul Skeens in their system now, and he's in his second year as a major leaguer, and he's in his second All-Star game already, and there's talk of him, he's just going to get unloaded. Well, that's a problem,
right? And that's
the Chicago White Sox biggest free agent contract that they've ever given a player is $75 million to Andrew Benintendi. That's in a major market for an established franchise. That's unacceptable. I don't point to the teams at the top of the spending list as much as you point to those bottom teams: Colorado, Chicago, or the White Sox, the Pirates. They're not doing it right.
They're not doing it right, but you could. Vinny, the way this is trending, and this is where I'll just push back a little bit. Like if we're where we're at now, to me, that gap is just going to get wider and wider as these teams continue to build wealth, however they build it, with their outside entities and obviously their television deals and their media and all that kind of stuff.
Yes,
I think we're going to see it get wider and wider and wider. And does Major League Baseball need to step in to at least prevent that?
Well, that's to my point. I think the gap gets wider if you allow the Los Angeles Dodgers to spend $1 billion in an offseason and defer 80% of it into the 2040s. That is going to make the gap wider, quicker than just the spending would. If they want to spend money, that's great. They got to pay for it. They can't put it on layaway. That's the rule I think that needs to be changed.
I totally
agree.
And
look, that applies to the Diamondbacks because they've also deferred a lot of the payments to Corbin Burns. The Diamondbacks, once upon a time, won a World Series, largely based on deferred payments. That's a problem to me.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I just look historically, though, at the way this is going, not only recently, but the way it potentially could go, and the gap is just going to get wider and wider and wider. You're right. The blame does not just go at the feet of a non-salary cap situation to certain teams like the Pittsburgh Pirates. There has to be accountability there.
Yep.
But I do think at some point, whether it's deferred payments like you're talking about, or any kind of somewhat of a salary cap, at some point, I do think it has to be reined in a little bit.
Coming up next, the big stories on this Tuesday morning, or those stories that most closely resemble the big stories of this Tuesday morning.
As big as they get.
As big as they get at this time of the year.
Tough week.
Sammy's going to take us through them next in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They're going to need Kyler Murray to play very, very well. They're going to need him to be in the MVP conversation going into the second half of the season. For me, December, especially now that the season bleeds into January. So for me, it's going into December. If he's in that conversation, that means the Arizona Cardinals are winning games.
It's got to be like you could bring it up in December and you wouldn't get laughed out of the room.
Correct.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes. Teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Summer Suns, despite having all 5 recent draft picks, fell to the Kings last night, 94-76 in Vegas, but Ryan Dunn continues to show signs of some offensive growth. The Mercury beat the Golden State Valkyries 78-77 Monday night. Thanks to Alyssa Thomas's free throw with 1 second remaining, the Mercury are now 15-6, which is good for the WNBA's second best record. In the home run derby, Seattle Mariner catcher and home run leader Cal Raleigh outdueled Tampa Bay Rays third baseman Junior Caminero and is your 2025 home run derby champion. And tonight, the MLB All-Star game will take place in Atlanta. Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal will be on the mound. Ketel Marte will bat third and start at second base for the National League, and Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez from your Snakes will also see some action tonight. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. weekly in Milano mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:33. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot, and some may say the slowest week in sports, but to those, I say you're not looking hard enough. The Summer League, the All-Star Game. Tomorrow is the ESPYs. We're celebrating sports. And Thursday, the Open Championship across the pond. But we start with the MLB All-Star Game being tonight. Ketel Marte starting at second. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez will get some action. But right now, the main conversation in Phoenix is what the Snakes will do at the deadline. And here was Eugenio Suarez about going about these trade rumors.
Obviously, it's hard because after the game, before the game, you always see the media and the rumor is there, But for me, I just need to, prepare myself for that game. For the day, I prepare myself for that game. In the future, I don't have control about it.
So Eugenio's not necessarily concerned about these trade rumors, but real quick, if I may, the last time the Diamondbacks were sellers at the deadline was 2020. They were heavy sellers. They got rid of Starling Marte, Andrew Chafin, Robbie Ray, and Archie Bradley. Fine. In return, they received 7 players, none of which are in the Diamondbacks organization anymore. Does that give you any trepidation at all when talking about this trade deadline?
Since you presented it that way, yeah.
Well, I guess it does.
A little bit.
Is the same guy making the trades?
I mean, all due respect to those players you mentioned, and I mean, 5 years ago is a long time in sports when you consider the sports landscape. But when you present it that way, yeah, I think this year's group of available players at the deadline is better than that group collectively, so they might be able to fetch more. But now, do you have the names in front of you?
No, but I have the most relevant of the 7 that stayed with the team the longest. Okay. It was a pitcher. Where is he?
If you got to look it up, it doesn't.
Oh, no. Caleb Smith. If you remember Caleb Smith.
I do.
He had a 1.1 WAR in his time here, so.
That was the most.
Yes.
Oof.
And keep in mind, like you said, 5 years ago is a long time, but Robbie Ray is one of the best pitchers in the MLB. At the time, Archie Bradley was a high-quality reliever. Starling Marte, I mean, he is what he is at this point in his MLB career, and
But we got to remember, that was the worst team in baseball in 2020 and 2021.
It was, but this team's not the worst team in baseball.
No.
That's what I'm trying to kind of bring it all back to.
No, but you can't bite off your nose to spite your face and hang on to guys that you could lose in the offseason anyway,
right,
on a team that you believe is not going to contend. And obviously, if you trade these players, you believe they're not going to contend here in 2025.
True.
Yeah. So that leads me into my next. We're going to play a little more likely than, or more likely to, and we start with the 4 Diamondbacks that are rumored to being traded. Is it more likely that all or none of those 4 Diamondbacks are traded?
I think it's more likely that all of them are traded than none.
100%.
But again, I'm basing that on what I believe they should do.
Mm-hmm.
And the results tell you they should do this.
And also what you think they're going to do before the All-Star break. Like, you don't expect them to come charging out of the All-Star break.
No, I mean, they get back
before
at
the
it.
trade deadline.
They get back at it Friday night against the Cardinals at Chase Field. I think they'll win 1 or 2 of those games, and they'll follow that up by winning 1 or 2 of the games in the next series. I mean, they've had 4 4-game series this year. They've gone 2-2 in all 4 of them. No matter how you break it down, we talked about these stretches of schedule, like, hey, this is a big 9 games against bad teams. They didn't do well during that stretch. 17 games in a row heading into the All-Star break. They went 6-11. They've proven, with all the conditions and all the things that have been thrown at them, who they are. Mm-hmm. So I don't expect them to just recharge the batteries and go on a run after the All-Star break.
I expect Suarez at this point now and Gallen to be dealt for sure. Probably Naylor as well. If they're going to keep one guy, probably because they believe maybe he'll stick around next year, is Merrill Kelly.
All right, we'll switch gears. Yesterday we talked about Kyler Murray and the quarterback rankings. So is it more likely that Kyler Murray is a top 10 quarterback or bottom 10 quarterback this year?
Ooh.
Oh, this year.
Yeah.
Let's be
much like the Diamondbacks. Can't we just stick him in the middle?
Nope.
That's where he is on all the rankings.
Yes,
is like
and that's where he probably
12
will
to
be.
16.
I mean, history would tell you he's more likely to be a bottom 10, but let's be optimistic on this one.
Okay.
Let's say because if the Cardinals want to achieve their goals, he's got to be a top 10 guy.
Yeah.
I think he shows he'll be a top 10 guy in the first part of the season and a bottom 10 guy in the latter part of the season. Maybe this is finally the year where he breaks that trend and he's playing his best football of the season in December as opposed to the worst.
Great.
So let's stay optimistic.
Let's stay optimistic. And this is a fun one. Is it more likely you'll watch the full 9 innings of the All-Star game tonight or watch back-to-back Summer League games tonight?
More likely that I'll watch all 9 innings of the All-Star game.
It has a local
The
connection.
Suns aren't playing tonight.
Right.
It's hard enough to watch the Suns Summer League games
Yeah,
sometimes.
yeah.
Watching other teams,
The Summer League is a hard watch.
Unless Cooper Flagg was out there tonight.
He's not.
Well,
Cooper Flagg's not walking through that door.
No, he's not. Okay, that's where I stood.
Yeah.
But all right, so it is Vinny's birthday.
I'm more likely probably to even flip on a movie channel or two.
There you go. So it is Vinny's birthday, and so I wanted to ask you, and then Tim, you can weigh in on this. If the sports gods were to grant you one birthday wish, what would it be for this year?
Oh, for this year.
For this year?
Yeah, because you make a birthday wish every year,
Right.
Ideally.
And sports related. The sports gods, not actual God.
Much different answers there, Jared. Good point.
Yeah.
Good delineation.
Yeah.
I have free reign. Anything?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd
related.
I'd like DePaul to win the national basketball championship.
Oh, that's okay.
Sports gods are miracle workers now.
That's gonna.
I
that
would
might
say,
take quite a few gods.
I would say for this year, ASU football wins it all. Wins the college football playoffs.
That's an okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
Hey, they were in the field last year.
What would you say, Sammy? What is your favorite sport of all the sports?
Brophy to win the 6A football title.
Right now, for Sammy, it would be that Ketel Marte gets more than 1.5 base hits
Exactly.
in tonight's All-Star game.
No.
Come on.
No. Oh man, my favorite is the Suns, and so my wish would be the Suns to win the NBA championship, especially given that Booker is the main source of that now. He's been aside from Nash, my favorite Arizona athlete.
Yeah.
And so this year, against all odds, trade everything, Beal's gone.
See,
that'd be it.
But this is where the original question is interesting because I treated it as a sports god question, not a you find a magic lamp and you get three wishes. Because that to me is a genie scenario.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's true. There's a lot of ways I can go about this. This may be a fun conversation for the rest of the week of things we could fill time with. But I did my best. There's the reboot.
Sammy, you did fantastic.
Thanks.
That was wildly entertaining.
Yeah, there we go.
The Rush Hour reboot every morning at 7:30. Right now, time for Character Counts, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Arizona Cardinals offensive lineman Kelvin Beachum has a long track record of giving back to the community. And last week, the big man performed another big gesture, partnering with World Vision and Church of God in Christ. Beachum helped hand out clothing, diapers, toys, home goods, groceries, personal care products, and more to nearly 1,000 families, doubling the expected turnout at the event. Since coming to Arizona in 2020, Kelvin has placed importance on trying to help the needy, and in addition to the event last week, Beachum has also donated his time and money to various school initiatives and STEM. Well done, Calvin Beachum, and to everybody involved in the event. And remember, Character Counts is presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, your one-stop shop for total home comfort. Coming up, we continue The Tuesday edition. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. With more Tim Ring today.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I hope they, as an organization, know what they're doing when it comes to building a basketball franchise.
Well, we're going to figure that out.
I mean,
we're going to know, and Booker's going to figure it out too.
And honestly, if you're going to ask me which of these thoughts do I believe in more, that Devin Booker's going to be fine and he's going to get back on track next year, or the Phoenix Suns, they know exactly what they're doing and how to build this around him, I have way more doubt about the Suns organization and their ability to build this around him than I do about Devin Booker and whether he's going to be fine or not. I just don't know.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know all about game changers, and all over the valley, that's what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing. They are changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find, and you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants. New Life Dental Implant Center uses more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. Each new smile is digitally designed so you heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. So heads up to all denture wearers, veterans, anyone tired of dealing with dental issues, listen up. At New Life Dental Implant Center, that new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.99% 60-month financing on Camry, Corolla, RAV4, and Grand Highlander. Plus, check out great lease deals on any new Toyota. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.99% with $18.87 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 8/4/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Diamondbacks All-Star are you most interested to see play in the Midsummer Classic? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I guess it's pretty good. So, usually, the guy that's leading the league of homers doesn't win the whole thing. So that's just as surprising to me as anybody else. So, just what a, unbelievable chance, opportunity I've gotten here. And, I was able to take advantage of it, and it's just so fun, and just to do it with my family was awesome.
That is Cal Raleigh of the Seattle Mariners, this year's home run derby champion. He put on a show last night. It was okay.
It was too long of a show.
It was too long of a show.
I can tell you that. I mean, it was getting up to 3 hours when it was all said and done. You know, in theory, you want to like it. You want to enjoy it. They got to tighten it up. The visual aspects of it when you're watching it on television are a disaster with the split screen.
Mm-hmm.
They brought in Pat McAfee for introductions. That rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. I mean, Pat McAfee's not for everybody. I know why they did it. They're trying to connect to the younger audience, which baseball sorely needs. But Pat out there with a sleeveless jersey, screaming into the mic, almost calling the Pittsburgh Pirates the Pittsburgh Steelers at one point. I think that was a miss. The actual performances by the players outside of Jazz Chisholm, I thought from their individual achievement standpoint, I thought they all did pretty well.
I'm glad you brought that up. It was last night. The numbers of the first round competitors, it was pretty close. I mean,
yeah.
Matt Olson had 15 home runs, was the lowest total until Jazz Chisholm put up 3. It was one of the worst home run derby performances we've ever seen from anybody.
It's also somebody that shouldn't have even been invited.
No, I agree with that. If you look back even 2 years ago to the way the format was, Julio Rodriguez hit 41 home runs in the first round. 41 2 years ago. That's just too much.
It's too much.
But then in history also you've had matchups like third round semifinals in 2014. Todd Frazier beat Giancarlo Stanton 1-0. There's got to be an in-between there. I think yesterday was kind of the in-between. It was an okay field. Like James Wood, he's going to be a superstar. Most of the world doesn't know about James Wood right now. Most of the world doesn't know about Junior Caminero. A lot more people do. He might be the big winner in increase of profile after all of this is Junior Caminero because he did acquit himself quite nicely. But he plays in Tampa Bay. He's going back to play in a minor league stadium for the rest of the season, and nobody's going to watch the Rays play unless they make the playoffs.
To your point, I think a lot of those players were not household names. Even Cal Raleigh's starting to just emerge in that department. He's been around a couple of years now.
Mm-hmm.
But I think visibility and notoriety for those particular players were certainly helped last night. Along those same lines, like where are your regular team's uniforms? Like
they're coming back tonight.
They're coming back tonight for the game.
Which is the way that it should be.
And that's fantastic. But
why can't they wear warm-up jerseys last night? Every team's got warm-up jerseys.
Sure. Just to further solidify who these guys are and who they play for.
That being said,
wear a three-piece suit.
See, now you're
or a Halloween costume.
The uniforms they wore last night, I actually kind of liked them.
They were fine aesthetically. Yeah. They looked good.
Now everybody was wearing. Everybody in the American League was wearing number 3 for Babe Ruth, and everybody in the National League was wearing number 44 for Hank Aaron. Oh, okay.
So do you think a problem that none of the big stars were in this? Or is it actually smart of MLB to sort of showcase their younger up-and-coming stars on a big stage like this? Because one thing baseball has had a problem with probably since, what would you say, the 90s, is building superstars compared to the NBA and NFL, like household names and stuff. And if, the big dumper now all of a sudden has a bigger audience and a bigger profile because of this, that could only be good. Like you mentioned, James Wood could be a future superstar.
Right, but let me ask you this, though. They did that because they had to do it. I mean, if Aaron Judge and Ohtani and Schwarber and all these guys wanted to compete, they wouldn't have said, no, we're going to market our young guys. No,
right.
Those guys would have been out there.
And we even got a touch of that last night, too. How many times during his career in basketball has LeBron James on the day of the dunk contest say, I'm going to do this at some point? He still has never participated.
Right.
Last night we got Ellie De La Cruz of the Reds,
they put him on the spot. They put
him on the spot. And he said, I'm not going to do it now, but I'd like to do this sometime in the future. He's a guy that people would want to watch.
Of course. But he was also in a position, like I said, put on the spot live on national TV.
What's he gonna say? No, this is a stupid event.
I'm never doing this.
What a waste of time.
This is gonna screw up my swing.
Well, that's the thing to look for now. I mean, I mentioned Caminero being maybe the biggest winner in terms of profile boost. At one point, it looked like he was going to pass out. He was so tired last night from just the constant swings.
Actually, the big winner, I just got word, Willie Bloomquist has offered the center field kid a 4-year scholarship to play for the Sun Devils, play center field beginning in 2031. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about.
Some play out there.
He robbed kids shagging balls in the outfield, robbed Caminero of a home run in the finals. Now, they counted it eventually, but I don't think you're supposed to do that.
No, you're not.
You're not Jackson Merrill out there.
That's what I'd be doing out there. I'd be trying to make plays. He made a nice play out there.
You got the platform, you got the stage, you got to perform.
You only got one shot.
Opportunity.
I got more All-Star trivia for you dopes.
Let's go.
I got more All-Star trivia for you people.
Speaking of the home run derby, who has the most combined home runs in home run derby competition?
Pete Alonso.
Pete Alonso is the correct answer.
Great
He's
call,
participated
Sammy.
5 times. He's got 207 home runs.
Won twice, too, right?
Yes, he has. Who are the only 3 pitchers to start 5 different All-Star games?
Wow. Nolan Ryan.
Nope.
Greg Maddux.
Nope.
Clemens.
Nope.
Randy.
Nope. Dang. Randy got to 4.
Pedro.
Nope. Got to go way back.
Ty Cobb.
Tom Seaver.
30s, 40s, 50s, 60s.
We're talking about pitchers, right?
Sandy
Yes.
Koufax.
Nope.
Damn.
One of Sandy Koufax's teammates.
Don Drysdale.
Don Drysdale is one.
Dandy Don.
Now
Cy Young.
this is a tough one.
No, Cy Young played in the 1900s.
Lefty Gomez and Robin Roberts. Not the
Robin
former,
Roberts from
not the former
Good Morning
sports-
America.
She does it all. I would not have gotten those other
That's
two.
a tough
I'm glad
one.
you cut it. Yeah.
Who's the only player to hit a grand slam in All-Star competition?
Fred Lynn.
That is correct. Do you remember-
1983.
Do you remember who he hit it off of?
Atley Hammaker.
Very well done.
Jeez.
Fred Lynn follows me on Twitter for some reason. What player has the only inside the park home run in All-Star history? Happened in 2007.
Oh. Ichiro?
Ichiro is correct.
Oh, my God. That's a hell of a pull. Did you know that or were you guessing?
Feeling it. Well, 2007.
That's right in your wheelhouse.
Yeah.
6 different stadiums in New York have hosted an All-Star game. Can you name them?
No.
Yankee Stadium.
Well, Yankee Stadium.
Well, it's Yankee Stadium 1 and 2.
And
Yeah.
2.
That counts as 2 different ones?
Yes.
Shea Stadium.
Shea
3.
Stadium.
Citi Field.
Citi Field is 4.
The Polo Grounds is
Polo
5.
Grounds
Ebbets
is 5.
Field.
And Ebbets Field, 6.
Ebbets Field.
That wasn't hard because that was just all of the stadiums that there have been.
True. Which active franchise is the only franchise never to host an All-Star game?
Oh, that's good.
The Rays?
Correct.
Yeah.
Because it's not a major league stadium that they play in.
The
They
Trop.
played there for 6 months, Jaron. Oh, you're talking about their regular
No, I'm
stadium?
saying their regular
The
stadium.
Trop, yeah.
Yeah, the Trop.
Tropicana.
Yikes. And finally, what's the only team to have 4 different players win the All-Star Game Home Run Derby?
Oh,
And if you can name the players, you get a bonus.
the Braves?
Nope.
Yankees?
The Yankees is the correct answer. Can you
So-
name the 4 winners?
Babe Ruth?
No. They're going way too far
I
back.
don't think they had the home run derby.
That'd be fun.
Babe Ruth stretched his career into the late 80s.
Mickey
The-
Mantle.
The 80s and beyond, Sammy.
The Yankees. Okay.
Jason Giambi.
A-Rod.
Giambi. A-Rod never won it.
Stanton.
Nope.
Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge won it in 2017. There was a Yankee who won it the year it was here in Phoenix.
Tino Martinez.
Tino Martinez won it in 97. That was the first one to win it.
Okay.
But you're just missing 2011 here at Chase Field.
That wasn't Jason Giambi year.
Nope. Robinson Cano.
Yes.
Ah,
Oh,
don't
I
you know?
remember. I remember that.
There's your trip down.
Murderers Row and then Cano. Remember that?
Oh, All-Star Games got us all.
And stay tuned
all nostalgic.
for more trivia, a special birthday edition of Vinny Joe Trivia coming up with Jody Jackson.
I don't even know how to feel about this. This is such
So
a,
it's a
such a
birthday
rare
present from me
gift.
to
We
you.
haven't played Vinny Joe Trivia in forever.
I haven't even been
It's
here.
the pandemic.
Coming up, this is going to be your first Vinny Joe Trivia experience, Sammy. Buckle up, young man. Can the Diamondbacks turn it around after the break, or is it just too late? We'll get into it next. Tim Ring in for Bick today. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, "He has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options." End quote. So it continues to be up in the air. And when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on arizonasports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with some great advice for sports fans. If you are looking to upgrade your viewing experience, stay away from the big box stores and head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance. And here's why. Waltz will give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and all the major name brands you are looking for. And you will not pay a premium for all that because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. To prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message today, rates may apply.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Summer Suns, despite having all 5 recent draft picks, fell to the Kings last night, 94-76 in Vegas, but Ryan Dunn continued to show some signs of some offensive growth. The Phoenix Mercury beat the Golden State Valkyries 78-77 Monday night thanks to Alyssa Thomas's free throw with 1 second remaining. The Mercury are now 15-6, which is good for the WNBA's second best record. And last night in the home run derby, Seattle Mariner catcher and home run leader Cal Raleigh outdueled Tampa Bay Rays third baseman Junior Caminero and is your 2025 home run derby champion. Tonight, the MLB All-Star game will take place in Atlanta. Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal will be on the mound, and Ketel Marte will bat third and start at second base for the National League. And Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez from the Snakes will also see some action tonight. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez represent the Diamondbacks in tonight's All-Star game. Will all of them represent the Diamondbacks after the month of July? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Fundamental baseball. Playing hard, keeping focused, and going out and just winning baseball games because we're a good baseball team that does things at a very high level. If you break it down, I think it's all starting with pitching and defense, and when we do it that way, it looks like it does today, and we feel like we're very capable, but we got to take it one day at a time, just go out there and do our job.
Tory Lavell, after Sunday's win in Anaheim, wrapped up the pre-All-Star break portion of the Diamondbacks schedule. When they get back at it on Friday against the Cardinals, they will do so. They'll bring a 47-50 record with them. So what does that leave? It's 97 games.
65?
Is it that? Yeah, 65 games, 162.
I was told there'd be no math.
Yeah, my goodness gracious. Steam coming out of the ears.
I started saying that, and I was like, wow, my brain just does not want to work that way
I can't do it. I can't.
65 games left. We're talking certainly more about the possibility or likelihood of trades being made at the deadline, which is in about 2 weeks, than we are of, hey, this is just a matter of time until the D-backs got this together. And I think that's been kind of a talking point of the first half of the season for much of the time leading up to this, Tim, is that this team is too. How many times have we heard Tory Lavell say this is a good baseball team, better than what we're putting out there, and yet that's still kind of the beating of the drum. When you continue to cry wolf, people stop believing you.
Well, he also, and Tory's not wrong when he says this, hey, if we put it all together, quality starting pitching, timely hitting, a bullpen that does its job, that's the way it's supposed to look. We can be a pretty good baseball team. Well, there's 20 teams in Major League Baseball that can say the same thing. Hey, when we pitch well and hit well and close the games out, from the bullpen standpoint, we can be pretty good. Well, exactly. The problem is, Vinny, you're right. We're closing in on 100 games. Injuries have taken their toll. You kind of are who you are at this point. I thought prior to the road trip, and then after they won 2 of 3 in San Diego, you're like, listen, not that Mike Hazen's going to go out and buy himself a bullpen or trade for a bullpen, but you thought maybe there was enough there for them to stand pat and just kind of roll with their guys and not have a fire sale. But then you lose 3 out of 4, and it's just more reinforcements to the front office that this is who this team is. And not only are we not going to be buyers, we have to start looking at the long-term future of the club and the contract situations of Gallen and Naylor and Suarez and say to yourself, we gave it a shot. Injuries put us behind the 8 ball, haven't played to our capabilities, weren't very good even before the rash of injuries. So this team's always been missing a little something. Maybe it's time to look towards the future, look towards 2027, and see what you can get for a guy like Suarez, see what you can get for a guy like Gallen.
Yeah, and
I hate that. I hate that, but you got to be smart about it.
In the reboot, Sammy asked the question, what's more likely, all or none? It's going to be a combination. And we had Bob Nightingale on, who covers Major League Baseball. He lives in Phoenix, so he's got pretty good intel when it comes to the Arizona Diamondbacks and what he's hearing about the league. And you asked him the question yesterday, who's a guy who could maybe survive the trade deadline in terms of one of these candidates, and this is what he said.
If I could see some guy stay, it might be Merrill Kelly, Arizona native. He's not going to be that expensive as a free agent because of his age. So I think if any of the four could stay, it would be him.
Yeah, and I think if the results individually for Zack Gallen, for instance, were different this year, and Zack has had a nightmare of a season. His 5.4 ERA is the highest among any qualified starting pitcher at the break. Second on that list is Brandon Pfaadt at 5.16. Eduardo Rodriguez does not qualify because of his innings pitched.
But if he did?
If he did, he would be in last place at 5.94. But if Gallen was pitching better and the results were the same, winning percentage-wise, it would be a difficult decision because you would think, all right, Zack Gallen's pitching at the top of his game. That's a guy you keep around. But Bob Nightingale also said, expect him to get over $100 million in free agency. There's no way the Arizona Diamondbacks could justify spending that type of money on Zack Gallen after the performance he's put out there this year.
Okay, and very valid. And if Mike Hazen, Derek Hall, and Ken Kendrick feel the same way, then he's absolutely going to be traded.
Yes.
Because a contending team, despite his struggles this year, that's the kind of guy you're looking for to pick up. Now, you only have control for a couple months, so it's going to limit what the D-backs can get back in return. That's a problem. But you don't think the Yankees, forget any contending team, would love to add a Zack Gallen to their rotation,
and
who's actually pitched pretty well in 2 of his last 3 outings? He's going to be in demand.
Yeah, and we both expressed confidence in Zack Gallen, and Bob Nightingale did as well yesterday. He gets traded. Wouldn't shock me at all to see him really boost a team's fortunes in the second half of the season. He's too good a pitcher to go through what he's gone through on a consistent basis this year.
Isn't that the line then the Diamondbacks have to walk then? Because you mentioned he's been good, fairly good recently. If they think that he can't possibly stay like this, he's going to be good down the stretch for somebody, then how do they think, well, why can't that be us then? Because if Zack Gallen becomes an ace down the stretch, isn't that what the D-backs need to get back towards a playoff push? That's what's been missing.
I know what you're saying. My answer to that would be, and I don't know how Mike Hazen feels, but my answer would be, even if Zack Gallen went 7-0 post All-Star break, is that enough to propel this team into a wild card?
Is the whole deeper?
I don't think it is.
Jerry, you're asking a valid question. That's exactly what they need to turn it around. But you have to start asking yourself the question, or maybe you're past asking the question, is it possible here? It doesn't look like it's possible here. He's not been good this year.
And first of all, I don't think that would be possible that he would go 6-0, 7-0.
Not based on what we've seen.
But I also believe, even bigger picture, the macro look at this, that even if Zack Gallen did that, I'm not sure this team has enough to hoist itself back into legitimately the wild card race. There's a couple teams that hurdle. They're just too inconsistent.
And you have to ask yourself the question, too, in making these deals. First, are these guys you want to bring back? And again, on the Zack Gallen front, I don't think he's justified interest from the Diamondbacks moving forward at a hefty price tag. But when you consider the position players that are supposedly available at the trade deadline, it's both corner infield spots at third base, where Suarez is having a career year, and Josh Naylor, who's, 26 years old still at this point.
Almost hitting 300.
And he's had a good season. He's been a drop-off defensively at that position from Christian Walker, as we all expected it to be. But if you're the Diamondbacks, do you want to go into 2026 with potentially big gaps at both corner infield spots? At some point, you're handing the reins to Jordan Lawler, but he's giving you no reason at the major league level to have confidence in that.
Back at you.
If there's a fire sale in a couple of weeks here, I think 2026 is already sharpied in
as a rebuild
year.
I mean, you're already not going to have Corbin Burns.
And that's exactly...
And potentially not Zack Gallen and Merrill Kelly as well.
That's exactly why. I mean, you're just not going to have the horses. You can catch lightning in a bottle, I guess, but I mean... Organizationally speaking, you have to look at 2026 as a rebuilding year. You know what's really sucks about baseball, though? Zack Gallen, not worth 120, 150 million. D-backs shouldn't do that. Why should another team do it then? Why is there another team that's going to look at Zack Gallen and say, you're worth this?
A, they're more equipped to do it financially. They're more comfortable in that playground and didn't spend $230 $10 million on Corbin Burns last December. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the D-backs take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Just text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. Once again, that's half, H-A-L-F, to 620-620. Coming up next, how much did a summer sun stinker dampen our optimism, if at all? We'll get into some observations from last night's Vegas debacle next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Summer Suns were outmatched by the Kings despite all 5 of their recent draft picks playing. D-backs draft pick Kason Cunningham dropped jaws by going deep off of virtual Paul Skeens when he worked out for the team, and Kyler Murray falls outside the top 10 in QBs in a recent ESPN poll. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined, and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Oh, it's heating up, Aceronians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4, men.com. It's time to get it back.
On Friday, September 5th, enjoy a post-game concert featuring Flo Rida, presented by Coors Light Bird's Nest. Get your tickets and VIP field passes today at dbacks.com.
Arizona sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Brea, the bright spot on this offense so far, 3 for 3. Working on Newell. Great space. Wow. Bottoms.
That was 2 nights ago. Kobe Brea of the Phoenix Suns hitting a mid-range jumper in the first 2 Summer League games. Kobe Brea was like, okay, advertised. This guy's a shooter. Last night, his first tough performance of the Summer League. It was tough all the way around for the Phoenix Suns edition of the team in the Summer League last night. They got blown out by the Sacramento Kings, a game they trailed at one point by 37.
I looked up in the third quarter. It was 71-39.
And that's not even as bad as it got.
And that's not even as bad as it got. But cosmetically, that was not a good look.
No, and
see it up there.
When it became known, and yesterday when we were kind of reflecting on Sunday's game, where the Suns didn't play Ryan Dunn, they didn't play Kamen Malawach, we speculated, well, will Oso Ighodaro play in tonight's game? If they're going to stagger minutes or have players avoid playing in back-to-back games, which was certainly the plan, how many players would be available? The Suns had their full complement of Summer League players available. Rasheer Fleming was available for the first time. Malawach played. Ighodaro played. Brea played. Ryan Dunn played. So there was excitement going into that game, and they just got handled. And look, it's hard. I think any team, and Sacramento, during the 2-hour commercial for the Kings that was the broadcast on ESPN.
The entire second quarter was a Kings love it.
They kept talking about how there's an identity and a stamp that Doug Christie wants to put on this team. And they look like a very buttoned-up team. I think that's the outlier for any Summer League team. These guys come together. They get signed. They have like 2 practices at a gym. Then they go to Vegas and they play games. It's really hard to look buttoned up. And the Suns didn't, but I don't panic either when I see that. You have to look at things more on an individual basis than a team basis.
Of course. I got to be honest. I don't care if the Summer Suns win a game by 30. And if that's the attitude, I don't care if they lose a game by 30. Like none of that concerns me. 80% of the guys on the court last night will not be in the NBA come October. You look at individual performances. Like, that's why I was so disappointed that Malawach didn't play on Sunday, because, like, that's why I want to watch the game. Mm-hmm. I mean, Kobe Brea fine, and, see how Oso and Ryan Dunn are kind of developing, and can they dominate it? Okay, fine. But, like, Malawach is the guy you wanted to watch, and they sat him on Sunday. But he played last night, and, again, let's get into Malawach. He's raw. I mean, I understand the skill set is there, and that's great, and I understand why they picked him, and I hope he ends up being a 5-time All-Star. But right now, I'll tell you this, it makes sense why they went ahead and pushed the Mark Williams trade, even though Malawach fell into their lap. I don't think Malawach, maybe in a backup capacity for a few minutes, I don't know if he's going to be ready to help this team right away as a rookie. I'm just seeing a very raw, high potential project.
Not ready enough that he's going to be the 3rd string center, you think, this year?
I think in October, unless we see something completely different in the preseason camp and the preseason games, I think there's a reason why Nick Richards is still on the roster.
Yeah.
Malawach is, and I'm not comparing him to these guys, but back when Joel Embiid was in the Summer League, Rudy Gobert, these kind of larger-than-life players, when you turn it on, you see their jersey all baggy and their arms all long. They're not beef. Like, that's what he is right now at this moment. I'm not saying he's going to be like Rudy Gobert or Joel Embiid, but those guys took a little bit of time, and we use the word project a lot. And you watch the Summer League, these are his first NBA minutes, and you realize why, you've been using this word. Because he is. Yeah. And those guys were too.
Absolutely.
I get that. Like Akeem Olajuwon and Patrick Ewing as 18-year-olds were in college. And outside of Patrick Ewing, I don't remember watching a lot of Houston Cougar basketball when Akeem Olajuwon was a freshman. And I only bring that up is like, where was his skill level at coming from overseas, much like Malawach has? How long has Malawach been playing basketball? It's just a few years. So you're talking about a kid who's not only still a teenager, who hasn't had that much time in the game itself, and now he's being thrust out there to play in an NBA-sanctioned game, albeit summer league. So expectations have to be tempered, I think. But you can still look at him and say, okay, this is where he's at right now. Doesn't mean it was a bad pick, but I don't know if he's at a place right now where he's going to help right away.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Brian Gregory and the Suns organization knew that when they picked him.
Yeah, and I think if you look at what the season looks like, yeah, I fully believe that. And again, unless things change, Malawach, he'll get some time, but he won't be a rotation player. I think the Suns will rely on Mark Williams to start. Nick Richards is a serviceable center. We saw that in the second half of last season. Best case scenario is you can ease Malawach along and, with very little pressure. Trade deadline, some team needs a big man at the deadline. You can dangle Nick Richards. He's got a very affordable salary and might be attractive at some point for a team that needs big man help that's trying to lock down a playoff spot. And maybe Malawach is that much more comfortable. I mean, that's the thing about young players who don't have a ton of experience. Yes, he's raw. There's no other way to say it right now. But the potential for quick growth is also there because you can see it in glimpses. Mm-hmm. And last night, Corey Alexander, who was doing color, he was asked by Mark Jones, like, who does he remind you of at this point? And he said his year at Duke, because he did a lot of ACC games, during college basketball season, his season at Duke reminded him of Joel Embiid's season at Kansas. Which, again, when Joel Embiid came out and was that high of a pick, people looked at the production at Kansas and said, he didn't put up big numbers. There was a lot of raw to Joel Embiid at that point. Does it guarantee anything? No. But those people who know the game and know development in the NBA, for somebody to say that freely, it's pretty optimistic, yes, but it's also exciting. On the flip side of it, we can go back to all the comparisons. DeAndre Ayton's got a lot of Hakeem Olajuwon in his game. He's got very little Hakeem Olajuwon in his game, as it turns out. But that's kind of how business is done at this point in prospects' careers.
I think if other people agreed with Corey Alexander on the Embiid comparison, he wouldn't have lasted to 10. I mean, let's understand
True.
that. I like the pick. I have high hopes for the pick. But I believe in that my heart of hearts, we're talking about a guy with an incredibly high ceiling, but also a potentially very low floor. And that's the risk you take when you draft a project in the top 10.
And it is a risk because of the 5, core guys that are in the Summer League right now, by far, Malawich is the one they cannot miss on. Like, if they miss on that top 10 pick at this point in the franchise where they don't have a lot of lottery control.
Limitations when it comes to team building
exactly
in terms
right.
of adding great players.
Mm-hmm.
You had to hit on this pick.
Yeah.
It was imperative for the future of the franchise. I just think you look at so many big men who have been taken high in the draft, who have flamed out in spectacular fashion.
Mm-hmm.
I speak from experience on this. I've watched it happen time and time again. We can go through the list if we want. So the potential, the bust potential is there.
Yeah.
And that's something that concerns me when you're talking about a guy who's got such a long way to go to be a competent center. At the same time, I believe the ceiling is so high, he could be a multi-time All-Star.
Have you subscribed to the Bickley and Marotta Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. Never miss any of the show. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, we'll talk some Diamondbacks baseball. Jody Jackson from the D-backs television broadcast team joins us in studio. Straight ahead here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and there are a lot of ways to know when you need new windows. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, the age of your house, and then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills that proved my windows are shot, which is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, Arizona's premier window replacement company, where they treat customers like friendships, where they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. That's because there's no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it specifically for our climate, they install it, and then they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products currently offering a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you get a $2,500 discount. $2,500 off. So do what I did. Call today, beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Exquisite. This oak door frame offers hints of aged glue, a fine sawdust finish, and delicate undertones of paint. A true culinary triumph for any discerning termite.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. If termites are treating your home like an upscale dining experience, it's time to shut down the feast. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Summer Suns, despite having all 5 recent draft picks, fell to the Kings last night, 94-76 in Vegas, but Ryan Dunn continued to show some signs of offensive growth. The Phoenix Mercury beat the Golden State Valkyries 78-77 Monday night, thanks to Alyssa Thomas's free throw with 1 second remaining. The Mercury are now 15-6, which is good for the WNBA's second best record. In the home run derby last night, Seattle Mariner catcher and home run leader Cal Raleigh outdueled Tampa Bay Rays third baseman Junior Caminero and is your 2025 home run derby champion. And tonight, the MLB All-Star game will take place in Atlanta. Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal will be on the mound, and Ketel Marte will bat third and start at second base for the National League. And Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez from the Snakes will also see some action tonight. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Be sure to call Parker.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Diamondbacks All-Star are you most interested to see play in the Midsummer Classic? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
We continue on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring filling in for Bick, not just today, but all week. And it is our pleasure to welcome into the studio. And apparently she hasn't been in here a while because she said everything's new. It's not that new. It's just new to you, Jody Jackson.
Here. Can you hear me now?
There we go. Can you hear yourself?
Good. I can, yeah.
Okay.
I feel like, the last year or so, you guys have been kind of remodeling, but now it looks, everything's done, I think.
Yeah, it's all good. Do we have Jody on camera, by the way?
Oh, yeah. I hope so.
Is that the camera?
No, Jared, that's you.
We want your hand.
The other
I don't know.
thing is...
We have to check. Did Jarrett notify the...
I did. They know.
Okay, just making sure.
I'll
check. Have to check.
Should I move? Should I be camera ready? I did put on some makeup, but you're right, Tim. On All-Star Week, I'm not yesterday. Just slept in a little bit, just chilling.
It's a nice recharge, right?
Yeah. But then it's your birthday, so I had to come in.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I know
Happy birthday,
I
man.
know what it takes for a woman because I'm married to an on-air woman. Like what it takes to be camera ready. I would think at 8:30 in the morning you'd be like, "I'll just do this over the phone."
Do we need?
I'm kind of used to doing early morning stuff and just getting I'm not. I mean, this is kind of it. It is what it is at this point. I'm gonna move over there.
Yeah,
I think.
because that'll get you on camera. That's my bad. So Jody's doing the seat shift. All-Star game is tonight. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports after the conclusion of Burns and Gambo. Of course, lots of participation from the Diamondbacks as well. 3. And we talked about this earlier, Jody. Historically in Diamondbacks history, when there's 3 or more All-Stars for the Diamondbacks, it usually leads to good things in the standings and usually ends in a playoff appearance. That's very much in peril this year, unfortunately.
Yeah, it seems that way. Hang on one second. I'm very distracted. I can't hear you.
Oh, boy.
Jarrett came in and tested all of the equipment as a producer.
I didn't know it was going to be chaos like this.
There we go.
Okay, now we're talking. Right. Now we're cooking.
There we
plug
go.
in a little cord
Now,
here.
what was that question?
Something about 3 guys going, and
I mean, with historically, when there's this much representation for the Diamondbacks, it usually leads to that means they're doing well at the All-Star break. They're usually going to the playoffs. Unfortunately, it's been the opposite of that this year.
Yeah, I mean, what is it, 47 and 50, right? Mm-hmm. So, and wildly disappointing just because we thought they were going to be so much better. But I think, to be honest, it's not that far off from where they were last year. I'm not saying that's, I think if Corbin Burns is healthy, I think if the bullpen is healthy, I think this team has 5 or 6 more wins at least, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm just, because the offense is really good. Yeah, Ketel Marte is doing great. I mean, I think the biggest key with him is keeping him healthy, keeping him able to be in the lineup, because it's always been kind of hard with him when he feels a little something, And so I think, it's funny because he was kind of talking about the home run derby, and I'm thinking no, gosh, I think we'd all be holding our breath.
He shouldn't even be thinking about the home run derby.
I know. Well, someone asked him about it, and so he was kind of, and he had Coach Vias, Rolando Vias, with him, translating, and he was kind of like, well, he would throw to me, and all the stuff that was sort of hypothetical, and so then you've got Gino, who's been unbelievable. I don't need to go on here and tell you all the numbers. What is it, 140 RBI over a calendar year, something like that, and 50 some homers. I mean, he's been unbelievable, and the guy had a great career before, but really the little kick that he got from Tory Lavell and Perdomo spoke to him, which was kind of took some courage, I think, for a young guy to come in and tell him to kind of change his routine. I mean, that's a lot of credit, and Gino will say it. He had to do it, but it's credit to the D-backs for that leadership that Tory had to show there as the manager. And then Corbin, another guy, great turnaround. I think we know Corbin is going to, he's dealing with not 100% health either. But the offense has been really, really good. And that's the thing that you look at now is that if you could just And again, I get it. Like selling off pieces is what you have to do if you can get something back. And that's the key is what can you get back?
Yeah.
But I think there are also some tweaks. As much as, I love this offense. I love watching it. And I hate to think about giving up pieces of it. But I think this team could still be good enough on offense. But you need to get some pitching back for right now and the future. But right now, you could be a better team overall. If you could shift that around a little bit.
Sure.
Tory Lavell, Jody, is pretty consistent with his messaging to the media, which is, of course, also his messaging to the fan base. Let me tap into your ability to be with the team on the road. Is he more frustrated than maybe he lets on publicly? What is your read on that?
I think he always is, and I don't know, I'm not, but I think that what I've seen through the years is that, of course, there are some things under the surface that he's dealing with, whether it's with players, whether whatever's going on, that I think it is a little more frustrating, of course. And I think I talked about this a little bit yesterday with Wolf and Luke, is that I saw a little bit of the emotion come through after that second loss in Anaheim, when I think Nick Picoro asked something about Mike specifically, and Mike Hazen's job. And, you could see how it weighs on Tory. I mean, not only are they obviously very close personal friends, but, just the duty that he feels to deliver a team that can buy at the deadline. And you could tell there was some emotion in his voice in that he was disappointing him. He was disappointing everyone with not being able to deliver more of a winning team. I mean, it's not obviously under 500, but yeah, I mean, I think there have always been things. I mean, I look back, like, for example, I mean, we all watched the Mad Bum situation, right? I feel like looking back, that was extremely frustrating for Tory Lavell, and for the coach and for the pitching coaches. But it was hard, it was a really hard thing seeing a guy that's trying to get on track that just couldn't. And I think there's probably all those things that go on with managers, and Tory's no different, where, you try to be transparent with the media, but there's a lot going on with managing these personalities and the players, and it's a really good group. I mean, honestly, but there's always things that you're kind of dealing with guys.
Yeah. Jody Jackson from the Diamondbacks television broadcast team in studio with us today here on Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring sitting in. Zack Gallen is a guy who's been here for a while, a guy that you've gotten to know over the years, a guy that I think the fans feel like they know because he's been so accessible to the media, doing interviews, and it's been a rough go for Zack. Brought up to Tim earlier, highest ERA among any starting pitcher, qualified starting pitcher in baseball this year. It's not what we've seen from him. And what you know about Zack Gallen and his struggles, do you think he's struggling more with something mechanically, physically, or is he just, we know he's a very cerebral guy the way he attacks pitching. Is he in his own head?
I think it's a little bit of that, but, we had the narrative of the last couple starts before the one in Anaheim, it was McCann's got him maybe less, he talked about being more free. It was a little freeing to have McCann calling the game the way that he was. And there were times that Moreno and Herrera were doing that too, but they were on a roll. And then it kind of fell off a cliff the other day. I'm actually blank. Apparently, my All-Star break brain has wiped it. But I think he gave up 6 runs. And so, I don't know where that'll go in the next few starts, or if he'll even, who knows what could happen. But it is puzzling to me. And he talks about it's always the delivery. It's always the delivery and how he's feeling with it. And I think, though, that it's got to be more because the fastball is just more hittable. Now, is it location, or is it that there's a tick off of it? The curveball's still really good, but can you get to the curveball? I mean, all these, no matter how good a curveball you have, you're gonna hang one here or there, and unfortunately, we've seen that. Rocky's game comes to mind, but I think it's all off of that fastball, and maybe for whatever reason, just not as sharp. But yet, he's a guy that is still capable of going out there and delivering. Now, would it have been huge for him to, that's exactly what we've seen from this team, right? Like you needed Zack Gallen to have one of those starts again in Anaheim to win more than just one of those 3 games, and it didn't happen.
So. Yeah, you win 2 out of 3 to start the trip against the Padres. You go from the possibility and the potential to take 3 or 4 from the Padres at Petco, and you end up with a 3-4 road trip. And at the same time, it's kind of the story of the 2025 D-backs. They just can't get the game they need to either win a series or sweep a series. And it's kind of defined certainly the first half, as this team is 3 games under 500. There's 65 games left, Jody, which is a lot of baseball to be played. But, man, if there's a fire sale at the trade deadline, I from a competitive standpoint and also the emotional standpoint of what it will do to that clubhouse, what do you think August and September will look like for the club if they do trade 3 or 4 of these guys?
I mean, it's tough because this is not a spot they've been in. I mean, you look at 22, they were on the rise. 23, they win 84 games, just get in, and then make a run to the World Series. That then puts them in a different space. We saw last year, adding Eugenio Suarez, feeling good about the pitching going in. And, even though they had lost starters for big chunks, won 89 games. And, if they just get in last year, who knows what that leads to? We know it's a dangerous team. But, yeah, I mean, it's not we haven't really seen anything like this in a few years. And they haven't had attractive chips like Suarez in particular, who you feel like you hear about the Yankees and all, you feel like there are teams and the Mariners say they want both Naylor. I'm probably looking at more of the fans than,
Of course.
I haven't talked to Jerry DiPoto, but it's, it's like the fans are like, we want Naylor, we want Suarez, I don't know about Merrill, and I'm sure there is a market for Gallen as well. But yeah, it would take a toll when you subtract. But yet, and we see this year after year, there are teams that are able to still, and that's kind of what I expect from Mike Hazen, is adding and subtracting, and keeping the team in a spot to be competitive, and just kind of. I mean, look, you've done everything you can, and you're 47-50. So what can you do that can maybe, will the team surprise near the end? I mean, this is still a really good team full of a lot of talent, but, I think the injuries in the pen have made it really hard.
Yeah.
So.
Part of my birthday gift from Jarrett was he's dusting off Vinny Joe trivia, which we haven't played in a really long time.
Yeah,
and
dusting me off, too.
Jody is game enough to play.
Jody, who once played years and years and years ago.
Yes.
Well,
one of the first people to play.
I think I've played, this will be my 3rd time maybe now,
You're a veteran.
Right? But I don't know if you remember. I mean, I've told you this. I don't know if you remember,
Going
but I
back
do.
to play Match Chuck.
That's what it was. I literally just got to town. I have no idea what's going on. I was sitting in my little apartment in Scottsdale when I first moved here, and I get the call, okay, come on with these guys. And I just get smoked, of course. And I'm just an easy target. I get it. So I'm the birthday, here's a win. You're going to win no matter who you play.
Look at, this is your chance at redemption. We'll play some Vinny Joe trivia with Jody Jackson next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't want him to sell all 4 guys. I understand if there are guys you can't bring back, you can't just let them all walk for nothing. You know what I mean? Like if you knew, hey, we can't bring back Gallen or Kelly or Naylor or Gino, you can't just let all 4 of them walk for nothing if you're 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. I understand that. I mean, you have to deal in reality a little bit.
The numbers that are mounting right now, the 6-12 in the last 18 games, boy, that looms, that hangs in the air because the guys inside that clubhouse knew exactly what was at stake.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
Hey, it's Vinny Joe Trivia.
Hey, Vinny.
And now, our own Vince Marotta puts the useless knowledge portion of his brain to good use for your listening pleasure. Vinny Joe Trivia time.
Oh, yes, it is that time. We are bringing back a favorite in honor of Vince Marotta's birthday. Vince will take on our guest, Jody Jackson. In trivia, there will be 10 questions. Each of you will be asked the same 10 questions. You will have 1 minute to answer the questions. If you don't know an answer, say pass. We will come back to it if we have enough time.
That was smoothly presented. It's like we have been playing this game the whole time. Wow.
Game show
Look at
host
you.
mentality there, yeah.
The topic today is Vince's birthday. It's okay to tell your age?
Yeah.
Okay. Vince was born in 1970.
39.
Oh, I got this all wrong. Vince is Mr. Pop Culture and Sports, so I wanted to do sports and pop culture trivia from when the year Vince turned 18 years old. So this is all
the
sports and pop culture trivia from 1989. So these are all questions about 1989. Vince will leave the room right now.
My headphones.
We are nothing.
I forgot how this works.
Yes, we are nothing without our integrity.
This is like quiz show. You got to go into the soundproof booth.
Yes.
I have zero idea how this works.
Well, you watch and learn, watch and listen.
So what
You also have zero idea of what happened in 1989.
I know.
Sammy.
Is he listening to it though in those earphones? What is he
No,
doing?
Vince has no idea what's going on. In fact, I'm going to close the door.
He has no idea.
Go close the door.
He's in a time warp.
All right,
89. So I'm not too far behind Vinny. I am a little younger, but we don't have to
so
talk
there you
about
go.
my age. But
So he's younger than
You're
Vinny.
a lot younger, Jody. Come on. Don't sell yourself short.
Okay. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to start
All
the
right.
music and start asking the questions again. If you don't know the
I'm
answer, say
sweating
pass.
already.
No, don't sweat. This is all. This is for you, the listeners, and for you, Sammy. Please, this is all for entertainment purposes. No wager. All right. Are you ready, Jody?
as ready as I'll ever be.
Okay, here we go. The broadcasters for ABC's Monday Night Football were Al Michaels, Frank Gifford, and who?
Ooh.
This is time, Jude.
Oh my gosh. Pass.
This band had 2 #1 hits in 1989 with Good Thing and She Drives Me Crazy.
The Cars.
TV show A Different World took place at what fictional HBCU?
Oh, pass.
A 6.9 earthquake interrupted Game 3 of the 1989 World Series between who?
Oh, the Giants and the Angels? No. Oh God.
What 2 shows that were top 25 in the ratings did Bob Saget appear in?
Full House. 2 shows. Full House and. Gosh.
Okay.
I don't
Pass.
know.
In 1989, Nintendo released its first handheld video game system called?
Game Boy.
Name 2 U.S. presidents mentioned in Billy Joel's We Didn't Start the Fire.
Oh, FDR and Eisenhower.
Who played the Joker in the blockbuster movie Batman?
The Joker was Jack Nicholson.
We'll finish it off for you. This team defeated Alabama in the Sugar Bowl to win the college football national championship.
Oh, 89.
Yes, you're going to be very
Notre
embarrassed
Dame?
by this one. All right. And the #1 song of 1989 was Madonna's Like a what?
Virgin.
You did very, very bad.
What did you expect?
I'll go over
Like
the
a
answers
prayer.
quickly for you.
Prayer like a virgin?
No, it was like a prayer.
Ah!
Yeah.
Dan Deerdorf.
Dan Deere. Okay, no, I don't know.
Fine Young Cannibals was the band
She
that
Drives
had.
Me Crazy,
Yep.
yeah.
Hillman College was
Okay.
the Huxtables' alma mater, and where A Different World took place. The Oakland A's and the San Francisco Giants. It was the Bay Area.
Bay Area. So
Full
that's
House and
right.
America's Funniest Home Videos were the 2 Bob Saget shows. Game Boy, you got correct. Harry Truman, Richard Nixon, Dwight Eisenhower, JFK, and Ronald Reagan were all mentioned, but not FDR. Jack Nicholson played the Joker. Miami won the national championship.
I even tried to
staring
help
at
her. I'm
me.
like, yeah, like, your
Okay.
alma mater.
All right, wave Vinny in. Wave Vinny
All right,
in
Vinny,
to.
so I got like 2 right.
You got 2.
Wait, oh my God.
Oh,
2
we're
and
not
a-
doing like half points. No
I'm
half
right on
points?
brand.
You can give her some half points because there was 2.
You guys are.
So she had 3 total points.
Yeah,
All
I got her at 3.
All right, okay. All right. All right, Vinny is going back in the studio right now for those not watching.
like
You should be watching on YouTube
this
Live.
This is like
if you're,
watching Joey Chestnut,
this is
put
watching
the
Joey
bib on
Chestnut
for-
starting to loosen his throat.
That's right.
That was a long minute.
Well, we went over the we went over the answers for the
This
listening
is
audience
to be
play
like
along.
TCU, Georgia.
Okay. All right, Vinny, you know the drill. 1 minute, and I'll ask you if you don't know the answer. Pass. Here we go. The broadcasters for ABC's Monday Night Football were Al Michaels, Frank Gifford, and who?
Dan Deerdorf.
This band had 2 #1 hits in 1989 with Good Thing and She Drives Me Crazy.
Fine Young Cannibals.
TV show A Different World took place at what fictional HBCU?
Hillman.
A 6.9 earthquake interrupted Game 3 of the 1989 World Series between who?
The San Francisco Giants and Oakland A's.
What 2 shows that were in the top 25 in ratings did Bob Saget appear in?
Full House and America's Funniest Home Videos.
In 1989, Nintendo released its first handheld video game system called
Game Boy.
Name 2 U.S. presidents that were mentioned in Billy Joel's We Didn't Start the Fire.
Ooh, JFK and I'm going to come back to that one.
Who played the Joker in the blockbuster movie Batman?
Jack Nicholson.
This team defeated Alabama in the Sugar Bowl to win the college football national championship.
The legit sports question I can't get, of course. I'm going to come back to that one.
The #1 song of 1989 was Madonna's Like a what?
Virgin. No, prayer. Prayer.
Okay, you still had time to change it. You got that right. Do you want the team that beat Alabama? Okay, time's up. But you did fantastic. You got
As usual.
8 out of 10. You missed Miami. Miami was the team that beat Alabama.
I was trying not to make eye contact with you. Because
Jody went to Miami.
Jody didn't even get that one.
Missed it.
Well, because I was thinking
She was there.
I was scarred by the 93. I was there for 93 when we lost Alabama, so I don't know what I
Full
did.
admission, I had headphones in listening to music very loud, but I could see Tim's facial expression. And I saw him looking at Jody
And of
for
course I
some
said
reason.
Notre Dame.
I should have put two and two
that's
together.
Oh,
And
not
then-
my school, your school.
And then the U.S. presidents mentioned in Billy Joel's "We Didn't Start the Fire": Harry Truman, Richard Nixon, Dwight Eisenhower, JFK, and Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, should have got
But
that.
still, really impressive. Just dominated fine young cannibals. Hillman College got them all. But
How many did Jody get?
Well, she got two.
She got some.
Two
She
and a
got two
half.
correct and then 2 half points.
I did
out
the
of it.
like a virgin, like a prayer thing too.
That's why I
Except
put it in
did-
there.
Yeah, I think I got
like-
a half point for
It's a
that.
good trick question.
Like a Virgin was 1984.
Yes.
But well done, both of you, in the return and a win for the birthday boy on Vinny Joe Trivia.
Jody let him win
job,
for his
Vinny.
birthday.
Yeah,
Come on, let's call it what it is.
Yeah, we know.
Like she didn't know
I get-
Miami
I-
won the national
I
championship.
legit don't think I'll do this again because I get so like now I am so nervous. I'm traumatized by how bad I am at this.
Are you sweating over there?
I'm
She thought the
sweating. I'm
Giants.
like,
She thought the Giants played the Angels.
I know. I don't know
That was
why I said that.
2002.
I literally could see the A's in my head, and I didn't. And then I knew it was Bay Area, but yeah,
Jody,
that was 2002.
Vinny's undefeated. He kicks everybody's ass. Just it's okay.
Now I'll
I
hear
know.
from somebody in the audience and be like, I beat you
could have
once
beat
upon
you.
a
I
time.
had 10 out of 10.
I would have felt better if I gotten like 4 right though. But
Jody, thanks for being such a great sport. and
Awesome,
coming,
Jody.
coming in studio
I
to
feel
do
honored
this.
to be
You're the
here on
best.
your birthday, Vinny.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. I do want to put a request into another member of the D-backs TV broadcast team.
What do you got?
I want to take on Steve Berthium in 80s new wave trivia.
Okay.
That's what I want.
We'll try to
Yes,
set that up
he,
for
he-
later
he's
this
good
week.
at all that.
He is, and
yeah.
he mentions it during the games all the time. So
We'll get these out
I
of the
get
way.
all the
while-
references.
I think he would come in here. Yeah,
While
absolutely.
Dan's out of town, we'll get these out of the way.
That's
Thanks,
right.
Jody. The great Jody Jackson
Thank you,
joining us in
guys.
studio.
Hey,
Social
Jody.
Studies is next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring and for Bick on Arizona Sports.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 five-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism,
astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or you're having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvise here. We're not talking supplements, nothing. Boost your T levels like real testosterone. Book your free video consultation today, and they'll waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, lose that dad bod with testosterone, available only by prescription at redmountainweightloss.com, or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Summer Suns, despite having all 5 recent draft picks, fell to the Kings last night, 94-76 in Vegas. But Ryan Dunn continued to show some signs of offensive growth. Last night, the Phoenix Mercury beat the Golden State Valkyries 78-77 thanks to Alyssa Thomas's free throw with 1 second remaining. The Mercury are now 15-6, which is good for the WNBA's second best record. In the home run derby, Seattle Mariner catcher and home run leader Cal Raleigh outdueled Tampa Bay Rays third baseman Junior Caminero and is your 2025 home run champion. And tonight, the MLB All-Star game will take place in Atlanta. Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal will be on the mound, and Ketel Marte will bat third and start at second base for the National League. And Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez from the Snakes will also see some action tonight. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Oh, time for some social studies on this Tuesday, and Sammy's here to take us through it. Take it away, Sammy.
Yeah, good morning. As always, be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Marotta. That's where we'll post all the questions if you want to respond. We're on Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook at Bickley and Marotta, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. So our first question, we're talking about the Kevin Durant trade and the Bradley Beal trade. Which move hurt the team/franchise more, big picture, and why? Is it trading for Durant or trading for Beal?
I mean, to me, it's obvious. It's the Beal trade. It's the Beal trade.
Yeah.
Not only did it not work on the court, it puts you in a whole lot of problems in terms of the no trade clause and the second apron and everything that went along with it.
Yeah, if there's a light at the end of the tunnel or a way out of it, or of a hole, whatever saying you want to use, trading Kevin Durant, and there's differing opinions on what they were able to get, but they were able to get the number 10 overall pick. If Malowacz, turns into a real player at the NBA level, they did okay. They're not obviously getting nothing in return for Bradley Beal.
Yeah, the votes out of the 431 are a little surprising. I mean, Bradley Beal did take the vote at 67%, but 32% of voters voted for Kevin Durant. And in some of the responses, Steven Ruiz said, which is worse, losing a talented and beloved players or losing the ability to improve the team in a meaningful way? He kind of puts it in that perspective.
That's a good way to look at it.
Let's see, Bordertown Kid said, one is like a kick to the right shin and the other is like a kick to the left shin. Can't win. Yeah, you're not wrong. And Johnny Angel said, without the KD trade, the Beal trade doesn't happen.
I agree with that, too.
And neither was good. So
that's why I included it, because that was the team that really started the dismantling of the final/64 win team, was the Durant move. That's what got rid of beloved fan favorites and sort of changed the DNA of the team and then led to the Beal trade.
Yeah,
so I want to just include, I understand what you're saying, but
I know. I think there's some revisionist history. Yeah. When that Durant trade was made, that team resembled nothing like the finals team.
It was a half of a season after they won a franchise record the next year, the previous year.
It was more than a half a season.
They were not good. They were not a contending team.
No.
When the Durant trade was made. I mean, the idea, the narrative. Listen, it was everything. Everything failed. That's the headline. Everything failed. But the narrative that Matt Ishbia had dismantled a quote finals team, I think is.
Didn't they make the trade the year after they won 64 games? Or?
They did, yeah.
Yeah.
But in the midst of
the middle of the season,
3/4 of the way through the season.
Yeah.
And Booker was hurt for a good portion of that, but that team was going nowhere fast.
Yeah. So our next question last night was the home run derby, and Cal Raleigh out of Seattle won it. So we asked, how would you fix the home run derby, or do you like it the way it is? What in your mind could make it better, or if you were running the show, what would you do?
It's weird because I think 8 is a good round number of competitors, but it's also too many because I think I could do without all the bonus time.
Yeah.
You get the same number of pitches, and why do we need the bonuses? Really?
Maybe one less round?
But for one less round, you'd have to limit the number of participants. So I'll go with bonus time first.
Any way to get it to 2 hours, which is also really long, but 3 hours unacceptable.
But isn't that the goal? That was the goal of what Rob Manfred did as commissioner in regular season games. 3 hours is too long. 2.5 hours is way more palatable for fans.
Would you go back to the old format of just 10 outs?
I love that one.
10 swings that aren't home runs.
I thought
rather than a timed thing.
I thought that format actually was more visually appealing to the television audience.
Yeah, the time clock makes it harder to watch.
With the split screen, I thought it was disjointed and disruptive.
Plus, I would use illegal bats.
Oh yeah,
and
metal bats.
Metal bats, why not?
And allow performance-enhancing drugs
Just
for everybody
and
involved.
now we're talking.
And corked bats too.
Exactly. The baseballs get them
corked
juiced.
aluminum bats.
Yep.
Is that a thing?
Our guy with the Diamondbacks, Bauer, said, step A, get home run hitters like Eugenio Suarez in there over skinny kids with warning track power.
Jazz Chisholm, are you talking about Bauer?
I don't know if he's naming names out there. Clay T says, the top 4 home run leaders in each league get the invite and the option to decline and then go down from there. Let's see. Steven Ruiz says, again, he's nailing it today. Pick one of 2 extremes. Either find a way to entice the 8 biggest sluggers or invite hitters with no power. Imagine a final between Luis Arraez and Jose Herrera.
Oh, the ratings would be through the roof.
Through the roof. All right, our last question. It is Vinny's birthday, and we talked a little bit at the beginning of the show about memorable birthdays, so we took it to social media. What happened on your most memorable birthday? Good, bad, crazy, etc.
I don't have a ton. I mean, I mentioned my 21st birthday earlier in the show with the limo rides and the bar hopping. I do remember being questioned by a group of young females that night because we were getting out of a limo who we were. And at age 21, I think I probably weighed 135 pounds.
So you didn't say we're professional wrestlers?
No, I said I was a professional hockey player.
No way.
And I think I might have even thrown in a Canadian accent.
Wow.
Just to amuse my friends.
That's pretty good.
The big question is, did it work?
Well, the hockey theme continued because one of them punched me and knocked my teeth out. I'm joking.
Did you pull your sweater off?
There was no sweater pulling at any point either.
Tim?
Sammy, I had a couple. I've had actually 2 surprise parties for my 40th and 50th, and those were great. But no wild stories came about that. I told you guys earlier today what I did on my 21st birthday. I watched the Bulls and Knicks play a regular season game at somebody's apartment.
Yeah.
I mean, so
we can go out and drink old style anytime. It's not every day the Knicks play the Bulls on my birthday there, Bob.
When you turned 21, though, the drinking age was 21 or 18?
It was 21. Come on, Jared. How old are you? Jesus.
Jared, do you have any crazy birthday stories?
Let's hear yours, Sammy.
Was Prohibition over, Tim, when you turned 21? Could you go out and
Is
have
that why you didn't
have a beer?
drink? Did those speakeasies?
Believe me, Chicago had plenty of those.
Jared, none for you?
Back in the day.
None that I could fit in the time we have remaining.
There you I'm going to read one because it's my favorite and we're out of time. But D&B Band said, when I turned 21, I was in San Diego in the Navy. Guys from the T-boat took me out drinking at a bar, and then 2 off-duty cops did not like that, so they threw me in the back of their car, drove me around, and then they put me in a dunk tank where I then met my girlfriend.
A drunk tank, not a dunk tank. That's much different.
Drunk tank.
Drunk
Yes,
tank.
drunk
yes.
tank.
If the girl was already at the bottom of the dunk tank, that would be the greatest relationship story, starting story
She threw
ever.
3 softballs and knocked me into the tank.
I married a mermaid.
So that was my favorite one. There's a bunch others. So
cops throwing people in dunk tanks. This is what we're doing now.
So,
Get them sober. I guess that might work.
Sit up there. We're taking 3 pitches.
Yeah. The cold water. That might make them sober better than just a cell.
Yeah. So keep them coming in the
Keep 'em
comments.
coming.
At Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata elsewhere. And coming up, I don't know. What are we talking about?
Oh, I didn't know you did the tease for the next segment.
What is that,
I don't
Sammy?
have anything.
There's nothing.
I don't have anything either.
Suns, maybe?
What do you guys want to talk about?
Open the phone
D-backs?
lines.
No.
It's All-Star Week.
The British show? No.
Probably Suns or D-backs.
Hey, listeners, you figure it out.
This show is completely off the rails. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports.
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, he has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options. End quote. So it continues to be up in the air, and when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on arizonasports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and we all know what summer means in Arizona. Triple-digit temperatures, hours and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up before it's too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, can prevent costly repairs, help prevent breakdowns, and it'll give you the peace of mind you need, because the last thing you want is to find your AC isn't working during the heat of summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their techs are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
I'm with another one of the founders of Moving Team 6, Garrett. You guys stress teamwork. Talk about that connection to team.
There's difference of opinions. There's personalities that are involved. You're not always going to agree, but you have an end goal. Obviously, our end goal is to serve the customer at the highest standard and give in everything we got, and knowing that, hey, we're not leaving until the job's done. In order to get the job and accomplish a 10-hour move, I can't do that by myself. I need my team.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times, some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them. Endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
It isn't just any Ford dealer. It is Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even Bronco Sport. Just sign and drive with a payment real folks can afford. Tim Hovick, Santan Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee. But you got that, man. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford. Hey, it's Wolf. How can Jaylen Green grow as a member of the Phoenix Suns? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
It is the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, taking you up till 10 o'clock. Tim Ring in for Bick. Not just today, all week long. Bick will be back tomorrow from his vacation. Then we gear up for football training camp, believe it or not. But we're still waiting. July 15th is here. It's a date that has been marked on some people's calendars as maybe a date that turns into the impetus for a Bradley Beal resolution. I'll tell you, again, right around 4th of July holiday, when I started my vacation, I was not expecting Bradley Beal to still be a member of the Phoenix Suns on July 15th, and here we are.
Well, I have a little intel. Been texting back and forth with Gambo, who's probably in Austria right now. He's digging in on his end, just talking to people.
Because that's where all the big NBA news breaks, Austria.
It would make sense that maybe these, as you called it, contract minutia details that may have saved a few bucks for the Suns and a few bucks for Beal if this thing was held out past July 15th or on July 15th. We're hearing that that's not the holdup. That's not the case. It has had no impact on why this has taken so long, which is probably makes sense given the fact that Gambo reported 24 to 48 hours, 8-9 days ago.
24 to 48 days ago?
because well, I mean, but it makes sense in that this July 15th angle is not accurate in terms of why this thing has been delayed, because the Suns thought it was going to be wrapped up in terms of Beal's new team over a week ago. So the Suns...
what is the holdup?
The holdup is Bradley Beal coming to terms with his new team.
What we've said from the beginning in all of this, when this was even a concept, was that, and even when the Suns acquired Bradley Beal, that he holds all the cards, and that's still apparently the case.
And he's not going to sign off on a pay cut to take that waive and stretch option until he has a new team in a new location and a new contract that he's comfortable with. We hear it's going to be the Clippers, and we hear at this point, it sounds ridiculous to say that we are close now, and that the Suns, and the expectation is that this will get wrapped up today, tomorrow, certainly by the end of the week.
Yeah, because, again, if you're Bradley Beal and this is all predicated on whether or not, or the fact that you need to take a pay cut to get the Suns underneath that percentage level of buy-in or waive and stretch money, you're going to lose a little bit of money. You want to find out what's coming on the back end from your new deal. Can you get the mid-level exception at around $14 million? That would ease the financial loss for Bradley Beal and all of this. And if he can check another box and go to L.A. to play it for a team like the Clippers, a location that has been widely reported he wants to go to, we shall see. I wonder, and it's fair now, Bradley Beal, by not total fault of his own, he's been smeared in a lot of people's minds in the NBA. How much trepidation do the LA Clippers have at this point? They reshuffled their roster a little bit. They got rid of a very important player, in my opinion. Norman Powell is a really good player for them. He's in Miami. Can Bradley Beal fill the gap? Are they turned off by the injury history? Those are all things that I think might still be holding this whole process up.
If I were an NBA team and I had a gaping hole at 2 guard, I would feel very comfortable about giving the keys to Bradley Beal from a basketball standpoint. I'm pretty confident that in that role, where he's not sharing time with 2 other 2 guards on the same roster, one of them being Devin Booker, that if he gets the minutes and he gets the shots, he can probably get up to that 23, 24 point a game average. The concern is he misses 30-plus games a year. That would be the concern is not the production. The concern is the availability. Fair. And the Suns banked on, well, he was in a bad situation in Washington and he had some unlucky injuries, and then they would shut him down because they would want to improve their draft position. So all those games missed in Washington, maybe not accurate in terms of his durability. We found out that was not the case here in 2 seasons in Phoenix. He basically missed 30 games a year. And it really put this team many times behind the 8 ball, especially when he came out of the gate his very first season here and didn't play for a month and a half. I don't think that team ever recovered from that.
No, I don't think they did either.
But there's 2 sides to this holdup, because it's Bradley Beal deciding where he wants to go, but there's obviously not a team that wants him right now.
Or
for the money that he wants.
Right, or the Clippers want him, or maybe Bradley Beal's interested in a shorter contract so he can prove his worth again and then go back on the open market next year, coming off a year where he plays, more than 52 games, and he scores more than 20 points, and suddenly his value's back up.
But we know that Bradley Beal was very picky on potential destinations when a trade was being discussed. There's only certain teams he wanted to go to, certain locales he wanted to go to. I don't think, the situation changes because it's not a trade, and he doesn't have to waive his no-trade clause in this scenario, but I don't think that lengthens the list of possible destinations. There's only a couple of teams that are probably even being considered at this point.
Right, and what
it might be down to one. It might be all financial at this point.
Yeah, I think he's negotiating with the Clippers, and they're trying to come to terms with a deal that he's comfortable with, and they've taken a while to get there.
Let me ask you this, because we've dealt with this in Phoenix, the Phoenix sports condition for quite some time. When a player of a certain profile leaves town regardless, how they are received on their way back. We know Houston, the Rockets are going to come to town twice probably in this next NBA season. How's Kevin Durant remembered when he comes back? And if we are truly at the 1 yard line on this Bradley Beal buyout and he's going somewhere, he's going to come back to Phoenix too. To your point, there's a chance he won't play in that game. But how are both of these guys received when they come back? I mean, Kevin Durant was divisive here, but he's also an incredibly historically respected player in this league. Does that temper the reaction of Suns fans? He had a classy message to Suns fans on his way out. I'm sure Bradley Beal will have the same.
I would hope neither player is booed. How much does the current...
But we've got a history of a lot of players getting booed when they come back to Phoenix.
Beal was being booed even towards the end of his time playing on the Suns.
Joe Johnson got booed for several years when he came back after he went to Atlanta, and it wasn't his doing. He had an owner that was not willing to bend financially on $5 million to bring him back.
I guess I don't like anybody getting booed unless they're just a flat-out jerk, and I don't think Durant and Beal are that. I think guys should be booed for almost personal reasons as opposed to
professional reasons. I'm not a big boo guy either. But.
I'm just not a big boo guy. But I was going to say it may depend on the current record and plight of the Phoenix Suns. I mean, if Durant comes back and the Suns are 6-30,
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of hostility and anger in that building.
this.
This is on you. Look
Blood
at us
on your
now.
hands,
Look at us
Katie.
now. Look at us. Look at us.
If you subscribe to the Bickley and Marotta Show podcast, subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. Never miss any of the show. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, we've already played Vinny Joe Trivia.
That's what Jody Jackson was unable to take down Vince Moran on his birthday. Can Tim Ring step in?
What? This might be the rare twofer. I don't know.
2 wins in one
I don't
day.
think we've ever done this.
You're getting awfully confident.
Mustache, not a mustache, is next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Tim Ring sitting in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They're going to need Kyler Murray to play very, very well. They're going to need him to be in the MVP conversation going into the second half of the season. For me, December, especially now that the season bleeds into January. So for me, it's going into December. If he's in that conversation, that means the Arizona Cardinals are winning games.
It's got to be like you could bring it up in December and you wouldn't get laughed out of the room.
Correct.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries, just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Oh, it's heating up, Acenonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now to get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through July 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without getting bogged down by all the complications of waiting to sell your old place first? Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. How's that for freedom? It's the best way to do it. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no extra hassles. You don't need those right now. Take care of all of that, then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Still getting top dollar is a huge part of this equation. So if you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Summer Suns, despite having all 5 recent draft picks, fell to the Kings last night, 94-76 in Vegas, but Ryan Dunn continued to show some signs of offensive growth. The Phoenix Mercury beat the Golden State Valkyries 78-77 Monday night thanks to Alyssa Thompson's free throw. With 1 second remaining, the Mercury are now 15-6, which is good for the WNBA's second best record. In the home run derby last night, Seattle Mariner catcher and home run leader Cal Raleigh outdueled Tampa Bay Rays third baseman Junior Caminero and is your 2025 home run derby champion. And tonight, the MLB All-Star game will take place in Atlanta. Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal will be on the mound, and Ketel Marte will bat third and start at second base for the National League. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez from the Snakes will also see some action tonight. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is, aside from Ryan Dunn, which recent Suns draft pick has impressed you most in the Summer League? Is it Oso Ighodaro, Kobe Brea, Rasheer Fleming, or come on, Malawach?
Of the choices,
I'll say Kobe Brea, despite having a tough shooting night last night.
I think it's between Kobe and Oso. I'll go Kobe Brea.
Yeah.
For argument's sake.
Yeah, Kobe
for
Brea
agreement's sake.
has received 52% of the vote. Oso Ighodaro, 33%. Malawach, 12%. And Rasheer Fleming has only played one game, got 4% of the vote.
Yeah, I want to see more from Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, me too.
I like the shooting touch on Fleming. It was a small sample size Summer League. But,
For real.
Hey, it was our first look at him.
Yeah.
And it looked like he could shoot the ball a little bit.
Yeah.
But Boogie Ellis.
Boogie!
I think he could play.
I agree. At least he can handle the ball.
He can. And he plays hard.
Yeah.
And he's got a scorer's mentality. I know there's no spot on him for this team, but I've
That's
enjoyed
the-
watching him play.
Yeah.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
Beware of the stash. Tuesday at 9:30, it's time for America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, Mustache.
What a mustache.
I will be presenting an audio clue to Vince Marotta and Tim Ring. They will have to tell me whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. If they correctly identify the person, they get a bonus point. All clues are from movies, TV shows, interviews, and songs. And because it is Vince Marotta's birthday today, the topic is all things having to do with
Vince.
No. Birthdays. birthdays, a birthday-themed edition of Mustache, Not a Mustache. Vince, it is your birthday, so would you like to go first or second?
I always like to go second, so
I'll
defer to the second half and let Tim go first.
Well, Timmy, Mr. Timmy Tim
But I got to
Tim.
shift because I want to guard that goal line.
Fair enough.
Wait, what?
How's the wind blowing?
What's the wind blowing? Yeah.
All right, Tim.
They say it's your birthday. Well, it's my birthday too, yeah. They say it's your birthday. We're gonna have a good time.
Well, obviously it's the Beatles, more specifically Paul McCartney. I think in that era, Paul did not have a mustache.
That is correct. Younger Beatles there.
Paul, yeah.
Very well done. All right, and that was the most obvious, and now the second most obvious one for you on this first round.
And I'm sure you would agree, what could fit more perfectly than to have a world party on the day you came to be? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
That is Stevie Wonder. This just came up not too long ago on the show.
I'll
didn't it?
explain. Just give me the mustache.
Give me the answer, Vince.
Mustache.
That is correct. Mustache. This clue was a part of one maybe a couple months ago, and what you learned in that edition was that is a song that is referencing who? Do you remember that?
Martin Luther King.
Martin Luther King, right.
Yeah.
It was a plea to make his birthday a national holiday.
Never knew that before.
Now we know. That's the infotainment on this show and on this segment.
It's not where I thought you were going with that clue, but.
Well, okay. Well, then stay tuned. All right, Tim, your next clue is right here.
Wait a minute, there's no birthday party for me here. Oh, Mr. Hand. What's the reason for your truancy? Just couldn't make it on time. It was like a full crowd scene at the food lines.
Okay. That is Jeff Spicoli and Mr. Hand. In the classroom, Spicoli had no mustache.
Yes, correct. Do you know the actor? I'll give you credit for this.
Sean Penn.
Sean Penn, there
Yeah.
you go. Isn't it funny
I even know the actor who played Mr. Hand.
Big deal, so do I.
Isn't it funny that Sean Penn rose, that was his first really big, famous role, and he never played anything close to that ever again?
No.
All right. Vince
You're
Marotta.
ripping my card. What? Hey, bud, what's your
bud.
problem?
All right, Vince?
Yeah.
Yes, it is my birthday.
Oh, hi. It is my 21st birthday. Do you think perhaps just once I might use the bathroom by myself?
That is Eddie Murphy as Prince Akeem in Coming to America and a mustache.
That
a
is
big,
correct.
thick,
He
glorious
does have
mustache.
a beautiful mustache and a ponytail or some kind of tail. All right. Tim Ring. Both off to a very strong start.
4-4.
4-4. Tim Ring.
Go, 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 shorty. It's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. And you know.
That is Nelly. And I'm going to say mustache.
Mustache is correct. That is not Nelly.
Oh,
That
it's
is
not.
50 Cent.
Oh.
But you
All right,
said
I
it
got
with
one.
conviction enough that I almost
I
believed
always
you.
thought that was Nelly. See, I'm not good at that part.
Okay, that's all right.
I'm not good at that hip hop stuff.
Well, that's okay.
Tim admitted to me off the air that he got a big gap on who sings what from 1985 until now.
Oh, no.
That's a giant gap.
That's like me. All right. Vince.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is Dave Matthews. Not a mustache.
That is correct.
Did you know that one, Tim?
I would have gotten that one, yes.
Okay.
Are you a Dave Matthews fan?
No.
Good.
I have, I have personal reasons for that. I'll tell you off the air.
Oh, were you in the river when they dumped the... wasn't that in Chicago?
It was.
All right.
No, it's more of the personal nature.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Tim, I'm going to kill you. Is that what happened? All right. Okay. Tim.
To me, the thing about birthday parties is that the first birthday party you have and the last birthday party you have are actually quite similar. Birthday parties, people kind of have to help you blow out the candles. You can't do it. It's also the only two birthday parties where other people have to gather your friends together for you. They bring them in, they sit them down, and they tell you, these are your friends.
Well, thank you for the layup, Jared. Jerry Seinfeld, no mustache.
That is correct. All right. Vince Murata.
Yes.
What the hell is this?
Your present.
Yo, I wanted a sports car for my birthday. Not no walking trash can. He's extremely psycho, Rocco. That's a great-looking guy.
Please make a wish.
It's creepy. That talks, that thing.
The scene they cut out of the director's cut of Rocky IV. That's Burt Young as Paulie. The growth is enough to qualify as a mustache.
I'm going to give it to 5 o'clock. You know it's like a 5 o'clock show.
That was like a 9 o'clock shadow on Paulie.
Yeah. Rocco. It's creepy. All right.
That whole thing was so stupid.
I don't sweat you.
All right, Tim. Last clue. You need it.
I do.
Sun is the same in a relative way, but you're older. Shorter of breath, and one day closer to death.
God. Is that Pink Floyd?
It is.
I have no idea, but I have no idea if
I'll give you Pink. That's fine. Pink Floyd is good enough.
But I have no idea if at the time they were singing this. This is a total guess now.
Oh, well, that's...
I'm just going to guess that given the times, mustache?
No. I don't believe anybody in Pink Floyd ever had a mustache. Not Roger Daltrey. Or, I mean, not...
You got Pink...
Roger Waters?
I wouldn't have got Pink Floyd.
Okay. You know, Pink Floyd actually, a great band. They were actually a combination of... It was like a supergroup, combination of two bands. Red Floyd and White Floyd. All right, Vinny, for the win.
Wow.
You just need 1 point for the win.
Yep.
I've come to wish you an unhappy birthday. I've come to wish you an unhappy birthday.
That is the delightful Morrissey.
That's what a way to end it.
Not a mustache.
That is correct. Well done.
Just a clean sweep for Vinny. Not
Two
only in the
victories
game,
today.
We have time for one more game. We could squeeze in. I'm feeling pretty good about myself right now.
You should feel good because it's your birthday and you just won.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
Let's play beer pong.
Well, then I'll lose.
Arm wrestle.
Hey, you can join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. D-backs and Astros. Text half to 620. 620. We'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. Once again, that is half to 620. 620. Final thoughts straight ahead. Tim Ring in for Beck here on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Card scan in 1 week. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but
Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America. Fighting for you, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks, with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
Sharing secrets with another world, rubbing shoulders with some unknown lovers, making ways through the universe.
It's my birthday. I get to control song of the day today, right?
It's your day.
This is a song I like. Can't believe this song is 10 years old already. Goodness gracious. You ever heard this band, Nothing But Thieves?
I have not.
Oh, so good. This dude can sing. You'll hear it here in a little bit.
Hey, listen, it's All-Star League week. Let it play. Let it play for 6 minutes.
It's only 3:01. Play it twice is what you're saying?
Yeah, play it twice.
This was a fun show, though. It reminded me of almost pandemic era, that we were thinking of fun ways.
You know, the best part of it, though, we didn't have to wear masks.
Yes, and there is a game of some sorts tonight.
Yeah, there is a game, and we thank Jody Jackson for coming in and not only providing insight on the D-backs, but playing Vinny Joe trivia, and most importantly, killing 2 segments.
And
here in mid-July, yes.
Celebrating Vince's birthday.
And celebrating Vince's birthday.
The name of this song, Trip Switch. It's their first big hit. Nothing But Thieves. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, All-Star game tonight. I said this to you off the air, Tim, and maybe you feel the same way. Look, things change, how you view them as you get older. The NBA draft used to be one of my favorite days on the sports calendar. It no longer is. When I was my first real love in sports was baseball, and the All-Star game to me was the pinnacle. It was the greatest thing ever. And I go back to like memories of 1979, like Dave Parker's throwing out Brian Downing at home at the Kingdome. Maybe the single greatest throw I've ever seen a play. That and Bo Jackson's throw, not in an All-Star game, but
the thing about Parker's throw was from the warning track, and like if there was an umpire behind home plate calling balls and strikes, it was a strike. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. In fact, we were joking about This Week in Baseball. That was the pinnacle piece of video in the This Week in Baseball close. Every week you got to relive it.
But how sad is it, too, that Dave Parker, I was never a Pirates fan. People of my age always had an appreciation for the 79 Pirates, the We Are Family team with Willie Stargell. Dave Parker was a big part of that. He was an MVP around that time. He was kind of a mystical, magical figure in baseball. And everybody my age is like, why is Dave Parker not in the Hall of Fame?
He's also a good player on the A's.
Finally gets to the Hall of Fame and dies a month before the ceremony.
Dies a month
Isn't that
before.
awful?
Yeah.
But anyway, going back to the All-Star, player introductions at the All-Star game are always one of my favorite things. To see all the players lined up in their own uniforms, which will happen again tonight. Thank goodness they did that right.
Yeah, first time since 2019. Vinny, I'm going way back now, but when the Cubs, I talked about how many teams were on television. It was like you could watch the Cubs and the Braves.
WGN and TBS.
Right. So I'm living in Chicago, so obviously. But when the Cubs were in a rain delay, they would always show like the prepackaged, or like they would revisit All-Star games from the 70s and the early 80s, and it was awesome just to watch those. I mean, yeah, you love the actual game itself, but I loved reliving the Reggie Jackson at Tiger Stadium, and we talked about the Parker throw and all these, and the 83 game at Comiskey Park, which was the 50-year anniversary of the first All-Star game, which took place in 1933 at Comiskey Park. Babe Ruth hit a home run in that game.
He won the home run derby, I heard.
Absolutely.
Sammy!
I think we talked about it with the home run derby specifically, but I think part of the reason the All-Star game doesn't have as much appeal, aside from interleague play and all that stuff, is there just aren't as many stars in baseball as there was even 20 years ago.
Aren't as many stars interleague play, and again, I talked about it before. Like you see these guys all the time. I mean, the advent of ESPN in the early '90s, you can see as much of these guys as you want all the time.
Yeah, but
and I don't mean there's not as many good players. I mean there's not as many stars.
Sure, I grew up again in an era where you could predict who the starting lineups for both leagues were going to be in the All-Star game and be pretty accurate. Mike Schmidt was going to start at third for the National League. George Brett or Greg Nettles is going to be at third base. It was the same guys every single year. Johnny Bench was going to be the catcher for the National League. This doesn't happen that way anymore because I think they've tweaked the voting.
That was good and
so
bad.
much. It was good and bad.
That was the same when I was growing up with Cal Ripken at short and Pudge Rodriguez behind the plate and stuff like that.
It's the only watchable All-Star game left.
That is true. It is the by far, low bar, but by far the best of all the All-Star games.
Yeah,
it's not even close.
I mean, the NFL's got so bad they don't even have it anymore.
They don't even have it anymore.
The NHL All-Star game didn't take place this past year. Nobody missed it.
And the NBA every year is trying something different.
And the WNBA All-Star game is this weekend. And last year we got a treat because it was here in Phoenix, but it wasn't the normal format. It was the All-Stars against Team USA. It was really entertaining. The WNBA All-Star game is not going to be watchable this week either.
No.
We'll have a full recap of the All-Star game coming up tomorrow. Like Tim said, thanks to Jody Jackson for coming in, hanging out with us. We are back tomorrow morning at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Happy birthday, Vinny.
Happy birthday.
You.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
If you're dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. During your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you. It helps decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Their big goal? Long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without going under the knife. They use advanced regenerative therapies like platelet-rich plasma and cellular treatments that target the problem at its source. People all over the country have been able to avoid surgery just by getting a second opinion from QC Kinetics. And right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain. Book your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Is your toilet clogged or no hot water? No worry. Spending too much on bottled water? No worry. Did your AC break down overnight or on a scorching weekend? No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is here to keep you cool, comfortable, and stress-free, especially in this Arizona heat. We handle all your AC heating, plumbing, and water treatment needs with expert care. And everything we do is backed by our no-worry guarantee. Quality craftsmanship done right the first time. We take that so seriously, we put it in our phone number, 480-NO-WORRY. Collins Comfort Masters offers industry-leading warranties with parts and compressor coverage for at least 10 years, some up to 15, and even lifetime options. As an official Lennox dealer, we'll help you beat the heat with great pricing on top-tier cooling systems. Schedule an appointment today by calling 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Systems, your no-worry solution for all things AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration.
Golf fans, join Bunker to Bunker the Golf Show this Saturday live from 7 till 9 a.m. from the Trophy Bar in downtown Ocotillo, Chandler for the Open Championship. There's giveaways from Shady Ray sunglasses, gift cards, and epic swag. Come enjoy tasty breakfast tacos and drink specials while catching all the action on Trophy Bar's massive 16-foot video wall on their misted patio. The Trophy Bar, your Open Championship headquarters, and Bunker to Bunker's favorite hang for every PGA major this season. Powered by Santan Ford.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Summer Suns, despite having all 5 recent draft picks, fell to the Kings last night, 94-76 in Vegas, but Ryan Dunn continued to show some signs of offensive growth. The Phoenix Mercury beat the Golden State Valkyries 78-77 Monday night, thanks to Alyssa Thomas's free throw with 1 second remaining. The Mercury are now 15-6, which is good for the WNBA's second best record. In the home run derby last night, Seattle Mariner catcher and home run leader Cal Raleigh outdueled Tampa Bay Rays third baseman Junior Caminero and is your 2025 home run derby champion. And tonight, the MLB All-Star game will take place in Atlanta. Paul Skeens and Tarek Skubal will be on the mound. Ketel Marte will bat third and start at second base for the National League. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez from the Snakes will also see some action tonight. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brother, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
So I sat in 2 weeks ago and carried Luke to victory, although Luke actually won the show. We'll get to that a little bit later.
Really?
And I said to Luke off the top of the show, is there ever a show where Ron Wolfley does not have a technical issue to begin thy show?
Yeah, typically, Paulie, I do. I'm no IT expert. You know that. Okay, Paul, shove it in my face, you salad eater.
Wolf, what IT expert? It's your workstation. It's the same station you log into every single day for how many weeks, how many years, and every single time there's some sort of issue. Today was new and innovative in that your phone was going off and playing some sort of video, unbeknownst to you, that included words that would get us fined by the FCC. I don't know what kind of show you're planning on doing here, but based on the video that was playing on your phone, rated R.
Paulie, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Facebook. I don't do Facebook for the most part. So I went to Facebook this morning. I had to go to Facebook this morning, and don't ask why, Paul. I'll start crying. Don't ask why. Yet at the same time, I went to Facebook, and suddenly there it is. Apparently, I was still on Facebook, and Paul, somebody was saying something bad on Facebook.
Yes, they were.
Now, I don't know, Basin audience, if there's a lot of people out there that say a lot of bad things on Facebook. But I would imagine at some point in time, Google it, my young crunks, there are people who say bad things on Facebook.
Well, it was 8:30 last night. I was saying a lot of things that you can't say on this show.
Okay, why?
Because I was enjoying my summer sabbatical. One moment I was on summer vacation. The next moment, and this was the mistake.
Okay.
Speaking of phones, do not keep your phone anywhere within distance when you're on vacation, because then I got the text. Hey, are you in town? We've got sort of a staffing emergency. Can you fill? Oh, come on!
Is that the way they phrased it, Paulie? A staffing emergency?
No, they said Mitch called in sick.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, I don't know.
You're just calling it. You're just characterizing it as a staffing emergency.
Actually, I'm not sure if they said Mitch or Bradley Beal, because it's hard to tell the difference between Mitch and Bradley Beal.
Gardner Minshew.
In terms of games played.
I mean, honestly, his beard. Minch used to have a beard base on his head. How big was it, guys? I mean, command and control. I'll be on this.
It was pretty big. It's still relatively big.
Oh, man, it was huge. It was really, it was Gardner Minshew. Huge.
Is he a James Harden guy? Like, what's the catalyst, the impetus for this?
Well, I wouldn't say James Harden.
Okay.
I mean, that is the definition of huge. So I'm going to have to back off a little bit here, Paulie. And I'm going to have to say it was big.
Yeah.
He had a big beard.
All right, so look. The point is...
what is the point?
The point is, I went from my biggest concern and question last night was how many IPAs was I going to have, to now all of a sudden have to figure out how to carry your keister for 4 hours.
Paul, just don't have 3. Don't have 3, Paul. And you know that. Paul can't have 3, basically.
Are we in the trust tree?
2, maybe.
Because I got together...
run
with a couple of buddies, and not only had 3, but it was happy hour,
Okay,
and
sit down.
we had a great seat with a view of the ocean, and then there was a beach party when we left the happy hour, and I might have had 4. And
stop it! Yeah. Stop it! No wonder why you're letting the mustache grow. See, that's why he's doing that. He's just letting the mustache grow. It's the summer, Paul. For some reason, base learnings, think about this. Paulie lets the mustache grow in the summertime. Why is that? Especially here when it's 113.
Look, the kids think it's funny. I thought this year in particular, with all the injuries in the D-backs bullpen, with a mustache like this, maybe they give me the 7th inning role.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking, Andrew Chafin style, that sort of thing. That's where I'm going with this.
All right.
But yeah, it's not going to make it out of camp. There are camp bodies. This mustache is a camp body. It's not making it out of camp.
What do you mean? So it's going to be gone?
It'll be gone.
It'll be gone. Okay,
I didn't want to put it on the air right now, but then I got called in last night, so here I am.
There it is. So Paul lets it go a little bit based on when he's on vacation. He doesn't worry about shaving, doesn't worry about that, and lets the mustache grow.
So it says here, I'm supposed to ask you,
reporting.
Speaking of Cardinals camp, which guys are we going to be watching the most without pads?
Yes.
All right, let's distinguish here. This is before pads.
Do you understand the difference, Paul?
I think so.
Do you understand the difference?
I might not know much, but I know this much. Pads and no pads.
Okay, Paulie. So is there somebody that you might be eyeballing when the pads are not on, of course?
My hands up.
The practice is starting. Look, everybody, there's JG. He's blowing a whistle. He's calling out names. He's saying things to people. They're out there practicing on the field. They just don't have pads on. Who's that one guy? Or 2 guys, or 3 guys you might be watching?
Will Johnson.
Will Johnson. Why would you watch Will Johnson, Paul?
Max Melton. Starling Thomas the 5th.
Wow. I mean, all from the cornerback room.
The corners. Okay. That's who I'm watching.
Why are you watching them, Paul?
Because that's really the one and maybe only position where you can get a true sense of whether they can ball without pads. If it's in the line of scrimmage, forget it. It's worthless. It really is. Yeah, you can talk. You can see the get off and the lateral quickness and the explosion. That's great. But how is he when he's up against an actual offensive lineman or 2? But it's the corners. If the corners are getting roasted in drills, just regular, then you have a problem. And so I'm going to be watching the corners right from the get, and then I'm going to anticipate full pads, which, by the way, should be a state holiday. May I just say that Ian Calvisi Consulting, the Paulie Pigskin Division, says the first day of full pads, state holiday.
Yeah, just so long you're going to go live at some point in time.
Well, there's more friction this year.
Live.
More friction.
That's right, Paulie. There is more friction, and I'm hoping there's going to be a lot more friction. And by the way, just go live at some point in time, just to end it. Wouldn't that be awesome, Paul? Think about it. Just to end that, you go live. We're going to do it live. The first day of training camp, we're going to put the pads on, and we're going to brawl. We'll do it live. We might have a goal line scrimmage. I would do that. You know what, honestly, right now? There are Bill Belichick used to do this as well. The first day you put the pads on, at some point in that practice, we're going live. All 11 on 11. Might only be for 5 plays, Paul, but he would do that.
You sure? Going live. You sure it was Bill Belichick or was it Bill O'Reilly?
We'll do it live. No, it was not Bill O'Reilly. Just please with the drop. Knock it off. It was Bill Belichick. We'll do it live, but you know what? Honestly, Paul brings up a great point because you can actually evaluate a corner to some degree, even before the pads go on, just watching him. And now he can't walk up and play press man. Can't do it because the NFLPA says you can't. What? You've got to be kidding me. Unless the pads are on, that's the only time you can do it? Is that the new rule from the NFLPA, Paul?
No idea.
Okay, don't
really
about
care.
It, Paulie.
It doesn't really matter. I've got another name.
First of all, it's funny you say Max Melton because that was the number 1 guy on my list, Paul. Max Melton. Why? Not only the cornerback, but a corner in year 2. Year 2, base audience. Have you seen guys get better in year 2? Guys that the Arizona Cardinals have drafted specifically, have you seen them get better in year 2 as opposed to year 1, Paul?
Let's see, Trey McBride.
Oh, it's a lot. There's a lot of guys. There's about 13 guys you could actually point to and say, man, how much better have they gotten year 2 of this system? Trey McBride, of course, has been in the league 3 years. We know that, okay? But 2 years he's been with JG, and that's where his career has blossomed and grown and taken off. But Max Melton is a guy going into year 2 right now. Oh, my goodness. Max Melton, he flashed a lot last year. He showed a lot, Paulie. And because of that, he'd be number 1 on my list of guys to watch without pads going into year 2.
Marvin Harrison Jr., obviously you can tell the gains, right? But they say he's more explosive. Is he attacking the football? What does the confidence look like? What does the aggression look like?
It's huge.
And then there's Trey Benson. Adding 7 pounds and then improving all his fitness and explosion numbers, according to James Conner and what Trey Benson said. So what does he look like? So, yeah.
None of it matters until you choose the third rail of running the ball, Trey. And when you do, that's going to change everything.
And by the way, they put out the list, and thank goodness camp starts so we can get rid of these lists. The latest list is the best players under the age of 25. And guess who's on it? Brian Thomas Jr., Malik Neighbors, Brock Bowers, all drafted after Marvin Harrison Jr. So that should be further inspiration for the young man. What's the state of the D-backs of the All-Star break? We're going to talk about that next. Calvisian for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I am nervous about this upcoming ASU football season for the simple reason that our organizations in our valley the last few years have not done well with expectations at all. Try to think about the last time a team in our town lived up to high preseason expectations. It's an irrational reason. It really is. It's irrational. Everything about their team says they're going to be good. Yeah, they got to replace Scadaboo, obviously, but they've got so many guys coming back. Everything about ASU football says they should be good. And why am I so nervous? Why do I feel like I've heard this one before?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the Hummer EV is a game changer, and I hear you have 4th of July savings all month long.
What's up, Dave? For a limited time, you can lock in 0% financing for 60 months or save up to $15,750 off on the all-new Hummer EV. That's serious long-term savings on an unmatched electric vehicle, making it the perfect time to take the leap.
Ben Franklin would go electric on the 4th of July. Shop and buy online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy, Kitzel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and A. Eugenio Suarez represent the Diamondbacks in tonight's All-Star game. Will all of them represent the Diamondbacks after the month of July? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, so let's see. Last time I was in with Luke, said, you know what? Check out the D-backs and their record. They are so 500, it hurts. 42-42. At home, they were 21-21.
Yeah.
Do the math, Wolf. That means on the road, they were 21-21. In their last 10 games at that point, they were 5-5.
Yes.
So at that point, we're like, look, the Diamondbacks need to declare. Declare. Who are you? What are you going to do with your life? Okay? So since then, guess what? At the All-Star break, they are now 3 games below 500. And they're 5.5 games out of the wild card, and they're behind 3 teams, the Giants, the Cardinals, and the Cincinnati Reds. So what says you, Wolf, on the state of the D-backs?
Yeah, Paulie, for me, for the most part right now, you know, the 6-12 in their last 18 games. That is one of the most condemning things that I think you could look at right now. If you were Mike Hazen and you were thinking to yourself, man, do I need to reshape this team? Do I need to go for it, or do I need to back off a little bit right now? I think you would look at that and say 6-12 in their last 18 games. Paulie, do you think the guys inside the clubhouse know that this team could be broken up if they didn't perform? Do you think they know that? I think they do, and even though these guys inside the clubhouse reportedly, they really get along very, very well. They love each other and respect each other, based on needs. They do inside the clubhouse, and I believe that. I just think sometimes it might be a little too copacetic, if you know what I mean. It might be a little bit too amicable inside that clubhouse. And because of that, Paulie, it's a situation where, you know, I think they're going to break it up. I think they need to break it up. These guys understood, hey, listen, if we don't play well, they're going to do that. They're going to break it up. 6-12 over your last 18 games leading up to it. I think the die is cast for Mike Hazen.
You weren't here. You were on your summer sabbatical, but we had exclusive audio of the sound that Zack Gallen was hearing inside his head while pitching at that point as we near the deadline, and it sounded like this. There's an auction that is about to commence. That's what he was hearing. Sold, sold, sold. There's at least a half dozen different premier players on this team who have been hearing that refrain in their head. If you put a little thought bubble above their head, that's exactly what you would see and hear, the auction block. Even so, Gino Suarez, this is from Sunday, before he went out and sat in the dugout during the HR Derby and watched Jazz Chisholm just stink up the joint. We'll get to that a little bit later. Here's Gino on his thoughts on the first half of the team and the level of belief.
Obviously, it's hard. It's not something that we want to where we want to be, but it is what it is. I think it's a lot of games left. We got to continue to play our game. We got to continue to play hard game and try to win games. It's not the end yet. I think in baseball you never know. You just got to play hard and do your best and see what happens at the end of the season. I think we still have a chance to make a playoff. We have to keep believing in our team, keep believing in what we can do and show up every day and do our best.
He's such a good guy. He is. Eugenio, I'm a huge Gino fan. Such a good guy.
Have you answered the question, by the way?
No, I haven't.
What do you do if you're Mike Hazen right now?
What do you do? I'm getting there, Paulie. You have to identify what the problem is before you can actually make a declaration. I know you, Paul. You like to make declarations all over the place without backing it up with anything. Just want to make a declaration. So
Wolf, we've had 97 games. What more do you need to see?
I'll answer your question.
What do you need to see? We've had 97 games.
You need to. Hey, Paulie, this is what I'm getting to. This team collectively has not shown the requisite amount of toughness that you need to.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Keep going.
They have more than a few tough players. Gino, we just heard from one of them. Hey, Eugenio Suarez, from what guys tell me, he's a tough dude. He really is. Doesn't really seem that way. Seems so friendly, so nice, so amicable. Once again, that is who he is.
That's going to be one of the few things I don't argue on the show. Keep going.
Everybody tells me that he is really, really tough as well. There are guys that are tough inside the clubhouse, but collectively, the chemistry of those guys together, it's not adding up. It isn't, and I was talking about this yesterday, but it's the truth. They don't have that collective killer instinct. They're not about finishing. They're not, and we don't need the finish him. We don't need it, Rick.
Finish him.
Okay.
See what they do.
You know
they
what,
throw
Wolf?
it in my face when I tell them we don't need it.
Let's buy Wolf some more time. 97 games wasn't enough for Wolf. Let's hear from Merrill Kelly. This is also from Sunday, just on the first half. And, well, not exactly what everybody was expecting.
I don't think anybody's going to sit here and say that we played the baseball that we think we can. I don't think anybody's going to sit here and say that we're in the position that we thought we would be at this point of the year. I never like to use the injuries as an excuse because everybody still has to do their job and the next man up has to do their job. Being on the team, that's kind of part of it. You need to come up and produce. But obviously losing the guys that we did early, and especially in the bullpen when a lot of games mean a lot towards those last couple innings. It hurts, but not ideal with the situation that we're in, but we got to shake it off and we got to regroup over the next 4 days and come back and try to right the ship.
That is the perfect answer right there, Paulie. That is it. Merrill Kelly just nailed it. If you are an athlete, if you're a professional athlete, Basinonians, and you're competing, that's exactly what you want to say. That is it right there. I'm never going to talk about injuries. Never going to talk about how injuries hurt us. I'm not one to talk about that. I'm not going to point at that and say that's the problem. Yet at the same time, they have their impact on a team. And that's exactly the way you want to approach that. That is speaking median, and that is well done because it's true.
Should I answer the question that I posed earlier?
What is, Paul, nobody
will one of
cares
us answer
about
the
your
question around here? All right, here we go. Wolf, at this point, with the state of this roster, the injuries, the inconsistent defense, a bullpen that probably wasn't talented enough to begin with, and now it's so injured, without any of these key injured players tracking to come back this season, the only answer is the D&D back stands for detonate.
Okay.
It's time to blow it up.
Okay.
At least get rid of those 4, 5, 6 players that are pending free agents, because you know what? If you want them back next year, you can still get them back. You can just re-sign them in the offseason. There's no chance you're jumping 4 teams into the wild card. And the ironical, if you will, part about all this is I've said for 2 months, I think they have enough starting pitching if they got into a postseason series that they could make some noise just based on the starting pitching alone.
Yep. They could, Paulie.
It's the rest of the roster.
Or they could not.
That will not allow them to get anywhere close to a
Paulie,
postseason bid.
You know what?
So you got to face reality at this point if you're Mike Hazen. And guess what? How many times has he told you his phone has been off the hook for the last month?
Paul, the fact that you've been on vacation for a while, you know what, honestly, it's starting to show. It's starting to show as you're talking about the rotation. The rotation is where all of this got sideways, Paul. The rotation is where all of this got onto its side.
Zack Gallen with the highest starting pitcher ERA in the league?
I'm just saying now, Zack Gallen. Zack Gallen, the tip of the spear. Corbin Burns, the start of it. The injury, of course. The start of the season, man, they just came out. I thought for sure, Paulie, the strength of this team was going to be the rotation going forward. I think all of us believe that, and it was not. They were 14-13. Rick brought this up yesterday, as a matter of fact. 14-13 to start. 500 to begin with this rotation, and they ran it out there. The rotation was relatively healthy. To run it out there in your 14-13 right now, they have underachieved. There's no denying that. But injuries are a reason. And I loved what Merrill said. I don't ever want to point to injuries because it's the next guy up. Go do your job. We're all professionals. We all deserve to be here. Go do your job. But the problem is there are players that are better than other players. You would agree with that, Paul, right? There are players. Guys get paid more money to go play. And sometimes you lose really important guys to your roster. The Diamondbacks lost not one, not two, 3 guys that were closing. And listen, I know Shelby Miller is getting a second opinion. Hopefully everything's going to be fine. But here's a guy who had a 1.98 ERA, 10 saves, doing a great job as the number 3 option coming out of the pen. And now it doesn't look good for him. Injuries are reasons, not excuses.
Rick and Jamal, can you kindly remind Ron Wolfley for 2 months who's the guy who's been saying that Zack Gallen himself is a microcosm of the entire 2025 Arizona Diamondbacks team? He's too talented to be pitching like this. The roster is too talented to be sub 500. Zack Gallen is the microcosm of the entire season. And I've been saying it for 2 months if you'd pay attention.
You ripped that from me, Paul, because the microcosm word is one of my favorites.
The good news is we have someone else who's going to tell you you're wrong. As the D-backs and whether they can turn things around, we're going to ask the voice of the D-backs. Bring in the expert, Chris Garagiola, next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, "He has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options." End quote. So it continues to be up in the air. And when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on arizonasports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, especially if your teeth are all jacked up. Paulie, how are your teeth? Okay, they're good. Okay, great. Listen, Paul doesn't need the All-On-4, okay? But I've had the All-On-4 dental implant treatment, and I can tell you right now, it is a game changer. I've told you this. Think about this socially. Do you think it's a game changer? You sit there and you can smile real nice. Of course it is, professionally. Maybe you're in sales. You want to be able to smile at that guy you're trying to sell. Well, and even personally, of course. Listen, you need the All-On-4 if your teeth are all jacked up, and the All-On-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Aria Dental Implant Center will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers that are out there. So what do you do, Basinonians? You go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620 AM, and then we will join the game in progress right here on 98.7 after Burns and Gambo at 6. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez represent the Diamondbacks in tonight's All-Star game. Will all of them represent the Diamondbacks after the month of July? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Paulie pinch hitter in for Luke. It is Wolf and Luke. And, you know, right off the top here, as we're joined by the radio voice of the Diamondbacks, Chris Garagiola. Chris, don't hesitate to take issue or umbrage with Ron Wolfley. Just because his name is on the show doesn't mean you can't disagree with Ron Wolfley. And I'm looking forward to you setting him straight here momentarily. Okay, welcome in. How we doing?
Chris, how are you?
I'm good, Paul. It's good to see you again. I'm sure I'll try and straighten out Wolf as best I can. But I gotta open by saying I'm super late on this because I haven't had the chance to see you, Wolf. But congratulations on retirement. I'm going to be I'm not sure what. I have not known a life without you calling Cardinal games on the radio, whether it was driving to school not school, but home from church with my dad or my whole life, right? It's just been hearing you and that booming voice. And my sister and I, we still joke about Darnell Dockett, put the turkey in the oven. Like it's going to be a hard change for me and a lot of natives in Arizona, but I'm so happy for you. And it's great to be talking to you this morning.
Oh, Chris, man, that is so kind of you. I really do appreciate that, brother, man. How are you doing when you look at this season? Where do you begin to evaluate it? What are your thoughts on the first half?
Right now, I mean, I was thinking about it in the car yesterday, but this has already turned into one of the greatest what-if seasons for me in Diamondback history because I just can't help but go, what if Justin Martinez and AJ Puck had stayed healthy? And, what if Zack Gallen had got off to a little bit better start? And what if Corbin Burns, as he was rounding into shape, his elbow didn't give? There were signs that there needed to be some work done to this pitching staff after what happened last year. And I thought the front office responded accordingly. I think they put their money exactly where their mouths were. And on paper, all the pieces made sense. And unfortunately, the bodies just didn't hold up. And, what if?
When does a GM in baseball go from buyer to seller? What are some of the key indicators? Where do you think Mike Hazen is right now? We've seen some of the reports that they're now taking calls from interested teams. But at what point do you decide, okay, this is the direction and here's why?
I think you have to look at the face value of the cost of adding versus the benefit of selling, right? And I just think with this group right now, I think they'd have to go realistically like 15, 16 games over 500 from now to the rest of the season in order to grab one of those wild card spots. And I'm just not sure right now they have the manpower to be able to do that, especially in the bullpen. And so the only way to get there is you'd have to mortgage some of your future to potentially add. And again, is that value worth more than trading some very attractive expirings? The Diamondbacks have two of the biggest needs teams want at their disposal. And I just think you look at the sample size right now, they're 3 games under 500. Of course, they could get off to a roaring start to begin the second half, and maybe that would change the direction of what this group is going to do. But I think we've seen enough to know right now that the injuries have decimated this group, and it's hard to envision that they're going to be able to finish that strongly when you're just missing so many key pieces. You're not going to get back before season's end.
So, Chris, that is what I wanted to ask you. The fact that right now, if you're Mike Hazen and you're looking at it at the All-Star break and, you've got, 12 games remaining leading up to the trade deadline right now, don't you almost have to have made your mind up now at this point?
You'd think so, Wolf, but the reality is that people are going to want Gino Suarez and Josh Naylor and Zack Gallen today, and they're going to want them on July 31st. So this idea that if you trade them, 10 days before the deadline versus 2 days before the deadline, I don't know how much it's going to change your package. And the reality is that it's kind of a win-win for this group right now. If you wait and let's just say the D-backs come out, sweep their first 3 series, and all of a sudden they're 5 games over. I'm not sure how likely that is, but if it happens, well, you've still afforded yourself some time to maybe then change the direction of what you want to do. And the reality is if you wait, well, you can start leveraging offers against other teams. The Yankees are offering you this much. Okay, I'm going to call the Tigers. Hey, they're offering me this. Can you offer me this +1? Okay, now I'm going to call the Cubs. You guys need a third baseman. I got 2 offers. How can you sweeten the pot? So patience is key. I think whatever decision the front office does, they just have to nail it, right? And they've done such a good job for the most part with their trades. And if they're able to do that, I think the spine of this team is intact, that they can be competitive in 26. And I think if you really nail these trades, they're going to be a legit threat in 27.
Radio voice of the D-backs, Chris Garagiola, our guest here. Maybe the most surprising thing all year, beyond just the number of injuries to me, is the fact that the D-backs, if I've seen this stat correct, Chris, have given up more unearned runs so far this year than they did all of last year. What's the best explanation as to why the defense hasn't been there? Because we know how vital it is to not give the opponent extra outs and how costly that can be. And that seems to be a persistent theme almost all year long.
I think it's one of the questions that Tory Lavell has tried to answer as well throughout this season. You look at the DNA of a Tory Lavell-led team, it's pitching and defense, and we saw how good the defense was the last couple of years. And when you're struggling to score runs, not that the D-backs are, but when you make all the defensive plays, it keeps you in games. And when you have a great offense, it's really frustrating for teams to try and get back in the game when the defense is making great plays and double plays and turning it. I'm sure that you lose a couple of pieces, particularly Christian Walker at first base, who was by far the best defensive first baseman. And that you're kind of being exposed a little bit on how good it was having him there the last few years. But look, I think they're looking at everything right now. Do they need to change the way they do things in spring training? Do they need to change the way that, they talk to coaches and what their responsibilities are to get players ready. But I wish there was a simple answer, Paul, because the defense has been a real benchmark for this team, and it just hasn't been quite as good as what we've seen the last couple of seasons.
Chris, as you watch Corbin Carroll develop and you watch him play, what do you think we're looking at here? I mean, honestly, is this young guy going to go down as the best player that has ever played here for the Diamondbacks at some point in time, or is he just going to be a great pro?
If you're I want to make that prediction that he is going to go down as the greatest Diamondback of all time. And you're certainly going against some unbelievable seasons. I think in order for that to happen, we have seen his maturation. We've already seen his game evolve very quickly in just a couple of years, where when he came on the scenes, it was a little bit of a high average, still good power, incredible base stealing. Last year, the league made an adjustment, especially with those high and tight heaters, and he had to change his swing. And it took a half a season, but he made that change when you look at the data of his second half. This year, it's a bit more swing and miss. It's a bit more chase, particularly out of the zone. And I just think he's one more adjustment away from being a legit perennial MVP candidate, because every ball that he seems to hit is a triple-digit exit velocity. And he's got tremendous plate coverage. And so if he can cut down on the swing and miss just a little bit, and if he can limit the chase out of the zone a little bit, what you'll see is the average will go up. The homers, which are already on a career high pace, those will go up as well. He's already bringing to the table elite speed, third or fourth fastest guy in baseball. So he's going to continue to lead the league in triples, but now he could lead him in doubles as well. It's not out of the realm of possibility that I think we see a Corbin Carroll season at some point in a Diamondback uniform where it's 40-plus homers, 120 runs scored, 110 RBIs. I think that's what's under the hood. And if he's able to do something like that, then you're right there at the very top of the best to ever do it in our colors.
And my last question, how many times did you throw the remote at the TV last night as Jazz was stinking up the joint with the fewest home runs since the format started in 2015 and Gino's on the dugout bench?
Hey, man, I mean, it's tough when Major League Baseball's official Twitter account says you're just here for the vibes. So, I mean,
come on.
That's not my words. That's the league. So
new rule for Rob Manfred. If you have 30 home runs at the All-Star break, you get an automatic inclusion into the home run derby.
Thank you, Paul, for that.
Sorry. Sorry about that.
Okay, Chris, thank you, man.
Thanks, Chris.
Appreciate you, Chris.
Appreciate
you guys
that.
are welcome.
And,
take care.
The shout out on Wolf's retirement, even though I still say it's awful selfish you, Wolf. Go ahead and retire on the rest of us. We'll talk to Dave Pasch about that a little bit later. But up next, what level does Kyler Murray need to play at in 2025 for the Cardinals to have success? Yep, that is next. Calvisi in for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Card scan. In 1 week. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, I thought I had things in good shape, man, until Trajan Wealth. They gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now I got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind, Basinonians. They're all fiduciaries, which means they'll put your needs first. I trust them with my future, and you should too. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I got straight talk, man, not a sales pitch. I left that meeting feeling empowered. They're fiduciaries, so their advice is built around what's best for you. I can't say that enough. I'm a client because I saw the difference. Call Trajan Wealth today, Basinonians, at 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. For Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Bunker to Bunker, the golf show, invites you to join them on Saturday, August 16th, for their next two-person scramble at Talking Stick Golf Club. Come celebrate the last days of summer with a fantastic day of breakfast, golf, a big raffle, and prizes, all for just $139. There's even a free coupon for a second round of golf, with proceeds benefiting St. Mary's Food Bank. Open to the public and singles are welcome, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Full recap on how all three of the Diamondbacks fared in the Midsummer Classic. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
JG wants more friction. We'll give him more friction. A week away from Cardinals camp.
Man, I love that, Paul. Just freeze right there, everybody, as Paulie's talking about JJ wanting more friction. What do you mean by that, Coach? You want more friction?
Don't say it.
Ultimately, Paul, I think
Don't
it's
say
physicality. That's what you want. I want more physicality. Well, you want more physicality because maybe you want more competition.
Okay.
Right, Paul?
Just don't say the fighting word, Wolf. I don't want to get sidetracked in your whole,
We know JG doesn't want fighting.
Okay.
We know that.
All
JG gets really angry when you fight. He gets angry when you fight. He might fight himself. Isn't that right, JG? Might have to throw down at some point.
Things might get a little testy here in 3, 2, 1 because, Wolf, I heard a promo on the drive-in this morning, and you were quoted as saying something along the lines of Kyler Murray has to play at an MVP level for this team to sniff the playoffs. Was that the take, essentially?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, Paul.
Because I mean, we've had a little track record of us getting, things getting a little heated.
I'm down the stage,
Well, that was many years ago.
Many years ago.
We got into the whole argument about change, whether the Suns had made significant change or not, and then that got heated as well. And so,
we did not.
Wolf, they don't need Kyler Murray. to play at an MVP level.
Wow, Paul.
They just need Kyler Murray to play like he was playing going into the break last year, going into the bye week last year.
What was everyone saying about Kyler Murray going into the bye last year?
He wasn't in the MVP consideration.
That's bold. People were actually talking about him as an MVP. Yes. Provided they go and finish well. Paul, they were 6-4. They're on top of the NFC.
Are you sure you're not thinking
that better than anybody?
Are you sure you're not thinking of 2021 when the Cardinals were 7-0 and they're going into the Thursday night game against Aaron Rodgers and the opening of the primetime broadcast had the two MVP candidates?
Right then, hey, you know what? look out. If they finish well, what if they went 5-2 at that point in time? Think about that. The Arizona Cardinals would have gone 11-5. Or 11-6 at that point. Would have been 11-6. Are you kidding me? And Kyler Murray led them into winning the division and into the postseason? Yeah, he'd have been right in the middle of that MVP conversation. By the way, look at his numbers. His numbers really dipped after the bye.
I'm
when
just
they went
looking.
2-5. He is the key, Paul, to the entire season.
One number is the key. One number is the key.
Yeah,
interceptions.
You're right. One.
Interceptions.
You were right. One number is the key.
3 going into the bye. He had 8 coming out of the bye, 11 on the season.
Okay, Paul, so 3 going into the bye. He was playing at a very high level. He was playing quarterback at a high level. They need him to play at a high level for them to actually get into the postseason. I'm talking about an MVP level.
See, I would reverse engineer that almost. I would say they just need him to not screw it up.
I'm not saying, Paul, he needs to be the MVP. He has to win the MVP for them to actually get into the postseason. No, that's not what I'm saying. MVP caliber, MVP level, Paul. That's what he's got to be. And why shouldn't he? He's got everything he needs on the offensive side of the ball, if you ask me, provided Marvin Harrison Jr. evolves the way that he needs to. If that happens, it's all over. He's got everything he needs. And look out.
There's a reason they didn't add to the receiver room in the offseason. In my opinion, that's because they expect much more out of Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yes.
That's the step forward in the receiver room.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt, Paul.
More
that's
Marvin.
One of the reasons why you don't want to bring somebody in here that's going to go, get me the ball. Give me the ball. No. We're going to be throwing the ball to 18 a lot more. Why? Because this is a guy that I think the light bulb has gone on. He needed his rookie year, and now, ding, go attack the ball. Paulie, you know this. I was saying this to you early in last season, that Marvin Harrison Jr., he's too passive. He's got to go attack the ball. He's got to go to the ball. He can't let it just come to him. He's got to attack it. You know I was saying that early. When the ball was in the air, the biggest improvement he needed to make was that's my ball.
That's why it's it's the number 1 C in our 4 C's for Marvin Harrison. There's chemistry, consistency, confidence, and contested. That's the number 1 C.
Have you noticed, based on his Paulie's always got this. He's got to have this way of actually vetting some type of information.
Give me the soundbite. Let me have Monty Ossenfort.
Paul, give me the C's again.
From Bickley and Murata. Give me Monty on Kyler.
Yeah, really, just seeing the way he is around his teammates, seeing the comfortability that he has. I think there's a certain level of he gets settled into the scheme now. This is, going into his, second and a half year. He had the half year coming off the injury. And so, just the comfortability with what we're asking him to do, both on the field and off the field. He's comfortable in his own skin. He has a good role in the locker room, on the field. And so just seeing him continue to expand his leadership of the team, I think that's going to pay dividends once we get to the fall.
Yeah, leadership's great. Okay, whatever. The interceptions is another thing. I fully expect Kyler Murray, though, to run the ball with more regularity.
Man.
Look for opportunities.
Yeah.
Greg Dortch, he joined us earlier. It was back in May. It was during the Cardinals OTAs, and here's what the longest tenured Cardinals receiver had to say about where Kyler is the most dangerous.
Kyler?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Everywhere. We talk about Kyler Murray?
Yes, Kyler
Come on now. Come on, man. He's dynamic. Obviously, we've seen it, and he's mature. He's growing every day, and you can just tell. And when you mature and you grow like that and the game starts to really slow down, that's when all the pieces start coming together, and that's where we are.
Man, once again, you look at Kyler Murray and a lot of the numbers that he was posting last year. Finished, Paul, with almost 3,900 passing yards. You get close to 4,000, you're doing something. 26 touchdowns to 11 interceptions. A completion percentage of almost 70%. And oh, by the way, ran for almost 600 yards and 5 touchdowns last year. This is the reason why Kyler Murray should be in the MVP conversation. Once again, doesn't mean he's going to win it. Just means he's on the level of doing it, because Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be way better. And when he's way better, it's going to set off a chain reaction that is going to be stunning, especially when Trey McBride is working the middle of the field. And you've got Marvin Harrison Jr. over the top. Paul.
You know what else is going to be way better this year, Wolf?
It's simple.
The Cardinals' defense. And that might be Captain Obvious, but everything I heard from mandatory minicamp, the defense gave the offense everything it could handle and then some. The defense is going to be much improved this year. And to me, it's further reason, further evidence why Kyler, just don't screw it up. You're going to have a legit playoff caliber defense. You're going to have a top 5 run game. Just mitigate the interceptions and the turnovers.
And by the way, it's year 3. Prove it. Year 3 of this rebuild. Go as a player and prove it.
And if he doesn't, do you know who the backup quarterback is? The guy with a historically low interception rate, who will come in and manage the game. How in the world was Jazz Chisholm in the home run derby over Geno Suarez? We'll talk about that next. Where is the angry chair? Calvisian for Luke on Arizona Sports. Hey, local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Do you care about getting the most for your home? Thousands of extra dollars in your pocket, tens of thousands more. But what if you're currently trying to sell your home and it's sitting unsold? Your home is worth a lot more than you think. Want more for your home? More money for your home. Hands down, you'll get a higher price for your home at 72sold.com.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you.
Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star Game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. We will then join the game in progress at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for the starting pitchers in the game, it will be Pittsburgh Pirates phenom Paul Skeens taking the mound for the National League, while Detroit Tigers ace Tarik Skubal will toe the rubber for the American League. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns today. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez represent the Diamondbacks in tonight's All-Star game. Will all of them represent the Diamondbacks after the month of July? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Bernsey, don't even think about sitting in my angry chair.
Who wants it?
Actually, it's Wolf's angry chair.
No, what are you talking about?
But I'm going to sit in. I'm sitting in Wolf's favorite chair right now. A little angry over here.
Okay,
Wolf back!
Okay, you're all fired up. Paulie is all jacked up. He's got the mustache going as well. Can we actually, I'm taking a picture of this. We're gonna post this. That's what we're gonna do, Paul. We're gonna post this thing, man.
You know what? That's a hard no.
Paul's mustache.
Just like MLB put the no into Geno. How can you have a 30 home run guy sitting on the dugout bench during the home run derby? And then because it can always get worse, that's exactly what happened when Jazz Chisholm, the former D-back, goes out there and stinks up the joint with 3 home runs on 38 swings.
Yeah.
3 home runs on 38 swings.
How did you feel about that?
The
Paul,
fewest since the format started in 2015. And we get it. He's a New York Yankee, and he has a great social media following, and all these other factors went into his participation in the home run derby. But the crime that was last night, to see him struggle with Geno sitting over there, one of the premier power hitters in this game. I'm not exactly sure why the angry chair stopped, but I'm sitting in it right now. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Paulie, you're sitting. See, Paul is...
I'm angry about this, too.
Getting all bent out of shape, as a matter of fact.
I missed rehearsal.
And he's got a T-shirt on. I don't recall how many times. I've seen Paul walking around in a T-shirt. Interesting.
It's my Mac Wilson Senior 18 Bars T-shirt. Here's what it is.
Okay, Paulie.
Yeah. Anything to try and improve my Riz. Or is it aura?
Oh, stop it. You're all fired up.
I was still trying to figure out what Riz meant, and then they came out with aura. I don't know if I have either, but I'm trying.
No, you don't, Paul. Just trust me on that one. Can I just say, based on O'Neill's, thank goodness for O'Neill Cruz. Thank goodness. I mean, if you didn't have O'Neill Cruz last night, we all would have been bored to death watching the home run derby. Sorry. I mean, first of all, do we really need 3 hours of this? Do we? I don't think so, Rick.
I had a great time.
Okay.
Other than
great.
the Jazz Chisholm moment. I liked it a lot.
Okay, you had a great time.
I love baseball. I'm not going to sit here and complain like a lot of people. I think there's way bigger things in this world to complain about.
Yes, thank you for that, Rick. I appreciate that. 3 hours of the home run derby.
Why do
I don't think it could get any more boring.
I equate it to the Pro Bowl. Like, how are people watching this? Yet it kills it in the ratings.
Oh yeah.
It's I
totally agree, Paul.
I'm sure there's a reason.
It's just not for me. It's not for me. The Pro Bowl was not for me the way that it was going in the year 2020. When it was 2020, wait a minute, 2020, did they even have a Pro Bowl?
They did the Madden Pro Bowl that year because of COVID.
That's exactly right. But I would say right around 2018, 2019, leading up to it, to me, the Pro Bowl was stop playing it. And I was saying that on the air. You need to stop playing the Pro Bowl because they weren't even playing football at that point in time.
So O'Neill Cruz hit a 516-foot home run. Is that what I saw?
513.
513.
Yes, O'Neill Cruz.
You're right on that, Wolf.
And the exit velo was like some sort of record as well? 118 or something?
122 miles per hour.
As I get that wrong as well, thank you.
According to StatCast.
Can I...
it was the hardest hit ball in the StatCast era. They actually said on the broadcast last night.
Can I call a BS on that?
Oh, Paul.
How can you get a record exit velo when someone's lobbing the ball in, batting practice style? Don't you need a 100-mile-an-hour heater to generate record exit velo?
Yeah, Paulie. You can do it, Paul. You don't need somebody throwing 100 miles per hour to do it.
Fishy, fishy.
I'm not buying it.
Paul, StatCast said it was 122 miles per hour off the bat.
StatCast also had like Cal Raleigh winning by like 2 inches or something in that one round to advance to the next round. Funny how
that was
home run
brutal.
Leader just happened to advance. Well, they call baseball a game of inches, and you're telling me StatCast can measure that home run distance into the stands by a matter of inches, and that's what separated him from the competition, and he advanced and ended up pocketing $1 million? Really?
Yeah, by the way, too, and my guy, the guy I picked, got ripped off by that. That's how he lost. Brent Rooker. That's who Raleigh beat.
So I picked Cal Raleigh, by the way, everyone, just to let you know.
Yeah, right.
I know
Rick,
ball.
I was waiting for that at some point in time. Rick actually picked Cal Raleigh.
Says here he's the first switch hitter and catcher to win the title. And he went out there and he hit his first 8 left-handed, took a timeout, and then hit 7 right-handed.
Yeah.
I mean, Wolf, what's not to like about that? You weren't on the edge of your seat at home?
No, I was not, as a matter of fact, Paul. Thank you, especially since he beat Brent Rooker. That was the guy that I picked.
Okay. So again, Jazz out there with 3 home runs on 38 swings in a home run derby.
Okay. Did you watch it, Basin Onions? That is the question we asked right now. Did you watch it?
All 3 hours of it.
Okay, Rick watched all 3 hours of it.
New
Had
question.
A grand old time.
That's brutal. Jamal, did you watch it?
I was actually at the gym, so I did not watch it.
They didn't have any TVs at the gym, Jamal?
Okay.
Yeah, I was at the gym playing basketball.
See, I don't have to answer that because you just take one look at me in my 18 Bars T-shirt. Obviously, I was at the gym, so you just know where I was last night. Goes unsaid around here. Actually, the sister-in-law knows not about sports. She said, "Who watches this?"
Yeah.
Well, that was a direct quote when I had it on the TV last night.
Yeah.
And I had a hard time arguing against that. Here's the new question that says right here, Wolf. Who are you watching tonight? What do you want to see tonight? Who do you want to see tonight from the D-backs? And how so? Can I answer that? Can I save you?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what America needs? They need a Corbin Carroll triple. It's the best play, the best moment in baseball in 2025 when Corbin Carroll gaps one. When Corbin Carroll puts one into the corner. And all of a sudden the announcer, like Chris Garagiola, says, "Oh, that dog will hunt." And then, boom, Corbin Carroll's running the 4-3 around the bases.
Especially, Paulie, because you know Corbin. He'd run it just as hard. Just as hard as if he was running it in game number 58. He would run it just exactly the same way. He's going to rip that ball down the corner. You see the way he runs and the look on his face. I love the look on his face when Corbin Carroll runs. The intensity in which he's running. I'm going to get this base or we're all going to die. That's the look on his face. I love that, man. He would not change his approach on any of that. If he rips a ball down the line, I think you're right on that, Paulie. He will definitely do that. Provide a little spark. But we have Ketel Marte, Basinonians. Ketel Marte starting, of course, at second base for the NL All-Stars, batting third in the lineup.
How about that? That's a ding.
What's your thoughts
How
on
about
that,
a ding on Ketel Marte hitting third in the All-Star lineup?
We don't need the sound drop.
That's some serious respect right there. Not bad. By the way, I wasn't here yesterday. Did you guys talk about the fact that he wasn't in his own lineup on Sunday?
Yeah.
Yet he's in the All-Star lineup on Tuesday.
Yeah, Paul. We've talked about
You've
that
talked
to
about
some
that.
degree, yes.
How do you think that went over in the clubhouse? As a guy who spent half his life in a locker room, Wolf, and who fought most of his teammates in a locker room, how do you think that...
It was part of the game, Basinonians. It was. It wasn't in the locker room. It was out of the field.
How do you think that went over in the locker room?
Sometimes that happened in the locker room, too, but I was young. I don't know, Paul. I just know it wasn't big.
You like to tout how you were a 4-time team captain, Wolf. We get it. Would
That's
you have
8,
walked
Paul.
up 8-time?
That's 8.
Would you have walked up on Ketel Marte after the lineup came out on Sunday? And he was
I'd get
load
the reasoning.
managing.
Yeah, I'd like to know. I would ask him, what's going on, man?
Okay.
What are you doing? Okay, great. I'd ask the question, Paul.
Hey, which Cardinals newcomer are people not talking enough about? How about
No
that
idea.
question?
Okay.
That's going to be next, okay?
Oh.
I'm just changing the subject
I
here.
got it.
Just letting that hang, sort of a rhetorical question.
We'll come back to that, Paul, because you obviously have a lot to say about that.
Calvisi in for Luke on Wolf and Luke, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cards can't. In 1 week. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's right, Basinonians. Voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They also have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews on Google. Over 1,000 of them, I might add. Installation is all done by their in-house team. Never any subcontractors. It's one of the things I enjoy the most. These shades are commercial-grade, industrial strength. Hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades, man. All Pro Shade Concepts has them all. Came out to the Wolfley compound, and, man, they met all of our shading needs. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
As As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
What we love about our ability to help patients at QC Kinetics is seeing their pure delight at finally being able to do the things they enjoy without pain.
I had a patient start treatment with me. He wanted to be able to be active again and do some of his sports that he really enjoyed.
Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics, treats patients with chronic joint pain using their body's own biologics. The goal? Get them back to living their best lives without surgery or harmful drugs.
He came back and he goes, what I wasn't expecting was the ability to play on the floor with my grandchildren. Even just saying it now, I have goosebumps because it's changing those small moments that you take for granted.
Don't let joint pain rob you of those moments. See if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It just warms my heart to be able to help people live the life they want to live and get those small moments back.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Summer Suns were outmatched by the Kings despite all 5 of their recent draft picks playing. D-backs draft pick Kason Cunningham dropped jaws by going deep off of virtual Paul Skeens when he worked out for the team, and Kyler Murray falls outside the top 10 in QBs in a recent ESPN poll. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Refi.
Virtual Paul Skeens. If only I had a virtual Paulie Pencilneck, I would have sent him in to fill in with Wolf today. Calvi in for Luke, Wolf and Luke, Arizona Sports.
Wearing your T-shirt, Paulie.
And we are just a week away or so from camp. Let that sink in for a moment. And there's going to be some serious competition. Hence the words more friction. I do agree with you, Wolf. Maybe the only thing we've agreed about here in more than an hour is the fact that, you know what? You need more friction, more competition to determine who's going to make the final 53 because it's more competitive than ever. All 28 draft picks the last 3 years from Monty Osborne and Jonathan Gannon remain on the roster. And you went out and you spent a lot of money, more than $100 million on the defensive front in free agency.
Yeah.
So there are definitely dudes who are going to be cut who will sign with other teams immediately.
Yes.
And that has not happened with great frequency over the last few years. But there is always a guy, and a little bit later next week at some point, Wolf will come out with the long-awaited Paulie Pigskin breakout player at camp. By the way, let the record reflect a year ago, it was 2X is what I called it. Xavier Thomas, Xavier Weaver, my 2 off-the-radar guys.
Yes.
Who both made the team, by the way, just to let you know.
There you go,
okay. But who is the new guy people aren't talking nearly enough about?
Okay, for me, there can only be one Basinonians, and that is Dalvin Tomlinson. Dalvin Tomlinson. What?
That's who I am.
Knock it off.
Were you looking at my computer?
No, Paulie. Why are you going to say Dalvin Tomlinson? This ought to be good, Basinonians. Gather around the transistor and press the air because this is going to be funny. Paul, why would you say Dalvin Tomlinson?
Let me list the reasons, Wolf. Okay, since you've already plagiarized the name, you might want to write down the rest of my explanation and analysis here.
Okay.
It starts with the fact that unlike a rookie,
He's legit plug and play.
Correct.
You can just go. He'll be a starter week 1 at New Orleans. Plug and play, proven, legit. And by the way, because he played for the Browns last year, he's a little bit under the radar, and he was his salary cap casualty because of how much money he made. But he had a career-high 18 quarterback hits a year ago. He was really good.
Yeah.
Really effective. And guess what? He fills a real need for the Cardinals right there, the epicenter of the defensive line.
First of all, what Paulie said was actually accurate, which is kind of surprising right now. I feel like a frying pan just hit me in the face. That's number one. Number two, I would say that Dalvin Tomlinson is the one guy that can line up over the center or line up over the outside shoulder of the guard. And it doesn't matter where he lines up. He's going to be a bit of a wrecking ball in there. And the Arizona Cardinals need a wrecking ball inside. They need some guy that is stout. Would you say 6'3", 330 pounds is stout? But came in like a wrecking ball. Rick, I can't believe you played that. Not that. That ruins the entire vision of Dalvin Tomlinson. I came in like a wrecking ball. But came in like a wrecking ball. All right. Just stop it.
Can I go get some antacids?
No, as a matter of fact, Paul, you have to stay right there. Dalvin Tomlinson is going to improve a rush defense that needs to get significantly better, Basinonians. This is, you look at last year, all the injuries to the defensive line. You remember all the injuries. Oh, my goodness. They had guys out there that, honestly, you were like, wow, this is going to be rough. And yet they played. They balled. They did. They played hard.
Do you think that is further reason for more friction to get the body in football shape, to callous the defensive lineman? Because it's been 2 years in a row where you've been beset by, inordinate amount of injuries, just decimated by injuries on the defensive line. Maybe, just
that
maybe,
could be, Paulie.
A little bit of old school football here coming out of camp.
It could be. It's just the expectation when you've got a defensive line room that is loaded the way the Arizona Cardinals are. You got to find out about these guys.
Yeah.
You got to find out who is going to surface and who is not, Bilal Nichols. Who is going to surface? Who's going to declare, you're not cutting me, it's not going to be me? Who is going to do that, Paul? That, to me, is, that's a big question.
By the way,
training camp.
Remember the little anecdote we got from Isaiah Adams and the Big Red Rage about a month or so ago? And when we asked him about O-line, D-line drills and what's that like? Do you sleep the night before knowing it's going to be the first O-line, D-line drill? And what is the first thing that the young guard said? That he looks over at the D-line and he sees Dalvin Tomlinson. And knows he's going to have to match up against that dude. Because he is a dude. There's no doubt about it.
Yes, it's going to be, it is, right here. Just look at the guy next to you in the room and go, Just look at him and do that, and he's going to think you're nuts, okay? And guess what? Might not be a bad thing, if you know what I mean. Never forget this, Paul. If you're playing football, you're out there playing football. You got a mouth guard in, you're playing football. You have pads on, Basinonians. If the other guy thinks you're crazy, guess what? You have the advantage. So pay it off, if you know what I mean.
Maybe we're burying the lead, though. When you talk about a newcomer, right, a guy people aren't talking nearly enough about, maybe we should be talking a lot more about, the best player in the Super Bowl, Josh Sweat. Here's Michael Bidwell from the show in April, Cardinals owner, on making the big splash signing, right? The old Ron Burgundy cannonball signing Josh Sweat.
Well, we knew that we wanted and needed to beef up our defensive front. There was some skepticism out there, and we kept saying, look, watch, we're going to do it. And Monty was super prepared for free agency and went out there. And I think, really turned things around with the additions of who we've brought on, just not Josh, and Calais, but Tomlinson, so many others, Jacoby Brissett, I think he's really strengthened the team, and I think we're really pleased with how this would go, because obviously it takes two to make a deal, and not everybody may decide to come our way. But Monty did a great job of landing all the players that we were interested in having join us and reshaping our, especially our defensive front.
What if
that was not at a concert either? I mean, that was at Circa Resort and Casino, I believe.
Yeah, correct? You guys are out there at Circa, and Michael joined, and that's not payola. That was the background. That was the background noise of the Cardinals owner on. It sounded like a nightclub back there.
What were you going to say, Paul?
New and innovative ways for Ron Wolfley to take a day off without actually expending a vacation day.
Okay, what were you going to say, Paul? Because right now, Dalvin Tomlinson. I'm going to go back to Dalvin.
What? No, I'm going. No, we're talking about Josh Sweat, Wolf. Because what if?
Talk about him.
What if he picks up where he left off? Did you see what he did to Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I saw it, Paul.
Did you see how he benefited from, having one of the best interior defensive lines in the league? And if the Cardinals bolstered their interior defensive line, and please say they did, with Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais, with Walter Nolan III out of the first round, Darius Robinson.
I love the juxtaposition of that, Paulie. Calais Campbell and Walter Nolan. Think about that. 18 years in the league and a rookie. Here we go with different skill sets, I might add.
By the way, as we're running out of time here, and I'm continuing to educate you, I can't believe you're not taking notes as I continue to break down the Cardinals roster. If you're looking for the top three guys, we're not talking nearly enough about Dalvin Tomlinson, Josh Sweat. I would say Hayden Conner, the 6th-round rookie.
You're not going to say Hayden Conner.
3-year starter for Texas.
You're not going to say Hayden Conner when I picked him, Paul,
just because
to be the sleeper of training camp.
I'm not referring to what you said. Let's hear from Dave Sears, assistant GM, Big Red Rage in May. On Hayden Conner.
You can put on that Michigan tape. You can put on the Texas A&M tape. You can put on the, a lot of the Kentucky tape. You can put on a lot of tape where this guy's playing guys who got drafted this year, got drafted last year, NFL players. So it's not a question of can he block NFL players. He's been doing it. He's got, I think, 43 consecutive starts at Texas. That's pretty damn good. So you got a big guy who's really smart and who's fundamentally sound. So we were excited that Hayden was still there. He does have some ability to play center, although primarily we see him as a guard. But any kind of interior versatility you have, or even if it's guard to tackle, that obviously helps you, because when you're a back-end player in the NFL, you have to have some versatility as an offensive lineman. We think he has that, and we think the guy's got a chance to ascend. I'm not going to put a ceiling on him, but we feel really good about Hayden in the 6th round, certainly.
I don't know. Instead of going to Circa Resort and telling everyone you're working, Wolf, how about go put on the Michigan film against Texas and then watch Hayden Conner and what he did against 2 round 1 picks in Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham?
Already did. It's his feet. He's got to get his feet better. But if he does, they got gold.
Have you subscribed to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast? Subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, who stood out the most in the 3rd game of the Suns Summer League? Here we go, Wolf. Summer League ball. I'm going to tell you exactly what you were missing out there on the floor last night, and I don't even need to have seen the game to tell you. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? Oh, yeah, Macedonians, we all know it's hot outside. I'm talking frying egg on the sidewalk hot. But inside the Wolfley compound, it's cool, real cool. And that's all thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. It's like sleeping on a cloud that's been chilling in the fridge, bruh. And here's the deal. You don't have to suffer through sweaty nights. Right now, during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online now through July 29th. That's mattresses, pillows, sheets, whatever you need to build your sleep sanctuary. They've got 12 locations across the basin. So there's one close by you, Basinonians. Go check them out. And you know what? Tell them Wolf sent you. Don't sleep on this deal unless you're sleeping on a Brooklyn bedding mattress. Then by all means, have at it for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale going on now. Go to brooklynbedding.com.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters is here to help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Right now, get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox air conditioning system installed for as low as $99 a month. That's serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins has been taking care of the Valley for over 40 years. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. We will then join the game in progress at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for the starting pitchers in the game, it will be Pittsburgh Pirates phenom Paul Skeens taking the mound for the National League, while Detroit Tigers ace Tarek Skubal will toe the rubber for the American League. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns today. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello Blue Sky. Goodbye scorpions.
Calling all cars, we got another victim. Cause my love has become an affliction.
The year is 2147. Nuclear war and global climate change have made the Earth uninhabitable to humans. And still, we are waiting for the Bradley Beal situation to be resolved. We'll give you any updates tomorrow at 6 a.m.
All right, so I have a bit of an ethical dilemma. I got a voicemail during the break.
Yeah.
The rental car company informed me that I left my sunglasses in the car.
Okay.
Just one problem.
Yeah.
I did not. Those are not my sunglasses.
Oh, wow.
do I call back and have them send me the sunglasses, even though I'm in full knowledge they are not mine? Because maybe they're a really nice pair of sunglasses.
Paulie, why would you even think that and say that on the air?
Or do I call
why
them back
would you do that?
and tell them
of course,
to call
you're not
the
'cause I
person
know
before
you
me?
personally, you're not going to call them and say, okay, send me the glasses that aren't mine.
You know,
you're not going to do that.
I think it's too late now that you mentioned it on the air. I think now you have to. Now you can't call them back.
This is in Southern California. They have no idea.
Yeah, what's the rental car company and what's their email so I can clip this and send this to them just to let them know?
Hibachi.
Notice no details given to you guys. Trust no one when there's a pair of free sunglasses on the line. So that's how this
Thank
works.
you for
right?
that, Paul.
Yeah.
As
Ron
a friend,
Wolfley,
I would advise you against that.
I'd love to say that I saw the Suns Summer League game last night, but full disclosure, Trust Tree, I didn't get a call to fill in for this show until well after the game was done.
Okay.
So I'm going to rely on you, Wolf, and what you saw last night.
Yeah, just watching the game, and this was a rough game to watch. The Suns could not shoot the basketball. Ron Wolfley reporting. Although the Kings defense was desperate, I would say, like they were trying to make the Sweet 16, the Suns could not make a bucket.
Based on the highlights, and I saw quite a few highlights, but I have two takeaways. Tell me if I'm right or wrong on these, Wolf, and I know you will. Number one, the defensive intensity that I've seen in the Summer League isn't nearly what I thought it would be.
What do you mean, Paul?
It's somewhere between the All-Star game and the regular season, maybe even the All-Star game and the preseason. The defensive intensity has been lacking in the Summer League. That's number one.
I think you need to watch more Summer League games, Paulie. I'm just saying that right now because to me, again, they look like they were playing in the NCAA tournament. Okay. And the officials, oh my goodness, they let them play. Knock it off. There were guys getting hacked all over the floor, especially last night, watching last night's game. Oh, my goodness, you got to be kidding me. Look, the Suns had 28 points at the half, Paul. 28 points, yeah. They scored 2 points in the first 4 minutes of the third quarter. Oh, boy. It was brutal to actually watch. Now, they got a lot better as the second half unfolded and eventually did score, 76 points. I believe, but man, it was really bad in the first half.
Okay, I have more questions.
Yes.
The Suns allowed 30 points, it says here, off 20 turnovers.
Yeah.
What does that sound like?
Yeah, that's
last season? Sounds like last season.
Just knock it off, Paul.
Okay. That's number one.
Of young guys that were out there right now. Ryan Dunn and Kaman Malawach played. And you know what else? Rasheer Fleming played as well.
Okay, I have questions on those too.
Okay, great. Good, Paulie.
Malawach, it says here he is 1 for 6 from 3.
Yeah.
How tall is he again?
They list him at 7'2". I don't believe he's 7'2". I think he's 7'1" and a quarter.
Is that really the best use of Malawach right now? Hoisting a half dozen three-pointers?
Well, you know what, Paul? Yeah, I don't think it's the worst thing that could happen right now. You expect him to grow physically, of course, down in the paint. You expect him to be more physical. You expect him to pick that part of his game up at some point, especially on the defensive end of the floor. But, honestly, this is a guy that actually shot 25% in college. Okay, now he only took 16 threes, Paul. But, and here's a guy, too, that has, I believe it's 78% from the free throw line. Don't hold me to that. But I think it's 78%. This is a guy who's got a bit of a stroke, Paul, for a guy that's as long and lanky as he is. Man, if you could have him develop a three-point shot, and most scouts believe he could, Paul. He could develop that three-point shot to where he could be a guy that you might have to worry about.
Is Jordan not going to run the Celtics system? Because if I'm taking a 7'2", 18-year-old, 10th overall, how about get him some reps in the paint?
Yeah.
Especially when you have a dire need for defense from the inside out. When you have a dire need for a little physicality. You were one of the softest teams in the league last year, which brings me to Rasheer Fleming. Mr. 6'9", 240-something power forward. And it says here, half his shots were from three-point range.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
Isn't he someone who was brought in to increase the physicality, the rebounding, mix it up down on the block?
Not really, Paulie. This is a guy that is a perimeter guy, Rasheer Fleming. This is a guy that many scouts believe has a three-point shot now and will continue to develop that part of his game. A classic 3-and-D guy. That's what a lot of people are saying about Rasheer Fleming. Watching him last night, man, his handle's got to get a lot better, Basin Onions. Ron Wolfley reporting.
So wait a minute. His handle needs to get better, but we're going to put him out on the perimeter.
Well, Paulie, again, this is where he's got to develop. And you would imagine, Paul, right? Some rookies coming into a league, whether it's the NBA, whether it's the NFL, you've got a lot of work to do, right? You'd agree with that. He's got to develop.
Sure.
His handle's got to get a lot better because Basin Onions, man, it was rough last night. He looks raw in terms of seeing things, not just his handle, but he looks raw in terms of seeing things offensively. And I need to remember that he is raw. He is. And this is his first. This is all of these rookies, all of these young guys that are out here for the most part, except for Oso Ighodaro and Ryan Dunn, second-year guys. A lot of these rookies are dipping their toe into the NBA water, if you know what I mean. This is it. This is their first, oh, boy, the water's a little cold. Or, oh, you know what, the water feels nice, as a matter of fact. Right now, I think for Rasheer Fleming, the water feels really cold.
And then the guy who can definitely shoot it, rookie Kobe Brea.
Boy, he had a rough night, Paul.
Yeah. 1 for 9 overall, 0 for 4 from three-point range. Based on the accounts I saw, Sacramento adjusted to the fact that he started a house of fire, and they said, we're going to play him a little more physical. We're going to play him a little tighter.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, so he's going to have to adjust to the adjustments.
Yeah, Kobe Brea got kicked right in the cradle, Paul. Having said that, you know what the best part is so far about the 3 games that I've watched? Ryan Dunn looks like he doesn't belong out on the floor with them. He looks better than everyone else, in my opinion. Ryan Dunn playing really well, and he should. You would hope that a second-year guy that got a lot of minutes, you would hope he would go play in the summer league and look like he's better than a lot of the guys on the floor.
That's good. Get him out and get some minutes for all the other guys who don't need it at this point. Hey, join us for the Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the D-backs take on Christian Walker and the Astros. Text HALF to 620-620. They're going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. Text HALF to 620-620. Text HALF to 620-620. All right, which position room are we most concerned about heading into this Cardinals season? Camp about a week away. We'll talk about that next. Calvisian for Luke. Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I don't think the legacy of James Jones to me is all that complicated at all. I think it's actually really simple. But James Jones, in part, constructed a basketball team that got closer to winning an NBA championship than any Phoenix Suns team ever had before. They were up 2-0 in the 2021 NBA Finals. And that team, while certainly having some of Ryan's fingerprints on it and certainly some of Robert Sarver's fingerprints on it, also had James Jones's fingerprints all over that team.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com. Summer is calling. Are you ready to answer with a brand new pool? With temperatures already rising, the best time to start building is right now, brothers. You still have time at Presidential Pools and Spas. They're known for the fastest build times in Arizona. Start today, and you're going to be splashing, grilling, and relaxing by the end of the summer. But the clock is definitely ticking, and Presidential Pools and Spas and Arizona Diamondbacks are giving away a pool, and you could win, Basinonians. It's the summer pool giveaway by Presidential Pools and Spas. One winner will receive a stunning new pool with Pentair equipment and beautiful decking, perfect for endless summer fun. Enter now by visiting dbacks.com/splash for more details. That's dbacks.com/splash to win a new pool from Presidential Pools and Spas.
At the UPS Store, we ensure your small biz stands out with a variety of high-quality paper stock options, banners, posters, brochures, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Tired of running out of hot water? Right now at Precision Air and Plumbing, get 25% off a tankless or hybrid water heater. Systems that deliver hot water on demand, take up less space, and cut down on energy costs. It's efficient, reliable, and perfect for Arizona homes. And with flexible financing options, it's more affordable than ever. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-765-ICE.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Walt's, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons are $5.99 when you buy two at Fry's Food and Drug now through July 15th.
Kids Free Weekend is back. When the St. Louis Cardinals visit Chase Field starting on July 18th, kids get in free courtesy of Wendy's. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com/kidsfree.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What kind of role will Jaylen Green have with this year's Suns? And can he coexist next to Devin Booker? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, because it can always get worse, it just did. Got a text from Cam Cox over at Channel 12.
What's up, Cam?
Cam. Said the mustache is winning behavior.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
winning.
Snark. All right, you give him the buzzer on that. We know. It's his little snark there. And, we don't need it. Nobody needs it, Cam. Just make sure you're ready to go, okay? I mean, make sure you're ready to go for camp, okay?
Oh, man, camp looms, Paulie. It looms. Here it comes.
Okay.
Ah!
So here's the question. If you're Jonathan Gannon and Monty Osifort, where do your eyes go first? Where is the concern level the highest? When you're talking about position rooms.
Yeah.
Where do you start? Where do you think your eyes go first? What are you trying to assess out of the gate from the get?
For me, Paulie, there's no other room right now that even comes close to the interior offensive line. So I'd look at the old line room right now when you're talking about Evan Brown as the left guard. Evan Brown is a guy that can actually get the job done. He is. Yet at the same time, I would not be surprised if Evan Brown lost his job to somebody else. Now, again, that's just me, Basinonians. People said that about me going into many training camps. I want you to know that. Okay? And there were many training camps I went in knowing you better play or you're gonna lose your job. Many desperate situations I was in.
Quick question. How many camps did you go into where the team had drafted a fullback? How many camps did you go in where the team had drafted a fullback. Actually expended a draft pick.
One, actually.
One. Okay.
Yes, one.
And what was the outcome of that?
And it was Tommy Vardell.
Oh.
In Cleveland.
It's like a first-round pick.
Yeah, so wait a minute. Yeah, Broderick Sargent. I don't think he was actually drafted by the St. Louis Cardinals, but they brought him in, and Sarge was a really good fullback. He was a really good special teams player as well. So there was a situation he could have replaced me. The problem was I was going to Pro Bowls at that point in time, Paul. So I'm just saying.
There's a flex.
Again,
give him a ding. Give him a ding for that.
I'm just saying.
Give him a ding.
I'm just saying it's the truth. But it was
humble brag.
It was a tall order, Paul.
Okay.
But Tommy Vardell, as a matter of fact, can you imagine?
So interior.
Tommy Vardell.
This is the second time and probably the last time we're going to agree on this show. I would say O-line, interior O-line.
Yes.
Although it was interesting, Max Starks, who knows a thing about offensive line play, we had him on when you were on your summer sabbatical. We asked him this similar question. He said the right side of the O-line.
Okay.
That was his answer, just because of the injury situation. Jonah Williams coming off injury, okay.
He's got a lot to prove.
Exactly. And then, all right, Isaiah Adams. Look, the first O-line, D-line drill, full pads, full contact, full go. My eye immediately goes to Isaiah Adams, and it's just how does he hold up on the bull rushes? He has the talent. I think he has the maturity. He has the skill set. He's a technician. Does he have the lower body to hold up? Did he spend the last 5 months in the squat rack, and does it make a difference when Dalvin Tomlinson is coming off the ball and trying to go through him?
You're right on it, Paulie, of course. It doesn't surprise me, being the sideline guy for the Arizona Cardinals. You're right on it. This is my area of concern. It is left guard and right guard. It is. Evan Brown, once again, how's he going to be? He's a guy that belongs in the NFL. He's a guy that can be a starter. He's just got to pick it up a little bit better. Had problems with guys like Leonard Williams, by way of example. Had problems with guys that were some dominant three techniques that you've got to be really careful. And you've got to do a great deal of work throughout the week to game plan for them. Having said that, Isaiah Adams is the guard position for the Arizona Cardinals is a question mark. It's one of the reasons why I believe that Hayden Connor could actually come out of training camp as a starter.
And if none of those players you just named impresses enough, a quick check of the free agent market, guys who are still out there, Shaq Mason, Brandon Scherf, and then, of course, Will Hernandez.
Can't believe Brandon Scherf is still out there. Will Hernandez, to me, it's got to be maybe some type of medical situation that is going on, him coming off the ACL, Paulie. For me, Will Hernandez is such a good player. Maybe he's asking for way too much at this point. I don't know. But for him to be out there still, it's got to be medical to me.
Number 2 position room that has the potential for the most concern, inside linebacker, Mike linebacker. Is it going to be Akeem Davis-Gaither? Is it going to be Mikhail Walker? Is it going to be the rookie Cody Simon? Who is it going to be?
Paul, I'm hearing whispers of Cody Simon. Are you hearing whispers as well, Paul? As you're walking around the facility building, and there you are, you're in the corner, Paul, and there's somebody, psst, hey, Paulie, come over here. Is there somebody telling you, Paul, is somebody whispering to you in regard to Cody Simon and the player that he could possibly be, even though he's a rookie and you haven't even put the pads on yet?
I wish. So far, all the whispers have been, get rid of the mustache. Cody Simon. Can I throw out, this will qualify as my hot take of the day. Owen Papo.
Okay.
5th round pick 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Dude had ridiculous athleticism coming out of Auburn.
Skills.
He has like the second best athleticism, analytic to ever come out at that position in combine history. So if he's been a bit of a slow learner, but the dude can seek and destroy, do you think he's given a chance? Is it a 4-horse race to be the inside linebacker? That's a big question that has to be answered. Here's the other one I'll throw at you. Yeah. What about receiver?
Okay.
Is receiver
I think
a potential concern?
Down.
Well, is Michael Wilson a legit wide receiver too? Is it Greg Dortch? Where is Zay Jones? Marvin Harrison Jr.? Once again, there were 4 rookies. who had better years statistically than Marvin Harrison Jr. last year. Where is he in year 2?
Yes, well, Marvin Harrison Jr. better be really, really good. Marvin Harrison Jr., I'm expecting, Paul, to truly be wide receiver 1 this year. It's so important, Paulie. It sets off a chain reaction. I've been talking about this, but it's the truth. When you think about a Kyler Murray being able to throw the ball down the field, you have to have a deep threat. Okay, so Marvin Harrison Jr. isn't a big run-by guy, but he's got enough speed to actually go with his verticality, how tall he is, where you can single up a guy and throw the ball up in the air and say, Marvin, go get it. Go high point it. Go get the ball, like Larry Fitzgerald was able to do as well, Paulie. They need Marvin Harrison Jr. and his young legs to be a deep threat, opening up all that inside goodness for a guy like Trey McBride. And, oh, by the way, you got James Conner still attacking the line of scrimmage. Oh, yeah, baby. Give it to me. I need all of that.
And you could even throw a corner in there. But you know what? Corner, inside linebacker, wide receiver, all combined, to me, still don't match the urgency of offensive line.
Yes. Why, Paul? Because you're trying to protect Kyler Murray.
Yes.
Especially the interior.
And with that in mind, you guys asked Kelvin Beachum, the elder statesman of the O-line room, just how he feels about the O-line going into this year.
You know, for one, I feel that we've been able to keep the core together, first and foremost, you know, which is amazing. You know, Paris, Evan, the Desert King, Yelda, and, you know, Isaiah's coming into his own. Jonah's coming back healthy, which is great. You know, I think we have, and there's going to be great competition, you know, for depth, which I think is a great thing. I think that not only pushes the starters, but also makes the guys behind them even hungrier and also makes them better. So I really feel that we have a really good unit. And I think, you know, Monty has done a phenomenal job of drafting young players who are able to push and provide that flexibility with that depth. So I think we're going into the season healthy, first and foremost. I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
And then secondly, how do we find ways to continue making each other better? And when you're together for some time, which we've been able to keep this core together for 2 or 3 years, how do you then make the defense better, which the defense is now starting to get better. So, especially the defensive front. So how do we, in the trenches, find ways to get better? Because at the end of the day, the game is still won and lost in the trenches.
Yeah, you're right about that, Beach, but please, stop it. Run for president, please. Okay? So I can vote for you.
I'm surprised he still comes on this show, honestly. You know, a man as respected and as accomplished as Kelvin Beachum.
Hey, he told us he likes talking ball with us one time.
Love him.
But he does, among many good points he makes, guess what? That improved defensive line is going to make the O-line a lot better by the end of camp.
Ooh.
Coming up next, we'll take you through the top stories of the day. Wolfing down your lunch. Wolf and Luke, Calvisi in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. The Suns wanted to be hardcore about it and said, look, we're knocking it down. Book, we appreciate you. You got to go. We have to cash in on you while we can. That is such a tenuous tightrope that this ownership group would be walking, because they're not exactly exuding goodwill from their pores right now among the Suns fan base because of the way this experiment went. Devin Booker represents goodwill and an olive branch to the fans. Like, you love him, we love him, he's going to be here forever.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, my friends, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at DISC. That's right, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Listen, as a former professional football player, I've suffered an awful lot of damage to my back and my spine, and the surgeons over at DISC, Dr. Chris, of course, he's helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation, especially if you are battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athletes and the weekend sports enthusiasts to those just trying to get their life back, Basinonians. What I love about this, people from all over the world, they come here to DISC for their treatment. That's right, all over the world. Not only that, DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. Enjoy life again, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Arizona's housing inventory is on the rise, up 12% year over year, and that's great news for you. More homes on the market mean more choices, better negotiating power, and less competition. Whether you're a first-time home buyer or looking to upgrade, the market is shifting in your favor. If you've been waiting for the right moment, it's now. Don't miss out on the opportunity to find your perfect home. Give Lund Mortgage a call today for your free pre-approval, and let's make your homeownership dreams a reality. For all things mortgage, call Lund Mortgage.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Not available in all states.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing, call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Gino Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. We will then join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for the starting pitchers in the game, it will be Pittsburgh Pirates phenom Paul Skeens taking the mound for the National League, while Detroit Tigers ace Tarek Skubal will toe the rubber for the American League. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns today. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, last time I was on, last month, with Wolf, wolfing down your lunch became losing my lunch when Wolf shared with us his new go-to to lose a few lbs. What was it again, Wolf? It was cottage cheese, which is a non-starter right there. And then you add what do you add to it?
It's broccoli. And you gun some hot sauce all over it, Paul.
Oh, jeez.
Super good.
Thank you.
Man.
Thanks for buzzering that down.
Really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, Paulie.
Okay, so we persevere with Wolf and Down Your Lunch.
Well, at least you didn't talk all over the rejoin, Paul. We appreciate that. Rick,
here we go.
The MLB All-Star game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez will be reserves for the National League. Which D-back are you most excited to watch in tonight's game?
Well, I already said earlier that the moment America needs is a Corbin Carroll triple.
Yeah.
Right? And he's off! Right? And boom, they watch him run the bases.
Yes.
It's my favorite play. You can give me all your 518-foot home runs with 122 exit velocity. I don't care. I love watching Corbin Carroll at triple. How he only has 1 inside the park home run in his career is beyond me. He should have like a half dozen of them at this point. But beyond that, just the moment of hitting third in a lineup, that's a big deal. It's really a monumental moment in any player's career. And then just the respect, we get to see the Diamondbacks uniform and representing Arizona hitting third in an all-star lineup.
Yes, starting and hitting third. Paul, you going to take all my answers? That was it for me right there. The fact that Ketel Marte is hitting third, starting, of course, an all-star starter for the NL. Ketel Marte, as we all know. I'd like to see him get through this without any tweaks either. No soft tissue tweaks. I'd love to see him get through this and be healthy coming out on the other side.
You mean like he wasn't on Sunday in the final regular season game that counted before the exhibition game that he's now starting, but he didn't start the final?
I don't know what you're talking about, Paul.
Oh, okay.
Next, Rick.
The Summer Suns were blown out last night by the Sacramento Kings in Las Vegas. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com. And it asks, which recent Suns draft pick has impressed you most in the Summer League after Ryan Dunn? Oso Ighodaro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, or Kobe Brea?
I went first, so you go first, and then I'll do what you did, and I'll copy your answer.
Okay, so we know that Oso was drafted the year before, of course.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's just who other than Ryan Dunn has impressed you the most?
Okay. I would say Oso Ighodaro. I would say Oso because, again, last night was
Did you
rough.
see him last night?
Yeah, last night was rough on the offensive end of the floor for Oso. No doubt about that. But he's played really well, especially in the first 2 games. Played really well. Because of that, I'm going to say Oso Ighodaro as well. I think Ryan Dunn and Oso have separated themselves in regard to these guys look like they've played a year in the NBA. The other guys, not so much.
If you're going to go with a guy who had a rough outing last night, then I'll go with Kobe Brea. Just what he showed in the first 2 games and his ability, the legit NBA stroke. And he made it look really easy shooting from the outside. I know he had a rough one last night, and they ratcheted up the physicality, and defense was tighter and all that. Okay, you got to adjust to the adjustment now. Welcome to the NBA. But that dude looks like he is a legit sharpshooter at this level.
All right, I like Paul's answer here, so I'm going to go with Kobe Brea. And Kobe Brea currently leads 52%, but coming in second is Oso Ighodaro at 32%. Kaman Malawach, 12%, and 4% for Rasheer Fleming. Okay, we're going to stick with Suns right here. And I know we try to not talk about this right now, but I do have some sound to play if I can find... Oh, yes, it's at the top. Yep, I have it. I do have some sound to play from Fox Sports radio host Jason McIntyre on The Herd yesterday, who says this will happen if the Lakers acquire Bradley Beal.
When the Suns get rid of Bradley Beal, the Lakers could get him for $5 million. Bradley Beal is the missing piece. You could just go ahead and get the parade ready for the Lakers if they get Bradley Beal.
Wow.
What do you guys think of that?
What?
Wow.
Has he watched basketball in the past 2 seasons?
I don't know. Bradley Beal is a very talented basketball player based in Orleans. Ron Wolfley reporting. He is. He's made an awful lot of money. He's made a lot of money. He's a very talented guy. But I think we all, our own personal, up close with Bradley Beal, would say, I hope that does happen. Because he's not going to play, but one game and then maybe have to sit down.
If the Lakers
He's had a hard time staying healthy.
The Lakers were concerned about Luka's commitment to defense. Just wait till they see Bradley Beal. You're telling me that's going to be the sort of defense that wins a championship, according to Jason McIntyre?
If he's out on the floor.
Okay.
All right, and the last one for you guys here.
And by the way, if he is the key to the Lakers title, then go ahead, get a deal done with the Lakers, and you know what, get something in return. If that indeed is the key, send the Lakers that Jason McIntyre soundbite, and then do a deal on the heels of that.
Yeah, the new ownership with the Lakers, they might enjoy that, even though they've owned sports teams and know how to run them, Dodgers. Arizona Cardinals training camp starts exactly a week from today. Which single player do you guys think has the most to prove in camp?
Wow. The most to prove in camp.
The most to prove
Not this
in
season.
camp.
Yes, the most to prove in camp. Boy, that's a good one, man. There's a lot of guys that got to prove something in camp. Isaiah Adams. I'm going to take Isaiah Adams because he does have a lot to prove at right guard. They need him to step up and be that guy, be that physical presence at right guard. Boy, last year, the last 5 games, flashed a little bit, showed a little something. Knew he had to get stronger and did get stronger. Got into the weight room, got bigger. I think Isaiah Adams is going to be my answer.
Will Johnson. I think he has a chance to walk out of camp cornerback 1. If he really is that elite talent who could have gone top 10, top 15, if not for the injury concerns by virtually every other team not named the Arizona Cardinals, or at least to a big enough extent, he fell to the middle of round 2. If he really is a talent on par with a Patrick Surtain II or Sauce Gardner or Derek Stingley Jr. or Devon Witherspoon up there in Seattle, these are all pro corners. If he's that sort of talent, those guys were starters, cornerback 1 from day 1. He could be that guy if healthy, and if he matches what the Cardinal scouting report says, then coming out of camp, look out.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. But you know what? We need to protect Kyler Murray.
All right, which guys, by the way, are we all going to be watching the most when the pads come on? When the pads come on now, all right? This is where we're going, and that is next. Calvisi for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, "He has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options." End quote. So it continues to be up in the air, and when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on arizonasports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable. Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The year is 2147. Nuclear war and global climate change have made the Earth uninhabitable to humans. And still, we are waiting for the Bradley Beal situation to be resolved. We'll give you any updates tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Reminds me, it's a painful reminder of how Luke won the last show that I sat in with Luke a few weeks ago. I was going with the whole, let Beal deal has now morphed into can you deal Beal, and then Luke threw out there untrade Beal.
Oh.
And he brought the hammer.
Yeah.
And he won the show.
Thought that was good.
He won the show. That was pretty good.
Beal.
Yeah, it was a pretty good. Untrade Beal. And so, okay.
Luke's pretty good at that stuff.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I a little exceeded my expectation. Okay, I had to raise my game a little bit the rest of that show.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Wolf, we put it to you, okay? Which guys should everyone be watching the most when the pads come on? Because, you need two hands to count how many open practices there will be. Everyone fashions themselves as an NFL general manager based on fantasy football, right, Rick? And so you go out there and you think you know the game and you're going to watch some names and you're going to do your own little sketch. Where and who should get the most attention?
Yeah, let me look at this, Paulie. The Arizona Cardinals don't have a fullback. Is that correct, Paul? By the way, Basinonians, if you're scoring at home right now, half the league has a fullback. Half the league.
By the way, Basinonians,
16 of the 32 teams have a fullback on their depth chart.
And you fruitlessly cited that stat every year to Cliff Kingsbury. It never happened. You've done the same with Jonathan Gannon. Still no fullback. So, Wolf, you can't speak it into existence. I'm sorry.
I realize that, Paulie, yet at the same time, I'm just saying, half the league. Don't make it sound like the fullback. Nobody knows who a fullback is anymore.
We don't need no stinking fullback when we have Tip Ryman. All right, yes. Tip Ryman.
Well,
get Tip Ryman in the H-back.
I love that, Paul.
By the way, you know my mandate, Calvisi Consulting, okay, the Paulie Piskin division. I'm waiting for a one-on-one with Drew Petzing. I'm going to tell him. I'm going to hand him a little suggestion box, and I'm going to hand him the play. It's real simple. Mandatory, at least one per game this year, tight end screen to Tip Ryman.
Okay, no tight end screen.
And the name of the play is going to be Who Wants Some? Okay. Who wants some?
Yes.
Quick flare pass, Tip Ryman, let's go.
I would say who whams some? Who whams some, as in wham block. I'm going to see Tip Ryman. I want to see him line up as a fullback, of course. You can have Trey McBride. Look, everybody, there's Trey McBride. He's one of the best tight ends in the game. Line him up at say, tight end on the right side and right off of Jonah Williams' hip. And go ahead and line up Tip Ryman in the backfield in a three-point and have him wham block the nose tackle. That's the wham I want to see. Now, Paul.
You know he got Nick Bosa last year.
Yeah.
Nick Bosa never saw it coming.
He never saw it coming. Yeah, I know. Tip, I would say, needs to improve that. He needs to improve his wham blocking as well. There are three guys. I look at the show sheet here. And it says, who are you looking at? When the pads go on, what guys will you be following early in training camp? That is the question that we're asking right now. When the pads go on, not when they line up and they're running around in shorts and T-shirts, Paul. When the pads go on, who are you going to be following early on, Paul? And you say, who, Paul?
Isaiah Adams was my first one. We've already detailed that.
You said Isaiah Adams.
Yes. Can he hold up, especially when Dalvin Tomlinson is bull rushing him and trying to run through him?
Okay.
Can he put the brakes on Dalvin Tomlinson, right? All the work he's put in the weight room, the squat rack.
Yes.
That lower half.
Paul said Isaiah Adams. I have three.
Okay. Here's the other one. This is going to be an unconventional one.
Okay.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh.
When the pads go on, and Will Johnson's over him, nearly 6'2", right? And it's getting a little physical like the old Michigan-Ohio State days. And you want some of this. And is Marvin Harrison Jr. able to separate and or get his body between Will Johnson and the football and extend those arms and make those physical catches that he has to make in year two?
Yeah, it's that's a good one, Paulie, by you, no doubt. I would say there are three guys, and I'll just say their names quickly, and then we'll start wherever you want. Hayden Connor, Tip Ryman, Walter Nolan. Those three guys, when the pads go on, here we go. Let's go. Hayden Connor, I'm just telling you right now, this guy, and you've already played the cut, Bully. The Hayden Connor is a guy that he's got to really watch his feet. His feet are going to be very, very important. But if he gets his feet under control and plays with a very solid technique, Hayden Connor could be a guy that could be a starter coming out of training camp.
Here's Yolda Froholt, the Desert Viking, last month on Hayden Connor.
I think Hayden's coming along really well. As a rookie, everybody comes in kind of with a little head, like chicken with their heads cut off. I sure was like that in my first year. But I think he's settled in really well. We're trying to get him comfortable in the O-line room, and he's had some good jokes in the room, and it's been going well. And they're making hot dogs right now for us, so that's really good. So we're training them well and conditioning them to understand what the standard is. So now Hayden's been killing it.
I love Yilda. Just personally, the fact that he's one of these guys that will say something and cracks himself up in the middle of his answer. I love that. It's so genuine and sincere.
At this point of the year, there's 12, maybe 15 offensive linemen on the roster, right? How many hot dogs do you have to provide if you're the rookie in the room?
Oh, man.
What's the over-under on the number of hot dogs for offensive linemen?
It's got to be 3. You have to start at 3.
3 per.
Yeah, exactly. Normal hot dogs, right?
You sure? These guys, These guys could. Some of these guys could rival Joey Chestnut, Kobayashi in there. You kidding me?
I'm saying these guys eat what, 96 hot dogs, Paul? 3, I think, is where we're starting. Having said that, Hayden Connor is one of these guys. Tip Ryman. Ooh. Tip Ryman, year 2, Tip Ryman. Tip, do you expect to get better? Yes, Tip expects to get better, and he needs to get better, and he will get better because of the experience he had last year. And now all of a sudden, here it is, year 2. Tip Ryman. It's so important that happens, that he becomes the dog that he is. Because, again, you can go 11 personnel, and that's really important. And you can stay balanced. And you don't need Tip Ryman in there to stay balanced because you got Trey McBride. Will Trey McBride block? Will he try to block? You better believe it. Trey is a guy that can actually do it. But, man, you also want to go a lot of 12 personnel. And that means you could use Tip Ryman as that stud tight end and Trey McBride as the move. Tip Ryman's development in year 2 is huge. I said the same thing when he was a rookie last year, but now it's even that much more important because it's year 2. And you know how Monty Ossenfort and JG feel about year 2 guys.
Speaking of Rabbit, the year 1 to year 2 jump, here's what the young man had to say last month.
Yeah, man, it's it's kind of like, when you come in to like college for the first year, you get the first year to fill it out, and then going into year 2, the expectation that, that they brought you in for, it really is time to, put it on the table. So for me, coming in with the same mindset I came in last time I talked to you guys, when I first came in, having that same mindset going into this year, making everything slow down. So yeah, it's all starting to slow down. And then now that I've been in this league, I'm starting to learn the ins and outs, just talking to a lot of the offensive guys. And then obviously we got 2 of the greatest mentors in my room. So listening to those guys, getting my game to elevate to the high level.
Seek and destroy. That's how I would describe his game. It kind of reminds me, if you want to go into the cold tub time machine and hit rewind, Tony Jefferson, right? Tony Jefferson, undrafted rookie safety out of Oklahoma. Every time he was on the field, he made a play. Every time Tony Jefferson was on the field, you knew he was on the field. Same thing with Rabbit. Did he get a lot of snaps on defense? No, not that many with Buddha and Jaylen Thompson. But every time he was out there, you knew he was in the defensive backfield.
Yes, and speaking of rookies and second-year guys, Walter Nolan, I'm also following you. How good can you be as a rookie? We're going to see.
Hey, subscribe to the Wolf and Luke Show podcast. You can subscribe right now on your iPhone or Android. You'll never miss any of the show. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, closing in on the last few games of Gino's time with the Diamondbacks. We're going to ask the D-backs reporter Alex Weiner next. Calvisian for Luke, Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I hope they, as an organization, know what they're doing when it comes to building a basketball franchise.
Well, we're going to figure that out. I mean, we're going to know, and Booker's going to figure it out, too.
And honestly, if you're going to ask me which of these thoughts do I believe in more, that Devin Booker's going to be fine and he's going to get back on track next year, or the Phoenix Suns, they know exactly what they're doing and how to build this around him, I have way more doubt about the Suns organization and their ability to build this around him than I do about Devin Booker and whether he's going to be fine or not. I just don't know.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Yeah, we are the Wu Fang Clan. We walk around the Wolfley compound, and we like to say, I am Santan Ford. Well, you know what? We do enjoy that. This isn't just any Ford dealership, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tim Hovick's Santan Ford, and they're reimagining affordability. We're talking lease deals for $399 a month and zero down. Yeah, I'm talking about zero down on the brand new 2025 Mustang GT. Think about that, man. $399 a month and zero down on the 2025 Mustang GT, the Escape, and even the Ford Bronco Sport. It's just a sign and drive with a payment real folks can actually afford. Listen, Tim Hovick, Santan, Ford, and Gilbert. The summer sale is on. Some restrictions apply, and there's a $649 dock fee, but you got that covered. Affordability is back in style. I am Santan Ford.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat?
Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul.
That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing. They've got you covered.
ROC number 18643HCR42.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. We will then join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for the starting pitchers in the game, it will be Pittsburgh Pirates phenom Paul Skeens taking the mound for the National League, and Detroit Tigers ace Tarek Skubal towing the rubber for the American League. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns tonight. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez represent the Diamondbacks in tonight's All-Star game. Will all of them represent the Diamondbacks after the month of July? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
We've started pre-screening some of our guests, Ron Wolfley.
Really?
So last time I was on with Luke, we had Kevin Zimmerman on. We asked him the question, how many movie previews are too many when you go to see a feature film? And based on his answer, we decided whether to continue the interview or not. So with that in mind, we bring in Alex Weiner, D-backs insider for Arizona Sports.
Okay.
And Alex, I put it to you, I have a bit of a moral dilemma. I got a call from the rental car company. They said I left my sunglasses. My sunglasses are in my bag. Do I tell them, yes, thank you, send me my sunglasses, and possibly I score a really nice pair of killer sunglasses? Or do I say, no, you know what, that's probably someone else. Check whoever rented it before me. What would you do, Alex?
What a way to start. Put me on the spot on this one. That's a tough one. I would lean towards those aren't mine. Let's see if, the last guy who rented the car before me, but that's just me.
Well done, Alex.
Whether or not
It's
you
the
wanted to go
only
for the
answer.
sunglasses or not.
My goodness, Alex, it's the only answer. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we can proceed. So, Wolf, go ahead. You have the first question. You're batting leadoff with the D-backs
Here
insider.
it is. Alex, how you doing, first of all? You doing okay?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Okay, great, man.
Is that your question?
No. Of the guys that are rumored to be available, Alex, who is the most likely to be moved at the trade deadline?
Yeah, that's a good question. Obviously, there's been, the names we've been hearing them for the last 6 weeks or so. The guys who are on the last year of their contracts, Eugenio Suarez, Josh Schnell, Zack Gallen, Merrill Kelly, name a few of them. Suarez, the way that he's been swinging the bat, the number of teams that need third baseman, you think about the Yankees, the Cubs, possibly the Mariners, and the fact that the Diamondbacks do have some, younger depth that can fill in at that position in the second half. If Jordan Lawler gets back from his injury, Blaze Alexander's been playing a little bit more recently. So I would probably guess it would be Suarez. But that said, they certainly have a lot of candidates, and I'm not entirely sure who.
I mean, think about it. Cubs, Yankees, you said Mariners, Tigers have been rumored, right? I'm thinking Mike Hazen could stir up quite a market for Gino Suarez, no?
I would think so. I think it's going to be a pretty good seller's market just because there are so many teams that are still competitive in the American League because, the National League has been so much better than the American League. That leaves a lot more teams kind of hanging around 500 still in the mix in the American League. Obviously, the Tigers, broke a postseason drought last year. And, do they want to make a big splash to kind of get themselves over the hump when they get to October? So I think so. I think there'll be plenty of suitors and there'll be good opportunity for competition.
So what was the biggest surprise, Alex, of the first 97 games that you watched?
I think the starting rotation kind of being in the state that it's in. And look, the Corbin Burns injury, as unfortunate, that happens, right, in this day and age in baseball. But just the lack of consistency elsewhere. Obviously, Merrill Kelly's been great, and Ryan Nelson has mostly been really good. But, what we get out of Zack Gallen, I mean, he looked like, vintage Zack Gallen for 2 starts against division rivals, and then just it wasn't the same against the Angels. Lack of consistency from Erod and from Slot. I think even with Burns hurt, you would kind of expect this rotation to be in a little bit of a better spot. So the bullpen injuries are what they are. It's kind of crazy to think about how many there are. The offense has been, for the most part, pretty good. It has ups and downs, but for the most part, it's the top 5 scoring offense. I would say the biggest surprise would be the lack of consistency you have with your starting rotation.
D-backs insider Alex Weiner, Arizona Sports. So apparently 97 games isn't enough for Ron Wolfley to make a declaration about who and what the D-backs are in 2025. I've seen enough. To me, the D-backs are definitely sellers right now. What says you, Alex? What's your confidence level that these players, especially those who are going to be free agents at the end of the year, will be dealt in the next 2 weeks?
Oh, yeah, no, that's a golden question, right? Because there's only 12 more games before the trade deadline, and what kind of message can you send in 12 games? And you have some good matchups, right? You go up against the Cardinals, it's another wild card team potentially. You go up against the Astros, which playoff team in the American League. So it's not going to be the easiest stretch for them coming right out of the break. Right now, it certainly seems more likely that they will be sellers than buyers. There's always the opportunity or the possibility that they pull what they did in 2019, where you can go after and try to buy, young, controllable pitching that could potentially help you for next year while also selling off some of the bats that are, about to hit free agency. So you can kind of mix and match and try to set up your roster for 2026 the best way that you possibly can by doing a little of both. But yeah, right now, unless we see a drastic turnaround, it doesn't look all that promising for them in terms of being buyers. And it's kind of tough to see because you look around the clubhouse and see everybody in there, and it's just like there's so much talent on this team. So the fact that they're in this position is quite a disappointment at this point.
So, as you know, Alex, Paulie is a fine, upstanding member of the media who likes to go negative. For me,
I'm a realist.
Who is the Diamondbacks MVP at this point of the season?
The Diamondbacks MVP at this point, it's a good question. I think you have a handful of candidates. I think Eugenio Suarez, the way that he has continued to swing the bat and kind of the energy and passion he brings in that clubhouse as well, I think you could definitely give him a nod there. Corbin Carroll, I know he missed a little bit of time. Just kind of trying to get back into a rhythm after that. But the way that he was swinging the bat the first 6 weeks of the season was pretty incredible. Cattell's obviously gone on great runs. Perdomo's given you really, really good consistency from shortstop. I would probably lean Suarez, but I think you can go with any one of those guys.
All right, it's mid-July, and Wolf wants to give out the end-of-the-season awards, so I'll try and ignore that and move on. Zack Gallen, what do you make of Zack Gallen, and what do you think other teams, how do they assess Zack Gallen at this point? And maybe to me, he's a microcosm of the entire year, right? I mean, too talented to be performing like this. And I'm just wondering, what do you think, how does the rest of the league view him, and what might his market be?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, right? Because if you had gotten, the 2023 version of Zack Gallen throughout this entire season, where would the team be? I mean, they're below 500 in games where, they're, ace of the staff since, Burns is no longer the pitcher, is throwing games. I mean, that's not going to really put you in any position to compete. It's a good question because we've seen so many flashes this year. He's had back-to-back starts against the Mets that were phenomenal. Back-to-back starts against the Padres and Giants that were really good. And he's looked like himself in that sense, but it's just been trying to search for that consistency, that feel with the delivery. I still think that he would be a valuable piece for a contending team. Maybe a team looks at him and says, like, if we get him in our building, maybe we can still find something because it's clearly still there. It's not like he doesn't have these great starts. He just mix them in. It's just a couple of great ones and then a really bad one. And that's what we saw this week in Anaheim. So I still think he'll be a pretty valuable piece, just maybe not somebody who's going to be counted on as your game 1 or game 2 starter.
So the guys that have been rumored, how many guys do you think will be moved at the deadline? How many guys before the deadline? Is it going to be 1? Is it going to be 2? How many guys do you think get moved in the end?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Again, that's going to be, we'll look at what they are in this upcoming, couple of weeks before the trade deadline. If they can show some sort of sign that this team is just a piece away, if you add this guy or you add this guy, they can go on a real run, then maybe that number, diminishes significantly. But, if they come out and they just really struggle against the Cardinals and the Astros and all of a sudden, you're 8 games back or whatever, then I think you could see maybe not quite a fire sale, but something a little bit closer to that than anybody would expect. So I'm not entirely sure exactly. I think that'll depend on exactly what kind of message that they can send coming out of the break.
Did anyone ask, just out of curiosity, Ketel Marte and missing Sunday's game and then being a starter hitting third in the lineup tonight, did Tory Lavell field that question as to why he wasn't available on Sunday?
Yeah, he's still not quite 100% with the groin, and he's almost there, but they just kind of felt that, he could have used a day. Plus, he was going to get Monday off anyway, just to kind of get him down for a couple of days. He was available to pinch hit if needed late in the game. They ended up winning that game 5-1, so it wasn't needed. But yeah, he's just been kind of grinding to get back to full strength since he had that groin thing last week or a week and a half ago or so.
Alex, thank you, man. Appreciate your time as always, brother.
Appreciate it, Alex.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Okay, buddy.
There you go. By the way, Wolf, here's a question. Do the Diamondbacks have an official moving van company?
Yeah.
Because they might be getting a lot of business.
Yeah, they might, Paulie.
Just saying. Just thought.
I like the fact you tried to go a little positive there. You were all, what's wrong with Zack Gallen? Okay. Sit down, Paul.
Wolf, he's been up and down. I'm just wondering how the rest of the league views him. Okay, we're going to hash this out. Let me tell you, right now, this is me on YouTube rolling up my sleeves. Okay, that's what I'm doing right here. My 18 bars
here we go,
T-shirt,
Paul.
bringing all the Riz.
The Riz.
Which trends do we see taking over the NFL in 2025? Oh, this is good. Wolf, I hope you have some answers here. Don't make this up on the fly, all right? Your keister's going to be blowing in the wind. Trends in the NFL in 2025. That's next. Calvisi and for Luke on Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Tory Lavell asked him about his thoughts on the trade deadline. Tory said, I don't know what Mike's thinking. We have to concentrate on baseball. Our goal is to make it easy for him to make a decision, and we're not doing that. And I went, well, you kind of are. By being a floundering 500 team, you really are making the decision, what should be the decision, easy. And you got more than a healthy sample of what the Arizona Diamondbacks are this year. And they've showed it. They showed it this week. They showed it in Anaheim, they showed it in San Diego, and they've showed it up to the All-Star break.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know a lot of investors that don't really have a good relationship with their advisor because their advisor's checking in with them like once a year. You guys aren't like that.
I think it's very important to have a real relationship with my clients. Clients and investors should feel the same way about their financial advisor. When things go wrong, you want to be comfortable making that call because when you have this surface level relationship, or if you've been passed off to some customer service line by your financial advisor, then you know what? There's nothing personal there. You need to be able to have a one-on-one real relationship, and I just say this. If that relationship doesn't exist, it's time to find a new one.
And if it's time to find a new one, I want you to call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. If you want a financial advisor that's going to be with you every step of the way and not just check in on you once a year, call 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro, only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Walt's.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Full recap on how all three of the Diamondbacks fared in the Midsummer Classic. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, Jets. paying out big money. Big money.
Now, let's go.
Hello. How about Garrett Wilson agreeing on a 4-year, $130 million deal this week? And then Sauce Gardner earlier today, 4 years, $120 million plus, the highest paid cornerback in the NFL, just over $30 million per year for Sauce Gardner, despite the fact he couldn't tackle Trey McBride last year.
Wow. Think about that. The Jets identifying key pieces to their roster and saying, here we go. Especially when you think of Garrett Wilson. I mean, this is a guy who had 2 years left. He was drafted in the first round, and after his third year, going into his fourth year, you're saying, you know what, we're going to extend you right now.
And some acrimony with Aaron Rodgers. Things got a little sideways in New York, right? Last year, all those fans out on Long Island, they weren't so happy at times with Garrett Wilson last year. But they said, you know what, let's hit the exit button on Aaron Rodgers. We'll go forward with these guys that are 24, 25 years of age. They are the future.
Yeah, you know, for me, I think they looked at him and said he's simply one of the most productive, prolific wide receivers in the football universe right now. When you think about this, based on Ian's 3 years in the league and 3 years over 1,000 yards receiving. Every year, his receptions have gone up. 2022, when he was a rookie, 83 receptions. 2023, 95 receptions. 2024, 101. The Jets paid him before they had to because his arc was on a path that leads to uncommon contracts.
So early in Marvin Harrison Jr.'s career at Ohio State, the wide receiver room consisted of Garrett Williams, Chris Olave, Jackson Smith and Jigba, another first-rounder, Marvin Harrison Jr., and before he transferred to Alabama, Jamison Williams of the Lions.
Oh, my goodness.
And Marvin tells the story of how they had the board up and how you competed in practice against the other guys. And so he's a youngin', right? And he's, oh, boy,
Yeah.
I'm trailing 4 other future first-round picks. I better pick it up.
By the way, don't worry about NIL and the transfer portal. Don't worry about that. Everything's fair. It's a level playing field for all.
Trends, Wolf. But beyond the Jets paying some of their foundational top draft picks, what other trends do you see unfolding and evolving in 2025?
Yeah, you know, this is really, really good, Basin Earnings. I think the first trend you have to identify is, do you think teams are going to continue the running back renaissance, as I like to call it, Paulie, or will the league pivot and be more about passing in 2025? That is a trend right now in the National Football League. Many offensive coordinators are trying to figure it out.
Okay, so think about it. What did Saquon Barkley say last year en route to hoisting the Lombardi?
Man, what did he say, Paul?
He wanted to prove that you could run the football and win the Super Bowl. He was on a mission, and he had an all-time historic season doing just that. So, Wolf, would you say the NFL is a copycat league?
My goodness, Paul, it is the copycat league.
So are other teams trying to replicate and imitate the Philadelphia Eagles, saying, you know what? We can cram it vertical. Here it comes.
There it is, Paulie. I'm with you 100% on this. Who won the Super Bowl last year, Basin Earnings?
The Eagles.
It was the Philadelphia Eagles. And how largely did they win the Super Bowl? Offensively, at least? Running the football with an offensive line that was considered one of the best offensive lines in the league. And Saquon, Barkley, of course.
So build from the inside out. You build the NFL's best offensive line, arguably the NFL's best defensive front.
Yes.
Then you bring in a marquee running back.
Everybody's like, oh, the line of scrimmage, the line of scrimmage.
Funny.
That's right. Football's played on the line of scrimmage.
By the way, it's funny how you get away with 2 rookie cornerbacks in that Eagles defense when you have the best pass rush overall in the league. Funny how that works. So now if you're the Arizona Cardinals, let's see. You're investing heavily in your offensive line. You just invested heavily both in terms of picks and dollars in your defensive front. You have some young corners. And oh, by the way, you have James Conner and the up-and-coming Trey Benson. A lot of parallels to how the Eagles have been built.
Yes, Paulie. And by the way, think about this. It's the year 2025, is it not, Paulie? It's 2025. Think about the spread when do you think the spread offense really was at its peak, Paul? When do you think it was at its peak?
Well, it was probably when Andre Ware was drafted like 6th overall by the Lions or something ridiculous like that back in the early 90s.
Yeah, I would say no, Paulie. You're wrong about that. You're massively wrong. You know, I'm talking about hey, here we go, everybody. Let's get you, Chip Kelly. We're going to go with nothing but the no huddle. That's what we're going to do. We're going to line up. We're going to run. It was not so long ago, Basinonians. And there are still guys, the remnant of the spread offense taking over the National Football League, and it's still around, is it not, Cliff Kingsbury? It's still around, this remnant of the spread offense and athletes defensively who were in the box. Athletes, Paul, not necessarily football players. We're going to bash you in the face. I'm talking about athletes who were playing inside linebacker, as a matter of fact. Hey, I'm playing inside linebacker. I'm going to tackle you. There were a lot of guys. The remnant of that is still around. There's still some inside linebackers that are 227 pounds in the box. And because of that, there are offensive coordinators going, you know, we ought to just run over these boys. And that's what's happening.
Because if you go back to early in Cliff Kingsbury's tenure as Cardinals head coach, he used the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry as a comp. Just like the Warriors would spread the floor and use every inch of the hardwood, he wanted to do the same thing on offense. He wanted to spread the field. Yes. And try and stress a defense, all four corners and everything in between.
Yes.
That was the philosophy. But then all of a sudden, you became unbalanced.
Yes, Paulie. So I think, once again, it is the combination of the Eagles and Saquon Barkley and just how incredible their season was. And the fact that there's still a remnant of those guys that are hanging around who are more athletic than they are ballers. And because of that, I think we're going to see this increase in running the ball. Having said that, do you think teams are going to play more man coverage and bring pressure packages? Or do you think zone coverage and rushing 4 is still going to be dominant going forward? That is a trend. Another trend, too, and maybe we'll talk about this as the beautiful part of the program unfolds in the 1 o'clock hour. Will the safety position continue to evolve? What are you becoming, Buddha?
By the way, Dave Pasch coming up 1:15 or so. We'll talk to the voice of the Cardinals. I wonder how the Bezos wedding was in Italy. Hopefully Dave will give us the insight on that. Gino Suarez, his comments about potentially
He's so haughty.
Going to the Yankees? Gino Suarez? And he was asked about it? Oh, boy. That's next. Calvisi in for Luke on Wolf and Luke, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Empire of the Suns with Kellen Olson and Kevin Zimmerman. Breaking down NBA draft picks and what the Suns got from the Rockets in the KD trade. Get it on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel or your usual spot for podcasts. The Empire of the Suns podcast is brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Hit by a drunk driver who chose to get behind the wheel. Hit by a reckless driver who didn't care about the safety of others. It starts an endless road of pain, uncertainty, and financial hardship. If you've been hit, it's time to hit back.
Call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tory Lavell.
Tory here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, 4th of July is here, and there's great savings all month at Liberty GMC.
Absolutely, Dave. 4th of July is here. You can lease a new Train right now for just $299 a month or purchase with $4,000 in savings. We also have the popular 2025 Yukon and Yukon XLs arriving daily, so it's a great time to get a truck or SUV.
For the best 4th of July deals, visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
And Team Bravo, backyard recon complete. And Command, lounge chair secured. Requesting permission to flank the watermelon at the picnic table.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Your backyard is for summer fun, not an ant invasion. Call 602 Blue Sky today. We'll defend your pool deck, secure your picnic spots, and stop ants before they overrun your summer. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Pest.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. We will then join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for the starting pitchers in the game, it will be Pittsburgh Pirates phenom Paul Skeens taking the mound for the National League, while Detroit Tigers ace Tarek Skubal toes the rubber for the American League. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns tonight. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Full recap on how all 3 of the Diamondbacks fared in the Midsummer Classic. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, Paulie Pinetar, Paulie pinch hitter sitting in. My job is real simple. I'm here to drink coffee and disagree with Ron Wolfley. It's really simple. So far,
you're losing, by the way. I mean, YouTube. Go ahead and look at it, Paulie. YouTube's all over you.
I'm thinking, maybe, just maybe, the Yankees might need some sort of analyst. Wolf doesn't have his Cardinals duties anymore in that regard, and maybe we could just package him in, a little throw-in, if you will, with Gino Suarez out to New York, as apparently that's all the buzz. That's all the speculation. Gino Suarez, he's just trying to have himself a good old time at the All-Star game, and then, of course, the New York media comes up. And here he is being asked about all the speculation that his next destination in T-minus 2 weeks or less could be in the pinstripes.
I mean, Yankees is Yankees. I feel like it's a team who want to win. They had the test from last year, but they're hungry still. If I go over there, like I said, I will do my best over there, try to help them win the World Series.
Wow.
That's from SNY right there. I don't
it's
know.
kind of hard to actually hear some of that.
Yeah, maybe. Were they at Circa as well? I missed it. Were they? Was that just you guys? Let's try the ESPN one. Here's Gino Suarez. How tough is it, Gino? Going about your daily duties with the trade rumors swirling.
Obviously, it's hard because after the game, before the game, you always see the media and the rumor is there, But for me, I just think to, prepare myself for that game, for the day. I prepare myself for that game. In the future, I don't have control about it. I just, like I always say, I feel happy where I am right now, but I understand the game, and I don't let those rumors bother me. I just prepare myself to play the game and see what happens in the next couple days, in the next couple weeks. And if I stay in AC, fine. If I gotta go, and I will do my best. I promise you, I will do my best wherever I go.
Yeah, I love this stuff from Eugenio Suarez because, Mason Orleans, it brings back an awful lot of memories. And the fact that I once was a professional football player, man, I look in the mirror every day and I say to myself, man, dude, really 10 years? You got to be kidding me. But at the same time, I can remember. It's one of the things I love about this job, Paulie, the fact that I start talking about it and I remember what it was like to be a mercenary. And the fact that you had to know you were in one of the biggest mercenary leagues on the face of the planet, let alone the universe for that matter. And listening to Eugenio Suarez actually evaluate and analyze the position he's in as a mercenary and say, look, this is just the way that it is. I'm going to play as hard as I possibly can for whatever team I'm playing for. And you can't forget what league you're in. You cannot forget your position as a mercenary. Once you do, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and the S&Y cut, I'm going to read it because it was hard to hear. He said, Yankees, quote, Yankees is Yankees. I feel like it's a team that wants to win, end quote. Suarez, they had the World Series chance from last year, but they are hungry still. If I go over there, like I said, I would do my best over there, try to help them win the World Series, end quote.
So. Again, I mean, Mike Hazen is fielding calls, if you believe the reports and all the speculation, from the Yankees, the Cubs, the Tigers, and the Mariners.
Yeah.
So the price, if you're wondering why not yet, and maybe why not till at least the end of this week or beyond, because maybe the price keeps going up as you pit one team against another.
There you go, boy.
And you have a lot of leverage. But again, to me, I mean, and look, here's Joel Sherman. Let's get this out of the way. Pinstripe Post, a podcast, and longtime media member covering the Yankees. And all right, so what would the D-backs get in return? A potential deal would look like what?
I think that they're going to take George Lombard off the chessboard and they'll talk about anything else. Now, obviously, I think if they're going to move Schlittler and or Jones, it's going to have to be in a significant package. I know people have mentioned like Jones maybe as something that gets the combo, like Suarez with one of the Diamondback pitchers, also either Gallen or Kelly. And I'm like, I never say never to anything because the Yankees have an internal understanding of who they think Spencer Jones is. But I find it hard to believe the Yankees would move Schlittler or Jones for rental players. If those guys are going to be in it, I would suspect it's going to be controllable guys.
Let's say it's the Yankees. The speculation would be that he would truly just be a rental because of all the other obligations, all the other Mondo contracts the Yankees have, that they would not be interested in giving him a long-term big money deal. I bring that up because if Mike Hazen has decided, you know what, this is not our year, between the injuries and everything else that has beset this team, guess what? If I really want Gino Suarez back in 2026, I can still sign him via free agency.
And you would think that he'd give you a nice little discount as well because he loves it here and loves the organization and has made that very obvious to anyone who would listen.
So can you have your cake and eat it too? Can you face the reality? As I said, the D&D back, it's time. It stands for detonate. Blow it up, trade away, and then the guys you want back.
Can you imagine saying Schlittler? Too. Can you imagine saying that, Basinarians, during a broadcast? You're all fired up, you're ready to go, and you have to say that. Yeah.
What's tougher? The what was the word again? Say it again. What was the word?
Schlittler.
Yeah, better you than me.
Yeah.
And then what was the other one that you struggled with?
Rick, why are you looking at me?
Because I would accidentally slip up and say a bad word.
Okay, there you go. Okay, you get my point.
Will's a professional.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah,
Will's a professional.
I'm a professional too, but slip-ups happen.
Except when it came to the website. What was the splash incident from earlier? What was that? There was
forward slash.
I mean, that
splash.
was Wolf was struggling.
Forward slash splash to win a new pool from Presidential Pools and Spa. Okay, it messed me up. It did. And I knew it was going to, Basinonians. I've said that. It was going to mess me. I literally admitted it. I said, this is going to get me. Did I not, Rick?
Yes.
I said to you, this is going to get me at some point in time.
You got to look hand to hand.
So stop with that.
Hand to hand in sales. You got to look hand to hand right in the eye. Say, this isn't going to work.
Here's the one thing about this. You have to give up Eugenio.
Have to.
You have
to.
You have to.
He's
so bright.
He's having a fantastic year.
He's so bright and shiny right now. 31 home runs. What's he got? 78? Is it 78 RBIs?
78 RBIs.
Okay, just wave it off.
Ridiculous.
Oh my goodness. We've never seen anything like that. You know, you have to move Eugenio Suarez. But here's the other thing, too. What are you going to get for him? Is a team really going to give up a guy that is going to be a rental, could be a rental? Now there are some teams where it really doesn't matter. The New York Yankees, they'll pay whatever they need to pay. If Eugenio Suarez was going to go ahead and have the second half of a season the way that he already has through 97 games right now, if he finished that way, I wouldn't be surprised if the Yankees made him the highest paid third baseman in the game. I'm just saying. That's the kind of money they have. That's the kind of money they can commit to.
2 words in return.
So maybe they would give up something of value for that.
Young pitching. And
that's exactly what the Diamondbacks are rumored to be looking for. And is that a surprise to anybody who knows Mike Hazen?
No. It's how he obtained Zack Gallen in the first place.
Correct.
And besides, they have Jordan Lawler, right? It's not like they need a third baseman theoretically.
Yes.
So, okay. Hey, join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday. D-backs take on Christian Walker and the Astros. Text half to 620-620. We're going to send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. Text half to 620-620. Text half to 620-620. All right, which players are most likely to break out for the Cardinals next season, this coming season? It's about a week away. Is the voice of the Cardinals ready? And what does he have to say? Dave Pash on deck. Calvisian for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Huddle.
Card scan. In 1 week. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You don't want to move yourself in the summer. Ron Wolfley reporting. And if you get a friend calling you like Paulie and saying, hey, would you help me move? You know what? Politely turn it down. Say, you should go to Moving Team 6, of course, Basinonians. Listen, whether it's a local move, a long-distance move, maybe it's commercial or residential, Moving Team 6, they are the professionals. They offer packing services as well. And this always got me, just walk into your closet and go, man, I wish somebody come in here and pack it up. Man, that's what Moving Team 6 will do for you. And they're honest. They're trustworthy and experienced. Man, I can tell you right now, the Lee family, I know the Lee family. Tim Lee is the owner-operator. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons Garrett and JT. It is a family-run business, Moving Team 6. You can trust them. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
The year is 2147. Nuclear war and global climate change have made the Earth uninhabitable to humans. And still, we are waiting for the Bradley Beal situation to be resolved. We'll give you any updates tomorrow at 6 a.m.
All right, a friendly reminder to our next guest who spent such an extended period of time in Italy this summer that Dave Pash, this interview is in English, not Italian, okay? Just want you to know right off the top. So let's just make sure. And then we were also wondering, because it was sort of hard to tell some of the paparazzi photos from the Bezos wedding. It appeared you were in the background in a number of them. Can you confirm or deny that?
The softball question compared to that ridiculous question you asked Kevin earlier about the sunglasses.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Thank you, David.
Come on. I mean, it might be a really nice pair of Italian sunglasses. Speaking of Italy, I mean, you know, my
but
goodness.
they're not yours, Paulie.
Right.
You can't take them.
Yeah, but I mean,
somebody else's.
Yeah. David, he said it on the air. I'm like, Paul.
Yeah, but
that's your friend.
Let me tell you. Between the rate I paid for the rental car and all the BS I dealt with the rental car counter, they owe me. I'm sorry. Let's go.
We were not. I can deny your the rumors. We were not in Venice, so I was not at the wedding.
Okay.
Dave doesn't go anywhere near the tourist traps.
I didn't even know.
He knows better. He knows better.
Yeah, interesting.
The tourist traps. He knows better. He knows Italy.
David, are you glad to be back, though? Are you glad to be back from Piedmont?
It was great, man. We were there for a while. We got back a few weeks ago and got a chance. The best part though was we flew back to New York. You guys know Mike Breen. Mike, longtime voice of the finals. Mike and I have been trying to get together in the summer for years, and it worked out. We were flying to New York. He invited us out to his house for a few days. So that was the best part of the trip because we play-by-play guys. I know Wolf gets a kick out of this, Paulie, because he thinks we're all just nerds. So he loves when the play-by-play guys, like when I see if we play, we play the Saints week 1. So when I see the Saints play-by-play guy and go over and talk to him, Wolf just loves that because he just thinks it's so corny. But, I never, you don't work with the other play-by-play guys at ESPN. So when you get a chance to spend time together, it's great. So that was the best part of the trip for me. And I think my wife would say the same, getting a chance to talk to Mike's lovely wife, Roseanne.
That's always amazing, too, about Al Michaels. He would just shun Dave and go straight for Ron Wolfley. I mean, that he
that's
just
the
said,
one.
Yeah,
that's the one, Paulie. We all know that. Al has a special place in his heart for Wolf. He wanted nothing to do with me.
Okay.
All
right, knock it off.
The world needs to know. Now that, Wolf, you're not part of the broadcast anymore, the world needs to know that Paul and I used to joke that one day we were going to turn on NBC, and in the open, instead of Chris Collinsworth sliding in next to Al Michaels, it was going to be Wolf. And then Wolf would slide in so hard, he would knock Al off the desk.
Okay. That's enough.
Are we sure Wolf retired from games, or is he joining Al Michaels on Prime?
David, who is the new guy for the Arizona Cardinals right now?
Wow.
Who's the new guy?
Wow, go for the jugular.
You can't wait to see play football for the Cardinals, whether it's a free agent, whether it's a draft pick. Who's the new guy, David?
I thought you were asking me who's the new guy replacing you.
Me too. That's what I thought. Are we breaking news? Are we breaking news? What do we got
here? Please.
Okay. I do think I know the answer, but we can't discuss that quite yet. In terms of who I'm looking forward to seeing most of the new guys, boy, it's a tough one. I guess I would probably go with Walter Nolan. I had 3 Ole Miss games last year. He clearly stood out talking to the coaching staff. They really felt he grew personally and professionally last year. And I think the Cardinals have a lot of depth now. Year 1, we went in really with no expectations into the season just because it was a new coaching staff, a new management team, and a lot of new players on the roster. As the new group came in and got rid of a lot of the old players that, weren't guys they drafted or brought in that were not productive or had bad contracts in their minds. So that was year 1. Year 2 was kind of building up the roster to a point to be competitive, which was a success. They were in the playoff mix for a long time. This year, they really did a great job of building up the depth. And I'm really excited about that defensive line. And I know Josh Sweat, it's easy to say him in terms of the new guys because the Cardinals need him to have a big year as a pass rusher. But I'm going to go Walter Nolan just because I think he could be a real difference maker on that D-line.
Yeah.
By the way, the number is 3. There are 3 draft picks left from the 4 previous draft classes prior to Monty and JG. Trey McBride, Kyler Murray, Zaven Collins.
Wow.
Dave Pasch, voice of the Cardinals. Year 23 you're entering, Dave? Is that correct?
It's crazy, Paul. It's actually 24.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Hello.
It's like
good
not giving away my age, but I mean, I'm sure you could Google it, but it's like, basically half my life here with the Cardinals.
So by the end of camp, what answer do you think JG wants the most? In terms of a position battle or maybe an area that they want to shore up? You go into camp with certain questions. By the end of camp, what do you think is most pressing or urgent for him to get an answer to?
Boy, I don't know how to answer that, Paulie, because camp feels now like you go into camp, you have an idea. It used to be this way, but it feels even more so now because camp isn't as physical and guys don't play as much in the preseason games. It always felt like, especially with a team like this that should be a playoff team, when you go into the preseason training camp, you feel like, okay, I have a pretty good idea, other than maybe a handful of spots, what my 53-man roster looks like for week one. And I'm guessing that's probably the case. There's probably a handful of spots that are up for grabs. There's always a surprise. There's going to be an undrafted guy probably that makes it. There might be a second or third year guy that gets let go. So I'm assuming it's going to be trying to find receivers. I'm really curious, is the top four the same group that it was last year? Dortch, Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Zay Jones. Is that your group, your top four? What about Quez Watkins? How does he fit in? That's somebody I'm curious to watch. He was on a practice squad last year, but did play in a Super Bowl in the past. He's played in, I think, a handful of playoff games. So curious about him. That's a position group that I think a lot of people are going to be watching in camp.
David, we've been talking an awful lot about Kyler Murray this morning in regard to just how well he's got to play. It's my belief that Kyler's got to play to an MVP caliber type season. He doesn't need to be named the MVP, but I think he needs to be an MVP level quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals to get into the postseason and make some noise. What would you say about that, David?
I agree with you, Wolf. I think he needs to have a year where, I'm sure we could sit here and look at MVP numbers and say, okay, that means 4,000 yards at least, which he has not done yet. It means 30-plus touchdowns. To me, it's consistency, and it's beating the good teams late in the season.
Yeah.
And, you look at the Cardinals last year, early on, won close games. Second half of the season, they lost close games. Most games in the NFL are close. And against good teams, on the road, you've got to win those games. And, if the Cardinals would have won one more game last year or two, maybe that, last game of the season means more. So I think it's, yes, I'm in agreement with you. He has to have a big season. And I think the numbers will be there for him. I think statistically he will have his best year. I believe that.
Yeah.
Because I think it's probably it may not be the best team, because that 2021 team obviously got off to a great start and made the playoffs, but it's the best roster he's had since then. So I'm expecting it for him in 2025.
Me too.
How different, last question for me, do you expect this defense to be? I mean, it's hard to miss mandatory minicamp, and you look out there at the defensive front, and you see Josh Sweat standing next to Dalvin Tomlinson, standing next to Calais Campbell, standing next to Walter Nolan III, standing next to the new and improved Darius Robinson.
Come on.
I mean, how do you think that's going to translate out onto the field this year?
Yeah, it can win you games, Paul. You can wreck a game. You get a great D-line. You can control a game. And I don't know that anybody's expecting Walter Nolan or Darius Robinson to be Jalen Carter, but can you wreck a game? Maybe you won't wreck every game. Can it be a different guy each week? They've got, again, a lot of depth on that defensive line. I'm not as concerned about the secondary as some are. I don't know that Sean Murphy-Bunting's loss is that catastrophic. I think you've got some guys back there. The inside linebacker position to me is interesting. I'm curious to see how that plays out. But this is as bullish I've been on the D-line and outside linebacking core the Cardinals have had in a while.
David, thank you so much for your time, man. Appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you down the road.
Thanks,
okay?
Dave.
Well, this is the last hurrah for us as a trio here, so it was fun. Enjoyed it.
Are you going to miss Wolf giving you a hard time more, or are you giving Wolf a hard time more? What are you going to miss more in that one?
That's going to continue.
Well, I won't miss Wolf in Green Bay wanting to punch me in the face when I made fun of his mohawk last year. I was a little concerned for my safety there.
Stop it.
Well, he's sensitive because Dennis Gardeck made fun of it too.
Oh,
so,
man,
yeah.
knock it off, Barbarian.
Okay. Thank you, Dave.
You too.
Appreciate it.
See you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, David.
Hey, is the trade to the Suns the best thing that happened to Jaylen Green? We're going to talk about that next. Calvisi in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I am nervous about this upcoming ASU football season for the simple reason that our organizations in our valley the last few years have not done well with expectations at all. Try to think about the last time a team in our town lived up to high preseason expectations. It's an irrational reason. It really is. It's irrational. Everything about their team says they're going to be good. Yeah, they got to replace Scadaboo, obviously, but they've got so many guys coming back. Everything about ASU football says they should be good. And why am I so nervous? Why do I feel like I've heard this one before?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're not at your house. You're at a lavish seaside estate. You're not walking the dog. You're hunting for clues in an Agatha Christie mystery. See it differently with BritBox. Stream an endlessly entertaining collection of British TV, including new original series, Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
Bit awkward, really. I think I might just have solved a murder.
And Outrageous, a scandalous true story.
Seems there's a political extremist in every family these days.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys! I love this song! I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. If you haven't noticed, the summer's here. The triple digits are settling in, and we know the heat isn't the only thing feeling heavy. Got a tight budget? That's why we're offering new AC units starting at just $99 a month. But that's not it. You could also get up to $3,000 in federal tax credits and rebates. It's never been a better time to upgrade. Beat the heat and budget the stress. Make the precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is tonight in Atlanta, and the D-backs have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Gino Suarez are reserves for the NL. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. And then we will join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns tonight. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Right now, the Funk Soul Brother. Check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother.
The year is 2147. Nuclear war and global climate change have made the Earth uninhabitable to humans. And still, we are waiting for the Bradley Beal situation to be resolved. We'll give you any updates tomorrow at 6 a.m.
I think I resolved my ethical dilemma here. By the way, did you hear Dave Pash with the condescending holier than thou? Well, of course you tell him the truth. Again, the rental car company left me a voicemail. Mr. Calvisi, you left your sunglasses.
Holy, stop.
They're not my sunglasses. But maybe what I do is I call them back and I say, I have a lot of different pairs of sunglasses. Which one did I leave exactly? And if they say it's like Gucci or something like that.
Just stop. Will you stop it, please? Okay. I mean, honestly, think of your kids. You have kids, Paul.
By the way, we have a new rule at Costa Calvisi.
The Sicilian's sitting at home going, oh, Paul, shut it.
We have a new rule at Costa Calvisi this summer. It's a real simple question I pose at the end of the day. You want to hear it?
No.
Were you more productive than Cheeto? Cheeto is the dog.
Okay.
So when I look at my 15-year-old and I say to her, because Cheeto went on a long walk today, what have you done?
Nobody wants
on this summer day.
Nobody wants to hear about Cheeto, Paul. Okay.
Sons have been productive.
Okay, just go.
Well, they tell me that the audience research. You love pets. You should work Barron more into this show.
Don't worry about it. I don't have to.
All right. So
Paul.
Sons have been productive. Jaylen Green coming over, and guess what? He talked to Kellen Olson in Vegas. All right, and his initial reaction, he says, "Yeah, coming to the Suns, I'm super excited." Jaylen Green with Kellen Olson
on Arizona Sports.
I'm super excited. A great organization, great people. It's gonna be fun, and the position we're in, I think, if it surprise a lot of people, it'll make a lot of noise. So.
Okay, let's just say it right now. Cannot wait to see how this works. Right? It's Devin Booker. Look, everybody, it's Devin Booker. Look, everyone, it's Jaylen Green. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how those two guys work.
All right, speaking of
book, is this what you're saying? It's point book going forward. Can Jaylen Green play the point? I don't believe that is going to be the case, ladies and gentlemen. But, how is this going to work with Jaylen Green, who loves to take a lot of shots? And you know what? A lot of times his shot selection is not the best. It isn't. He's not a very efficient scorer of the basketball, as we all know. Not a great defender either, and you have to wonder how this is going to work. Although I will say this, Basinonians, it's fascinating to me. This guy is wildly athletic. Paul, it's one of the reasons why he was taken number 2 overall in the NBA draft, because Jaylen Green was an absolute freak and is a freak athletically. So does he have the ability to play defense? Yes, he does. Will he give what he must? That's what I want to know.
Well, here he is talking to Kellen Olson on working together with D-Book.
We are two people who are going to accept the double team and be able to play off each other. So when you look at something like that, it's like we're two people who know how to score the basketball. We're two people who know how to attract the defense, and everyone's going to separate around us. So I I mean, when we're doing something like that, you gotta pick who you want to score tonight. And me and him both is gonna be a deadly scoring duo, no matter what the situation is. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be exciting. You know, people are gonna say what they're gonna say, but this is a great opportunity for, I think, for myself and D Book is a winning player in general. So it'll work out.
First thing I'm going to be watching, and I'm guessing his teammates will be watching as well, does the ball move when Jaylen Green is on the floor? Or does the ball stop here? And does the ball get hoisted into the air every time Jaylen Green gets his hands on it? Meaning, are you going to get team basketball?
Yeah.
Or is this just going to be another iteration of ISO ball that, quite honestly, for all the talent, historic, epic talent of Kevin Durant, for my liking, both visually and I think in terms of playing effective offensive basketball, it was way too much ISO ball last year with the Suns.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Paulie. You know what's interesting based on Ian's, the Arizona Cardinals. You think of the Arizona Cardinals and you think of Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. and the chemistry. How critical it is. And to me, it is the number one question that I have for the Arizona Cardinals. How critical is it that they develop that chemistry going forward? I think it's the number one most important thing for the Arizona Cardinals, that they get better at doing that. Going into this Suns season, with the iteration of this Suns roster, this is my biggest question. How does Jaylen Green and Devin Booker, how do they perform collectively as the two guards on this team? How are they going to do that? That, to me, is how this actually works from a chemistry perspective with these guys out on the floor together, offensively and defensively. To me, this is the biggest question. Answer it, please. Can you do that, Paul?
Well, guess what? A question to Jaylen Green was, have you spoken to Devin Booker yet?
I seen Book out here, and he called me when, I was out in Phoenix trying to look for a house and stuff. I think from what I've read so far, just off, his vibe and everything, he's excited. He's ready to, do what we got to do this year. He understands, the situation we're in right now. People don't expect us to, do anything. People don't expect us to come out the West at all. So I think the situation we're in, just like last year, Houston didn't expect Houston to do none of that last year. So
kind of hard to hear that.
A little tough
at some point. I do wonder what Book said in terms of where to buy a house. I do think that's interesting, where he might have actually pointed to.
Although based on his contract extension, he might be buying in a different neighborhood than Jaylen Green. Dillon Brooks, I think, is intriguing because would you say the Suns last year needed to get more physical?
Oh, my goodness, yes.
Do you think the Suns needed more of an edge?
Yeah.
Four-letter S word,
yes,
soft. That's what the Suns were last year.
They were, Paul.
They were.
They were.
I mean, and you know what really hit me, and when it hit me the most, is when you watch playoff basketball. Do you know how far removed the Suns are from playoff caliber defense and playoff caliber physicality, playoff caliber intensity?
What's your point, Paul?
My point is, hopefully Dillon Brooks will help check some of those boxes. You're never going to get – the young guys will never check those boxes unless you really get a true badass of some sorts. You're never going to get a young guy to provide that. So here's Jaylen Green. Let's hear what he had to say about Dillon Brooks coming with him as part of the deal for Kevin Durant from the Houston Rockets.
It's good. I mean, that's one person that was on the Rockets team that has pushed me and motivated me to keep working, get in the gym, watch film, and I told him from the beginning to hold me accountable, and I think that's what he's done. So just for him to come with me to Phoenix is a big step and a big part for us to grow and carry that leadership role over. So I think it's gonna be really good. I'm happy my brother's with me too. I didn't go by myself, so yeah, it's awesome.
While you were gone, I advanced a theory that what if the Suns were to sign CP3? Could Chris Paul get return on investment out of Bradley Beal? Do you think Dillon Brooks could get return out of investment on Bradley Beal? Could he be the guy to hold him accountable, sort of like Jaylen Green was just talking about what Dillon Brooks does in the locker room?
Okay, I'll answer that next, Paul. How about that?
That said, who's going to be the biggest surprise for the Cardinals? So that and Wolf's answer, we'll talk about it next. Calvisian for Luke on Wolf and Luke, Arizona Sports, local sports leader.
Ding!
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, "He has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options." End quote. So it continues to be up in the air, and when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on arizonasports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. You find your dream home, you just move in right away. None of that monotonous waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. You don't have time for that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Find your new home that you want, buy it now. Sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, none of that. No living your life on everyone else's schedule. That's not going to work. You got stuff going on. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, which is huge. Sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Getting top dollar is a huge part of this equation. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That way you can get your free home valuation, figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
It's been over 2 years since Bobby Carpenter had regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics. He needed relief from knee pain, but he wanted to avoid surgery.
I thought I might have to have my knee scoped, had some injuries, some lingering pain from stuff that I had been dealing with from years of playing professional football, and things had kind of flared up again. I started talking to a friend of mine who's orthopedic, and he was like, well, try to avoid surgery if you can.
And you absolutely can avoid surgery. QC Kinetics provides patients with state-of-the-art regenerative treatments, orthobiologics from your own body that help heal and restore damaged, aching joints. And we'll let Bobby tell you about that.
It was all of a sudden that one day, a couple of months later, I was here, let's go jog, let's try to see what I could do. And the more I did, I was pain-free with it, and it was actually a pretty remarkable process.
Before going under the knife, see if you're a candidate for non-surgical joint pain treatments at QC Kinetics. Call them today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the fire department. What is the emergency?
No, we got a fire with her in the pool. She's on the pool. She's not responsive.
Is she out of the water?
Yes, sir. I got her on the floor. I'm trying to get her CPR.
How old is she?
3, 4. A bunch of white stuff keeps coming out of her mouth.
Help is driving you as we speak, so keep doing that CPR, okay, until she wakes up.
Yeah, she's doing it. Come on, baby.
How long is she under the water?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
While someone's doing compressions, let someone else go open up the door and make sure it's open for them.
Let her live. Let her live. No.
Okay, we gotta keep doing the compressions and keep breathing.
Dad, oh my God, please, Dad, don't let me die.
The paramedics are pulling up, but don't stop until they come and take over, okay?
This heartbreaking 911 call is only one of far too many. Fulton Homes reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez represent the Diamondbacks in tonight's All-Star game. Will all of them represent the Diamondbacks after the month of July? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
By the way, full disclosure, when I was in with Luke a couple weeks ago, I posed the following question. You ready?
Yeah.
What would be the funnier sitcom? A plot line where Ron Wolfley is president of his HOA? Or Ron Wolfley rents out a room at the compound at his house to a complete stranger / slacker? What would be the better sitcom?
That'd be really, really hard, Bully. The slacker part of it right there, I would imagine. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
All right, there you go.
Appreciate it.
Or maybe a new game show. Who can get return on investment out of Bradley Beal? That was my question there before the commercial break rudely interrupted me. But it doesn't sound like you're too bullish that Dylan Brooks could get the best out of Bradley Beal if somehow Bradley Beal was still on the roster come camp in September.
Yeah, no, I don't think so, Paulie. Once again, I think, listen, I love Dylan Brooks and how he competes, but he's got to stop with the instigation. Forget about the pre-planned, the premeditated. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that to a guy. Forget about that. Just go out and compete and do it hard and do it strong and do it as hard and strong as you possibly can. And let the chips fall where they may. Stuff happens from time to time when you do that. Just forget about the premeditated stuff. Period.
All right. Now, let's hit fast forward. Forget about rewind. Hit fast forward. Cardinals camp starting next week. Let that hang in the air for a minute. Who's tracking to be the biggest surprise of the 2025 season? I say surprise this year. Okay. Is there a name that comes to mind?
There are two.
Okay.
There are two names that come to mind to me. Trey Benson and Max Melton.
Ooh, I like that.
Right there. Bada bing, bada boom. Those two guys, Trey Benson. Big surprise. Good. Is it really going to be a surprise, I ask myself, Face and Onions, if Trey Benson takes that next step that he needs to in terms of running the football and is more decisive in his decisions in running the football and more decisive and powerful and aggressive? You want to talk about friction? Run over somebody. I think I need to see more of that from Trey Benson.
So Rabbit said that Buddha's playing style rubbed off on him. I asked Trey Benson if James Conner's running style rubbed off on him, and he said absolutely it did. And then here's James Conner when asked about what has stood out about Trey Benson going into year two.
Focus, just everything, his approach to it worked unbelievable in this offseason. He just showed up every single day. We working out together, and he wants it. He wants it bad because he knows the type of player he can be, and we all know that. And so he's been working his butt off. It's been awesome to see. He's super, super dedicated.
Were you guys working together outside of the facility or just here?
Here every day, through the whole off season and whatnot. We've pretty much been here besides the time off, throughout like March and whatnot when, you go away to reset a little bit. But he's been working extremely hard.
They had one of the 8 million lists that have come out in the last 4 or 5 months was the best 1-2 running back punch in the NFL. I would say if you're looking for a surprise this coming season, by the end of the season, James Conner / Trey Benson will be a top 3 1-2 running back punch in the league. Right there with David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs of the Lions. I mean, stuff like that. The Seahawks like to tout Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet.
I would just say this, Paulie, though. That offensive line has got to stay healthy. That offensive line has got to prove that they can be an offensive line like the Detroit Lions who can run over your face and open up holes. They got to also stay healthy as well. So if you tell me that Isaiah Adams steps up and develops the way that I hope he develops, and also, Evan Brown is a guy that has also got to step it up. If that offensive line can do that and solidify, oh, yeah, I'm with you 100%. Listen, it's in the books over the last 2 years. The Arizona Cardinals, one of the best teams in terms of running the football in the NFL.
2 straight years, they've been number 2 in yards per carry.
There you go.
So, all right, we've named Trey Benson. Earlier I talked about Will Johnson. You talked about Max Melton. We threw in Rabbit. I even threw out the outlier, Owen Papo. Keep an eye on him. Speaking of inside linebacker, though, Cody Simon, rookie out of Ohio State.
It's just so hard for me to think of Cody Simon in regard to that, Paul.
He got better and better as last year went, and in the biggest games, he played his best games. He was the defensive MVP in the Rose Bowl in the playoffs, defensive MVP in the national title game. Here he is with Burns and Gambo in May when asked if he thinks he can compete for a starting job.
I mean, I always believe that. I always believe that in my ability, and I think obviously rookies have to go their path, but there's never they don't take you if they don't think you can contribute now. And my biggest goal is to contribute as early as possible and help the team the best I can.
Can I just say this? The first half of the Cardinal schedule, all right, isn't the second half of the schedule.
No.
Put another way, it's a little soft. It might be a good launching point for a rookie to get his feet wet at middle linebacker. Now, if you're going to come out of the gates and you got to go against Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, and they're going to come out with all these okay, but if you're coming out against the Saints and some of the Carolina, it is tailor-made for a rookie middle linebacker to earn his stripes and learn over the first half of the season.
I know. I'm in agreement with what you're saying. I know that Cody Simon is a really smart guy as well, understands a lot of complex schemes, but, man, it's so difficult for me to think that a guy could come in. Are you saying, Paul, that he might actually wear the green dot as well?
He did it last year at Ohio State. So in terms of, communicating the defense.
It's hard.
It's
hard for me to agree on that. It is. It's one of the most difficult positions, other than quarterback. Mike linebacker with a green dot would be the most difficult position to actually do that.
And
Come in from college and start as a rookie.
I'll just say this. Kaiser White, his first game as an Arizona Cardinal 2 years ago, Buda Baker raved about how Kaiser White spit out all the calls and then reacted with all the audibles and made them instantaneously, which is critical because every second counts.
But he wasn't a rookie.
Right. But what I'm saying, to your point, that's how critical that position is.
Yes.
In getting a defense set and reacting what an offense is trying to do to you. All right. I don't know if I'm going to be here tomorrow. We'll see.
Paulie.
Depends on Mitch. I don't know. Probably get a call 8:30 tonight or so. We'll see.
Right. Minch, get better, big guy.
Yeah. So,
Paulie, thank you, though, for filling in, especially on the short notice.
Special thanks, Chris Garagiola, Alex Weiner, Dave Pash, for Ron Wolfley, on Paul Calvisi. Burns and Gambo are next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
If a small budget's cramping your big summer plans, consider a low-rate home equity line of credit from America First Credit Union. Right now, with a new HELOC, you'll get an introductory 4.49% APR for the first 6 months. And that means more cash to get stuff done. Helping your money do more means helping you do more. So apply for a limited-time HELOC at americafirst.com today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to eligibility, terms, conditions, creditworthiness, and change. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. We will then join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for the starting pitchers in the game, it will be Pittsburgh Pirates phenom Paul Skeens taking the mound for the National League, while Detroit Tigers ace Tarek Skubal toes the rubber for the American League. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns tonight. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Tuesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, Suns guru, Kellen Olson, who continues to be entrenched in the fill-in spot here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hi, Kellen!
Hi, buddy!
How you doing? You ready to go?
Ready to go. Excited to see the All-Star game start during our show. We're planning on covering the Ketel app at live, right?
We will take it live. We will, right, Jamal? We're going to, Jamal gives me the thumbs up on the other side of the glass. We're going to take it. Yeah, we'll bring you the, and look, if we could bring you the other at-bats, we would, but those will happen much later, obviously, so we won't be able to. I do want to congratulate Eugenio Suarez
For somebody who didn't participate in last night's home run derby, boy, he sure did get a lot of positive pub when Jazz Chisholm only hit 3 home runs.
Especially in New York. They thought they had a power hitter or two.
Twitter was ablaze with, wow, man, I'm glad we invited Jazz Chisholm to this party, and Eugenio Suarez and his 31 home runs are just sitting over there uninvited for the home run derby. That was bad. And
yeah, it's not quite the Mickey Mouse Milwaukee All-Star, but it was a Mickey Mouse home run derby
Mickey
invitation.
Mouse-ish, right? Like he's up there and he's doing the Griffey thing, and he's got his jersey untucked and his hat on back, which is fine. He's not the first guy to do that, but Jazz Chisholm, he's a little bit of that guy,
eccentric.
Right? Yeah, that's a very nice way of putting it. Yes,
charismatic.
It's another very nice
bubbly
way. Oh, that's Kellen Olson is 3 for 3, which one more, and you'll top the number of home runs that Jazz Chisholm hit last night, the home run derby. So keep
I'm out.
it up.
That's all I got. No more swings left.
Congratulations to Cal Raleigh. That was a pretty cool story with Cal Raleigh, with his dad throwing to him, with his little brother pitching, the video from when he was 8 years old, talking about wanting to win the home run derby. So that was pretty cool.
Oh, I hope he hits like 65 homers this year, so we do not do did the home run derby ruin Cal Raleigh's pursuit of history?
I hope not either. I don't know. That swing, like I think his swing is just pretty much geared to hit a bunch of home runs anyway. So I don't really think he changed it for last night. I think that's just his swing and how he swings the bat. Anyway, that is not our top story of the day. Here's what is our top story of the day on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Well, Kellen corrected me as he should have, because on the show sheet, when we were mapping out the show, we lead off the show with Mike Hazen declares. And I didn't really declare anything. In fact, he made it a point to not declare anything. But in an article written by our colleague Nick Pecoro over at AZ Central, Mike Hazen has gone on the record talking about what they are and what they're not going to do at the trade deadline, and the deals that they will or will not make. And the quote that stands out the most, quote, "I don't want to sit here and hope that things are going to happen. I'm kind of done hoping. We want to see it happen. It is what it is. We've been waiting now for the better part of 3+ months. I think we've definitely had our spurts where things look good. I think we have the ability to put things together. But at this point, with the position we've put ourselves in, we need to play pretty exceptional to move back up from where we are now," close quote. Specifically doesn't want to say whether he's declaring as a buyer or not a buyer, as a seller or not. But that is the most definitive thing we have from Mike on record about where they stand right now, with the trade deadline a couple weeks away.
There are 3 parts of this, and I'm curious which one you think has the most to do with this thinking for him, because the D-backs were in a similar position record-wise last year, like a game over 500, 3 under. It's not really too dramatic of a difference to have this level of thinking. I agree with Mike completely, to be clear. I thought they should have been sellers weeks ago. But with that being said, out of these 3 things, what do you think this has the most to do with? Just not the declaration, but this leaning of sorts at this point. Think it has to do with injuries? Do you think it just has to do with their overall play? Or do you think it has to do with how the standings look for them right now?
I think it's the standings. Okay, give me the 3 again, and I'll rank them for you. Give me the 3.
Injuries, and more so, like, can you be optimistic about the next 2 to 3 months when you have all these injuries?
Okay.
Their current play, just we haven't seen, like, the win 9 of 11. We haven't seen this, like, big, bright spark of optimistic potential. And then the standings, which are that there's basically one spot they're going to be fighting for, because the Brewers and whoever wins or doesn't win the NL East is going to be in control. I should say whoever doesn't win the NL Central, too, I suppose.
Borrowing a line from our morning show, I'm going to start the standings.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bench the injuries, and I'm going to cut the way they've played. I think that to me, and that's the order. Like, I think if the one thing that could be changed the most that would force Mike Hazen to not be in this position, I think it's how many teams are in front of them in the standings. I think that's the most basic, guttural sort of, you look at the standings, you see all those teams in front of you, and that's number 1. Number 2, the injuries, in his mind, probably prevent his bullpen from being able to make a serious run. And then number 3, just their general overall, the way they've played, 12 of their last 18 games, I think that they've lost. I'll put that 3rd on that list. It matters. I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but that's how I'm ranking those 3 things.
And I think they're in such a better position to sell this year than last year from where their roster sits and where the rest of the league sits. Something that Nick notes in his story is that there is not a surplus of solid to great starting pitching that figures to be available here in the next couple of weeks. Like there is, Nick doesn't say this in the story, that's where his opinion on the matter ends, but what I'll say is I think that there's a non-zero or a pretty solid chance that the best starting pitcher acquired at the deadline is an Arizona Diamondback, whether it is Merrill Kelly or whether it is Zack Gallen. I think there's a pretty decent chance that they're the best starting pitcher that gets traded at the deadline, and that is a very powerful thing for the Diamondbacks to have at their disposal. It's a very powerful thing to shop around an All-Star right now because no one else is going to be shopping around an All-Star right now. Alex Weiner and I, at least when the initial rosters were announced, I know there's been some guys added as injury replacements, but Alex Weiner and I asked him as the far more knowledgeable baseball mind who covers the Arizona Diamondbacks daily, who's going to be joining us at 4:30 as well. I was like, do you pick out an All-Star that would be available at the deadline besides Geno? And then he ran through and he's like, no, I don't really see one. And you can look through the rosters and see who else is going to be potentially available. But Geno is the best offensive third baseman in baseball. And there was the big headline that you sent in your email where Geno's on the front page of the New York Post sports section and just looking for a potential fit for what the Yankees desperately need. And Geno is about as good as you could hope for, because there are situations, Burnsy, and you know this, where a team has a need at the deadline or they have a need in the offseason and there's no one available. There's just no one that really fits, or there's kind of just blah names. Geno is a pretty incredible rental name that could be available for all of these teams that need a third baseman.
No doubt. The back page of the Post this morning, Diamondbacks All-Star third baseman intrigued by Yanks potentially rolling the dice on a big trade, and then it says snake eyes in the classic New York Post style.
Of course.
Yeah, and I mean, and really that whole story was based off of, and we played the quote yesterday, about a 15-second soundbite from Eugenio Suarez in which he gave a very polite, respectful, kind of blah answer to a question probably from a reporter from New York. Hey, yeah, the Yankees, great history, tremendous organization, sure, and I'd love to go play for them and help them win a championship if that's how this story ends up, or something along those lines. He played it right down the middle of the fairway. He didn't lean he didn't say he wanted out. He didn't say he didn't want to go. He was very complimentary of the Yankees. But yeah, he's the guy, and if he's the only All-Star who could get traded, he's going to have a lot of focus and attention on him. But there are others, too. In fact, you talk about New York. John Heyman, who also writes for the New York Post, suggested in like a mock trade that the Diamondbacks send, and he's just suggesting this, he's not reporting it, suggested that the Diamondbacks send Zack Gallen and Eugenio Suarez to the New York Yankees, and in exchange, they would get the 8th, 10th, and 14th best prospect in the Yankee system, and they're all pitchers. So to kind of stock back up on young, controllable pitching, which a lot of the Diamondbacks' top prospects are not pitchers per se. Again, it was just a suggestion. He's not reporting that to be the case. But the vultures are circling, no doubt. They're all around the Diamondbacks.
And it is crucial context here for how many vultures there could be. A stat that's going to blow your mind here. The Detroit Tigers have the most wins in baseball. It's not the stat, but it should blow your mind anyway. They're 59 in 38. There are 15 other teams that are within 10 wins of that. So between 50 and 59 wins in the Major League Baseball Association, whatever you want to call it, there are 16 teams right now that are within 10 wins of having the most wins. So, like, the Cincinnati Reds could have, like, a torrid 2 to 3 months and theoretically have the best record in baseball. Like, they're within that much of a range. So, over half the league is not only over 500, but there is no team that's at 63, 64, 65 that has far and away been the best team. You've got the Tigers at 59, the Dodgers at 58, the Cubs at 57, the Brewers at 56, and the Astros as well. So there are a lot of teams that could look and see Geno or see Gallen, see Kelly, see Shelby Miller, see other names that could potentially be available from the Diamondbacks and think that they are this guy away from taking another step forward and taking control of this thing.
And to your point, that's great news for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Nightingale made the same point over the weekend in his column, in which he initially suggested that the sellers are or that the other rival executives are expecting the Diamondbacks to sell. He said, later on in the column, he noted there's really no one true front runner in baseball today. I mean, most people assume it's going to be the Dodgers when it's all said and done, but they haven't separated themselves like everybody thought. And that because of that, it's a great time to be a seller because there are so many teams who probably think they're a Suarez away or a Gallen away. To the point about the standings, and I looked this up real quick, this time exactly 1 year ago right now, at the All-Star break, when the Arizona Diamondbacks were going into that break, they were 49-48 on the season. Not a tremendously different record, but different enough. The difference was going into the All-Star break last year, the Diamondbacks were one game back of the last spot in the National League wildcard race with nobody ahead of them. They were tied with the Padres. The Pirates were a game and a half back. The Reds were 3 back. The Giants were 3 back. Last year, the standings dictated, hey, we're fine. We're right there. There's nothing we need to do. We need to add. We need to go out and get parts. And shortly after that All-Star game a year ago, they went out and got A.J. Puck about 5 days before the trade deadline. That was not a deadline deal. That was like a week before the deadline, 5 days before the deadline. So totally different set of circumstances, at least in regards to the standings. When we come back, last night's was not a shining example of the future of the Phoenix Suns, except for one standout. We'll talk about it next. Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in.
The D-backs, Ketel Marte.
Just a laser-beamed home run by Ketel Marte.
Will be starting for the National League at the MLB All-Star game.
Ground ball up the middle, backhanded by Ketel on his back foot, throws to first, and it's picked by Naylor.
The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks and All-Star Ketel Marte.
Some kind of athleticism right there by Marte.
Is Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined. And stick to your budget, too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
The year is 2147. Nuclear war and global climate change have made the Earth uninhabitable to humans. And still, we are waiting for the Bradley Beal situation to be resolved. We'll give you any updates tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Did you have your headphones on for that? Oh, yeah, you did. Okay, good.
No, I heard it. I heard it.
You just have no visceral reaction to it.
I'll just put it this way. Creative freedom is a blessing, but it can also be a curse sometimes.
Yeah, with great power comes great responsibility.
As one wise man once said.
Spider-Man, check it out. Yeah. With great power comes great responsibility. That one actually kind of made me laugh because
I liked it.
It does actually feel
Jared's shtick works for me. It just does.
You know what? I would say Jared's shtick works for me about 68% of the time. There's another 32 where it's like, okay, come on, man. But that one worked. I like that one because it does feel like the global winter is going to come way before this Bradley Beal does. But we have a little bit of an update on that. We'll share it with you later. I'll cop to it. I'll cop to it, Kellen. I'll admit this before you and Jamal and everybody else listening.
Go ahead.
Oh, I so fell asleep during that Suns Summer League game last night. It was so brutal. It was so brutal.
You're telling me 3 quarters of 17, 11, and 15 points didn't do it for you?
Whoa, somewhere in the middle of the third quarter, right? Like, I opened my eyes, and it was like, oh, God, how long was I out for? What did I miss? Because then I looked at the score, and I realized I didn't miss anything at all. That was not a shining example of the bright future of the Phoenix Suns. That was a rough game to watch, except for Ryan Dunn. He once again did the I'm too good for this thing last night with how he played.
He was the only guy to score more than 8 points in that game for the Suns, and he had 18. 6 rebounds for him as well. But yeah, Summer League basketball gets talked about in a negative light in terms of not so much entertainment value, but how much you can discern from it. And games like that are the reason why the Suns just had no stability throughout. And I think a lot of people on Twitter last night were clamoring about, like, how can you come to Vegas without a point guard, all this kind of stuff. You can put a young point guard out there who's like the most pure floor general in the world, and it can still look like that sometimes. So you're just going to have situations like that where, again, there's just zero flow to the game at all. And all the shots that were going in for Kobe Bray in the first 2 games did not go in this game. All of the dribble drives that were working out for Oso Ighodaro did not work out in this game. Come on, Malawach did a lot of dribbling yesterday, and that was a very mixed bag. Now, am I saying he shouldn't have been dribbling? No, he should keep dribbling. That's what Summer League is exactly for.
That's what it's there for.
Is to try out your skill set, but they ran into the wrong team on that day because the way that the Kings were defending and the way that they smelled blood feels dramatic to say for a Summer League game, but they clearly could tell that the Suns were a little bit rattled, didn't really have any way to get into their offense, and they just pounced on them really early.
Yeah, and that's exactly the way to put it. The game had no flow. It didn't seem like there was any way. Like, I wasn't even sure who was supposed to be initiating offense for the Phoenix Suns. I wasn't even sure what the offense that was supposed to be initiated was looking like. None of it had any flow. None of it had any. And the Malawach dribbling, yeah. I mean, this is what it's there for. You know, it's like you go to an art class every week, okay? And yeah, paint on the canvas. And when it's crap, throw the canvas over to the side and get a new canvas and start again. And last night was the let's see him dribble a bunch and see if there's something there. And last night there clearly wasn't. I think for me the biggest probably like disappointment, and I don't even know if that's the right fair word to use, but the biggest disappointment was there was like I almost didn't notice that Rasheer Fleming was on the court until I looked at the name under the number and I went, oh, he's there. Okay, he's out. Okay, watch him. And there just wasn't, he didn't pop. I know he hit one like catch and shoot 3. There were a couple of times where it looked like he knew what he was doing in terms of how to move his body and things like that. But I really didn't notice him until I made a distinct effort to notice him last night.
I was doing the same thing. I was watching him on the floor the whole time he was out there. And again, that's like Summer League ecosystem. They were playing him in a lineup where he was sharing the floor with, I believe, CJ Huntley, Moses Wood, who are 2 like 4 or 5 men like Rasheer Fleming. And then I think Oso was out there with that lineup as well. So they were basically playing 4 bigs at the same time, which again, like why would you do that? You're looking to give certain players certain looks, and I don't know. I don't really know. I don't have a great answer for you, but it didn't put Fleming in this sort of situation where he could succeed, because if he would have been out there in Oso's spot in the starting lineup, for example, it would have been much easier for him to sort of assimilate and be noticeable in that kind of way. But yeah, in terms of anybody being in a situation, in a opportunity, being given an opportunity to pop, Ryan was really the only guy to take advantage of it. And to your point, Burnsy, about like yearning, you would love for your first-round pick to look the way Nick Clifford did for Sacramento, because Nick Clifford looked good, ready to give you 20 minutes right now in the NBA. He looked way too good to be at Summer League as a rookie, which is pretty rare to see. And Malawach is just not that kind of guy. Nick Clifford spent 5 years playing in college. Come on, Malawach hasn't even been playing basketball that long.
Yeah,
so like it's just going to take him time.
Before I drifted off, I get, boy, that Nick, he can play. I like him. I like what. But again, that's also the part where you have to be a responsible watcher of Summer League basketball, is to understand that just because Nick Clifford looks good in 2 Summer League games or a Summer League game means he's going to take some leap and be some responsible, productive rookie in year 1. I mean, that's, like... I
think it's Josh Selby who owns, like, the all-time Summer League, like, most points in a game kind of thing. Like, those kind of guys will go off from time to time. You have to be responsible.
Yeah, you do, and you don't want to assume that he's going to have a bad career, but you also can't assume he's going to have a great one either, because he had one good game. The one clear takeaway from the Suns last night was Ryan Dunn, and I would imagine you would assume that he's done. Well, they've got 2 games left, right? They've got one tomorrow afternoon, I think, or tomorrow morning. I can't remember which one
during
it is.
our show, 2
During
o'clock.
our show, okay, 2 o'clock. That's what I thought. And then one more after that against an opponent to be determined, and that's it. They're done. I got to think Ryan Dunn is done in terms of, right? Like, I mean, what else do you need to see from Ryan Dunn? He's graduated from this level of basketball. He's ready to advance.
It's just as much about that, too, as like rewarding the other guys who have been giving you what you need in practice and letting them have an opportunity to show themselves in those kinds of games as well. At least in like the 4th game or the 5th game. If they have a 5th game, he shouldn't be out there for sure.
So then the question becomes and this is a question that we'll ask several times, I'm sure, between now and when the season opens. But how much of a contribution is Ryan Dunn going to make to this year's Suns basketball? Where should we set the bar for year 2 of Ryan Dunn now that he is, if nothing else, established that he's too good for Summer League basketball?
Well, we're going to talk about Jaylen Green a little bit later, and I think that Ryan is being put in a position right now where what he is being asked to do isn't going to be necessarily the skill set that you want him to hold. And what I mean by that is you're looking at him like he's a 6'9", 6'10", like giant wing with super long arms, like Rasheer Fleming athletically, for example. He's not really that type of athlete in terms of size, but you're going to be starting Devin Booker, Dylan Brooks, and Jaylen Green. So Ryan Dunn is that guy on your team. I think he can guard bigger wings, but it's not what he's best at. Like, he should be in the Dylan Brooks role, essentially, and guarding the best perimeter player every night, which is what he's going to be doing.
Yeah.
But then where does that put Dylan Brooks? And it's just kind of this weird fit where if you were starting Booker, Dunn, and Brooks together, and then you had another wing there, whether that was Rasheer Fleming starting as a rookie, Nigel Hayes-Davis, whoever it was, someone with more size.
Then you could kind of flex him over to some of those backcourt guys.
Yeah, and there's just way too many of those situations across this entire roster where I'm just saying, like, okay, it's like Ryan's like a bit small to play him for the 4, or like this guy doesn't really fit with it. And there's just too much of that right now with this roster and the way that it's balanced right now.
Yeah, and again, kind of foreshadowing to later on in the show, whenever this whenever this Bradley Beal business gets done, the roster, at least what we're being told, is not to expect any dramatic changes to the roster. So this wicked imbalance that we're kind of dealing with just a slew of 6'5" guys, and nowhere really to slot them all. It doesn't sound like that's going to get rectified anytime soon, which kind of leads you to believe that Ryan Dunn is going to have to play that position that you're talking about, that role that you're talking about, and that could make for some tough basketball this year. When we come back on Burns, I'm sorry, do you have something you want to add?
No, I'm good.
Okay,
That's it. The segment is over. I declare it as such.
I instinctively sitting here.
You're such a kind driver.
I hear the draw in of the breath. I knew you were gearing to say something, and like if it was something profound,
what provocative information does he have?
Or wise or new? I didn't want to. Can you imagine? Like if you had something really cool to say, and we
just seeing if Bradley Beal happened yet. Hold on. No, not yet. Keep waiting.
Reminds me of a bit that one of the shows did. I don't even remember what the bit was, but it was like, has Bradley Beal been cut? No, he hasn't. And then that was it. I don't remember what the bit was, but it was really, really funny. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast. You can subscribe on your iPhone or your Android. You're not going to miss our show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. When we come back, are we witnessing the rise of the next great all-time Diamondbacks? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, he has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options. End quote. So it continues to be up in the air. And when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on ArizonaSports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1-ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As parents, we watch our kids grow up, cheer at their games, help with homework, and worry about the choices they'll face. One bad pill laced with fentanyl, that's all it takes. That's why I've talked to my older kids about carrying naloxone. It's not about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared, because one dose can save a life. Please carry naloxone. Be ready. Be safe. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House Downtown Phoenix, serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. We will then join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for the starting pitchers in the game, it will be Pittsburgh Pirates phenom Paul Skeens taking the mound for the National League, while Detroit Tigers ace Tarek Skubal will toe the rubber for the American League. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns today. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Upgrading your windows and doors, The Window Depot has the lowest prices and biggest inventory, all available at 4 Valley locations. Visit thewindowdepot.com today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Full recap on how all 3 of the Diamondbacks fared in the Midsummer Classic. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, Kellen is in for Gambo today, tomorrow, Thursday. Gambo's back on Friday. Gambo has already tweeted he'll be stateside tomorrow, but I know he's going to be on a plane all day. So
if you feel a presence shift in the wind, that is because the Gambo has made landfall back in your country.
I thought you were going to say, if you feel a shift in the force, Gambo has returned.
That too. Let's just make a Star Wars analogy every half hour.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure our audience would absolutely love that.
Yeah.
Gambo will be back tomorrow, so if there's either a shift in the wind or the force, you'll know what it is. He's back. But he won't be back on the air until Friday, but I would imagine the news will certainly start flowing. And of course, Kellen and I are keeping vigilant watch over all things Bradley Beal. Jamal literally has his finger poised on the breaking news sounder in case something should. Are you ready to go there, Jamal? You got your finger on the button?
I'm locked in, fellas. I'm ready. I've never been ready for anything more.
You look way locked in right now. Yeah. You know, that conversation you're having with Damon notwithstanding, it looks like you're way locked in right now. You're ready. I know it.
This button is waiting to be pushed.
I'm sure it is.
Oh, God.
And if it demands being pushed, we'll push it here on the Burns and Gamble Show. In the meantime, tonight's the All-Star Game. You just heard Vinny looking ahead to it a little bit, and I'm sure we'll be talking about it tomorrow, too. Of the 3 Diamondback players who are going to play tonight at some point, 2 of the 3 are without question going to be on this roster next year, and that's Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte. Eugenio Suarez, we'll see. I don't know. I'm not sure what his future holds, other than he seems like a very, very likely trade candidate if that's the road the Diamondbacks decide to go down. Kellen and I were like separately and then together kind of workshopping some ideas about Ketel and Corbin Carroll because, you know, Kellen, we spent a lot of yesterday talking about the Diamondbacks as sellers and what does selling look like, and is it all 4 guys? Is it just 2 of the 4, 3 of the 4? And the roadblock that I keep running into, maybe you can help me navigate around this. Mm-hmm. The roadblock I keep running into is that as long as you've got Ketel on your team, and as long as you've got Corbin Carroll on your team, and I'll even throw in Geraldo Perdomo in there because he's having a career year and looks like he's worth every dime they gave him in that extension. As long as you've got those 3 on your team and locked up to the contracts that they are, it feels like you're closer to a contender than you are to a rebuilder, and you should act accordingly. Would you agree or disagree with that very 30,000-foot view of the Diamondbacks?
I don't know. Is that what you're supposed to say on radio?
No, I
don't know.
Jamal, I built it up. I like put the ball on the tee for him. I'm ready for him to.
I genuinely don't know. And to expand on my thought, as I should do as the person talking into the microphone on live sports radio.
Yeah.
I'm looking at their pitching staff specifically, and we don't know, but we assume Corbin Burns out for the rest of next year. I think the tricky part isn't the fact that they don't have pitching for next year, so that they theoretically could, because Ryan Nelson is having another great year.
Yep.
We're going to talk a lot next year about Brandon Pfaadt, bounce back years, all that kind of stuff. I think you and I would agree that like this year is not the pitcher that he is. We expect him to be more like the pitcher we've seen in the past next season. Merrill Zach, who knows? Erod will be like, I think, probably the most interesting Diamondback to watch in the second half of the season, because if he can be more good Erod than bad Erod, you feel even better about this rotation going into next year. So let's say Erod does pitch fairly well in the second half of the year. Let's just say your Pfaadt optimism remains. Like, that's 3 quality starting pitchers. I'm with you a bit. But if Brandon Pfaadt isn't that guy, and if Erod starts to tail off a little bit, or if Ryan Nelson isn't the guy that he sure looks like he is, then I'm feeling a little bit less confident. But, I mean, I think Gabby should get mentioned. You didn't mention Gabby. Now, Gabby's got some injury question marks now hanging over him that continue to year after year for him, unfortunately. But your prevailing point is that you have got 2 guys on your team that at least for the next 2 to 3 years will be in contention for MVPs. Like that's just the ceiling for their seasons is either contending for MVPs or winning MVPs. Most teams are lucky to have one of those guys.
Yeah.
They've got 2.
Yeah.
So you have to have that mindset. And I think Mike Hazen does, to be clear.
I think he does. And we had eventually at some point we'll have a conversation about payrolls and what they're going to do this offseason. And I know we're a long ways away from that. But yeah, I know Mike Hazen is wired to want to compete. And I think by giving those 3 players, and I'll even lump Brandon Pfaadt into the conversation too, by giving those players those extensions the way they did, the Marte extension, Carroll a couple of years ago, the Perdomo extension, it almost felt like you were kind of locking yourself into this idea of, okay, this is our core. They're not going anywhere. And as long as they are our core, we're being reckless and irresponsible if we don't try to build a good baseball team around them. And I know that requires payroll. And like I say, that's going to be a conversation for another day. But as you pointed out too, there are different. Ketel is not on the same timeline as Corbin Carroll.
7 years a difference in age. Corbin's 24, Ketel's 31.
So at some point, the Ketel-Corbin era is going to fade out, and it's just going to be the Corbin era until you find somebody to be your next Ketel when that happens.
Which is why I wonder, let's say the Yankees want Gino and Zack Gallen. That's something that Heyman proposed, right? Like he went through like his own trade proposal. Let's say they give you the Godfather offer of prospects, like the type of haul you couldn't possibly imagine for 2 rentals together, and they give you it. But all of those guys are not projected to be in Major League Baseball this year or even next year, maybe even the year after that. Let's say that is by far the best offer you're going to get for either of those guys. Does it matter to you that Ketel would be 34 or 35 by the time those guys are in the majors? Would it matter to you? And I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a really hard question to answer.
Yeah, I think I'm going to declare that I'm still more focused on the prospects who can help me in this window of the dual,
even if it is a
MVP guys, even if it's a lesser return than what you might get.
Like I'm talking, you get the Godfather offer, but at a certain point you don't do it.
I guess at that point we have to define how much lesser is lesser, you know, and I won't paint myself into a corner on
100% is the threshold. Let's say 100% is the threshold. It's met for Zack Gallen, and it's going to help you win baseball games next year. Let's say 150% is the Godfather offer. That extra 50% being guys that help you 3 to 5 years from now. Is that worth the squeeze to you?
You know what? Only because I don't know who my next superstar is going to be that's next to Carroll when Ketel winds down. I still think I would take the lesser deal.
Wow.
I still think I would take the lesser deal in the name of going for it now and just kind of, I'll worry about 3 years from now or 4 years from now. 3 or 4 years. And I know that's probably not a good baseball way of thinking it. And I'm sure if Mike Hazen's listening right now, because that's probably the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But I just think, you said it perfectly at the beginning of the segment. You've got 2 of these guys who are in theory top 5 MVP guys for the next 3 or 4 years. I got to take advantage of that. And it makes it hard. This conversation would be a whole lot easier if Corbin Burns hadn't gone and blown out his elbow. And I say that sarcastically because it's not his fault. But this whole conversation takes on an entirely different tone if you know you've got Corbin Carroll next year or Corbin Burns next year, as opposed to knowing you don't have Corbin Burns next year, right? This becomes a totally different conversation if Corbin Burns is on your roster and pitching next year.
Jordan Lawler is a factor in this conversation, too. He's one of the best prospects in baseball, and they're expecting a lot from him next year. At least I hope they are, because we certainly are.
Yeah.
So you were talking about, you don't know who the next star is next to Corbin Carroll. The D-backs are hoping it's Jordan Lawler.
Can I be honest with you and everybody listening right now?
Yep.
Every now and then I have some trust issues when it comes to Jordan Lawler.
I do too.
Every now and then I've got some trust issues.
But to be clear, to set the expectations for what they should be, that's the guy he's supposed to be. We'll see if he can meet that threshold.
Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club. It's too bad. It's a great program that we run. Next Wednesday, the Diamondbacks are taking on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. We will send you a link to grab lower-level tickets for half off. Again, text the word half to 620-620. That's half to 620-620. Mom and Dad are fighting over the next college football playoff system. Who should ASU side with? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Cards can. In 1 week. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electrical. If you're not happy with a price quote you just got from an AC company for a new AC unit or a repair, thought all you needed was a repair, and they're telling you, hey, you need a new AC unit that's going to cost upwards of $10,000, $12,000, $15,000, more often than not, it may be a tech trying to upsell you. Well, before you sign on the dotted line, do what so many in the Valley are doing, getting a free second opinion from Christian Brothers. It's quite possible that all you need is a repair that may cost a few $100 instead of a whole new unit. So make that one extra call to 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com. Don't forget, Christian Brothers can also help you with any and all of your electrical needs and your plumbing needs as well. So if you need a water heater flush or you've got a drain that's backed up and you need to get that taken care of, just call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online for more information at cbrothers.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're shopping for an engagement ring, we want you to feel like a kid in a candy store. All of our diamonds are in stock, in-store and online, so you get to use your eyes, not your imagination. Come in and look at marquee-shaped diamonds right next to ovals and pears. As your friend and jeweler, you can trust you'll get your dream diamond at an everyday competitive price. We have the widest selection in-store and at shaneco.com, because a friend knows choosing a diamond is personal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. No waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It is the best possible way to do this. It's so much less stressful than the other way. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no living your life on the schedule of a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, and they're going to make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation, figure out what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Jamal is here. Got our social media poll question today. You can find it on X. By the way, they just rolled the tarp out on the field in Atlanta, for what it's worth. Doesn't look like it's raining hard, but it suggests that maybe some rain is coming, so I don't know what that means for tonight's game.
It's just one of those, like, would you rather have the tarp roll out or not? No. Would rather not see that.
I'd rather not. Just close the roof. Oh, wait. Never mind. Yeah, no. All right, Jamal, you got a poll question for us? I have no idea what it is. What do you got for us?
Well, what we're asking today, which Diamondback, well, speaking of the All-Star game, actually, which Diamondback will make the biggest impact in tonight's game? Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, Geno Suarez.
History tends to favor the non-starters in these games, right? The guys who come in and fill the back half of the game. Is that Corbin's role in this game? I think I'm going to lean Corbin for that reason.
Okay. I was thinking Suarez for almost exactly the same reason. Like, I could see an at-bat late or a two-run double. Like, the guy who hits the two-run double in the seventh is probably your MVP, as crazy as it is to say it. I'll go Geno. I'll go for the exact same reason you're picking Corbin.
I'm with you, Bernsey. I'm taking Geno too, but the starter, Ketel Marte, is leading the way right now with 54.5%. Then Geno is in second with 27%, and then Corbin Carroll is in third with 18.4%.
Okay, now here's one thing I do wonder about tonight's game, and given that Ketel's health has been a little sketch lately, I wonder if he's only in there for one at bat.
Yeah,
and then Tory has asked who's ever managing hey, get him off his feet. Like one at bat, have your moment in the sun, get your ovation, like all that stuff, and then you're out.
If you hit something into the gap, keep jogging. Do not try and leg out a triple.
That's right. Do not tear your groin in the name of a meaningless baseball game when we have this important.
But wait, it has
half.
Stakes, Bernsey.
Okay, honest question. Does it still? I've lost track.
I don't think so. Did they take that away?
I thought they
the World Series.
I'm not trying to call you out. Kellen, I genuinely don't know. Did they remove? I thought they removed the stakes from the game.
It's happened so many times I don't even know anymore.
I thought it was just a game, like home.
I think they did remove
home field advantage for the World Series. That's gone.
The
right?
Bud Selig and Milwaukee
so.
moment, of course, is truly there yet. True exhibition now.
True exhibition. It is not okay. Yeah, one at bat for Ketel, and then I think he's gonzo.
Even defensively.
Oh,
like,
excuse me. The players win an extra $25,000.
Money.
There you go. It's the ultimate motivator.
It motivates me.
Yeah, but I mean, when you're making, $25 million.
25,000 is still 25,000. I mean, yeah. It's still a chunk of change.
Let's give it up for capitalism, everyone. All right, yeah.
Well, that's a perfect segue into what we're going to talk about. Because speaking of capitalism,
they do not pay you enough money, sir. Speaking of money,
Mom and Dad are fighting about what college football playoff system is going to be implemented soon. I don't know which one's mom and I don't know which one's dad. But the Big Ten and the SEC are the two power brokers that run the sport. And you noticed it actually yesterday on one of these monitors in here, Kellen. You're like, oh, I didn't know that. And so I was compelled to go do a little quick research on it last night. And it turns out the SEC and the Big Ten are on different pages as to how the next agreement will work, how the next college football playoffs will work. And the thing about it is they basically have all the power to decide. Like all the conference commissioners got together and yeah, since you guys have all the good teams and you guys control all the revenue and you guys are the ones where the eyeballs are going, yeah, it's kind of up to you two to decide how this is going to go. The SEC, and they announced this, this all comes from their commissioner who yesterday said, yeah, that we've met with the Big Ten a bunch of times last week. They want it one way. We want it the other way. They're not agreeing on the future of the sport. Now, I'm sure, Kellen, at some point they'll come to resolution, but for now, it's kind of uncomfortable to see mom and dad fighting over the future of college football, isn't it?
I love it because I do not like the way this is trending in terms of those two conferences dictating the shape of college sports for the next 5 to 10 years before we inevitably get to Super League comparisons. The soccer comparison, if you're not familiar, is that in soccer about 4 to 5 years ago, they formed what was called the Super League, where it basically took all of these teams, plucked them out of their respective divisions in their own countries, and plopped them into one with all the best teams in the world. So Real Madrid from Spain is there, Manchester United from England is there, AC Milan from Italy is there, PSG from France is there, and so on. What did this do for the middle to low tier clubs? It effectively screwed them, just like it would screw the Big Ten and other teams, or Big 12, excuse me, and other situations like this. There was such a massive revolt from the fans that within 48 hours, most of the clubs pulled out because there was such vitriol over this sort of idea. And it feels like we are just on a slow, trending, inevitable direction of that happening. And it's just happening in super slow motion right now. But I feel silly for saying this, but I never considered the possibility that they would disagree with each other. Because if you would need to agree with someone, they need to agree with each other. And the quotes here from the SEC commissioner are fascinating because he goes on to say in the CSPN.com story, I think that there's this notion that there has to be some magic moment and something has to happen with expansion and it has to be forced. When you're given authority, you want to be responsible using that authority. I think both of us are prepared to do so. We don't need unanimity. And ultimately, if not, there's a level of authority granted to the Big Ten and SEC together, but there's a lot to that. It's not just you show up, pound your fist, and something happens. I hope that type of narrative can be reduced, but we'll keep talking. The levels of just disarray that those two sides are having, I didn't realize that could be a thing, really. Why would you guys disagree on anything? You have a chance to run this and make billions of dollars, not millions, billions of dollars.
And control most of it for yourselves.
Exactly.
Why would you two be on different pages? Now, not to get too technical about this because, numbers bore the hell out of people on the radio sometimes, but what the Big Ten wants is basically we get 4 guaranteed spots, the SEC gets 4 guaranteed spots, the Big 12 gets 2, the ACC gets 2, and then everybody else can fight over the rest, okay? And what the SEC wants is, no, every conference champ gets a spot, and then there's just 11 teams that get the rest, right? Now, not Greg Sankey, but Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, is very much Team SEC in this. He wants, they're calling it the 5+11 model. He wants the 5+11 model, and he was asked about it last week during the Big 12 media days, and he was like, why would you support that one? The Big 12, the Big 10 model is giving you 2 guaranteed spots a year. And he's like, why would I want to cap the potential of my conference? Why would I want to limit myself to only 2 teams to be guaranteed to get in when my hope is that we'll grow this conference to the point where I'm worthy of having 4 teams in it too, and I want them to go earn it on the field. So he's Team SEC. The Big Ten's kind of out there on their own. And I know this is a lot of blah, 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 but this is literally the future of college football and how they're going to decide their champion. And ASU now with a seat at the table in this new conference in the Big 12, this matters, man. This is important when it comes to figuring out who your champion's going to be.
Is this just a moral ground that the SEC is standing on, or is there a reason for them to like 5+11 as well? That's what I've been trying to figure out.
All I can tell is that their coaches want it. They're acting on behalf of their coaches who have all said, this is what we want, this is what we prefer.
And let's be honest, 5+11, how many SEC and Big Ten teams are going to be in that?
Most
a whole lot. Yeah.
A whole lot, most of them. So again, it's do the 5+11 and just trust that chances are the selection committee will kind of be prejudiced for your teams anyway, right? We'll be predisposed to put your teams in this in the first place. One other quick note about the SEC, by the way, just interestingly. Did you read these Nick Saban maybe coming back rumors?
Oh, God.
Apparently,
I was ready for him to be out of my life. I know he's on all like the shows and everything, but I can mute my television, but that's harder to mute.
Greg McElroy, Monday morning during his radio show, Mac and Cube in Birmingham. According to McElroy, Saban returning to the sideline might not be out of the realm of possibility. A very much in-the-know person that I have a lot of respect for and have spent a lot of time around. They seem to think Nick Saban is not done coaching, close quote. The article I got this out of suggested North Carolina, Texas Tech, Florida State, Michigan, or LSU as potential Nick Saban landing
I love
spots.
these stories because it's like, I'm going to retire to spend more time with my family. And then they do it for a year.
I'm
then
so
they do
sick
it for
of
2
my
years.
family.
And then they're like, kind of liked coaching football, actually. Kind of liked having 17-hour work days where I never saw my family.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, but amen, brother. That gets a total amen from the congregation on that one. When we come back, who else could the Diamondbacks potentially have on the trading block? Because there are 3 names we have not talked much about, and we will next on Burns and Gambo with Kel filling in.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke tomorrow morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about the Lund Mortgage. If you're renting right now, this is a great time to buy. So many homes on the market. That means that buyers have more choices. Sellers are moving out because they're buying another home. What does that mean for you? Home prices are dropping. That's a good thing. You don't want to play the waiting game. You may miss out. Once it turns, there's a lot more competition. Right now, it's a buyer's market. Don't wait until it becomes a seller's market. Take advantage of seller concessions and don't worry about interest rates. You can always negotiate a better interest rate. But right now, a lot of houses on the market. That means it's a good time for you to make an offer and get your choice of house at the right price. Remember, this is a home, not a stock. All you have to do is contact the Lund Mortgage team to get pre-approved for a mortgage. They do it for free. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful, compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
My technician let me know everything he was doing and finally found the problem. He took his time and he made sure everything was working perfectly before he left. Thank you, Ready Services.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
A summer, it can be a 4-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here. That is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge. Love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at State Farm Stadium. Friday, July 18th with Miranda Lambert. And Saturday, July 19th with Brooks and Dunn. Plus, Ella Langley on both nights. Morgan Wallen. I'ma need some whiskey glasses. On sale now at livenation.com.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tory Lavell.
Tory here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. We will then join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for the starting pitchers in the game, it will be Pittsburgh Pirates phenom Paul Skeens taking the mound for the National League, while Detroit Tigers ace Tarek Skubal will toe the rubber for the American League. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns today. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Disc physicians are the leaders in the valley for minimally invasive spine care. If you have neck or back pain, check us out online at sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. Enjoy life again.
Hey, it's Wolf. How important is a quick start for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Got Kellen filling in for Gambo just like yesterday and again tomorrow and again on Thursday. It's always a pleasure to have the hosts of Arizona Sports Tonight filling in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo. The Arizona Diamondbacks are in the midst of the All-Star break like the rest of Major League Baseball. You got the game coming up tonight. Diamondbacks, I think, have a workout coming up on Thursday. They open up the next part of the schedule at home against the St. Louis Cardinals on Friday. The trade deadline, obviously, is very much on everybody's mind, and I know the main 4 names are Merrill Kelly and Zack Gallen and Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor, and they will continue to be the main 4 names. But it was also very interesting to see the report from John Heyman that the Arizona Diamondbacks are listening to other trade offers involving other players. And those players specifically could involve all outfielders not named Corbin Carroll, basically. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Alec Thomas, Jake McCarthy, Randall Grichuk are the names that have come up, and each kind of having their own varying degrees of difficulty or desire or an audience or a team that would want them or not. They're not the main names. They're not the sexy names. They're certainly not going to be the ones who are going to bring the most in return. But it is interesting. These are the first names kind of break outside of the standard 4 that we were expecting to talk about with the Diamondbacks and the deadline.
100%. And it sparked the idea for me as well of reimagining what center field and left field could look like for the team next season if those guys are traded. And then it goes and makes you think on the years that they have had, and Alec Thomas has had an Alec Thomas season where his bat has underwhelmed, but his defense has been much worse than it used to be, and that's just speaking in the highest compliment in the world to the defender that he was last year and the year before. Jake McCarthy, we know the story there. He had a really, really rough start to the year, has come up, and then since then hasn't really been the same guy as well. And Lourdes has been fine. He's been okay. He hasn't been worth his price tag. And there's a very interesting part of this formula that I didn't realize until this morning I'd forgotten about. Lourdes has a player option for next year, and then it's a club option for the year after that. So he could decline that player option. Now it's for $13 million, and I think he'll want to keep that with the year that he's had where he's been just okay, but maybe he's looking for a newer long-term deal. And I didn't really think about this in sort of the situation where wait a minute, look at outfield as a whole outside of Corbin Carroll. Who are the other guys in the picture? Because it was going to be Alek Thomas. It was going to be Lourdes Gurriel Jr., but could you do better than those guys? Because I argue that you very well could next year.
You could. And if you feel like there's any value left, remember that was one of the main storylines this offseason that went unresolved for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Hey, 2 center fielders are going to trade one. They didn't. Kind of like the closer situation, right? Like all offseason long. Waiting for a closer, till eventually we got to spring training and we're like, yep, no, this is the team. There's no closer. It's going to be A.J. Puckett. It's going to be Justin Martinez, and that's going to be that. It was just a similar unresolved situation between those 2 center fielders, and could that revisit itself? Because you're right. You're right about this. They don't, without any real clear strategy down in the minors or not knowing how they're going to spend their money, you could argue they're in need of an outfield upgrade next year. That what they're getting out of their outfield outside of Corbin Carroll is just not enough, not even close to being enough, and that might be something they need to look. It's just, I don't know, does Alek Thomas... what kind of value does he have? What kind of value does Jake have?
Well, I think
know.
that Mike Hazen, being the incredibly smart guy that he thought he was, you knew who he thought was going to be his starting center fielder by 2026? Drew Jones, who was the number 2 overall pick in the draft in 2022. He's in high A right now. He's hitting 248. He's got a 655 OPS. We know the injuries and stuff, but when he's been able to play, he has not looked the part at all. Now, I'm not declaring that he's never going to make the majors. I'm not declaring that when he makes the majors, he's going to be a bust or anything. But when you draft a guy that high, and I know that he was young at the time, he's only 21 years old right now, but I think that they saw this future outfield, and we saw it in a couple of years' time when Drew Jones was drafted that high. We looked at it and we said, okay, it's going to be Corbin Carroll, it's going to be Drew Jones, and it's probably going to be someone else, but that someone else is pretty easy to find when you have 2 guys of that talent level. But this is the type of snag that can happen when you're building a baseball team, not from the ground up, but just relying on someone in the draft, because I really do believe that when they were bringing in Alek Thomas and Jake McCarthy when they got Lourdes Gurriel Jr. in the trade, it was very much like, okay, Drew is coming at a certain point, and we're going to be waiting for that point for another year. Like, I don't think he's in the majors next year.
No,
I don't think so.
And just for fun, just to kind of refresh my own memory, because there's, just a lot of junk in my head, and sometimes I can't get it all straight. Again, that's probably something I'm better off telling my therapist than I'm telling you, but I'm just going to say it anyway.
I love this daily segment.
You like this? Yeah,
the
daily Burnsy should go to therapy segment. The daily Burnsy should go to therapy segment is I sometimes I forget who the top prospects are in the Diamondback system and kind of where they are and what position they play. According to MLB Pipeline, if you're currently looking at the top 10 Diamondbacks prospects right now, and I arbitrarily cut it off at 10, looking at this list, I could have cut off the top 20. There are only 3 outfielders on that list, okay? One of them is Slade Caldwell, who right now is in high A ball, had that nice catch in the Futures game. But
he's usurped Drew Jones already in a year.
Yeah, he's 19 years old. He's still a ways off. But yes, he has replaced Drew Jones. The other one is kind of interesting is Ryan Waldschmidt, who's Double-A right now, putting up good numbers. Maybe he's a guy who's in the mix a year or two. But by him, and then Drew Jones is number 7 on the list. Everybody else is a pitcher or an infielder or a reliever. You don't get to other outfielders until you get to Barossa or Adriel Radney, and he's in rookie ball right now. There just aren't a lot of outfielders on the list. Here's the thought that I had. Let me run this up.
Sure.
Kellen's thought process here. You're going into the trade deadline, you're very likely a seller, okay? Your goal is to get back as close to major league ready prospects as you possibly can, so that you can keep this train rolling and keep yourself competitive for the next couple of years, right? At least that's some of our ideas of how this should work. What if, and I'm just thinking out loud here, one of your conditions for trading one of your big 4 is telling a team you have to take Lourdes Gurriel Jr. off our hands. And knowing that by doing that, you're not getting a great prospect back, but you're getting that salary off your books and it clears the deck for you to go sign somebody else in the offseason. Could that be potentially a different way of looking at the trade deadline if you're Mike Hazen to say, hey, you know what? I don't need a great – for this, you can get other prospects back for some of your other trades. But for this one specifically, you want Merrill Kelly? you got to take Lourdes Gurriel Jr. too.
And you're having these meetings with Ken Kendrick, mapping out your budget and what it could be for next year. And like that extra $13 million could help you be much more aggressive in free agency with that next starting pitcher that you want to add, or with another outfielder. We've been talking about the Yankees a lot as a Gino Suarez team. They've got 2 outfielders in the top 15 of their prospect pool for their own team that are outfielders that have an ETA for this year. Spencer Jones, who's their number 2 overall prospect. I don't think you're getting him, even if you include Suarez and Gallen. But Everson Pereira is a guy in AAA right now who's slated as ready for this year. Like, can you get that type of guy potentially back in this type of trade? But my point being, I was talking so much about starting pitching, and I was talking maybe like a little bit about like first base if Josh Naylor's moving, like his holes for this team. I really hadn't considered the other 2 outfield spots until that Heyman report came out, and then I was like, oh, yeah, like it would probably help to have some extra production over there, at least on like one end of it, right? Because defensively, we knew what Alec was bringing, but after this year, like it's just been too inconsistent for him.
No, it has, and they're really like Randall Grichuk. It's been a step back year for him too. Now he might have some value out there on the market, but it's not just the $13 million you're saving with Gurriel either. It's also another $5 million buyout that you have when you have a team option for. So you're talking about $18 million that you basically owe Lourdes Gurriel Jr. for the rest of his career here, and that could be a nice jumping off point for trying to figure out how to do the rest of your rod. Just again, thinking out loud here on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in. Speaking of that, should I read this? Can I read this with a straight face, Jamal? Have you read this?
I have. I shed a tear. So,
are we nearing the end of Bradley Beal's time in Phoenix for real this time? That's the tease.
I don't believe you.
This
is Stockholm Syndrome.
Sorry,
Are you familiar with
specify.
Stockholm Syndrome, Bernsey? Do you know the phrase?
That's next, maybe, on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Suns wanted to be hardcore about it and said, look, we're knocking it down. Book, we appreciate you. You got to go. We have to cash in on you while we can. That is such a tenuous tightrope that this ownership group would be walking, because they're not exactly exuding goodwill from their pores right now among the Suns fan base because of the way this experiment went. Devin Booker represents goodwill and an olive branch to the fans. Like, you love him, we love him. He's going to be here forever.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and my fiduciary, Stuart Willis. Are you worried about volatility in the market? We've seen a lot of it lately. Or how about tariffs and how it could affect your investment and your future income? Well, that's why I want you to know about a great local company that I have been using for many years in asset preservation, wealth, and tax. They've got 5 locations in the Valley: Gilbert, Goodyear, Peoria, Scottsdale, Tempe, and they can help you with all of your financial needs. Whether you're doing a retirement plan, a financial plan, an estate plan, they can even help you with tax services. So if you're looking for a financial advisor that you can have a real relationship with that can help you through this tough time, all you have to do is give them a call at 602-877-PLAN and set up a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN, or go online for more information at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Chandler. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, skylights, countertops, and more. Planning a remodel? Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 4 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Diamondback will stand out the most in tonight's All-Star game? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
So I don't know if I'm allowed to say this or not, and I hope I don't alienate myself from the guy who's filling in for Gamble all week, because that would be a real problem. But Kellen at one point during today's show, during commercial break, turned to me and said, "It's today. It's gonna be today." And I know you're not reporting that. I know it's an educated.
We're through. I'm walking out of the studio.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening. You know what? I just wanted to do the show by myself. I was just trying to figure out a way to do it. We're waiting and waiting and waiting on the Bradley Beal thing, and we do really, truly think it's going to be either today or tomorrow. I got a text from our good friend John Gambadoro this morning.
What does he know? Come on. Only everything.
In which he said, okay, after about 9 days of thinking this thing was going to get done, he also believes it's going to get done today or tomorrow.
Okay.
And so we wait and we watch, and Jamal's got his finger poised on the breaking news sounder.
Your prediction was 3:47 today.
Yeah,
I
which,
say.
you know, we've got Satu Sabali on the show.
Not great by you.
And I probably should have not disrespected her like that by predicting breaking news while she's on the show like that.
Stoked to talk to her, by the way. She's awesome.
We had her on the show when they first started.
Awesome basketball player, might be an even more awesome person to talk to.
Tremendous. And we'll find out if she's planning on playing in the WNBA All-Star game, because she's hurt. She missed yesterday's game. And there's one more for the Merc before they get to the All-Star break. And I'm to remind me when you guessed, because you said today. No, you said, didn't you say tomorrow?
Hmm?
Didn't you, when we were predicting this yesterday, didn't you?
I said tomorrow at like 11 something.
Okay. Either way, we feel like it's close.
I feel like it's going to happen by the start of our show tomorrow. We will know. I feel like that's like kind of the timeline we're working with.
I would agree.
You know? I feel like we're kind of in there.
And I wasn't trying to throw you under the bus by saying it.
And it's such a weird. Can we zoom out for a sec?
Yeah, please.
Isn't it weird that we're talking about this thing that we know is going to happen? It's like we know what this is. They're going to stretch and waive him. There's no mystery behind what they're doing, the amount of money, like all that kind of stuff. Like all the particulars have been completely reported. It's just a matter of it happening finally. Like we know this is going to happen.
Is that closure? Is that why? Is it just because we just want closure on this story? Because you're right. Like,
not this story, this season. Get it out of my life forever.
This era?
This is the last thing I need to be free of this stupid season that I had to cover.
Just be
with all
done
due
with
respect to the great job that I have and the unmeasurable amount of respect that I have for basketball and the opportunity that I got to cover it. But
don't be
I'm
ungrateful,
over it.
Kellen. Don't be ungrateful.
I know a lot
now.
of people in that building were over it. I was over it too, man.
Yeah.
I was really over it too, and I'm ready to be freed from that and fully move into this next era of Suns basketball. It has a lot of exciting, optimistic turns that it could take, but not until they get this done.
Yeah, and I think for me, the reason why I'm anticipating, I respect your, because I know you're down there every day and you work hard and Gerald works hard and, all the people who cover this team every single day. It's been a rough couple of years. I get that. I think for me, it's a little different. I want this story to end because I want to see what's next. And honestly, that's part of what the info that Gambo passed along to me this morning when he texted me that I think, and I told him this, I texted him back and I said, this is the thing that caught my attention more than anything. He said to me that it's going to happen today or tomorrow. And I'm, by the way, I'm allowed to pass this information along. Gambo said, yes, you can. I communicated with him today. You can pass this along. It's going to happen today or tomorrow. When it does happen, they will sign a guard. Okay.
That would be the 14th roster spot.
They will sign a guard. And in his words, and then they're done. And that's the part about it that, that like really popped out to me the most. And then they're done. Because I was wondering, not a lot, but a little low key, I was wondering, is there some sort of another trade coming? Now they're out of the second apron, and now they can aggregate. Now they can put contracts together and make a move. This roster looks horribly imbalanced right now, like unfeasible in terms of how unbalanced it is. And I asked for clarification. I said, and they're done. And he's like, and they're done. And that they'll sign a guard. And by the way, he said, not CP3 and not Russell Westbrook and not Malcolm Brogdon, a guard. He didn't say who, just not one of those three guys.
Well, those are three fun names, though.
Haven't
the Suns considered how that's fun?
Isn't there anything that you've learned from
Isn't this
Gambo's
year of fun?
information that sometimes it's just not fun? Sometimes it's information. We even debated whether we should play Don't Fear the Reaper because he said it's not going to be one of those. And I'm like, I can't do that shtick without him. It would feel wrong and weird to play Don't Fear the Reaper without Gambo sitting in that seat. But they're done. Now, I want to qualify this before you say what you're going to say about it by saying once upon a time, we thought the Phoenix Suns were done building their roster. And about a week before training camp, they traded DeAndre Ayton to the Portland Trailblazers, and they weren't done. So understand that done is negotiable, right? Like done is, we're done for now, but we might not be done later. But for now, it would suggest that they're done. What do you think about that?
Don't think they should be done, Bernsey. I think there's a lot more work to be done.
Okay.
I'll use done in that facet instead.
Kind of what I thought, too. I don't think they should be done either.
The tea leaves that are really interesting here, if you weren't listening to today's show or yesterday's show, I'll refresh you if you were listening to yesterday's show. Suns Twitter friend, colleague, Australian correspondent for Empire of the Suns, David, also known as @the4PointPlay, tweeted out some of his cap figures. He's got all the cap minutia down, and something that he pointed out, and he tends to know things from time to time. So when he had it down in his cap sheet as they've got 14 players, one of them's on the veterans minimum, and then they're done. It seems like David kind of knows something that's going on a little bit as well. He reported that if they sign that 14th guy to the veterans minimum, like they do, they waive and stretch Chris Paul for the amount that is expected, they would be only $4,000 under the luxury tax. $4,000. That's it. So if you're asking why wouldn't they sign a 15th guy? Why wouldn't they do all this trades? They could do trades, but those could move those numbers a little bit. And we mentioned the value that is there for getting out of the tax for at least a year.
Not the apron, the tax.
The tax. They would be way under both the aprons. They'd be clear on both the aprons. But the tax has these repeating penalties that multiply and just get cancerous, which is how quickly they can really spread. And getting out of them for a year or 2 years is valuable. This is not me defending the decision. I don't think this is what they should be doing. I think that they really need to do everything in their power to completely reshape this roster. They're about 40% done. There's over half of the work still to go, and they're looking at a very imbalanced roster right now. But it appears that their priorities are in another place, at least for now. At least with the information that we have right now, we're ready to be wrong about that, but at least for now, it appears to be, let's get away from the second apron for these penalties. Let's get away from the tax for these penalties. And we've got our basketball team.
And look, and we know clearly there's a willingness from Matt Ishbia to live in the tax space, to live in the apron space. I don't think there's any fear or hesitation to do it, but you've got to have the right reasons to do it. And this slice of time, this moment in history, is not the right time to do it. For at least from their thinking, I can understand why they might be looking at it that way. Because if I'm understanding you correctly, by breaking the cycle of constantly being in the tax, even if you break that cycle for a year or two, you're basically resetting your penalties for being a tax team back to zero, right? And you're taking away a lot of the real punitive stuff. violating the tax?
It's 3 out of 4 of the seasons where you are known as like repeat offenders, and they keep going up and they keep going up. So you got to start that process somewhere. You got to start getting there.
So maybe they're just looking at this as let's get out of that loop, right? Let's get out of that loop so that
I think they would need to do it for another year after this year, if I'm looking at all the information correctly and understanding correctly, which with the CBA is rarely the case. I'm rarely correct about that, if I'm being totally honest, because the thing is impossible to understand. Why I rely on people like David and Gambo to get this information and relay it to us in that kind of way. But what I will say is you can read that however you want to. Their priorities are clear in terms of the penalties, the restrictions, and again, the second apron penalties. This is not like aggregating salaries and doing all these kinds of things with trades, because remember, the luxury tax numbers are at the end of the season. They are not at the beginning of the season. Right. They would need to maintain this figure for the entire season as well.
But for the record, if they are done, forget the tax for just a second. If they are done, okay, and then there's no like last minute DeAndre Ayton trade like there was a couple of years ago. Boy, this roster has no balance at all. I mean, you just look at it and go, man, that's a lot of 6'5" guys, right? And
too many centers,
and too many 7-footers, too many 6'5" guys. And just this emptiness of 6'9" guys, 6'8" guys. Like, where are they? You know, and you just look at the roster and go, how are they going to play every single
You got 2,
night?
but the problem is those 2 aren't any of your 7 or 8 or 9 best players.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah, more from this to come, and Jamal's finger is poised on the breaking news sounder if something... no whammies, stop. Yeah, no present like that. There has been a Diamondback player in the All-Star game every year, obviously, but it's been a minute since they were one of the stars of the game. Does that change tonight? It's next. Kellen's filling in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo.
Card scan. In 1 week. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Dr. J. Schwartz from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. It's where I went for my LASIK procedure about 15 years ago. I'm so glad that I did. Here I am 15 years later, 58 years old. No glasses, no contacts. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. You can have that too. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures, including mine. And my good buddy Vince Marotta had his LASIK surgery done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz is a team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and he has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Call right now for a free thorough eye exam if you're interested in a vision correction procedure. I highly recommend LASIK surgery. You can call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com. And don't forget to ask about 2 years of interest-free financing.
If you live in the desert, you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is celebrating 20 years in the basin in 2025. We were out of the pool the other day. The family was there, the fun was there, and the comfort was there because of All Pro Shade Concepts. Our roll-down patio shades block out the sun, reduces glare on our television, and provides privacy. It's 1:15. Stop melting outside and get your All Pro Shade Concepts estimate today. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Summer's here, and so are friends, family, and fun. But emergencies don't take a vacation. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. This summer, be ready. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit because seconds matter. And so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. We will then join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for the starting pitchers in the game, it will be Pittsburgh Pirates phenom Paul Skeens taking the mound for the National League, while Detroit Tigers ace Tarek Skubal toes the rubber for the American League. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns tonight. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Full recap on how all 3 of the Diamondbacks fared in the Midsummer Classic. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Back here on Burns and Gambo. Hi. Happy Tuesday to you. Happy All-Star. Hello. Kellen filling in for Gambo here on Burns and Gambo. All-Star game is tonight, though they did have the tarp out. I don't know. I haven't checked the weather recently in Atlanta, but they were rolling the tarp out about a half hour ago. Hopefully there's no delays. Now it looks like it's fine. They're doing this show from out there on the field, and there's no tarp. Everything looks okay, so it must have just been a very temporary thing and a quick passing storm. Tonight, the Arizona Diamondbacks will be well represented, which is, you know, ironically kind of the shame of this season. They've got 3 starters, 3 players representing the team, and for it to be such a mediocre season, something about that just doesn't compute. And yet that's kind of where we are right now, right? You know?
And at the same time, it's great to see everyone get the deserving nods that they did. Gino in particular is like the great story here, of course, because Gambo has reported for a long time now that like a little over a year ago, a little under a year ago, he was like a day or 2 from getting cut, basically.
Twice, if I remember the story right.
Yeah.
Like, he was twice about ready to get cut. The thing about it is that for all of the players who have, you know, in a Diamondbacks uniform who have appeared in an All-Star game, none of them have ever done particularly well. No Diamondbacks player has ever homered in an MLB All-Star game. Only 3 Diamondbacks have an All-Star RBI, and there hasn't been one of those in 20 years.
Crazy.
The most hits by a Diamondback in an All-Star game.
This is great trivia.
You literally have to go. This is nuts.
Yeah.
The most hits by a Diamondback in an All-Star game. You have to go back to the inaugural season of D-backs baseball in 1998, when Devon White went 3 for 3 with a triple and a run scored.
Devon White was so cool for an 8-year-old Diamondbacks fan like myself.
Was he your?
He's great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like on that inaugural team, he was your favorite.
There wasn't a lot to pick from.
No, I know. I mean,
really wasn't like you went Andy Fox. I'm gonna go there. Like, I'm gonna Travis Lee.
I remember we were season ticket holders in the left field bleachers for the first 2 seasons, and I don't even know what happened to this player because he wasn't very good. My wife thought Yamil Benitez was really attractive, so she was very happy to be in left field. She's like, "Yeah, he's cute.
Okay,
I like that Yamil." But all right, so Yamil Benitez was apparently her.
Glad she found something cute to watch.
Yeah, right. Like it certainly wasn't.
Yeah, Devon White ruled.
Devon White ruled. Ketel Marte, for what it's worth, all-time All-Star. He's 3 for 8 in this game. He also bears the distinction Ketel Marte does of having 3 starts in this game. The only other Diamondback who can have that distinction is Paul Goldschmidt. So basically, this is a long-winded way of saying the Diamondbacks are due to have somebody impact this game tonight, to put their stamp on tonight's contest, because for the most part, Diamondbacks in the All-Star game, it's a pretty quiet affair, Kellen.
It really is, and it's just a strange little factoid. Like multi-hit games, there's only been 2. It's Damian Miller and Devon White. You look at doubles. Damian Miller had 2 in that multi-hit game. Gonzo had 2 on 2 separate occasions. White didn't have one. Goldschmidt did in 2013, and then Gonzo had a double in 2005 as well. But yeah, we're overdue to the point where if like Gino homered twice tonight, like I wouldn't be surprised. Like eventually it's just got to happen. Like the chances of this just continuing are really slim to that sort of point. So I'm looking forward to seeing if someone can get that done. I think Gino is the guy that's positioned to do it, him or Corbin, because you and I both expect Ketel one at bat, get him out of there. See you later. Take your honor. I think that he's hitting third because he's Ketel Marte and he's awesome, and they're also making sure that he can get up there in that first cycle of the order and then probably get him out of there.
Yeah, and first of all, a moment on that, because you included that in your email, and we were talking about this last night when we were watching the Home Run Derby. It is really cool that Ketel Marte is hitting third in that game. Now, maybe part of it is by design to get him out of the game a little bit.
But it doesn't feel fluky. It feels like he deserves it.
It does. If you look at the lineup, it's Ohtani 1, Acuna 2, and Ketel Marte 3. That feels right. That looks, and it's just cool to see. It's cool to see that kind of an honor being bestowed on him. But yeah, I would imagine Tory Lavell has put in a call to the National League coaching staff. Hey guys, friend to friend, manager to manager, get my guy off his feet. He's been dealing with this. And the moment that became a real thing, so I can't remember specifically which game it was. I think it was against the Padres. Perdomo hits a double with Ketel at first. Ketel should have scored easily. And you can just tell he's not running around the bases with the same vigor that he usually does because of that groin injury and that fear of injury. So there's that. I think a Corbin Carroll triple tonight would be awesome. Like, it's one of the signature plays that we love watching out of Corbin Carroll. Him get that look on his face as he's rounding second, grinding in the third. That would be fantastic. A Suarez homer tonight would be fantastic. It's always good. Look, gone are the years, at least this year, gone are the years where the lone representative is Joe Mantiply. Or like it's one guy and you get one inning if you're lucky, and that's it. It's over. Hopefully tonight we have at least 3 chances, maybe more, to see one of our guys do something special. And that's always cool when that happens.
It always is, for sure. And I think that this is more of an opportunity for Corbin, I think, to really sort of cement himself. The question that I have for you is, do you think Corbin is positioned to set the franchise record for most All-Star game nods? Paul Goldschmidt currently has it. He made it 6 times from 2013 to 18. He did it consecutively, by the way, which is maybe a record that's going to stand for a bit. But he is the only guy to make it 6 times. Gonzo made it 5 times as well as Randy Johnson, excuse me.
Gonzo was 5, Randy was 5, Goldie was 6.
Yeah, Corbin's at 2.
Pass it.
Yeah,
I think so. I think that's a good bet. Would you agree?
I think so. I think that it's really interesting to see the position that Corbin is in right now as a player and just remember how young he is still.
Yeah.
And just how improvement can be a tricky thing in baseball, because in basketball it's pretty clear cut. Like late 20s is when guys get better. Some guys in baseball get better in their 30s. Some guys in baseball are awesome right out of the gate and then just kind of remain at that level of awesome and don't really improve from there. I think that Corbin is someone who, when you look at what he changed from 24 to 25, I think that is a really good sign that he is going to continue to get better as a player. So, and that's the thing is, like, he doesn't even have to improve to continue making All-Star games at this level, but he's continued to improve all the swing things that he went through last year into this year, the power that he has added to his game. This year, it's been really exciting to see as well. I do wonder how many more Ketel is going to have left for him, though. I do wonder when, like, the fade does start to come for Ketel. But that's the interesting part about that contract extension, because the extension to me spoke to we're going to start to DH him more and more, and we're going to fade him out of second base. And Ketel could DH effectively and at an All-Star level for a very, very long time.
He could. I mean, we've been talking about this trade deadline and what you could do. Could I envision a future in which Ketel Marte is your first baseman / DH, and you're looking for a second baseman instead of looking for if like Naylor walks or if Naylor gets traded?
Lawler moves to second, you put Gino at third. Yeah.
Could I envision? Yeah, I could envision something like that for sure. But hopefully, the baseball All-Star game is it's not a high bar. I heard the guys talking about it this morning. It's not a high bar, but it is the best of the bunch. I will look forward to it, and I will really look forward to watching one of these three doing something special that just kind of pops and stands out and has people talking about. Because if they all just kind of have one at bat and nothing comes of it, that's not that much fun either. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, she is headed back to All-Star Weekend, and her Mercury team is one of the great surprises of the first half of the season. We'll chat with Satu Sabali next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Tory Lavell. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Inventory, and you'll see it when you go to libertygmcaz.com. Inventory is strong. They got a lot to get moved this month, which means it is definitely time to buy, whether it's a truck or an SUV that you're looking for. GMC makes the best of them out there, and they've got the best deals where you will not find a better deal than you'll find at Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. $12,500 in savings right now on a new 2025 Sierra 1500, or if you're looking for the Sierra Heavy Duty in the 2025 version, $7,000 in savings or 5.9% APR for 84 months. They've got deals on Terrains and Acadias. Yukon's constantly coming in. The time is now to go to Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with the D-backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler here at Shane Company. Come on in, feel at home, and let's find your dream engagement ring. I'm proud to work for a company that puts customers first and lets them shop the way they want to. See, we believe shopping for an engagement ring should be fun, without any of the pressure. We don't work on commission, so finding your dream ring is truly on your terms. We'll be right by your side as your friend and jeweler to help you find a ring more beautiful than you imagined, and stick to your budget too. We have all of the styles and all of the smiles. You can even watch our in-house jewelers working their magic inside your neighborhood store. It's that kind of care and craftsmanship that makes Shane Company's free lifetime warranty the best in the business, saving you thousands over time and giving you peace of mind. No appointment necessary, or check us out at shaneco.com. Because a friend knows when you're ready, you're ready. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Speeding while driving gives you less time to react. Another car could turn out in front of you. A pedestrian could be walking their dog. Follow the speed limit to keep them safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Diamondback will stand out the most in tonight's All-Star game? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Speaking of All-Star games, the Phoenix Mercury are one game away from being on their own All-Star break. They've got the Minnesota Lynx coming up tomorrow. And then they're on the break as well. And joining us right now on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen Olson filling in, one of the two All-Stars for the Phoenix Mercury. We're pleased to have joining us on the show right now All-Star forward Satu Sabali, who joins us here on Arizona Sports. Satu, welcome back to the show. I'm Dave. This is Kellen filling in for Gambo. Congratulations on the All-Star bid and the great season up until this point. We appreciate your time. How are you doing? I can't hear her. Okay, we're working on some technical snafus here.
If you can hear us, Satu, we're trying to work through some of the issues right now and joining, and very excited to talk to you once we.
Okay, we're Satu. We do apologize. We really do. There's a lot of buttons on the other side of the glass. We're trying to get this as best we possibly can. I'll stall for a minute here, Satu. Again, our apologies if you're on the line right now. Alyssa Thomas is the other WNBA All-Star from the Phoenix Mercury roster. Last night, they were able to beat the Valkyries as Alyssa Thomas made a free throw with about a second left in that game. The Phoenix Mercury, second best record in the WNBA right now behind the Minnesota Lynx. They'll play the Lynx tomorrow before the All-Star break. DeWanna Bonner obviously has been a very positive addition to this team. The new big three for the Mercury have worked out astoundingly well for the Merc so far in the organization. It has been a dream season for them in that regard.
Yeah, and we don't want to talk about them like they're just some sort of plucky upstart. Like, they're legitimate contenders. They're 15-6 right now. That's the second best record in the WNBA right now. Like, they've got the star power to compete at the highest level. They've got the depth with all of these rookies that have continued to contribute for them. And I think
do we have her? Are you with us, Satsu?
Yes, I'm right here.
Hey, there she is. Thank you for remaining patient.
Our apologies for that.
I love the little intro about my teammates and I, so that was great. That was a great extra time use.
Well, good. We do apologize for that again. It's a lot of buttons on there, and sometimes they can get a little overwhelming, but we do very much appreciate your patience. And once again, a heartfelt congratulations on the All-Star nod. You had to be very excited about that. You might not be as excited that your teammate's going to be on the other team in the All-Star break, but you had to be excited about the All-Star nod.
Yes, well, I was very honored and excited to be selected as a starter, but obviously having AT be there too, I'm just super happy for her because she's been having an amazing season, and it might even be more fun that way during All-Star, but I know I have her on my team, so in the regular season, that is really what counts.
Okay, so when it comes, this is the question that I'm gonna ask you because I have to ask you because I want to know. I know you've been dealing with an ankle injury. Is the plan for you to be able to play this weekend? Is that in question, or are you good to go this weekend?
Yeah, I'll see how, obviously what the trainers will say and how the doctor feels like I will feel during that day, but that's definitely the plan.
Satu, it's been incredible to watch you guys play this year because even at the start of the season, you would have watched you guys move around the floor together and guess you've been together for 3, 4, 5, 6 years. But so many new bodies come in and you guys have remained effective even through significant injuries. What about the Mercury's ecosystem do you think has allowed for you guys to make this shift so seamless?
The strength of a team really coming into set structure that really allowed us to bloom into the players that we are. And all of our strengths are really being highlighted by other players around you. So, just having Ka, having AT, and now even Dewana Bonner, who's really up there on the all-time scoring list. Like, whenever you have great people around you, you will be great too. And I think that your grit and determination, just bringing that into practice every day and showing that in games really pulls you even closer. And I really have to credit our coach, Coach Nate. He's been doing such a great job of really highlighting and uplifting our strengths.
Was there the expectation and the belief right out of the chute that that it would click as quickly as it has for you? Or are you even a little bit surprised at how fast this has all happened for you guys this year?
I really have to say I'm not surprised at all, but I'm happy about the results. Like, I think that we also would have been okay if we're on 5 or 6 and would have been like, okay, hey, we're like getting used to each other, we're practicing. But the fact that we are in second place really shows that we're really high IQ players, selfless players that play for one another and that really make it work. Like, there's no personal agenda going on this season, and you can really tell. You can tell it on the court. We're just passing it around, and I think that's why I'm also having this feeling of like not really being surprised, but just knowing and appreciating really good basketball.
Your fellow All-Star, Alyssa Thomas, she's been so much fun to watch. I can't imagine how much fun she is to play with. What's your favorite part of playing with a unique skill set like Alyssa's?
A lot. It's so much fun. I mean, I used to play against her all the time, and that was honestly the most hated game in the season I would talk about. But she would just push the ball, and she really expects high things from her players around her, and I love that. I love being driven by others around me and like just motivated in that way because she sets the tone in practice. She sets the tone in game, and just her by pushing the ball and putting the pressure on our defense, it just allows other people around her to play free, get those shots when she drives into the paint and keeps them out, but also really to defend on both sides of the floor. So she's really an all-around just amazing, great player.
Satu Sabali, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen Olson filling in. One more game for the Merc against the Lynx, and then it's the All-Star break. You mentioned Dewana a moment ago. For you, the moment she walked in the door, the moment you found out that was going to happen, how has it, if at all, transformed this team or your expectations or how the room works or how the team works? How has that changed things to have her on board?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a legend here, a player that has proved herself so many times already. And for her to be on our team is just the right fit. It's the right addition. We're really – my suitcase is actually just coming because we just got to Minnesota to the hotel. but I mean, she's just really, truly the perfect addition to our team. And I'm just so happy that she's there because she's also, just like I already highlighted, like the strength of our team, she fits right in.
Satu, where do you think you've improved the most in this situation, just like as an individual player that has allowed you to have sort of a career year in a way?
By coming in and showing work consistently. You really have to be a consistent worker to be able to be at the level where I'm at right now, and that's what I'm most proud of. I'm really able to blend out the distractions that happen, just by living life. And being a young person, also wanting to manage your private life and all that. Like, I think basketball is just really at the forefront and a priority of my life right now and my career, and I really treat it as a business. So that's really, truly what I'm proud of, and I think that it really translates on the court because I do put in the work. All these hours in the gym are paying off.
Last one from us, and we know you're busy with the travel and everything, and you got a lot going on. Part of the business of the All-Star break is going to be some of the negotiations as well, and I know you're kind of actively involved in that. Is that something that you're not looking forward to as part of this weekend? I know you had some comments about the initial offer that was made. Is that kind of just part of the business of the All-Star break that you're going to have to attend to personally because of your role?
Yes, and I'm very proud of that role, and I'm actually very excited about our meeting and to be able to meet with the league and sit together as also business partners, like we want to work together for a better league, for a better future for women's basketball, for young women to look up to a league and think, hey, this is like fair wages, with good payment and good treatment of young women and veterans that have contributed so much to the sports culture that's like really taken off this year and the past years. So I'm very excited. I think sometimes you need to have uncomfortable conversations to make something grow, and this is just part of it. But being able to do so and really sit face to face is something I'm looking forward to.
Satu, we appreciate the time, and once again, thank you for dealing with our technical issues on your end. We appreciate the patience. Yeah. Best of luck the rest of the season. Enjoy the All-Star break, and we thank you for coming on.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Got it. Satu Sabali, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. One more game for the Merc, as I mentioned, against the Minnesota Lynx.
You got to make it out to one if you haven't been to one yet this year. The X Factor's been bringing it all year. They've even had some like competitive losses where like it's been a playoff environment in the building for sure. They've got one home game coming up Wednesday, July 23rd against Atlanta. Then they go on a road trip, and then they come back and let me see, Indiana on August 7th. Is anyone playing for them that someone would want to see in the Phoenix area?
I have a vague recollection of somebody who's like immensely crazy popular.
And you know who's going to be motivated by us mentioning that? Satu and her teammates. And wanting all these people who showed up just for Caitlin Clark to show them who the better team is. I can't wait for that.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, just like that, we're halfway home on this Tuesday. So let's have Jamal hit that reset button so he can get you caught up on what's going on in sports. Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Back here to say about Global Credit Union locations all over the valley. Everything you would want from a bank, they have at Global Credit Union, but it's just so much better at Global than it is at a bank. Checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, like I say, everything you'd find at a bank. But I'm a member of Global Credit Union because of all the benefits that come with Global Credit Union. They are absolutely committed to making sure their members pay low to no fees on their accounts. And if you're talking about loans or if you're talking about interest rates on the accounts that you do have, the rates are just better at Global Credit Union. And because of that, Global members collectively saved about $195 million last year. It makes a difference banking with Global Credit Union, as they have proudly served Arizona for over a decade. And you can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. trust in Arizona, trust in Morris Hall.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if you are dealing with joint pain, let's get you some relief. Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative non-surgical treatments for joint pain, and during your first visit, they'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. We will then join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for the starting pitchers in the game, it will be Pittsburgh Pirates phenom Paul Skeens taking the mound for the National League, while Detroit Tigers ace Tarek Skubal toes the rubber for the American League. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns tonight. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, we turn things over to Jamal. On the other side of the glass, he's got our 4 o'clock reset.
What's going on, fellas?
What's good? You tell. That's what you're here to tell us. What's going on in sports? What are some of the things we have and have not talked about
Make
so far?
Mitch and Lauren proud. Do not disappoint them, Jamal.
In fact, if anything, make them irrelevant by being so good.
Overtake them. They are in no position to defend their throne. Usurp Jamal.
This is Game of Thrones stuff right here. Just go ahead, take the crown from him, man. Go ahead.
Oh, the pressure has been building now. The 2025 MLB Home Run Derby was last night, and Seattle Mariners catcher Cal Riley came away with the dub. He is the first catcher and switch hitter to ever win the Home Run Derby.
The craziest thing to come out of last night, well, there were 2 things. Number one, the kid who stole the home run from Junior Caminero was like, dude, don't do that.
Not gonna lie, if I was 13, I would have done it.
You would have done the same thing?
Would have done it. If I'm gonna rob a homer in a major league ballpark, are you kidding me?
And the fact that we're talking about it right now is another reason.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you'll go down as that kid forever. Easy.
Okay.
Easy choice.
On second thought, go ahead.
I'm snagging it every time.
Knock yourself out.
And I'm like looking to the crowd after, like
yeah,
let's go.
Look what I got. Look what I got. Number 2, and I only knew this because I had Brent Rooker in my home run derby watch party. He was my pick to win. The fact that he didn't make the semifinals by 0.96 of an inch, came down to a tiebreaker between him and Raleigh. to see who would advance to the next round, and they did it by distance because they had to hit the same number of homers. 0.96 of an inch was the difference between Raleigh advancing and Rooker staying at home. So, crazy.
That's
crazy.
insane.
Love Cal Raleigh. I love his nickname. I love that it's Big Dumper, and that you're like, is that what I think it means? And then, yeah, it means he has a big butt. That's what it means.
But Kellen is right when he said yesterday, it's there's just too much going on my TV when I'm looking at swings and ball trajectories, and the camera guy can't find the ball.
Ooh, that one went far. How far did it go? Oh, I missed 2 swings while looking down there.
Right, or that ball went far, and there it falls right into the lap of one of the kids in the pink T-shirts catching them. But let's just go back to the simple pleasure of watching a guy hit the ball a mile and watch the trajectory of the ball. 10 outs. Whoever gets the most home runs, the final 2 guys meet in the finals. Let's call it a day. There's just too much going on my TV last night. Yeah. Sorry, that's my old man rant for the day.
I mean, as long as the guys are hitting the ball out, though. I mean, Jazz Chisholm. What are we?
What are we doing? What are we doing?
What's happening?
Major League Baseball. Let's do better.
The All-Star game is tonight, and the D-backs are well represented with not 1, not 2, but 3 All-Stars in the game tonight. Who are you most excited to see not wearing a Diamondbacks uniform?
Oh, good question, Jamal. Good question. The usurping has some potential to it.
All right,
a question like that.
Scooble.
That's a good one.
Hometown guy. Kind of not hometown, but home state guy. And he's sick, man. He's sick. His stuff is sick.
And Devin Booker loves him, so that's it.
There's that, too. Yeah, he gave him some book ones and got a jersey in exchange. I saw that a couple weeks ago.
Coming from Phoenix, I'll always relate to, like, being the best story in whatever sport you are and hardly getting talked about. Everyone representing the Detroit Tigers. Like, they're having a phenomenal year. In particular, Javi Baez, who looked like he was on his way pretty much out of baseball, if not for his contract. You wonder if his contract wasn't in the position that it was in, if he would even be in baseball anymore. He had like -1 WAR last season in just 80 games for the Tigers. This year in 79 games, he's got 2.1 WAR. He's got a 752 OPS. He's starting in center. And then, of course, the cool bit of trivia there, him and P. Crow Armstrong, the other guy starting in center field in this game, were traded for each other.
One other one real quick, Jacob Wilson, too, from the A's.
Yep.
Throw him on the list as well.
Yeah. He's been impressive this year.
Yes, he has.
Speaking of All-Stars, Phoenix Mercury star Alyssa Thomas was named the Western Conference Player of the Week, and it's the 11th of her career. We obviously just had Satu Sabali, her teammate, on last segment. How amazing has Alyssa Thomas been in a Phoenix Mercury uniform?
She has been amazing. She has been everything. Like when you wade into the darkness of no Brittany Griner, no Diana Taurasi, like franchise mainstays, and you see them kind of reinventing themselves on the fly, you kind of look at it and go, okay, I hope this works. It has worked so very well that it's remarkable. That this is not, to Kellen's point, this is not some fluky little, cute little story. They're the second best record in the WNBA. Their game tomorrow against Minnesota is huge as it relates to the top. This is a very much a potential title team.
They could win a championship.
Yeah.
Absolutely. They definitely could. There are 2 women in the WNBA right now averaging more than 6 assists per game. One of them is Caitlin Clark, 9 a game. The other one is the league leader, Alyssa Thomas, 9.6. She is must-watch television, the way that she orchestrates everything, and kind of what Satu was telling us earlier. Like, I think a lot of the reason for their success is their style of play, and it is built around their best player, who in my opinion is Alyssa Thomas. Like, she should be an MVP candidate. She's been phenomenal to watch this year, and those 3 women in general, and their whole team in general. Like I said, it's just been a pleasure to watch, especially that basketball in that building after what we had to watch the last 2 years.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. A couple record-breaking deals happened in the NFL today. The Chiefs guard Trey Smith is 4 years, 94, who is the highest interior offensive lineman contract of all time. That and Sauce Gardner, who also got paid today, 4 years, $120 million, as the highest paid cornerback of all time. So the thing I wanted to bring up, are we looking at what Garrett Williams could be getting maybe in the near future here?
Oh, among the core? I mean, boy, I'm not quite there yet thinking about him in his next deal, but
he's one more big year away, or he's a big year away, we should put it as, where it's not just like you know who I like? Garrett Williams in Arizona, to like Garrett Williams Pro Bowl corner, like that kind of thing. But that is something on the forecast that's coming up for sure, right?
So he just completed year number 2, and if he's on the same path as Trey McBride's big year was year number 3, right? So
yep.
he's on potentially that exact same path in terms of when Trey McBride, wow, okay, let's write you the big check. Look, if it happens, it's one of the best things that could happen because they need all the sure things in their secondary they possibly can get, especially at that position.
So we talk about the extensions. One guy who has not yet gotten an extension. Washington Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin is reportedly very frustrated with Washington and the contract talks that they have going on. Could he be on the move if they don't get a deal done here soon?
He already held out of the mandatory minicamp stuff, and now he basically said, I do want to be here, but, we got to get this figured out, so he might be a training camp holdout. I certainly think, if it's probably too early to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. If you're looking at the pecking order of the NFC, if something gets prolonged with him, it certainly changes the Commanders' trajectory. Now, I think eventually someone will blink and they'll get something done, but he's a huge part, was a huge part of 13 touchdown catches last year. For Jayden Daniels as kind of one of his main safety valves out there, they need him back, and I think he's got a lot of leverage in these conversations right now.
Well, they need him back to see out the height of what Jayden Daniels could be, because what he was doing with far, far worse quarterbacks would still be remarkably consistent. Like, he was catching 80 balls and getting 1,000 yards every single year. His rookie year is the only year he didn't have 1,000 yards receiving. He had 919. Like, he has been the man ever since he entered the league, and to wonder how much better he could be with elevated quarterback play and an elevated system. We saw part of that with the 13 touchdowns last year, but I think the best is yet to come for him, so I would pay that man his money.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you give the guy a quarterback and he has the best year of his career, and you don't want to pay him.
Yeah, especially with the junk that he's had at quarterback the years prior to Jayden Daniels. It was a mess there, yeah.
Finally, I'll keep it short and sweet. Back to the All-Star game. Who wins? Who's the MVP?
Who wins? Who's the MVP? The American League has won, I think, 12 of the last 13, 11 of the last 12, something along those lines. I'll predict the National League wins, and who's going to be the MVP? Thinking.
Trying not to be a homer.
You know what? I'm going to lean into being a homer. Eugenio Suarez is going to be the MVP today.
I am going to go with the National League to win, and I'm trying to pick out someone who currently isn't starting because you and I subscribe to that, like the guy that gets the most run. Give me... I'm going to go, like, really inside baseball. You look at the top of the lineup. Okay, who's going to be playing second base, maybe? Who's going to come in for Cattell? Give me Ellie De La Cruz.
Ooh, I like that one.
That's a good one.
I like that one.
That's a good one. I'm going to go the opposite. I'm going to say the American League wins. And Kellen, you mentioned him earlier. I'm a big Javi Baez guy. Javi Baez homers.
Love him.
I also would. No, this is me doubling down on a different bet because I'm looking at the complete roster now. I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle Schwarber is the MVP of the National League.
100%.
Could you not see him coming up and just
100%.
ripping one into the double, ripping a double into the gap, down 1, 2 on, and that's the like I could totally see
and
that
doing
happen.
his penguin waddle in the second base.
But I'll stick with Eugenio.
Gleyber Torres is a good pick too, leading off for the American League. I think that's a good pick too. He's having an awesome year.
That is your 4 o'clock reset.
Good job, Jamal.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Those hot seats are getting hot for those two.
Putting the pressure on Lauren
Watch
and Mitch,
out now.
right? Yeah, Lauren right now is sitting on a beach, and she's like, why is it so warm in here? Jamal is applying the heat. That is what's going on. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, why are things going to work for Devin Booker and Jaylen Green when it didn't work for Devin Booker and Bradley Beal? You'll hear what Jaylen Green had to say about it next on Burns and Gambo.
The D-backs Ketel Marte.
Marte swings, sends a high, deep drive down the left field line towards the corner. That is gone!
Will be starting for the National League at the MLB All-Star Game.
Swung on, that is hit out towards deep left field, slicing towards the corner, towards the pin, gone! An Oppo Taco for Marte.
The home of the Arizona Diamondbacks and All-Star Ketel Marte is Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, arizonasports.com.
All right, back here for V's Barbershop. Man, I love telling you about V's because V's to me is one of the great success stories here in Arizona. Started off as one store back in Arcadia, one barbershop. People would come from far and wide to go to this one barbershop, yourself included, myself included. I would come all the way from Gilbert because V's, they had everything. I mean, it wasn't just the best barbers, but that was definitely a big part of it. But they also had this really cool, unique vibe that you just immediately felt comfortable in when you were there getting your haircut. Now they've expanded. They're everywhere. They got a new location out in East Mark and Mesa right now that's doing great. But every single one has that same vibe. It has that same old-fashioned throwback kind of feel to it. It's got the best barbers in town. You are going to walk out of there a very, very happy man with the haircut that you got at V's Barbershop. That is promise. So next time you're in need of a haircut, what I want you to do is walk into one of your V's or go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The year is 2147. Nuclear war and global climate change have made the Earth uninhabitable to humans. And still, we are waiting for the Bradley Beal situation to be resolved. We'll give you any updates tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Something tells me maybe there'll be an update tomorrow.
Do you think you'd be a good mole person?
A good what?
Could you survive and be mentally stable without being having to go underground or going into the space or whatever?
No, it's funny. I made this.
If it turns out all these costly, horrible mistakes that we've been making time after time and will continue to make time after time come back to bite us. Maybe not us, but the next generation sucks. If you're listening, you're 16. That sucks.
I made this joke at a party, and I don't think it went over very well. But I don't even really think I was joking. I'm like, man, if the apocalypse is around the corner, I want to be the first in line to not survive. I don't want to be those people fighting for scraps. I see enough of these, you throw a rock in the air, you're going to hit 10 apocalyptic end of the world movies or TV shows. And every time I see them, I think, man, I don't want to be one of those guys. I want to be as close as I can to doom so we can just get it over with and watch these people try to survive. It's terrible.
Bernsey, I could not agree more. And when I tell people that, and they look at me crazy. If zombies were to come and just I'd
come
be like,
get me, boys.
Yeah,
I'm right here.
No.
Just
what am I
get
gonna
it
fight
over
for?
with.
The three of us will go unlock the doors that everyone else is panic locking. We're like, no, come in, guys. Everything's great in here. In this studio, if anyone doesn't want to survive, we'll just hold a little party here. We'll all talk about our memories of our family and everything, contact our loved ones, and then,
The last of us, the hell with that. The last of you.
Yeah, none of us are the cure or anything. We're good to go. We look out that window and see him coming. All right. Well, it's been fun.
Watching Will Smith hang out in New York by himself, and all the stuff he has to go through living in New York by himself for I Am Legend.
Seems like a lot to go through.
Seems like a lot of work just to
Bernsey, you're not seeing your son's championship. Nope, there come the zombies. That's it. You're not seeing it.
Come get me, boys. I'm right here. Come on and get me. Sorry, that's my hot take for the day right there. I am not in a rush to
underground,
survive the zombie. No.
You're not down? Just survive underground, not see the sun ever again?
I mean, look, if that's the choice, then if that's the hand that's dealt, I'll do it. Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Wow. Because I'm like, how did
Jarrett?
You get on this?
Of course,
Jarrett's pro. Of course.
Yeah, of course.
It can only be Jarrett.
Sorry,
right?
I was actually listening to what Jarrett said instead of zoning out when I heard his voice you did.
I zoned it out. I didn't know what he was talking about at all. Jaylen Green in sound that was collected by Kellen Olson back in Vegas a couple of days ago. On leaving the Rockets, the motivation that comes from it.
I mean, it hurts. Houston is home to me and forever will be home to me. I started, my NBA career there, and I've, built a lot in that situation. So, obviously, it's sad to leave. Obviously, but it's a business though. You gotta understand that when you coming into the NBA, and I'm just thankful that I have the opportunity to play basketball again. For another team that has been in the playoffs, been to the finals, and winning basketball in general. So yeah.
And then on working together, and this is the part I want to focus on here for a few minutes, on working together with Devin Booker.
We are two people who are going to accept the double team and be able to play off each other. So when you look at something like that, it's like we're two people who know how to score the basketball. We're two people who know how to attract the defense, and everyone's going to circle around us. So, I mean, when we're doing something like that, you got to pick who you want to score tonight. And me and him both is going to be a deadly scoring duo, no matter what the situation is. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. People are going to say what they're going to say, but this is a great opportunity for myself. And, D Book is the one to play in general, so it'll work out.
All right, well, since I have his permission to do it, I'm going to say what I want to say then.
Mm-hmm.
How is this going to be any different than the last time we tried it?
I think the unavoidable roadblock in the way before it even gets out of pit lane, to use the F1 analogy, or gets out of the driveway, to use the everyday analogy, is the Suns did not acquire Jaylen Green because they thought him and Devin Booker were going to be the next great backcourt in the league. They acquired him because he was the salary filler in the Kevin Durant trade. That is why they acquired him. Now, that is primarily why they acquired him. They could very much be fans of Jaylen Green. Now, there was a time when Gambo was reporting the Suns didn't want Jaylen Green. Mm-hmm. So there's that part of that equation as well. But with all of that being said, I am a believer in Jaylen Green having a very successful NBA career, and that a second or a third stop will be of benefit to him, and it will help him kind of establish what his role is in the league. Jaylen is far too talented, far too athletically gifted to not have a long and successful NBA career. But what does that entail? Does it entail being the best guy on a title team, to use the Bill Simmons qualifications, the second best, the third best? Is he more of a heat check guy off the bench? I don't really know what he is in the NBA per se. He's got to go through some teams, I think multiple, to figure out what exactly he is going to be. This is not the best situation for him to do that. The best situation is when he's got a point guard setting him up, when he's got an offensive identity and structure that has been around for a couple of years for him to come into. We talked about this on the morning show, and Bick really loved the idea that I had proposed in terms of when Kevin Durant is successful, it's when he moves to a team that already has an identity, already has a culture. He did that with Golden State. He could very well be doing that again with Houston. I think he's going to be very successful because of that. That's kind of what Jaylen Green needs too, and the Suns are going to be figuring that out in the moment, and he's going to be doing so with a guy that is just Book's an incredible player. I'm a big fan of him. but can he make like that Steve Nashian next step here in his career of making his teammates better, making his teammates not only better in the moment, but over the course of a season? I think that's asking too much out of the guy. I really think that's asking for way too much out of him for him to be that guy setting up Jaylen Green for success, because you know who should be setting up for success? Devin Booker.
Of course. No, it's a lot to ask of the guy. You know what? You could ask it out of the guy if he wasn't coming off of one of his most pedestrian seasons of his career, which he is. Now, it was still a good season, but anybody, you could look at all the numbers in the world, or you could just watch basketball every single night the way you do and the way I do and the way a lot of people listening to our show right now. All you had to do was watch until something was not quite right with Devin Booker. So is his priority making Jaylen Green the best player he can be, or does his priority right now need to be making Devin Booker the best player he can be? It's making Devin Booker the best player he can be. So yeah, and I hear what you're saying too about, look, like the last time we did this with a backcourt of Beal and Booker, they chose it. They wanted it. They pursued it. This is definitely much more of they're settling for this. You know, that they were accommodating this because this is what we needed to do to move on. So it's less ambitious than the last time they did it, because this one just feels more like out of necessity. This is how they have to do it.
It's also way too easy to look at this and say, oh, if it doesn't work out, you can trade him. I really don't believe that will be the case. If it doesn't work out, it hurts his stock even more.
And along those lines, I mean, I'm sure this metaphor, this comparison doesn't work out perfectly. But in some ways, I've kind of thought that Jaylen Green is to Houston what DeAndre Ayton was to us. You know, like, okay, and by us, I mean the Phoenix market. I'm not saying like I'm on the Phoenix Suns organization, because I'm not. But the Suns draft Ayton, believe in Ayton, pour a lot of resources into Ayton to make him better, realize after a time that he's just not, let's move him. Portland looks at him and says, yeah, we can fix him. We'll bring him in here. We'll do a better job of bringing out the best of DeAndre Ayton than the Phoenix Suns did. And they did no better bringing out the best in DeAndre Ayton. And ultimately he gets cut and goes to the Lakers. Sometimes I worry about the same thing with Jaylen Green. It's almost as if the Rockets said, hey, look, we tried. We gave him a bag. It didn't work. It was time for us to move on. It was time. Now, Phoenix, he's your problem. You fix him. You see if you can figure this guy out. And I'm worried that when the Suns can't, it's going to end kind of the same way Ayton's run in Portland ended, where it's just like, hey, we got nothing else to do with you but cut you and move on.
But the most important number in this specific question, the question being, how is this different from Beal and Book? The number is 6. That is the amount of games that Jaylen Green has missed in the last 3 years. He's played 82 back-to-back years. He played 76 in his second year. He is going to be on the floor and staying on the floor, and that is how you build chemistry and camaraderie with your teammates.
That is why you get to sit in that chair when Gambo's not here. Points like that.
It's my dance.
We've got this. I like that too.
Thank you.
We've got the Burns and Gambo Show. Maybe that'll save you from the end of the world apocalypse if you bust out that dance. We got the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. Subscribe on your iPhone or your Android. You'll never miss any of the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast. It's brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. How can the Arizona Diamondbacks start the second half of the season strong? We'll talk about that coming up here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't want him to sell all 4 guys. I understand if there are guys you know you can't bring back, you can't just let them all walk for nothing. You know what I mean? Like, if you knew, hey, we can't bring back Gallen or Kelly or Naylor or Gino, you can't just let all 4 of them walk for nothing if you're 5.5 games out of a playoff spot. I understand that. I mean, you have to deal in reality a little bit.
The numbers that are mounting right now, the 6-12 in the last 18 games, boy, that looms, that hangs in the air, because you know the guys inside that clubhouse knew exactly what was at stake.
Yeah.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about the law firm of Berg Simpson. Their slogan, good lawyers changing lives. All right, it really is. If you do even just a little bit of homework on Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan with them. It is what they are all about. Look, there are a lot of choices out there when it comes to attorneys who can represent you if you've been involved in some sort of an accident. At Berg Simpson, they are just different because they are good lawyers who are changing lives. They've got over 24 lawyers who are named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. They've got over a dozen lawyers who are named in the Super Lawyers publication. Their founder, Michael Berg, is listed as one of the 50 best trial lawyers in the country. They are consistently listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. They are different. When you need it, you want the best team to represent you. The Berg Simpson Law Firm is a team you can rely on. Hope you don't need the number, but here it is. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000. Or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at State Farm Stadium. Friday, July 18th with Miranda Lambert. And Saturday, July 19th with Brooks and Dunn. Plus, Ella Langley on both nights. Morgan Wallen. I'ma need some whiskey glasses. On sale now at livenation.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Guys, if you feel sluggish, lack energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low T. The solution? Testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, better focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Book your free video consultation today, and we'll even waive the startup fee. Lose weight, gain muscle, and lose the dad bod with testosterone. Available only by prescription at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star game is tonight in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte will start for the National League at second base and bat third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. First pitch is at 5, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. We will then join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. As for the starting pitchers in the game, it will be Pittsburgh Pirates phenom Paul Skeens taking the mound for the National League, while Detroit Tigers ace Tarek Skubal toes the rubber for the American League. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns tonight. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Diamondback will stand out the most in tonight's All-Star game? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports
Talking all things Diamondbacks here on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen Olson filling in. He, our next guest, covers our team every single day for our website, ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. He is Alex Weiner. He joins us here on Arizona Sports and the Burns and Gambo show to talk a little D-backs. Alex, how are we doing today, man?
Doing great, guys. Thanks for having me on again.
You got a pick to click for tonight's game. You got a Diamondback All-Star in particular that you think, we were talking about this earlier, not a lot of success for the Diamondbacks in the All-Star game. Is there one in particular you think could be that guy tonight for them?
I know we finally need a Diamondbacks player to go yard in an All-Star game, right? If anyone's going to do it, I think Eugenio Suarez has got a good chance to do it. I know Ketel Marte's batting third. He'll get some opportunities, but I'm going to go with Suarez if I had to pick somebody.
Do you think that they'll make an effort to get Ketel out of this game quickly tonight, given what he's going through with his groin injury?
Yeah, not entirely sure how they're going to manage it. I'm sure the Diamondbacks are all over it and how they want him used. It's an All-Star game. He's not going to play more than 5 innings anyway. Hopefully get to 3 at-bats. But, yeah, I'm sure if something's dogging at him that, he'd say something and they'll get him out quickly. But, yeah, I'm not entirely sure what kind of the game plan going into it is, but I'm sure they'll be cautious.
Alex, I'm going to start super broad to go into a conversation that's going to mostly be about trades. When we say the Arizona Diamondbacks are sellers, what does that mean to you? What do you envision that sellers means for them?
Yeah, it can mean a few things, right? I mean, it can mean, the full on, let's get anything we possibly can for the guys who are going to become free agents. I find that less likely than, trying to find ways where I feel like a good way to look at it is how can they set themselves up for 2026 and 2027 the best way they can. Is there a way that they can, sell off a couple of guys who may be hitting free agency and get as much value as you can for them if you're not sure they're coming back, and then at the same time, go out and maybe add some controllable pitching that could help you next year when, don't know if Zack Gallen's going to be back or Merrill Kelly's going to be back. And obviously Corbin Burns is a long road ahead with the Tommy John surgery recovery. Can you get somebody who can fill in innings for you next year? So I feel like, 2019 gets brought up just because that's possibly like a blueprint for them to go out and, deal, a couple players who could be free agents, but also trying to find a way to set yourself up for the future by adding as well. So maybe something like that is more likely, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it's kind of a wide spectrum being a seller in this case.
And Kellen brought this up earlier, and I thought it was a really interesting question. If the offers are better for players that are further away, like substantially better for players that are further away than the ones that are kind of help you win next year, help you win the year after that, given where the roster is for the guys who aren't free agents, should that be a consideration to take advantage if all the guys that you're getting offered are in high A or A ball or whatever? Mm-hmm. Or should it be about prioritizing guys who are really close and it can help you in 26 or 27?
You mean for the return, like you're getting players like who, maybe higher end prospects but are a little bit further away?
Yes, exact. Yes, that's exact. You said it way better than I did, which means you should be doing what I do. So, yes.
I don't know about that.
Exactly like that. Yes, exactly like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're in a position where they're going to want to compete for a playoff spot next year. You're going to get some guys back from injury, hopefully in the second half of the season. Still got Ketel Marte, still got Corbin Carroll, still got Gabby Moreno, still got Geraldo Perdomo. You have, a pretty good core, but it's going to have some holes based on who, stays and who goes from that group of players who may be on the block right now. Yeah, I don't know. It's a really good question for management. If you, prioritize maybe getting some, lower ceiling guys, but who could be, viable major league starters, either in the rotation or in the field for next season. That's kind of one of the philosophical, dilemmas you're going to have to go through when you're going through this process, because it's a really good point. What do you want to get out of your package if you're going to trade these guys?
Alex, we know there's going to be an emphasis on pitching for the return, but what do you think of an outfielder specifically? Because there was a report from John Heyman today. They're getting offers for guys like Alec Thomas, Jake McCarthy, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. What have you made of the production that they've gotten from center field and left field this year and the potential that they could look other directions next season at those two spots?
Yeah, that's part of like the buy-sell possibility, right? If you, sell off one of your young center fielders and bring back some pitching, that's obviously, something that could be explored. I mean, defensively, I think Alec Thomas has played much better center field in the last, month and a half than he did earlier this season. He still shows flashes of offensive, capability, but has not been able to put it together. And now, what is this, year 3, year 4 for him? Year 3 for him, if you kind of take away the injuries from last year. And then Jake McCarthy, kind of same deal where defensively he's looked really good, but offensively you still haven't quite gotten what you hope to get out of him based on how well he played last season. So I don't know. Yes, they're kind of lacking in terms of production out there. Defense and center field is most important, and it seems like they are getting that. If there is a way where you can, maybe flip one of those guys if you feel like it's still kind of a redundancy of your roster and bring in somebody who could give you innings next year, I could see that being a potentially desirable outcome.
Who do you think, Alex Weiner is our guest here on Burns and Gambo, our beat writer who covers the Diamondbacks for ArizonaSports.com. Who of the big four, who do you think is the one that's the most likely to be back? And I'm not asking you the one you want to have back, but who do you think is the one that is the most likely for management to highlight and say, it is a priority for us to bring you back? Who is that one guy?
That's a really good question. I mean, Naylor has the age advantage there, obviously. But I think we're just looking ahead to their pitching and what their pitching staff, what they're going to be going through next year with some guys that they're losing and guys coming back. I don't know. I could see Merrill Kelly being somebody that you want to bring back at least for a couple of years and just have him, hand the ball to him and know you're going to get some consistency from the top of your rotation. Obviously, Zack Gallen, I have no idea what to make of what his market's going to be, because going into this season, it was like, how much more than $100 million is he going to get on his contract? And now, I don't know, maybe he still does get that because, we still see the flashes, but it hasn't been as consistent this year. I would probably highlight Merrill Kelly just because I think it'll be affordable, and I think he's somebody who's been so reliable for them for such a long time. And then given the state of the pitching staff going in next year, I wouldn't be surprised if that's somebody that they really try hard to bring back.
All right, Alex, good stuff as always. Appreciate your work. Enjoy your time off during the breaks. I know they're back with that homestand against the Cardinals that starts on Friday. So thanks for coming on for a few, man. We appreciate it. Enjoy the All-Star game.
Sure thing, guys. Thanks.
You got it. Alex Weiner, our guest on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Join us for the last Arizona Sports Half Day Club. It's next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on Christian Walker and the Houston Astros. Text the word half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for half off. Again, text the word half to 620-620. That's half to 620-620. We're starting to see a trend with some sports leagues, NHL players in the Olympics, NFL players in the Olympics, Major League Baseball in the Olympics. We'll talk about that for a few minutes next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday, July 11th at 11:34 a.m. local Arizona time. While on vacation in Germany, Austria, or another Central European country, our own John Gambadoro posted this to his over 100,000 followers about the Bradley Beal situation. Quote, "He has to pick a team. The belief was that he was on the verge of making a decision 3 to 4 days ago, but he continues to weigh options." End quote. So it continues to be up in the air. And when we finally get something solid about Bradley Beal's status with the Suns, you'll know from listening to Arizona Sports 98.7, the app, YouTube channel, and reading it on ArizonaSports.com and Gambo's European Vacation X feed.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Summer's a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from models like Camry, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, and Tacoma. Or check out the all-new 2025 4Runner. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Jamal is here with our X-poll question of the day. Kind of talked about it, in and around it, all throughout the day. What are we asking the folks today, and what are the results so far?
So, as we all know, there are 3 Diamondbacks in the All-Star game tonight. Our question for you is, which Diamondback will have the biggest impact in the All-Star game tonight? Your options are Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, Geno Suarez.
Merrill Kelly. Oh, no, hey, he should be there.
No, it's going to be sick to see that kid get his moment, though. That's really great, man. Oh, super cool. The Mickey Mouse Milwaukee All-Star. Mickey Mouse Milwaukee Mizorowski, as he's known. Never seen the kid pitch yet this year, and I don't like him just because of this.
How many starts has he had?
He has 34 innings, I want to say.
Yeah,
it's 34 innings.
And he's an all-star.
He's an all-star.
Yeah, to the point where Rob Manfred had to really defend the hell out of it.
Yeah, teams across baseball, the Phillies spoke with someone from The Athletic, and Trey Turner was cursing on the record and being like, this is bleeping ridiculous. This is bleeping stupid. Rangers been pitching great all year. Christopher Sanchez has been pitching great all year. Merrill Kelly, his teammates have to feel the same way at all. So as a local fan, as someone who is loved watching Merrill Kelly as an Arizona Diamondback, this was probably his one shot to get in, and it's ridiculous.
25 innings.
25
innings.
Oh my gosh.
He replaced Matthew Boyd on the NL's active roster. Our own Alex Weiner, who was just on the show with us a second ago, tweeted out, I get that he's young and exciting. Merrill Kelly has thrown 111 innings with a 3.41 ERA, and he gets passed over for somebody who's thrown 25.
And he's going to make a bunch of these in the future.
Yeah.
We're going to see him soon.
Now, baseball I think I read this, and we didn't make a topic out of it, but I think I read that MLB claimed, hey, we asked a bunch of guys, and a bunch of guys said no. We were, I think I even read they were on 9 or 10 different pitchers that they went to and said, we need an injury replacement, would you do it? And they were told, no, I'd rather have the rest, I'd rather have the recoup time. I have a really hard time believing that.
Cap,
Like that sounds to me like spin, but
Jamal is motioning his cap, and I agree. It's cap.
Yeah, cap. I mean, Merrill Kelly, like you guys, how many more opportunities is he gonna get to be an All-Star? And he's gonna say no?
I have a question. Somebody calling me.
Yep.
Bernsey.
Cap.
You're lying.
Lying.
Oh, okay.
Lying. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's all it means. It's cool.
Now playing the role of the old guy.
Hey, you know what's cool?
Dave Burns.
Asking and not acting like you know.
For a second there, I thought I'm going to act like I know. Well, and
Jamal, you would have been sitting over there, and like 3 months later, he would have said cap, and he would have said it completely in the wrong term. And he's like, does he know?
Honestly, I think I can fake it, but I'm like, okay, but
you dropped it low key yesterday in the right way. I was proud of you.
Oh, the low key I got. Low key, I'm
in the moment, I was like, do I want to make fun of you? And I was like, no, I'm gonna let it roll. He did it well.
Next, our risen aura.
Okay, no, hold on. Do people of your generation? Well, I know the answer to this because you just said it. But, like, how badly do you make fun of people in my generation when somebody in their 50s says low-key? I'm 54 years old, and I say low-key every now and then. I use
not
it.
like the level of, like, saying, like, Jazz Chisholm has aura. You know, that would have been pretty cringe of you to say. Low-key's fine. I give it a pass. It's a pass-fail grade.
Am I allowed to say cringe? Can I say cringe?
Yeah. That's a pass.
100%.
Okay, so at 54, I'm allowed to say cringe.
Yes.
Cap, you're not allowed to say. I'm hardly allowed to say it.
Aura, I'm not allowed to say. Low-key, I can say. Give me another one.
Definitely not Riz. You cannot say Riz.
Yeah, I was going to say Riz is probably pushing.
And define Riz for me, please.
Riz is like
charisma.
Charisma.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. You know what? Okay, yeah.
You cannot say something is bussin'. You cannot say that. You definitely cannot say that.
The music is run out. This should have been the poll question today.
He can't say W.
Which of these?
W would be tough.
W's tough.
W
is just like you did a good thing.
Yeah.
It's a win. It's a W.
Yeah. Like W take.
Oh, it's a W.
Like
That's
like
a huge thing in like
question.
live streams because like it's a bunch of just like middle schoolers who watch live streams these days. So they just say W or L to whatever someone does. So like if someone just like eats food and it's good and they say W choice. Yeah.
That sounds ridiculous.
It's
I would
insane.
never say that.
It's
all
insane.
right. So I'm putting on my do not use. Do not use. Okay, give it to me. Get W.
Riz.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Aura,
no.
What was it? Bussin'? Is that what I said?
Bussin'. You said bussin'.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
That's
even
a couple
use that
years
one.
old. Yeah, that's a couple years
my
old.
my sister, she's 13. She uses that one. I look at her a couple times when she uses that one.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the education.
Cap's on there too. Get cap on there too.
Okay.
There you go.
Can't use cap.
Thank you.
Man, can't. But low key, I'm fine with.
Low key, you're cool. Yeah.
Low key, cringe.
You get the pass. You get the pass.
Jamal, what is the poll question today?
We are asking
what generational phrase should Dave Burns not be allowed to use? That's the poll question today.
Oh, wouldn't that be interesting?
That would be interesting. Maybe that. You know what? Bank it for tomorrow. That could be tomorrw poll question.
You know what?
What generational phrase is Dave Burns not allowed to use? And
That's fantastic.
You guys pick your four.
W.
I think you did.
W,
Riz, Aura, and
can't say
Bussin'.
it.
Yeah.
I'm putting W in the other column for me. That felt weird.
W
I felt
poll
good
question.
saying cap. I didn't feel good saying W. I can't say W.
The actual poll question.
Which Arizona Diamondback will have the biggest impact in tonight's All-Star game? Out of the three, Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Geno Suarez.
Low key, I think it's going to be Suarez.
This is getting better and better.
It really is. Suarez for me.
Corbin's aura is in a position to really take advantage of this spotlight that he has. Corbin.
I'm going to go cap on both of you guys. I'm going to say Ketel Marte. Even that one was kind of...
Yeah, it seems a little forced. Yeah. Okay. What are the results?
Ketel Marte is leading the way with 51%. Corbin Carroll is last with 19%. Geno Suarez is right behind, kind of right behind Ketel Marte at 29%.
Okay. And I probably should ask you this question off the air, but I'm going to go ahead and ask you on the air. We're all good with bringing everybody Ketel Marte's at-bat? Yes?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. So when Ketel has his at-bat, they're doing the player introductions right now. So when Ketel has his at-bat, we will bring it to you.
Yeah, we're dancing around. 5:15, 5:30, in one of those two segments, we'll have it for you, and we're ready to adapt when possible.
Yeah, we're very flexible in the final hour of the show.
No cap on that, brother.
Rob Manfred had his press conference, his pre-All-Star press conference. I think it was today. And I got to admit, this concept, and I'm curious to see where you stand on it, because this concept kind of excited me a little bit. There are discussions for Major League Baseball to extend their All-Star break in 2028 to allow for its players to play in the Olympics in Los Angeles. Now, this would be a one-time deal. The next Summer Olympics are in Australia. We're not shutting the sport down for a few weeks so you guys can go over there and play. This one fits because the baseball tournament for the Olympics is being played over 5 or 6 days. We might be able to make this work with the All-Star break to give you guys some time off to go play. Kellen, I don't usually say this. This excites the hell out of me if they were able to pull this off. And this would be great if they could do it.
And I think the most important thing is it's going to excite the players too, especially the exclusivity of it, right? Like they're going to be, because they've never done this before, right? They never have. So they'll be the only major league players that have ever been Olympians, essentially.
Unless they were doing it as minor league players, yes, I believe essentially they would be the first ones to do it.
Yeah, they're in a position that is just like, again, exclusive, but also just like a ginormous opportunity and one that you rarely get. And going to Team USA minicamp last summer and being around Kevin Durant, being around Devin Booker, and being around all those guys, they just seemed like they were having the time of their lives. Like they were back at an AAU tournament for a couple of weeks or whatever, and we're just kind of doing that sort of thing where they're just bonding with all these guys, playing basketball and doing so at a very elite level. So I would expect everyone to embrace the opportunity and be super open to the idea. Maybe there'll be a couple of guys who decide they want to spend the break elsewhere, to the note that Manfred had on those All-Stars strangely declining. There'll be a couple of those. But yeah, it's really cool. And I think it's also coming at a really good time because the All-Star game right now that's happening here in a couple of minutes is a perfect example of the amount of young star power that is in the league right now. So if you look at the Olympics in a couple of years' time, like obviously Corbin Carroll comes to mind as someone who could play in that. Obviously Shohei Ohtani comes to mind as someone who could play in that. For Japan, Pico Armstrong is one of those guys as well. Paul Skeens, Tarek Skubal, O'Neal Cruz, Ellie De La Cruz. Like there is a ton of really young superstar talent across baseball right now to capitalize on this type of window in this way.
It hasn't been decided for sure. I don't know if it's going to happen or not. I just know that they're talking about it, and Rob Manfred acknowledged that there's discussions. But to your point, I would think a spot on Team USA in the Olympics would be one of the most coveted things for this generation of players to be able to say they were on it. They would fight like cats and dogs to get those spots. It would be really cool to see.
And how about the Olympic representation for some of those Latin American countries, which don't get much representation in other sports in general? Like that would be really cool to see countries like the Dominican Republic, for example, in the opening ceremonies and see how much of their
no doubt
grouping was all of those major league players. It would be very exciting to see for not only Americans, but other countries as well.
The 5 o'clock hour is upcoming, and when we come back, is hope lost for the Arizona Diamondbacks in the year 2025? Mike Hazen addressed the topic. You'll hear what he had to say next on the Burns and Gambo Show with Kellen filling in.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Tory Lavell asked him about his thoughts on the trade deadline. Tory said, I don't know what Mike's thinking. We have to concentrate on baseball. Our goal is to make it easy for him to make a decision, and we're not doing that. And I went, well, you kind of are. By being a floundering 500 team, you really are making the decision, what should be the decision, easy. And you got more than a healthy sample of what the Arizona Diamondbacks are this year. And they've showed it. They showed it this week. They showed it in Anaheim, they showed it in San Diego, and they've showed it up to the All-Star break.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
A summer, it can be a four-letter word in Phoenix. We get it. No, not during the Ford Summer Sales Event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, it is here, and it is a great time to buy a Ford. Paul Calvisi here, that is exactly what we did late last summer. Bought my wife a brand new Ford Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. My daily driver, my Ford Edge, love the versatility, the capability. And you know what? Check out Ford's full lineup, because during the Summer Sales Event, it is on, like the legendary Ford F-Series trucks with all that capability you need to get the job done, or a tech-savvy SUV like the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition with that Ford digital experience and panoramic 24-inch display. And don't forget the Bronco family, making adventure more epic every time you go out on the road. Work or play, the power is yours. Or get plugged in, or do a little bit of both. But hurry, the Ford Summer Sales Event won't last forever at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star game is getting going right about now in Atlanta, and the Arizona Diamondbacks have 3 representatives. Ketel Marte is starting for the National League at second base and batting third. Corbin Carroll and Eugenio Suarez are reserves. You can listen to the game over on ESPN 620, and we will then join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns today. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Full recap on how all 3 of the Diamondbacks fared in the Midsummer Classic. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. The All-Star starter introductions are going on right now. Dave Roberts is coming out on the red carpet onto the field. Ketel Marte will come out on that field here in just a moment or two. We're not going to bring that to you live, but Ketel's first at bat, we certainly will bring for you live here whenever it happens. And then we'll be joining this game in progress when we're done here on Burns and Gambo as Kellen's filling in for Gambo today. Probably the top story of the day so far is the closest thing we've got to Mike Hazen giving a definitive statement about where the Diamondbacks stand right now with the trade deadline. He was speaking with Nick Picoro, the very talented beat writer who covers the team for AZ Central, longtime beat writer who covers the team for AZ Central. And there's a couple of quotes in here that Mike Hazen, I think is being as honest as he can at this point, considering this interview was done yesterday. When asked if he was willing to actually pull the trigger on a deal, Hazen said, quote, "That's a tough question to answer today. Once we get through the draft, I'll have a little more time to think about that. I still don't think there are a lot of trades happening anywhere where people feel satisfied with what they would get anyway. So we're going to continue to have those conversations." In other words, we still have some time. There's not a lot of trades that happen this advance of the deadline, but it's a tough question to answer today. The big money quote, if you will, quote, "I don't want to sit here and hope that things are going to happen. I'm kind of done hoping. We want to see it happen. It is what it is. We've been waiting now for the better part of 3+ months. I think we've definitely had our spurts where things look good. I think we have the ability to put things together. But at this point, with the position we've put ourselves in, we need to play pretty exceptional to move back from where we are right now." Close quote. Kind of sounds to me like this is your last total, complete, final warning. I've told you guys I need better play to be a buyer. We haven't seen it. I'm not hoping for it anymore. If it's going to happen, it's got to happen right now. And if it doesn't, it's time for us to pivot as an organization.
And I do wonder if Hazen is going to get some business done in a sense that we're not expecting. Like if we get Merrill Kelly traded and we get Eugenio Suarez traded, we're like, okay, that's more of what we were expecting. But could there be other chess pieces at play? John Heyman reporting earlier today that Alec Thomas, Jake McCarthy, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. have been involved in talks as well, and teams calling about them. And that's a position on this team where you're looking 3 to 5 years down the line. How about just next year in general? And there's some uncertainty there. To start with Lourdes Gurriel Jr., he has a player option for next year. Now it's $13 million. And this year, Lourdes is hitting .251. He has a .720 OPS. He has 12 homers, 47 RBIs. He's been playing his average to above average defense in left. There's some blunders, but there's some really nice plays there as well. As a bat, he's just really underwhelmed. Last year, we know the story. He was absolutely on fire. 2 years ago, he was absolutely on fire to start the year. Kind of went down. His career OPS is 77. He's fluttered around that line in Arizona pretty much the whole time that he's been there. That is not worth the amount of money that he is making. So what you proposed earlier in the show, and I agree with, is like, could he be involved in one of these other deals in a way for another team that maybe needs a fourth outfielder or has a third outfielder situation that's looking pretty grim right now, and they wouldn't mind taking a chance on Lourdes Gurriel Jr. while they get one of these other players as well. The issue here, and something you asked about yesterday as well, is then who plays left field for the rest of this year and who plays left field next year. You're pursuing free agency. Maybe it comes in another trade. It's not coming from your minor league system. Like, it opens up some holes there for sure.
No, it does. And there aren't a lot of top outfield prospects in the system. Having looked at the list again, I know Ryan Waldschmidt is having a year where he's kind of moved up the charts a little bit, and maybe he'd be arriving sooner rather than later. But there aren't. And I do look at Gurriel, and I think to myself that maybe he's the, hey, you want Zack Gallen? Fine, you got to take Gurriel off our hands. Just because we want to be able to reset as much salary as we possibly can to kind of start over. Gurriel's fine. He's Kellen, I'll use this comp real quick, and then we'll talk about Jake McCarthy and Alec Thomas. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. to me, as a guy, and I'm making a confession here, I'm a guy who tends to overdo it a little bit on the online shopping world.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I buy things because I see them online. I go, ooh, I really want that. I really need that. And then when it shows up on your doorstep and you open the box and you're like, I really didn't need that.
You needed that walk to the counter to be like, on second thought, put it back.
Yeah, and you put it back and you send it back.
You click 3 buttons and done.
Sometimes I think that's Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
Sure.
Like that offseason when they were spending money like crazy, right? Because they had just come off the World Series and they go out and get Erod and they're just going to town. Gurriel was part of that offseason, and in the moment, it was like, yeah, cool, they got Lourdes Gurriel Jr. back. And I feel like in the last year and a half since they did it, it's like, did I really need that 8th pair of shoes, or could I have not just ordered this one in the first place? Not that he's redundant or he's an extra part you don't need. I just don't know if that was money well spent the way it could have been. Let's talk about Alek Thomas and Jake McCarthy, because
I think Alek is the more interesting name here to talk about for sure.
Okay, because of what he could possibly get you in return, or because of how he's faded this year defensively?
I think just because this is kind of who he is as an offensive player now. So in 2022 and 2023, when he played nearly the full season, he had 17 doubles in each year. He had 8 and 9 homers and then 39 RBIs in each year. He had 22 and 19 walks. He had 74 strikeouts and 86 strikeouts. So it was very duplicative. He hit 231 year, 619 OPS, 647 OPS the other year. This year, he's got 12 doubles at the break, so he's going to set a career high for doubles if he keeps up this pace. 25 RBIs, so he'll set a career high there as well. 5 homers, so he'll be around the same number. He's got a lot more strikeouts. He's at 73 already, so he's going to set a career high there. But his average is 245. His OPS is 661. So we've got 3, if he stays healthy, 3 full seasons of him now where his career average is 230 and his OPS is 637. Is that good enough offensive production for you to play him with his defense?
Only if his defense is super supremely elite, which it at times has not been this year. There have been a couple of times, more than a couple of times, where it's been unusually leaky from Alek Thomas. And even then, even if it's like typically standard elite Alek Thomas defense, I don't think I can live with that. But I also don't think the market is going to be super robust for him unless there's a team that they think they can fix him offensively. I could be wrong, because if you can fix him offensively, his glove is elite enough in center field that there should be a marketplace for him. But I'm very worried that this is what he is offensively. It's been a real surprise to see him take a step back defensively. I didn't think he was capable of doing that.
Yeah, and then obviously Jake McCarthy, it's a tough year to have this conversation because he goes on the hitless streak. He's hitting 144 this year, but even in the time that he got back when Corbin Carroll got injured, you look at just his handful of games that he's played in July, over 28 at-bats, he's hitting 179. So with a 567 OPS, he has 1 extra base hit in July, and it's a homer. So that's the type of situation where they're similar players in that regard. And what I would like to see is one of them move on here. I think it's been overdue for one of these guys to move, and you probably waited a year too long, if I'm being honest. You probably waited a year too long.
Remember, it was the priority last offseason to move one of Jake or Alek, right? We were talking about it all the time. And I don't know what offers were out there, and I don't know what choices they had, but it does. I feel like, okay, Gurriel, I think, is a different category because of the money. Okay, I'm going to set him off to the side for a second. I still think of the two, if you're looking to maximize your return, I bet you could get more for Jake than you could for Alek. Because at least there's a track record of some success at the major league level offensively.
3 more years of control after this year as well. So there's still plenty of baseball left for them to play if they went to a new team.
To me, him hitting under 200 feels like way more of the outlier than it does the norm for Jake McCarthy. And I suspect some teams would look at it the same way with him. Whereas Alek, I don't know, man. It's been disappointing. It's been disappointing to see him just not be able to put it together offensively, and it's not been from a lack of options or lack of time.
And I'll say this, if they hit free agency with a certain mindset and they're looking to spend like $15 million somewhere, would I rather have them spend $15 million dispersed across a few relievers or $15 million on a quality outfielder? I'd rather go with a quality outfielder. That is not the way to rebuild your bullpen in that kind of way. We've seen that fail a lot.
All right, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Suns rookies were not impressive last night in the Summer League. Are they further away from being regular contributors than we thought? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Card scan. In 1 week. Live shows at State Farm Stadium. Conversations with Cardinals players and coaches. Coming from your exclusive home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports, 98.7 The App. YouTube channel, ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Gambo back to tell you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, and Sanderson Ford is America's most awarded Ford dealership. I've been shopping Sanderson Ford ever since I moved to the Valley. The late, great Al McCoy first told me about Sanderson Ford. I've been shopping there ever since. My good friend Luis Gonzalez, Gonzo, also shops at Sanderson Ford. So if you're looking for a new car, truck, or SUV, they've got a great selection with about 700 vehicles on the lot right now. You'll always find what you're looking for at Sanderson Ford. Whether you want an Edge, a Bronco Sport, or how about the best-selling truck in America, the F-150, Sanderson Ford is going to have what you're looking for. You can go online at sandersonford.com and comb through the inventory and see what you like, or just head on down to Sanderson Ford. Again, they're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, just south of Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. For more info, go to sandersonford.com.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tory Lavell.
Tory here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix.
Right now, QC Kinetics is offering free laser treatments all through the month of July when you schedule your complimentary consultation. Now, you've probably heard me talk about QC Kinetics and their innovative visit. They'll actually do a free laser treatment on the area that's been bothering you, and that'll help decrease the pain, calm the inflammation, and increase your range of motion. Get long-term relief for pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back without surgery. And at QC Kinetics right now, you've got nothing to lose and a free laser treatment to gain just by booking your consultation this month. So why wait? Call QC Kinetics today. Tell them I sent you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler, and you can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The year is 2147. Nuclear war and global climate change have made the Earth uninhabitable to humans. And still, we are waiting for the Bradley Beal situation to be resolved. We'll give you any updates tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Welcome back, Burns and Gambo. We've already spent a lot of time talking about that look ahead, so I don't think we need to devote any more words to it. But yes, please listen tomorrow to the Bickley Marauder Show. Summer League action last night for the Suns, and it was a little underwhelming, I think, to watch that game. Ryan Dunn popped again, and once again kind of stood out as the guy who is too good to be in the Summer League. And you and I both think he's probably done in the Summer League for this year, that they probably don't need to see anything more out of him. 2 games, played well in both of them. That's that. There's Kellen, you know this. You've covered the Summer League for many, many years. You don't want to overreact to anything you see down in that league, for good or bad, right? Like it really is very experimental league in terms of just kind of getting guys' feet wet and things like that. So any conclusions that you draw from the summer league, you do got to be careful with. But you and I kind of had a similar observation watching last night's game. Like you just wonder, are any of these rookies going to be in a position to be able to contribute to the Suns this year? I'm not saying that means they're going to be busts. I just mean in terms of that like immediate gratification of, oh yeah, that dude's ready to go and he's going to cook in year one. Is it too early to say that? I don't know if this is the class for that right now.
And I don't know if the roster is positioned in a way to allow the rookies to do so, right? Like you look at their center rotation for one. You've got Mark Williams, who's going to be playing a whole lot. You've got Nick Richards and Oso Ighodaro, who are going to be vying for playing time beyond Kaman Malawach. And this is really starting with the Malawach conversation as well, because he is raw and he is not going to be ready for NBA minutes right away. Now, does that mean he should not play NBA minutes right away? No, he should probably still play them, especially with the state that you're in. Now, it's just on the coaches who know far more about basketball than I do to decide, would this be more detrimental to his development if we just gave him 12 to 16 minutes a night to start the season, or should we sort of ingratiate him? Like Khalil Ware was a guy who came up during all these KD talks. Miami hardly played him for the first half of the year because they felt he had serious strides to make in other situations. We've talked about this in the past. Devin Booker didn't play much his rookie year. Mikal Bridges was not in the rotation on opening night, didn't play much his rookie year. It wouldn't be uncommon for Malawach to be in that position. Rasheer Fleming is the interesting one because from a skill set perspective, there's no one else on the team that offers what he does, which is the top end athleticism at 6'9" with the 7'3" wingspan, the size and athleticism combo. He's one of one on the entire roster. So I think if anyone out of the three rookies you would want to find playing time for, it would be him. The problem is he's technically coming in as a 4 and like a power forward, which technically makes him a wing. And you've got way too many wings to find playing time for now. So if you go to Royce O'Neal and tell him, hey, buddy, you're not going to play tonight. Rasheer's going to play 14 minutes. That's not good. That's a bad thing. That's not going to help your team go in a positive direction at all. And I really do think the Suns have not grand aspirations, but they're looking at this as a situation where if we don't play the young guys, but we're going to be a better team, we might need to do that anyway, because with what we're trying to build and establish, that is going to be a lot easier if we are a more competitive basketball team, not a winning basketball team in that sense, but if they're more competitive. So if you want to play the kid and throw him into the fire, or if you want to play Royce, who knows what to do out there in every single occurrence and every single kind of situation, you're going to play Royce. And do I agree with that? I don't really agree with that. Do you?
No, I do not. I think they should play the kids. I think they should. But then that to me is where I've never quite understood the assignment, for the 2025-26 season. I mean, to me, the assignment should be, here's our young kids. We're trying to relearn how to play basketball around them. And yet there's always been this idea of let's be competitive and let's win games and let's try to win games. I understand you want to try with a certain level of competitiveness. And I'm certainly not saying they shouldn't compete or they shouldn't try hard, and you want guys out there who are fighting and doing all that stuff. But, like, not playing Rasheer Fleming because you're playing Royce O'Neal? Why? Like to what? Why? I don't understand what for this. Like, this is not the Arizona Diamondbacks, who believe they've got this window of contention that might stretch out for a few more years because they've got Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte. This is a team that outside of Devin Booker is basically starting over. Be that, embrace that. Don't run from it. Don't try to hide from it. Be that team that's kind of starting over and play ththose younger guys, young men. It's why the Nick Richards or the Mark Williams acquisition, I didn't really understand in the moment. I'm like, but wait, you're kind of blocking the guy that you just spent so much energy to get at number 10. So I agree with you. I think they're better off playing the young guys. I think they're better off living and dying with the young guys. I just don't think they see it that way, and I think that's a mistake.
I also think that there's a counterpoint here. Well, okay, you're going to be playing a certain brand of like losing basketball. You're going to lose a lot of basketball games here, and that could be detrimental to a player's growth. Look at the face of your franchise as to how that does not mean that is the case, because Book played through some horrible losing basketball and continued to get better and better. Guys of that caliber, guys that you want around for the next couple of years, are going to find a way to improve through the circumstances. Ryan Dunn was not in great circumstances last year. He was not with his role, and he got better as a basketball player last year. So these guys will continue to improve through that sort of situation. Are we really not at a first pitch yet? This is crazy. It's 5:22.
Fellas.
I love the kids running on the field, but let's go. Jamal's trying to plan out an at-bat for you people to hear live.
I've been looking at the TV. Okay, now they're going to first pitch. Now, no, it's just never has happened.
I've worked with Kellen, and for those of you who don't know, we're going to take the Ketel Marte at bat live, but the National League, they're batting second. So the Ketel will be later, right? And we were trying to plan out some segments so we could time up a Ketel Marte at bat with a Ketel Marte segment. I can tell my man Kellen over here. I know distracted Kellen when I see it, and Kellen just keeps looking at the TV.
I want to hear Ketel Marte taking that bat. Excuse me. And I think a lot of people listening do as well.
No, I'm not ripping that.
I'm ripping the Major League Baseball for doing that.
You are really hyper-focused on this game that hasn't even started
We're another
yet.
5 minutes of autographs on the field away from not even getting to play this thing on our freaking show. Let's go!
What time was first pitch supposed to be?
Well, that's what we were...
let's do another interview. Fantastic. Let's keep talking.
During our pre-show, everyone said 5 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I'm like, dude, they're not... First pitch is not going to be at 5. All right, that's cap, Jamal. It ain't gonna be a 5.
You did that pretty well.
Did I do that right?
That was fantastic.
Okay, yeah. I'm banned from doing that ever again. I just wanted.
Hey, Cal, the guy we've talked to 7 times in the last 24 hours. How big is your butt? That's what Tom Verducci just said.
Seriously, if Tom Verducci is asking Cal Raleigh the size of his butt, then we've got some real problems here.
Gosh.
We will bring you the Ketel Marte bat. Anyway, I think you and I agree. I just don't know what would. I mean, other than just this is going to sound silly. Okay, I get it. Wins. Every team, every organization wants to pursue as many wins as possible, but I just don't understand, given their state, why that would be more of a priority than developing your younger players. I don't. And if we start the season, Kellen, and the way the playing time is divvied up, if it's more in mind of getting the regulars their minutes and not the young guys, I'm gonna question the plan. I'm gonna wonder what we're doing here. What's the plan here when Royce O'Neal, who is not going to be a part of the next great Suns basketball team, we can all acknowledge that. Why is he getting the minutes? Why is Grayson Allen getting the minutes? Those guys aren't going to be a part of the next great Suns team. Why are we doing it? I hope it doesn't come to that.
Wouldn't be very aligned, Dave Burns. It would not be very aligned.
Can we ban that word?
Yeah,
aligned.
Seriously,
let's ban that word.
If I can't say cap, then
alignment gone.
Alignment should be gone.
You know what's not aligned is his first pitch time. I'm very upset about this.
I can tell. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, maybe Ketel Marte's first at-bat in the All-Star game, maybe not. Either way, we're going to have a conversation about Ketel and where he ranks right now already among the all-time greats for the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Suns wanted to be hardcore about it and said, look, we're knocking it down. Book, we appreciate you. You got to go. We have to cash in on you while we can. That is such a tenuous tightrope that this ownership group would be walking, because they're not exactly exuding goodwill from their pores right now among the Suns fan base because of the way this experiment went. Devin Booker represents goodwill and an olive branch to the fans. Like, you love him, we love him. He's going to be here forever.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The MLB All-Star Game is underway from Atlanta with Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, and Eugenio Suarez representing the Arizona Diamondbacks. You can listen to the game over on ESPN 620, and we will join the game in progress at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And no Phoenix Mercury or Summer Suns today. Both of those teams return to action tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which Diamondback will stand out the most in tonight's All-Star game? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke, Arizona Sports.
Well, tonight's All-Star game is underway, finally, much to the relief of Kellen Olson. He can breathe now, Kellen.
Thank you, Paul Skeens. Very much appreciate that,
Paul
Mr.
Skeens mowed through the American League 1, 2, 3 very quickly. So sometime during this segment, Jamal will come in and give us the high sign and say Ketel Marte is up, and we will bring you Ketel Marte's at-bats, and hopefully it's something as, and not because we think anything's going to happen. We just thought you might want to hear it because it's cool. And then when we're done here on Burns and Gambo with Kellen filling in, then we'll join the All-Star game in progress, and you can hear the rest of it. And you got Corbin Carroll and his appearance, Eugenio Suarez and his. But we'll bring you the Ketel Marte one so you can hear that. In the meantime, since we're going to hear from Ketel in his at-bat, let's talk about Ketel, the player. I mentioned it earlier. The only other Diamondback to start 3 All-Star games was Paul Goldschmidt. Ketel Marte is well on his way to being one of the all-time greats for the Arizona Diamondbacks in their history. You asked the question during show prep, is he already there? Has he already sort of achieved that legendary status within the organization? Make your case. Tell me why you think he's already there.
Subjective thing, but I think objectively the qualifications are already there. Luis Gonzalez and Paul Goldschmidt are the 2 names from position players we're talking about that hold those top 2 spots. And when you look across the all-time leaderboard and franchise history for just about every statistic, those 2 guys hold places of first and second. The guy that's third in pretty much every category is Ketel Marte. Career OPS, Paul Goldschmidt 1, Luis Gonzalez 2, Ketel Marte 3. Games played, Luis Gonzalez 1, Paul Goldschmidt 2, Ketel Marte 3, and he is going to pass both of those guys in that category, at least. At-bats, plate appearances, runs scored, hits, total bases, doubles, triples, home runs, runs batted in, base on balls. He's third on every single one of those lists. Triples, by the way, not including Gonzo or Goldschmidt in the top 3, but Ketel's there anyway. So from a sheer production standpoint and from a sheer longevity standpoint, Ketel's already got the case. It's already there, and it's only going to get better in the next couple of years. What you would want is just beyond sheer production is like the height of his powers. And I mean, we've already seen a signature Ketel Marte moment. It was the 2023 postseason when he went on that run and made that historic streak of, was it reaching base or was it hits, his hitting streak?
It was hits. I think it was straight hits, if I remember right.
And he was phenomenal during that run. He's had 2 back-to-back seasons that have been MVP caliber for him this year and last year as well. You go back to 2019, similar thing for him as well. So I think it's already at that point where he should be considered one of the greatest D-backs ever. And if he sees out the next couple of years and remains productive, we're going to be retiring a number as well.
Yeah, I think he's there. And I think the number retirement is a fait accompli. I think it's going to happen. I think it's already kind of written, as it were, that he'll have his number retired eventually with the Diamondbacks. He will go down as one of the all-time great Diamondbacks. I don't know if, this is a tricky conversation only because, he might surpass Gonzo when it comes to all of the numbers. I don't know if he'll ever really be able to surpass Gonzo.
That's
and I know that's not what
that's
you're suggesting,
yeah.
But I do, surpassing Goldschmidt as maybe like the number, like when you think of the Arizona Diamondbacks position players, what's the first person you think of? Luis Gonzalez. Who's the second person you think of? I think right now the answer among position players, the answer to that question is Paul Goldschmidt. I think Ketel definitely has a chance to pass him in that regard.
Could he get a Mount Rushmore spot, you're saying? Because it's Schilling, Johnson, Gonzo, and then Goldie. Those are the 4, right?
Those are the 4. And that's the Mount Rushmore conversation, I was deliberately avoiding that just because it's such a sports radio crutch,
Sure.
Hey, who's the Mount Rushmore of this? Who's the Mount Rushmore of that? Who's the Mount Rushmore of, but yes, the Mount Rushmore of the Arizona Diamondbacks is pretty clear and obvious. It's the 4 that you mentioned. I think Ketel's got the chance. Is he coming up to plate right now? Is he? Okay, 10 seconds. Okay. I think Ketel Marte has the opportunity to join the Mount Rushmore of the Arizona Diamondbacks when it comes to all of it. Ketel's at bat in the All-Star game. Let's hear it.
And there are 2 on and nobody out.
Yeah, just the speed of Acuna Jr., but the distance that Torres had to run, he didn't even try to make a throw on that. The speed just made it pretty obvious that he needed to hold that ball. But Skubal jammed Acuna badly on that.
So, Ketel Marte bats, trying to give the National League an early lead against the Cy Young winner Skubal. And that first pitch to him, he swings and misses. And he pulled the string at 88 miles an hour. It's 0-1. I think sometimes because he plays in Arizona, you lose touch with how good a player Ketel Marte is. In a lineup that's got Freeman and Machado and Tucker, he's the guy that bats third. And he sends a rocket on the ground down the first baseline. It will roll all the way to the corner. Ohtani has scored. Acuna Jr. being waved. There's no throw. And there is the excellence of Ketel Marte. A double into the right field corner on a hard grounder down the first baseline that Vlad Guerrero had no chance on. It's 2-0 National League.
Ketel Marte just lets this ball travel deep in the zone, and then he just fires his hands, and it really just carves a couple of feet inside the bag. To be fair, and I mean, had something on it, but just a good piece of hitting. You know, Skubal, you end up staying back on that changeup, and then he beats you with the fastball, and Ketel Marte covered both.
Nice. All right, nice.
The first Diamondback to ever have a multi-RBI game in the All-Star game. It took one swing, and there is Ketel Marte. You talk about...
Put him on that Mount Rushmore right now.
If you missed it earlier in our show, Diamondbacks, a surprising lack of like standout All-Star performances, only 2 multi-hit games. We've never seen someone homer in this game. We've never seen someone have multiple RBIs, and only 3 guys have ever had an RBI in an All-Star game as a D-back in general. Ketel just got 2. Attaboy.
Good for him. Good for him.
Because I'm sure there were a lot of like casual baseball fans being like, what's Ketel Marte doing hitting third? And then he goes oppo like that on Tarek Skubal, excuse me.
Even on the radio broadcast, they made that comment about, it's kind of nice to see a guy like Ketel Marte that maybe fans forget about because he's there in Arizona, you know, as if we're on some island in the middle of the Pacific or something.
You know, he said that, and I saw Bernsey just laugh immediately.
I did. It's like, come on, man. I mean, like, really? Are we that old trope about how, you know, out there in Arizona, it's nice to see him getting that recognition because not a whole lot of people know that Arizona's a state. I mean, like, what?
He's the best second baseman in baseball.
No, come on, man.
What are we talking about?
Come on, and that's not just an Arizona thing. If he had played in Idaho, they'd say the same thing. But it's still,
if he's playing on Neptune, he's the best second baseman in baseball. That's why he should be hitting third.
We're not that remote of an outpost. We're one of the largest media markets in the country. It's not like that. I just love it. I love it. Like we're out here, like we're a bunch of cowboys walking around with our guns, and we're some kind of remote Western outpost.
We're the apocalypse.
where the zombies hang out. Yeah.
That was satisfying.
That was.
Ohtani and Acuna too, kind of like got weak contact off Skubal, but that was ripped.
That was
the right
ripped.
Field line.
Yeah, I mean the first baseman had no chance. Absolutely, that ball was on him in a New York minute. He didn't have a chance to do it. Okay, so now it at least, and I know it's early. It at least opens the possibility that Ketel Marte could be the MVP of this game.
Well, and you might think that's sort of a foolish claim, but these have been low-scoring affairs for multiple years in a row right now. Like, we could end this game, and it could be a 3-1 finish. If it's a 3-1 finish, it's either going to be a pitcher or Ketel that wins it, and usually it's going to be the hitter, and it's going to be Ketel. I love how he's in that position to do so. Now, if Manny Machado makes any contact right now, please hit it very far because we don't want Ketel trying to leg one out and score at home.
And that kind of circles back, and I have no knowledge of this. I was just kind of speculating that Ketel Marte, because the groin has been kind of tricky for him the last couple of weeks, that maybe there's been, and we'll have Tory on later on this week, and maybe we'll come to find out before then, but I'll certainly ask him if he put in a call to Dave Roberts and said, hey, just, one manager to another, if you mind, please don't play Ketel a whole lot. He needs a break. He needs, we're doing a little ABS right now, too.
We're doing a little challenge. Tarek Skubal turning around and looking at his catcher as if like, hey, we probably want to do this because that was absolutely a strike. The challenge comes in. It was going to be 1-2, and now Manny Machado strikes out. That ball was more in the zone than out of the zone. That was a pretty brutal missed call.
Yeah, so they called, and the catcher
Raleigh
immediately tapped the head, like, yeah, review it, and they did. And Dave Roberts is smiling and laughing about it. They got the strikeout when it was all said and done. That's another thing too. The ABS, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Oh no, we're gonna get it right every time.
I can't wait. And I think Major League Baseball fans are gonna love it too. I saw it multiple times in spring training. It works. It's fast. It doesn't take long. Thank God. I mean, we don't know for sure it's gonna be in Major League Baseball next year, but we're assuming. So, Ketel Marte, congratulations to him. Now let's see how many more at-bats he gets. Let's see if there's been some sort of an ask by the Diamondbacks to Dave Roberts to get him out of this game because he's been dealing with a groin injury, or if they'll leave him in and give him a chance to do it again. At this point, I almost want to see him do it again to see if he can really do some things the Diamondbacks don't get to do in these All-Star games,
No, absolutely. And just like always a bizarre set of circumstances, the graphic just showed first time Tarek Skubal was allowed 3 hits or more in the first inning this year. And this is the quality competition to do it against. of course, but like that's how it was going to come. It was going to come from 2 bloops that land nowhere where a fielder can really get it, and then just a really good hitter taking advantage of a fastball right down the middle.
Cool that we were able to bring that to you. I'm glad it was actually, I'll give credit where credit due. That's Kellen's idea from earlier today when we were prepping for the show, and it was a very good call.
Shout out Jamal getting that done all the way.
Jamal's money in there. I mean, he's, telling me what words I can and can't use, pushing all the buttons the right way. Jamal's money in there.
You guys are too nice.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, it didn't happen today. Is tomorrow going to be the day the long, cold winter ends and Bradley Beal is finally no longer a member of the Phoenix Suns? Trends are pointing in that direction. We'll tell you the latest. The Gambo has heard because he communicated that to me next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
They're going to need Kyler Murray to play very, very well. They're going to need him to be in the MVP conversation going into the second half of the season. For me, December, especially now that the season bleeds into January. So for me, it's going into December. If he's in that conversation, that means the Arizona Cardinals are winning games.
It's got to be like you could bring it up in December and you wouldn't get laughed out of the room.
Correct.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty. The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know July can be really hot in Arizona, but not as hot as the smoking deals you will find at Chapman BMW. I'm talking about 2.99% financing for 60 months on the X1 and the X3. They're beautiful compact luxury SUVs, and you can lease the X1 for just $499 a month. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you, your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you recently moved to Arizona, you'll soon find out that life here is filled with breathtaking moments and exciting opportunities. And that's not all. Arizona offers unique estate planning advantages too.
Mike Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall Estate Planning Law Firm.
Arizona's community property laws provide significant tax benefits for your estate plan, including the ability to reduce or eliminate capital gains taxes. With robust protection from creditors and legal claims, and increased personal privacy for you and your beneficiaries, an Arizona trust can last up to 500 years, securing your legacy for generations. If you need to review an existing trust or create a new one, our dedicated team is ready to help. Our attorneys will guide you through every step, ensuring your out-of-state plan maximizes these benefits and complies with Arizona law. With Morris Hall, you can plan your future with confidence and peace of mind.
Visit morrishall.com today to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's morrishall.com. Trust in Arizona. Trust in Morris Hall.
Got unwanted guns at home? MMP Guns, a federally licensed dealer, is hosting its first ever used gun buying event, July 25th through 27th. Bring your firearms to 1152 East Indian School Road inside Mo Money Pond, and our experts will offer top dollar, legally and safely. No hassle, no liability. Just cash in your pocket. Doors open Friday at 10 a.m. Visit LegalGunBuyer.com for details. That's LegalGunBuyer.com. Don't miss it.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS
Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and of course, it is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. National League beat the American League 2-0 on the strength of a 2-run double from the Diamondbacks' Ketel Marte in the bottom of the first. The All-Star game is what we're going to be watching tonight. In fact, we'll be joining that in progress as soon as we're done here on the Burns and Gambo show with Kellen filling in. They're in the top of the second right now. They brought it was, one of those kind of made for TV kind of moments. They brought Clayton Kershaw in to pitch the top of the second for the National League, replacing Paul Skeens. They left him in for 2 batters. He got 2 outs, and then the infield all came in and gathered around him, and Dave Roberts went and got him so that he could have a standing ovation as he's walking off the mound in what we presume will be his final All-Star appearance. So he got his little moment right there.
Easy to lose sight of because the Dodgers are the absolute worst, but he is one of the greatest pitchers of all time, so I got it.
He is. The Dodger thing complicates it. I think it helps sometimes that the Diamondbacks have had moments of great success against Clayton Kershaw. So it makes it a little easier to digest. I don't like the Dodgers, but I do like what the Diamondbacks have done to Clayton Kershaw over the years.
Yeah, he's no Tim Duncan.
You've kind of pushed him around a little bit. Yeah, exactly.
No Kobe. He's none of that.
Exactly. So at least you have that on your side. All-Star game's on tonight. Like I say, we'll join it in progress when our show is over. And then we'll see what Corbin Carroll does later in the game. Eugenio Suarez does later in the game. We'll see how much longer Ketel Marte stays in the game. But that is what's coming up as soon as we're done. That's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch. Now, tomorrow, I think Kellen's right, and I'll cite a little bit of what Gambo told me earlier today when I say this. I think tomorrow, by the time you and I are on the air at straight up 2 o'clock, that Bradley Beal is no longer a member of the Phoenix Suns. Now, I don't know that for a fact, but I know speaking with Gambo today, he texted me from his vacation, and he said today or tomorrow, and he meant today or tomorrow, Bradley Beal, the thing is going to get done. He expects that they will sign a guard when they're finally off of Beal's contract, that it won't be Chris Paul, that it won't be Malcolm Brogdon, that it won't be Russell Westbrook, but they will sign a guard, and then, in his words, they'll be done. They'll be done. That's it. The roster is done. Now, as we said earlier, that can change. The roster was done a couple of years ago, and about a week before training camp, they traded DeAndre Ayton to the Portland Trailblazers. So done is kind of a moving target, but it sounds like the plan is that once the Beal thing gets finished, they will add another guard, likely a point guard, and then that's kind of it. This is the roster moving forward.
Are you satisfied?
No. With the roster, no. The roster's too imbalanced. There's too many 6'5", 6'6" guys, not enough 6'8", 6'9" guys, and not to make it just about that, but there's just way too many guys who are vying for playing time in that 6'4" to 6'6" range. Just too, and then too many guys vying for playing time in that 7-foot range where there's no balance. I wouldn't have minded to see some sort of an aggregation of a couple of those guys. A Grayson Allen, a Royce O'Neal, a Nick Richards, whatever, to balance out the roster a little bit. But I get it. You don't want to be a taxpayer. You want to get out of that kind of tax-paying cycle that you've been on the last couple of years, and the only way to do it is to not be a taxpayer for a year or two. I understand if they want to get out of that cycle to set themselves up to re-enter that cycle a couple years from now when they feel it's worthy. You satisfied?
I'm not satisfied. I'm okay with where the roster is at in terms of the amount of talent on it. I think that, like you said, it's imbalanced. Didn't mention point guards. Like, it would be nice to have point guards on the roster. Colin Gillespie is one of them, but to have another more experienced point guard to come in as well. I just want to see Devin Booker put in the best position to succeed in these next couple of years, and I do not think that is having him at point guard, even though I have been a point book believer for quite a long time. It's just the methods they went about and how they executed some of what they got done this summer that has rubbed me the wrong way. I was of the belief that they got worked a bit in the Kevin Durant trade negotiations. I would really believe that they got taken advantage of with the there was zero sort of leverage that they had in that situation. I think the way in which they are going about stretching and waiving Brad and taking advantage of it, they're not taking advantage of enough to eat that penalty. I get that it goes to under 10% of the cap in the future. Do you trust the Suns to work with 90% of the cap expertly? Are they the team that can be like, actually, we can work with 90%. We're good. I do not trust them to be able to do that. I would trust the Thunder if they said that. I would trust the Celtics if they said that. I would trust the Warriors if they said that. I would trust the Spurs if they said that. Suns haven't earned that trust just yet. And then the Mark Williams trade was another one where it's just like the small amount of assets that you have. The trade just didn't make sense. You're setting yourself up to pay a guy with injury history. Let's say everything goes great. Mark Williams plays 75 games. He makes an all-defense team. How much money do you pay him?
Yeah.
How long do you make the deal? Because there's still the injury risk in the back of your head no matter what. That's still going to be there. So those three separate things together, I think if one of those would have happened, just one, I would have given them a pretty good grade for how they went about their offseason. But what they do deserve a lot of credit for is they did bring in the athleticism that we wanted to see. They did bring in the youth that we wanted to see. There could have been better ways to go about it, but they did get that done. So I give them props for that, though. But overall, there was just too much for me to look down on.
Yeah, there wasn't. A lot of what you said, in particular the Kevin Durant trade, I just was not a huge fan of how that went down. It feels like it does feel like they got terms dictated to them on how that trade was going to go down, and all that it was waiting on was for them to realize that they did not have any say in how that was gonna. This is what we're gonna give you for him. Well, what about this? No, this is what we're going to give you for him.
Or where he wanted to go. He'd be in Minnesota right now if the Suns had it their way.
Absolutely. But he wants to go there. This is what we're going to give you for him. This is not really a negotiation. This is not really a conversation. We're going to give you Jaylen Green. We want off that